At the end of the street, Xiao Kai and the others had been waiting for a long time. They quickly got into the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the guest house. Lin Zhengnan gave out instructions. Xiao Teng, tomorrow morning, move all these pieces of furniture and what we moved earlier into one car. Cover them with a cloth and take them to the east side of the city. Also, see if you can rent a yard.
Tang Jian Hong note that. Okay.
Lin Zhengnan patted his shoulder. You do things well. I trust you. Thanks for your help today. No problem. Haven't I asked you for help many times before? You trust me, so I will do a good job for you.
Good.
As for Xiao Kai, please wait a bit longer. In the afternoon, take us back. Okay. After settling everything, Lin Zhengnan told them to go upstairs and sleep. He then followed Ji Wan and others to the room and sat for a while. He didn't expect that his daughter and the others had done so much behind his back. After Song Mingqing came to the door, he hurried to pour them some water. Here, rinse your throat. Xiao Wan, son-in-law, thank you. If it weren't for your plan tonight, I might have been kept in the dark for my whole life. Tomorrow, I'll handle the divorce, and I'll leave with just a few broken pieces of furniture, feeling confused. Ji-won took a sip and, based on her past memories, she knew that Song Mingqing would never be deceived for a lifetime. But discovering Xiaolang's secrets might take years. Now, with her involvement, everything has changed. Xiaolang has bought a lot of things over the years. Ji-won held her cup and listed them. Song Mingqing didn't follow her inside, so she didn't know the details. A TV, a fan, a radio, and many pieces of jewelry bought for that woman. It adds up to several thousand yuan. Song Mingqing was stunned and a bit incredulous. Is Xiaolang involved in illegal activities? Otherwise, how could he have so much money? He usually only takes his salary home. Does he have other sources of income? But Xiaolang seemed like someone who depended on others. He could barely go to the textile factory to work on time. It was almost unbearable for him. It was unlikely he had other income. So, where did all this money come from? Ji-won saw that she hadn't realized anything and told Xiaoing to go get water and leave her alone. She hesitated, then took out a gold bar from her pocket and handed it over. This was also found in the cracks of the bricks at Xiaolang's house. Song Mingqing's eyes twitched, almost thinking she saw things. Is this a gold bar? She carefully examined it, confirmed it was definitely a gold bar, and tightly held it in her hand, making sure Xiaoing didn't see. The young girl was innocent and honest. She would easily tell the truth about anything she saw. If she saw this, what would happen? Although she didn't know what this thing was, it was better to hide it. All of this was found in Xiaolang's house?
Yvonne nodded.
That's strange. Where did he get it? Have you ever thought about that? Why has Xiaolang been dragging you around all these years without divorce? Logically, he could have a better life if he left you, but he prefers to stay and wait. Is there something about you that he's been worried about? Suddenly, her head felt like it was hit with a heavy. She felt dizzy, her eyes reddening with tears, and she gritted her teeth before finally realizing. Could it be from your grandmother's side? Ji-won had no proof, but she believed it was highly likely.
Yes.
Song Mingqing couldn't stop her tears. She clenched the gold bar tightly, as if trying to squeeze it into her flesh. So, all these years, he's been secretly asking your grandmother for money? That beast. How dare he? Ji-won took a deep breath. Both Lin Zhengnan and I think this is the most likely explanation. The couple looked at each other. She leaned on her husband's shoulder and suggested, since I might visit them this month, why don't you come with me and ask directly? When it came to meeting her elderly mother, Song Mingqing hesitated. She wiped her tears. What face does she have left to see them now? Ji-won's face darkened as she questioned, are you willing to be a bloodsucking, ungrateful person forever? All these years, asking for money without even writing a letter, and you haven't even asked about their difficulties. At that time, Song Mingqing was preoccupied and had no way to help them. She didn't even know where they had been sent down to. Everything happened suddenly, and the Song family didn't leave her any news, cutting her off completely. She didn't even know how Xiaolang had contacted them. For so many years, she thought her mother must have hated her deeply and regretted giving birth to such an unworthy daughter. But she never expected that Xiaoing, that beast, was actually using her name to continuously ask for money from that side. Mother did not blame her, nor did she hate her. Instead, she felt very sorry for what she was going through now. In comparison, she deserved all the punishment in the world. Guilt and self-blame overwhelmed her, and Song Mingqing sat silently by the bed, tears falling like rain. Ji-won saw her like this, and did not disturb her further. Instead, she called Lin Zhengnan and Xia Xiaoing to go outside. Before closing the door, she couldn't help but say, "You've always been like this, caring only about your reputation. The days of being demoted are not easy at all. Grandma is already old, and she has surely suffered a lot over the years. If you don't let go of your pride and reunite with her, you will definitely regret it later." Xiaoling shamelessly took so much money. "What you should do now is return everything, including the gold bars you have, which are not yours. As for the other debts, pay them back slowly. The most important thing now is to visit her and cheer up. That's all I have to say. Think about it carefully." As soon as she finished speaking and closed the door, inside, Song Mingqing suddenly burst into a loud cry. Xia Xiaoing was worried and kept looking back, pulling Ji-won to ask, "Sister, what's wrong with Mom?" "It's okay. She's just missing Grandma," Ji-won explained. Xia Xiaoing couldn't quite understand the connection between these titles and blinked at her in confusion. Ji-won clarified, "She misses her mom too." Xia Xiaoing suddenly understood. "Does my mom also have a mom?" Ji-won smiled and took her into the room across. It was a standard room. After sitting down, Ji-won finally relaxed and looked at the time, realizing it was late. She called Xia Xiaoing. "Go to sleep now. You sleep here, and your brother-in-law, and I will sleep over there." Xia Xiaoing was surprised and looked at the couple strangely. "What's wrong?" Ji-won saw her staring and not saying anything, her eyes shining brightly, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Xia Xiaoing suddenly remembered and hugged her. "Sister, Mom said girls can't sleep with boys." She looked at Lin Zhengnan, who was doing the same thing across the room. "You're a girl, and brother-in-law is a boy. You can't sleep together. Sister, you sleep with me, and brother-in-law can sleep by himself." Lin Zhengnan. The couple knew Xiaoing was different from ordinary children. Usually, Song Mingqing had to teach her many times, repeating these lessons over and over to make her understand. Ji-won couldn't deny it at this moment, as doing so would break her perspective. If she explained herself, it might take a long time. She nodded. Okay, we sleep together. Your brother-in-law can sleep alone." With a male companion present, the two sisters only took off their jackets and didn't even remove their pants, then lay down to continue sleeping. Xia Xiaoing was already very sleepy. She fell asleep quickly after lying down. However, Ji-won kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Too many things had happened today, flashing through her mind like a revolving lantern. A husband? Next to her, Lin Zhengnan also had little sleepiness. Hearing her, he immediately looked at her. "What's wrong?" Ji-won smiled. "It's nothing. I just called you. I wonder if Yu is already asleep now?" Her daughter was always well-behaved, so Lin Zhengnan wasn't worried. "She must be asleep. Are you off tomorrow? That's why you can come in the afternoon?" Lin Zhengnan nodded. "I arranged for someone to swap shifts. I'll be back next week." "Husband, thank you for your hard work." Ji-won knew Lin Zhengnan had done much more than she had. Tonight's matter wouldn't have been possible without his arrangements. She definitely couldn't have done it alone. Lin Zhengnan curved his lips, a faint smile appearing on his serious face. "It's not hard." While Xia Xiaoing was already asleep, Ji-won quietly got up. Under Lin Zhengnan's suspicious gaze, she went to the bed, pulled back the quilt, and directly slipped into his blanket. Happiness came so suddenly that Lin Zhengnan quickly wrapped his arms around his wife, worried she might catch a cold, and pulled the quilt over her. Ji-won happily pressed against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, feeling completely safe. "Husband, I suddenly had morning sickness today."
"Huh?"
Lin Jingnan's brows furrowed, and he immediately looked at her nervously, studying her white face for a moment. Are you okay? It's nothing, just morning sickness. Maybe I'm a bit tired these days. I'll feel better after resting a bit. Hearing his wife was unwell, Lin Jingnan's previous cautiousness disappeared. He hurriedly reached out and gently patted her back, softly muttering like soothing a child. Maybe you shouldn't have gone with them earlier. Just stay here and rest. Ji Yuan was unwilling. How can that be? I had already planned this in advance. I definitely want to go and see for myself. Lin Jingnan's warm hand gently touched her belly. If you're uncomfortable anywhere, don't hold it in.
Be sure to tell me.
Ji Yuan smiled, of course. I'm not stupid. This is our little treasure. Lin Jinnan responded with a thought for a moment, and still felt a bit worried. He hugged her and suggested, since we have a day off tomorrow and you're here, I'll take you for a checkup. Prenatal checkup?
Yes.
Okay. Ji Yuan also wanted to go see the baby. Having drunk spiritual spring water for almost a month, the baby must be very healthy, right? The couple whispered to each other, and neither of them knew when they fell asleep. The next morning, a hot breakfast was already prepared by the bedside. Ji Yuan opened her eyes at the smell and looked around. The room was empty except for her. She felt a little anxious, quickly put on her clothes and shoes. Just as she finished tidying up, Song Mingqing pushed the door open. Xiaowan, you're awake? You must be hungry. Have some breakfast first. Ji Yuan nodded and went to the bathroom to wash up. Where's Lin Jingnan? He's downstairs helping to move furniture. I already checked. Most of the valuable furniture from the Xia family is inside. Ji Yuan responded with a hum. Xiaoing thought that divorce would free him from the burden of his mother and daughter, allowing him to enjoy a luxurious life with that old man and the mother and daughter. But he didn't expect Ji Yuan to turn the tables completely. Now the house was stolen, and he was accused of being a hooligan. How would he end this? Have you finished packing? Are you planning to take Xiaoing and go for the divorce? Song Mingqing nodded. I've told Xiaoing everything, so she won't say anything stupid. All right, wait for me. I'll go with you. What are you going for? You stay here and wait for us. Rest well. It's just a divorce. I can handle it myself. Ji Yuan explained, both Lin Jingnan and I are going, and we'll also go for a prenatal checkup. Her daughter had important matters to attend to, so she couldn't refuse anymore. Okay, then we'll meet at the police station after your checkup.
Good.
After breakfast, the whole family got into Xiao Kai's car. First, they took Ji Yuan and the others to the hospital. Song Mingqing and his group went to the family residence. The baby is very healthy, and the mother is in good shape. After receiving the prenatal checkup report, the doctor concluded this. Lin Jingnan took the report and carefully looked it over again. Doctor, my wife almost had a miscarriage due to overwork before, and she was even sick yesterday. Are you sure everything is fine? Based on the results, there's no problem. The risk of miscarriage can be managed with proper care. Plus, the mother looks healthy, and the baby is developing well. Hearing this, Lin Jingnan finally relaxed and felt relieved. Good. Before leaving, Ji Yuan also asked the doctor to give them some family planning supplies. She was confident and calm, with no signs of discomfort on her face. However, Lin Jingnan beside her was slow to realize, and his face turned red up to his neck. The doctor looked at the couple and immediately understood, smiling slightly. Comrade, you are pregnant now, and the baby is still very young. I suggest you avoid having intimacy for now. Ji Yuan nodded seriously. I understand. Thank you, doctor. It seemed they were determined to proceed with their plans. The doctor continued to advise. I know young people find it hard to resist, but if you do, try to wait 2 months. Once the pregnancy is more stable, you can have some gentle intimacy but avoid too much force. The doctor was probably in her 40s or 50s, a woman. After speaking, Lin Jingnan didn't dare to look at her directly. He stared straight ahead, stiff and unsure how to walk. All right, thank you, doctor. Ji Yuan thanked calmly, paid, took her things, and held hands with Lin Jingnan, who was almost limping, as they left. Watching them close the door, the doctor couldn't help but smile. Usually, it was the male partner who was more daring, but in this case, it was the other way around. Ji-won left the door, smiling as she put a small umbrella into Lin Jingnan's pocket.
Keep this.
You might need it later. Lin Jingnan looked down quickly, not daring to look closely, and hurriedly focused straight ahead with a serious face. Seeing this, Ji-won decided to tease him and linked her arm with his, explaining, "We now have 2 children, and we don't plan to have more, so we must take precautions." Besides, she had lived 2 lives and she wasn't in her 20s anymore, so she definitely had some physical needs. Lin Jingnan was handsome and fit. He lay beside her every day, and she knew she had to control herself to avoid making moves on him. She gently touched her still flat belly, thinking to herself, "Baby, I hope you grow up quickly and stay healthy. If not, your parents might not be able to resist you." "All right, I'll listen to you." Lin Jingnan finally managed to say a few words after holding back for a long time. Mostly because his wife kept talking, and if he didn't respond, she might get angry. Holding hands, they went to the residential area to find Song Mingqing and others. Sure enough, the mother and daughter were called to the police station. The couple also planned to go see what was happening. Just as they reached the door, they heard Song Mingqing shouting and scolding inside. "You beast, I work hard at home every day, and you're out there with another woman? Your illegitimate child is already a few years old? How can you be so unfaithful to me? When you married me, you knelt and promised to treat me well. Is that what you call being good? You want me to prove it? You're dreaming. Officer, please arrest these 2 wicked women and sentence them. I don't mind if my daughter has a father who has served time." Hearing this, Granny Xia was furious. "Song Mingqing, you wicked woman. You can't have children yourself and blame our Alang for going out to find a woman?
What?
If I can't have children, does he go around having affairs? If he really wanted a son, he should divorce me. Why cheat and make me wear a green hat? And you, old gossip, always asking me for money. Are you supporting this evil child?" Song Mingqing yelled loudly, rushing to fight Granny Xia. "I'll fight you. You old woman, always calling me a hen that can't lay eggs, but you let your son have affairs and hide criminals. You'll be caught and shot too." In her anger, she tore at Granny Xia's face, then turned to punch and kick Xiaoing. Last night, Xiaoling and Zhang Xiara were beaten and until dawn. They were covered in bruises and injuries, too weak to fight back against Song Mingqing's abuse, just watching helplessly as they became punching bags. The police nearby understood what happened. They sympathized with Song Mingqing, who had a simple daughter, and didn't step in to help. Especially since her daughter looked like an angel. Whenever they tried to stop her, she would tug at their sleeves and cry. Who could bear that? Enough! Xiaoling's face, swollen and marked with fingernail scratches, roared in anger. He glared at Song Mingqing, grinding his teeth. "You wicked woman! Don't think I don't know what you did. Last night, you sent someone to steal from my house, and you even set fire to burn half my yard. Officer, this wicked woman is a thief and arsonist. Arrest her now. If you want me to go to jail, neither she nor the fool will have a good time." Smack! Song Mingqing slapped him hard. "Xiaoling, I just found out you have another home outside. You've been unfaithful and now you're blaming me? What proof do you have? Without evidence, you're just slandering me." Granny Xia glared fiercely at her, then pulled Xiaoing to question her. "Xiaoing, tell the truth. Where was your mother last night?" To her, this granddaughter was simple and wouldn't lie. Xiaoing was so frightened she trembled all over, tears falling nonstop like broken beads. She lowered her head and didn't dare look at Grandma Xia, choking as she spoke. "Last night, my mom and I stayed at a hotel. We didn't go anywhere. Grandma, please don't hit me. I'm not stupid. I can feed myself and dress myself. Please don't hit my mom. I beg you." Xiaoing cried and was about to kneel. Grandma Xia angrily pushed her away. "You little brat, you're talking nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart." After finally sending away these 2 troublemakers, Grandma Xia was very happy and even had a good dream that night. But the next morning, she heard the terrible news that her son was arrested, their house burned down, money stolen, and valuables taken. She immediately fainted from anger. What kind of sin had she committed? Dealing with such a daughter-in-law? Hey, Xiaolanhua. Let's talk nicely. Why are you bullying the child? The nearby police immediately protected Xiaoing behind them. All right, we've asked enough questions. It's none of your business anymore. The Civil Affairs Bureau is just across the street. You can go there and get your divorce papers. Everyone could see clearly that the Xia family was a trouble spot. It was probably better for Song Mingqing to leave with her daughter. As they argued and left the house, they bumped into Ji-wan and the others. Big sister. Seeing Ji-wan, Xiaoing happily ran over. Big sister, you're here too?
Yes.
Ji-wan listened carefully to their quarrel. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her sister's tears and quietly praised, Xiaoing, you're so good. That's how you should be. She giggled nonstop, holding Ji-wan's hand and reluctant to let go. Song Mingqing and her daughter came back with their divorce papers. Ji-wan then sneered coldly at Grandma Xia. Since that yard was burned down, I won't share your family's property anymore. After your son and that troublemaker go to jail, you'll need that half of the house to raise your grandson.
You.
Grandma Xia was so angry she almost fainted, pointing at Song Mingqing and gasping for breath. Ji-wan appeared just in time, pulling out a debt note from her pocket. Xiaolanhua, don't forget, you still owe me 5,000 yuan. Grandma Xia's face twisted with rage. She screamed and tried to rush forward to grab it. Song Mingqing reacted quickly, stepping in front of Ji-wan and slapping Grandma Xia. If you lay a finger on my daughter, I won't let you go. Vile woman, I'll kill you all. She crazily charged forward, but before she could even touch Song Mingqing or Ji-wan's clothes, she rolled her eyes and fainted, collapsing to the ground. Song Mingqing quickly took 2 steps back and shouted at Xiaolang, who was handcuffed. Oh, Xiaolang, your mother has died. Xiaolang turned his head and saw the old woman on the ground. He was shocked and burst into silent tears. Mom, how are you? Wake up. Amid the noise, Zhang Xiaoro and her son, who were taking notes, came out from the next room. They looked badly hurt, with bruised faces. Seeing Song Mingqing and the others, their eyes were full of resentment. Song Mingqing was not afraid. She spat at her in front of everyone and then left with Ji-wan and the others. While Xia Bozi and the others were at the police station, Song Mingqing took the opportunity to return and raid the house again. She took out the keys and opened the door, emptying the Xia family house once more. Anything that could be moved was taken, not even a chopping board was left. Outside, Xiao Kai was waiting. They all loaded everything onto the car. Familiar neighbors saw this and came over to gossip. Miss Song, did you really divorce Xiaolang? Tears in her eyes, Song Mingqing replied, yes. Xiaolang was cheating outside, and the son he had with that woman is already 6 or 7 years old. Do you think I would stay if I didn't divorce? Staying there to serve those animals? The aunts looked angry. Oh heavens, Xiaolang is not human. How could he treat you like that? No wonder he said he didn't want to have children. Turns out he was raising her outside.
Exactly.
He's shameless. Miss Song, you and your daughter are starving and cold, and they've been using your money to raise that illegitimate child. Song Mingqing wiped her tears. Fortunately, I divorced him. Xiaolang did such terrible things, and the police will punish him. The textile factory will surely fire him. Soon he'll have nothing, and it will be his punishment. The aunts cheered and clapped, agreeing strongly. Women in this era had it hard, especially Song Mingqing, who also had a silly daughter. After the divorce, she didn't know how to go on. Everyone looked at her with sympathy. Song Mingqing didn't delay any longer. She said goodbye and left. When asked where she was going, she gave vague answers. It was a joke. If she revealed the truth now, what if Xiaolang, that shameless man, came looking for her? But these days, having an affair wasn't considered a crime, only moral condemnation. If she sued for defamation or slander, she might be able to keep them locked up for a few months. Everyone got into the car and went to the east side of the city. Tang Jianhong rented a small yard near the military district, costing only 8 yuan a month. It was just right for Song Mingqing and her daughter to live in. Everyone hurriedly moved the furniture inside. After a simple arrangement, the couple took the children out for a meal. After all the fuss, Tang Jianhong and Xiao Kai each received a few packs of cigarettes and 20 yuan as a thank you fee. They refused to accept it, but Lin Jingnan, with a stern face, insisted on giving it to them. By dusk, Ji-wan and her husband said goodbye to Song Mingqing and her daughter and went back home. At the same time, over at the Xia family house, only Grandma Xia and her chubby grandson returned. Xiaoing and Zhang Xiaro were held at the police station, so she had to bring her grandson. Taking advantage of the darkness, she sneaked back home with her grandson. She took out the key, opened the door, and found the house completely empty. It looked like a house with nothing inside. Suddenly, she realized what had happened and let out a loud cry. Oh heavens! Song Mingqing, you beast! May you be struck by lightning and meet a bad end. You gave birth to a son with no sense. My home has been emptied by you. I will call the police. Call the police. As she shouted, neighbors rushed over. When they learned what the Xia mother and son had done, they pointed at her angrily, spat at her, and threw all the trash they could find into her house. Her grandson had never seen such a scene and was so frightened that he started crying loudly. I don't want you. I want my parents. I want to go back. This isn't my home. This isn't. He remembered just yesterday he was living in a big yard, sleeping under a new quilt, eating big fish and meat, living a good life. But in just one day, he hadn't eaten or slept well. Now he was in this broken place, being hit and scolded. How could he bear it? He sat on the ground, crying and wailing loudly, disturbing the entire neighborhood. The neighbors couldn't sleep and, angry, reported to the authorities. That night, they drove the grandmother and grandson out of the yard. There was no choice but for Grandma Xia to take her grandson back to the burned-down yard. Ignoring the mess, they slept on a table all night. Ji-won didn't know any of this. When they reached home and turned off the lights, Lin Zhengnan took out the key and was about to open the door when hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Then Yu appeared. Mommy, Daddy? The couple turned around when they heard the voice and saw their obedient daughter. Before they could speak, Yu started crying sadly. The little girl's face turned red from crying, tears covering her face, and she was gasping for breath. Ji-won felt heartbroken and quickly went over to hold her. Don't cry, don't cry. Mommy and Daddy are back. We went out for a couple of days. Did we scare our little one? Yu couldn't speak and kept hiccuping from crying. Lin Zhengnan saw Ji-won holding her with some difficulty, so he simply stepped forward and took the child. Her open coat just happened to be unbuttoned, completely wrapping fish inside, leaving only a round little head and 2 small pigtails visible.
Wow, wow, wow.
The little face was buried in Lin Jingnan's chest, tears and snot smudging his clothes. Zhou Qiaoyu hurried over in a rush, and when she saw the family of 3, she finally relaxed. Little one, Commander Lin, you're back? Ji-won smiled. Yes, these past few days, Sister Zhou has been helping me watch the child. Zhou Qiaoyu let out a small laugh. Fish is very well behaved. When I'm busy, she plays nearby, so I don't have to worry. Also, Xiao Jun from across the street takes her out during the day, so I don't need to worry at all. I thought you wouldn't come back today either. I was about to boil water for the little girl to take a bath when I turned around and saw the child was gone. I was almost scared out of my wits. Whenever she's free, she comes here to see us, eagerly waiting for you to come home. Ji-won's heart softened completely. No wonder as soon as they returned, Fish knew. The little girl must have waited a long time. Seeing her crying so sadly, Lin Zhengnan rarely kissed her forehead. Perhaps because being in her father's arms felt so safe, Fish cried for a while, then gradually quieted down, sniffling as she looked at Zhou Qiaoyu. All right, it's good that you're back. By the way, here's the key. I'm going now. Zhou Qiaoyu handed over the key, and Ji-won took it, nodding repeatedly. Okay, come to my house for lunch tomorrow. I'll cook something delicious for you. Zhou Qiaoyu knew she was doing this to thank her for helping watch the child, so she agreed without hesitation.
Deal.
You two should rest early too. After she left, Fish still said goodbye in a childish voice. Bye, Auntie. Ji-won smiled, pinching her daughter's little face, and asked, Do you miss Mom and Dad? Fish nodded, eyes red, tears on her small face, adorable and pitiful. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Ji-won quickly made a sad face. Nonsense. We went to see your grandma and auntie. In a few days, we'll take you to see them, okay? Fish raised her little hand and rubbed her wet eyelashes. Little Auntie Chun? No, little Auntie Ying. Fish smiled. Okay, I miss them a little. The little girl was very serious, just like she was supposed to be. Ji-won kissed her cheek and said, Let's go. Get ready for bed. Since her daughter was handed over to Lin Jingnan, she could only go wash with hot water from the thermos. The household's coal fire was too late to start now, so the 2 pots of hot water could only be used for washing her face and feet. Tonight, we couldn't take a bath. After a simple wash-up, the family of 3 all went back to bed. Perhaps because they were too scared after Mom and Dad left, the little girl decided to sleep between them. After covering herself with a blanket and falling asleep quickly, Ji-won gently stroked her hair and whispered, Since we weren't here last night, you probably didn't sleep well. Look how tired she is. Lin Jingnan nodded.
Probably.
The daughter's face was rosy. Ji-won directed him, Pass me the snow cream next to you. I want to gently apply it to her face. Lin Jingnan did as she asked. After applying it, the little girl's face looked much more moisturized. Ji-won also rubbed her hands and was about to turn off the light when she looked up and saw Lin Jingnan staring at her eagerly. His narrow eyes shone with a faint look of expectation. What's wrong? Lin Jingnan pressed his lips together. Nothing. Are you going to sleep?
Yivan Chakelad.
What do you think? Captain Lin, I still have a little one inside me. We can't do anything else, right? Seeing her teasing tone, Lin Jingnan's ears turned slightly red. He quickly looked away to turn off the light. When he lay back down, a soft hand suddenly reached over his face.
Yivan smiled.
I have a lot of snow cream on my hands. Let me put some on your face to take care of your skin. Hearing this, Lin Jingnan's alarm bells rang. He hurriedly grabbed her delicate wrist. Why would a man do that? It makes me look like a woman. This was the first time Ji-won heard him say such a thing. She couldn't help but laugh and stubbornly leaned in. Just put it on at home. No one will know. Plus, it smells nice and feels good. She deliberately took a breath and exhaled warm air onto Lin Jingnan's face, making him a little nervous. Under his intense gaze, Ji-won smiled and leaned down to kiss his face. It smells so good. Lin Jingnan was stunned. He felt like his wife was teasing him. All right, go to sleep. Ji-won took a deep breath and quickly lay down, speaking 2 words as if risking her life. She wanted to tease Lin Jingnan a bit more, but was worried it would cause trouble for herself. Her baby wasn't yet a month old, so she had to hold back. She could wait until the end of the month. Thinking about it, Ji-won felt a bit impatient. Lin Jingnan didn't understand what was going on. He thought his wife had something on her mind. When he turned to look, he saw she had already closed her eyes. Feeling sorry for her tiredness these past days, he didn't disturb her. Ji-won slept deeply that night and didn't wake until nearly noon the next day. When she opened her eyes, only a pot of orchid grass swayed gently in the room. Her husband and child were nowhere to be seen. She was startled and quickly changed her clothes to go outside. As she pushed open the door, she heard children playing happily in the yard. Second sister, I want to play shuttlecock too. Wait, I'll kick it to you. A little girl with twin braids kicked the shuttlecock over, and Yu happily ran to pick it up. Throw it to me. Throw it to me. Another little girl caught it and continued to kick. Yu was in the middle, acting as the shuttlecock collector. Zhao Xiaojun saw the little girls working hard and felt a bit sorry. Why don't you let Yu kick too? Before the sisters could explain, Yu smiled happily with her hands in her pockets. I can't let them play. I like watching. Zhao Xiaojun didn't like her being bossed around like that and reached out his hand. You, come on, I'll take you to play. The little girl shook her head, her ponytail bouncing as she tilted her head. No, I want to watch them play shuttlecock. Zhao Xiaojun's enthusiasm was suddenly cooled down. When he looked up, he saw Ji-won had appeared at the door without him noticing. He immediately straightened up and greeted her from afar.
Hello, auntie.
Hearing this, the sisters turned their heads and saw Ji-won. They were startled and hurriedly called out,
Teacher Ji.
They quickly picked up the shuttlecock from the ground and tried to run away.
Yivan smiled gently.
Why are you so afraid of me? Am I that scary? Both sisters are granddaughters of a gossiping old lady, and one of them had met Ji-won before at the station. At that time, the little girl looked down and seemed timid. It had only been 2 months, but she seemed much livelier now. Next to her was her younger sister, who had always lived in the residential compound, and Ji-won knew her. No. She heard that Ji-won was a teacher and might teach her in the future. The older girl was a bit scared. Now, looking at her, she didn't seem so serious or frightening. Ji-won smiled and asked, Would you like to come in and sit for a while? The sisters quickly shook their heads, making up a clumsy excuse. My grandma is calling us. Goodbye, Teacher Ji. Seeing them run away quickly, Zhao Xiaojun also scratched his head.
Mom.
Yu saw Ji-won and happily ran over, hugging her and asking, Mom, are you awake now? Ji-won gently tousled her hair. Yes, I've slept enough. Your dad has gone to training? Yes. Zhao Xiaojun, looking a bit rough, came over. Aunt Ji, why are Daya and the others so afraid of you? I feel like you're much kinder than before.
Yivan chuckled.
So, you're not afraid of me now, right?
What?
Why would I be afraid of you? I don't do anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. He pounded his chest loudly, looking proud. Did you help take care of Yu yesterday? Zhao Xiaojun confidently followed Ji-won inside. Auntie Ji, who told you that? Your Aunt Zhou behind you. Haven't you and Uncle Lin been away these days? She said you helped look after your sister. Zhao Xiaojun smiled with his eyes. She's my sister, so I have to take care of her. I just asked her to sleep at my house, but she didn't want to. Ji-won knew the kids played well together and liked to sleep close, sharing secrets. But Yu had been told many times about boys and girls being different, and she strictly followed that, so she didn't agree. It's not just about sleeping. She now doesn't easily go to others' houses to play. Auntie Ji, do you think Yu doesn't like me anymore? Ji-won smiled and looked at Yu, who tugged her ear and hummed. Brother Xiaojun, no. Mom said I can't sleep over at others' houses. Zhao Xiaojun argued confidently. Then why did you go to Aunt Zhou's house the day before yesterday? Yu blinked. Aunt Zhou is Mom's friend, right? But my mom is also Aunt Ji's friend. We're all friends. Seeing them almost arguing over this, Ji-won quickly stepped in to mediate. Stop arguing. Yu tends to kick off her blanket at night, and if you sleep with her and don't cover her, what if she catches a cold? Zhao Xiaojun wasn't convinced. I take good care of people. Ji-won looked doubtful. Really? Then why did your mom say you can't even cover yourself properly at night? Zhao Xiaojun blushed. That was when I was little. I'm grown up now. I can cover myself well. Yu pouted. I don't want to go. She had her own little plans, but didn't say anything. Ji-won clapped her hands. To thank Xiaojun for watching over my sister. Come to my place for lunch later. I'll also invite Aunt Zhou from behind. Zhao Xiaojun hadn't eaten at her place in a long time. Hearing this, he jumped with joy. Really? Yes. You keep watching Yu for me, and I'll see what to cook for lunch. Okay. Zhao Xiaojun eagerly did his best, almost staring at Yu. The little girl, despite her young age, was clever. She looked around and saw the sofa was a bit messy, so she directly ordered Zhao Xiaojun to work. He swept the floor and tidied the sofa, busy and happy. When Lin Zhengnan returned, Ji-won was slicing cured meat. This was brought by her mother-in-law earlier. If they didn't eat it soon, they wouldn't know how long it would last. Are there guests at home today? Such a big feast? Besides the cured meat, there was a fish, some lean meat, 2 pieces of tofu, and a bag of bean sprouts. The stove looked almost full. Ji-won glanced at him briefly. Go call Sister Zhou over. I'll be ready to eat soon. Didn't you thank her last night for helping with the kids? Only then did Lin Zhengnan remember, and nodding, he prepared to leave. He took Yu to call Zhou Qiaoyu. Zhou Qiaoyu had completely forgotten about this, and was about to cook when she heard the news, and smiled happily. All right, I'll come right away. I don't even know what to eat. The group headed to the Lin family's house. When they reached the door, they saw two figures approaching from afar. The man was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, looking quite imposing, but he was short, with slicked back hair and a big belly, which was not very appealing. The woman wore a dress with a small jacket, arm linked with the man's, almost leaning on him entirely. They walked over proudly, carrying big and small bags, showing off. Lin Zhengnan glanced at them lightly, and then looked away, carrying Yu into the yard, seeming completely indifferent. Only Zhao Xiaojun and Zhou Qiaoyu were left standing at the door, stunned. Zhou Qiaoyu was watching the scene, and Zhao Xiaojun was the one being watched. Xiaojun, does that woman look like your aunt? His aunt? Isn't that Liu Xiaoqin? Ever since he found out about her embarrassing deeds, Zhao Xiaojun didn't know how to face her. Now she was dressed flamboyantly, holding hands with a greasy man, and he couldn't accept it. His face turned red, and he didn't answer. Zhou Qiaoyu pouted and watched the scene unfold. From far away, before the two people came over, she loudly asked, "Hey, isn't that Liu's sister from across the street?" Liu's sister? What have you been doing lately?
Got rich or something.
Seeing Zhou Qiaoyu, Liu Xiaoqin clenched her teeth, her eyes changed, and she dragged Ren Tao over here. She still remembered the last time she and Li Lanlan came to cause trouble, and it was this Zhou person who came to slander her as a spy. She looked Zhou Qiaoyu up and down, unable to hide her contempt. I thought it was some big lady. Turns out it's Comrade Zhou. Why are you dressed so shabby? What are you planning to do? Zhou Qiaoyu looked down at her outfit, which was clean and neat, standing straight and proper. It wasn't as bad as she had said. She understood that she was trying to give herself a warning, so Zhou Qiaoyu smiled. Isn't this just a chat? Miss Liu, you've really hit the jackpot, huh? Wearing gold and silver, living like a rich wife, probably enjoying more than you ever did before. Seeing Liu Xiaoqin's proud face, she glanced at Ren Tao, who was quite overweight. Who is this uncle? Could he be Liu's father?
You.
Liu Xiaoqin's face turned green with anger. Seeing Ren Tao's dark expression, who was already older, made him look even older when he scowled. Unintentionally, she linked her arm with his a little more loosely. Ren Tao noticed this change, and his face turned even greener. What nonsense are you talking? Director Ren is my boyfriend. Zhou Qiaoyu clicked her tongue. I was just about to say that since you're a woman, even if you're close to your father, you wouldn't hold hands like that. So he's your boyfriend? She shook her head and clapped her hands happily. Comrade Liu is really clever. You've taken a few decades wrong turn. This man is so much older than you. Once he kicks the bucket, all the family's wealth will be yours. Liu Xiaoqin did have this thought, but saying it out loud was another matter. She denied it immediately. You're talking. I truly love Ren Tao. Wow, you have quite the taste. Liu Xiaoqin didn't want to argue with her anymore and turned to look at Zhao Xiaojun beside her. She had been here for so long, but her nephew hadn't even said hello. Liu Xiaoqin felt her heart sink. She had come from the countryside and poured her heart out to Zhao Xiaojun, but now, after hearing Liu Yun's words, he was ignoring her. Liu Xiaoqin was both angry and upset. Xiaojun, why are you so rude after not seeing me for a while? Don't you even know to greet your aunt? Zhao Xiaojun looked at the two of them and was hit by a strong, unpleasant smell. He liked Liu Xiaoqin very much, but she wasn't a good person. Still, he greeted her politely.
Auntie.
He showed the necessary manners. And, this is your aunt's husband.
Call him that.
Zhao Xiaojun looked again at Ren Tao, who was old and ugly, and found it hard to speak. Although his aunt was a bit mischievous, he didn't want her to marry someone like him. He thought it was like putting flowers in cow dung. In his heart, Teacher Ji was the most handsome. Once she was married, She should marry someone like Uncle Lin, a strong military officer, not someone like this fat, dull man. Feeling upset inside, he angrily shouted loudly, "He's not my sister-in-law." Liu Xiaoqin felt a bit embarrassed, let out a sigh, and explained to Ren Tao, "Kids just don't understand. Where's your mom? Has your dad finished training? Hurry, take me to your house." Hearing her commanding tone, Zhao Xiaojun felt almost too upset to bear. He dreams that his aunt can change for the better and live peacefully with them like before, but now it seems like just a wish. His nose tingled, and he glared at Ren Tao, then turned and walked into the Lin family house without looking back. Ren Tao looked very unhappy. If he didn't need help, would he come here to suffer this annoyance? "Xiaojun, why are you running? I bought you lots of snacks. Come with me." Zhao Xiaojun didn't even turn his head the whole time. Liu Xiaoqin looked a bit uncomfortable and asked Zhou Qiaoyu, "Are my sister and them not home? Why is Xiaojun here?" She was worried about missing her chance. Zhou Qiaoyu was about to explain, but looked up to see Ji-won at the door. Her dishes were ready, and she was about to start cooking when she went out and saw Zhou Qiaoyu wasn't there. She thought Zhou Qiaoyu was still hesitating, so she wiped her hands, tied her apron, and looked for her. As she stepped outside, she was attracted by a few people outside the yard. Liu Xiaoqin? Why did she come here? Wasn't the last time she was hurt by her enough? "Oh, Xiaowan is here? Xiaowan, come quickly. Comrade Liu is just talking and laughing with me." Surprised, she saw Zhou Qiaoyu waving at her, with a look full of schadenfreude, signaling her to come see the fun. She calmly nodded and stepped forward. Liu Xiaoqin and the others also looked over. When they saw Ji-won, Ren Tao's pupils shrank, and he froze in place. This woman is so beautiful. Last time in the cafeteria, he didn't see clearly from afar, but now he felt overwhelmed by her beauty. His heart missed a beat. She was only wearing a thin shirt, with an apron tied around her waist, looking very gentle, like a good wife and mother. Thinking about coming home after work to find such a wife cooking in the kitchen, he felt he could die happily from her beauty. Next to him, Liu Xiaoqin saw how infatuated he was and glared at Ji-won. That little brat, a fox spirit, always flirting everywhere. She was worried her partner might be stolen, so she quickly pulled Ren Tao aside. When Ren Tao looked down, he saw her pleading face, with poor makeup, and suddenly lost his appetite. "So it's Sister Liu. You came to see the sister-in-law across the street?" Ji-won arrived and stood with Zhou Qiaoyu. "Exactly. She brought her partner along too." Zhou Qiaoyu gave a subtle glance. Ji-won looked over and met the lingering gaze of Ren Tao, feeling disgusted. Liu Xiaoqin deliberately shook the bag she was holding. "I'm here to see my sister. Since I left, she's been pregnant and busy taking care of Xiaojun and my brother-in-law. She's probably overwhelmed. I bought some nourishing supplements for her. All imported goods from the Friendship store. Very expensive. You probably haven't seen them before, right? Look at these ginseng and winter caterpillar fungi. I bet you country folks have never even heard of them." Ji-won raised an eyebrow, half smiling. Ren Tao was happy to show off in front of the pretty girl and joined in. "Xiaoqin, why say that? These are common items. I wonder if our big sister likes them." Zhou Qiaoyu was furious at their show-off and bragging, but Ji-won remained calm. "So, this is Liu Jia's boyfriend?" Hearing her finally shift her attention to him, Ren Tao puffed up proudly. He reached out to shake Ji-won's hand, his short fingers with long nails making people feel uncomfortable. Before she could answer, Lin Jingnan's deep voice came from behind. "I heard that Comrade Ren is the director of a factory."
Which factory is it?
His cold, commanding tone immediately drew everyone's attention. He unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt and rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong arms. Liu Xiaoqin couldn't help but feel a bit moved, especially compared to Ren Tao beside him. One seemed like heaven, the other like earth. Seeing him, even Ren Tao, who is usually confident, felt a little inferior. Noticing the hostility in Lin Jingnan's eyes, he understood that he was warning him to stay away from Ji-won. "Husband, why are you out here?" Ignoring Liu Xiaoqin's jealous, twisted look, Ji-won went over and held his arm. Weren't you washing vegetables? Yeah, I saw you guys didn't come in, so I came out to look. Since Director Ren had already introduced himself, Lin Zhengnan naturally wouldn't fall behind. He approached the group politely and extended his hand to Ren Tao.
Hello, Comrade Ren.
I am Xiaowan's husband, Lin Zhengnan. Knowing that everyone living in this family compound held official titles, Ren Tao didn't dare offend him. He quickly and politely reached out his hand. Hello, Comrade Lin. Lin Zhengnan gently squeezed his hand, causing Ren Tao to grimace in pain. His face twisted, and his legs went weak, feeling like his entire arm had gone numb. Comrade Ren, which factory are you the director of? Your salary must be pretty high. With so many nice things, you can't get them for less than a few hundred yuan. The friendship store needs foreign exchange coupons, so it seems your background is quite strong. From his words, it was clear he suspected that Ren Tao's money came from illegal sources. Ren Tao felt guilty and didn't dare to answer. He simply forced a stiff smile, pulled his hand away, and exhaled deeply to relax. Ji-won, holding his arm with a hint of meaning, said, Isn't that right? Director Ren is very rich. Following him, Sister Liu really has a good life. Last time we met at the clothing shop, Sister Liu said Director Ren was very good to her, bought her lots of jewelry, and said he liked to spoil her. He even bought several hundred yuan worth of clothes when he was happy. Hearing this, Liu Xiaoqin's face turned pale. All her previous displeasure vanished, replaced by guilt, and she hurriedly pulled Ren Tao to leave. Brother Tao, let's go find my sister first. Anyway, they're just strangers, not worth wasting our time. However, Ren Tao's expression changed. He looked coldly at Liu Xiaoqin. He wondered how he didn't know about her buying clothes worth hundreds of yuan at the clothing shop. Liu Xiaoqin didn't dare meet his gaze. Afraid of punishment when they got back, she lied that the money had been stolen by pickpockets. She had been too proud earlier and completely forgotten about this. Ren Tao remembered his purpose for coming and glared at Liu Xiaoqin, grinding his teeth. We'll settle this with you later. For now, the matter at hand was the most important. Seeing that he didn't lose his temper immediately, Liu Xiaoqin breathed a sigh of relief and shot Ji-won a quick glare, making a mental note of the incident. Zhou Qiaoyu sensed something was wrong and exclaimed, Wow, Liu girl is really lucky. She found a rich man, and he buys her clothes worth hundreds. I'm so jealous. Ji-won chimed in, Exactly. Sister Liu is truly capable. Even remarriage has gone so well for her. Seeing Liu Xiaoqin hurriedly leave with her tail between her legs, the two exchanged glances and turned back. How did Liu comrade come here? Didn't she get chased out by her sister-in-law from the opposite side? Zhou Qiaoyu muttered, and then snorted. I think she came here just to show off. Bringing a fat man over, who knows who she's trying to impress. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Yun's stern shout came from across the street.
Get out.
Ji-won looked back and saw Liu Xiaoqin and Ren Tao being pushed out by Liu Yun. Liu Yun's belly was growing bigger, and Liu Xiaoqin and the others didn't dare to fight back. They could only stand aside and speak kindly. Ji-won couldn't bear it and went inside to wash her hands and continue cooking. Zhou Qiaoyu also came over to help. Ever since Zhao Xiaojun saw his aunt, he has been very quiet and reserved. He ignored whatever Yu said and only looked across the room from time to time. Lin Zhengnan saw everything and asked him, Why don't you go over and check on her? Zhao Xiaojun shook his head quickly. I won't go. Yu stepped closer, holding his hand to comfort him. Brother Xiaojun, don't go. Your aunt is a bad person. I don't like her. Zhao Xiaojun felt a little sad. His aunt used to be so kind. Why has she changed so much? He couldn't accept this change and sniffled, asking, Do you also dislike her? Yu nodded seriously, her eyes wide and round. Yes, she's pretty disgusting.
Disgusting?
Can that word be used to describe a person? Zhao Xiaojun frowned and asked, Do you know what disgusting means? Yu explained seriously, It just means I don't want to see her anymore. The snail in our yard is disgusting. Zhao Xiaojun became honest and didn't continue talking to her. After working hard, they finally finished eating, but he still felt distracted. Ji-Yuan glanced at him and suggested, Xiao Jun, maybe you should finish eating quickly and go check on her? Xiao Jun responded with a nod and focused on eating his rice. His Aunt Ji's cooking was delicious, and he wanted to eat enough before going. But just as he reached the door, he heard a loud shout from inside. Suddenly, there was a slap, and Liu Xiaoqin was slapped. The door opened, and she was pushed out directly. Covering her face, she looked at Liu Yun with resentment. Her respect for her sister was gone, replaced by hatred. Next to them, Ren Tao was still trying to speak kindly. Big sister Xiaoqin. Who the heck is your big sister? You're more than 10 years older than me, so I should call you uncle. Why are you pretending to be related? Liu Yun was furious. He grabbed a nearby gift and threw it at them. Get out. All of you, get out. Liu Xiaoqin, from now on, I cut all ties with you. You are no longer my sister, and you're no longer part of the Liu family. Hearing this, Liu Xiaoqin couldn't hold back anymore. Her eyes reddened as she roared. Do you think I care? After all these years of working like a horse for you, I'm tired. A country bumpkin. Who would want you as my sister? The Liu family is so poor, it's your fault I ended up like this. Okay, it's all our fault. We can't afford to keep you, a city girl. Hurry up and leave.
Seeing you two makes me sick.
Liu Yun waved her hand and threw everything outside. Old Zhao, go to the gatekeeper later and give a heads up. Don't let them in anymore, to avoid bad luck. Xiaoyang knew she was serious and nodded. Okay. Liu Xiaoqin didn't expect the couple to be so ruthless. Anger filled her, and she started to curse loudly. Liu Yun, you shameless person, I took care of you all this time. Now you ask for a favor and you want to cut ties with me? You're ungrateful, a beast. You don't even remember our old feelings. How dare you call me names? We sold everything to send you to school, and now your head is full of nonsense. Ask around the village. Many people can't even afford to eat, and you're a high school graduate, a scholar, yet you talk so uneducated? Unable to hold back, Liu Yun rushed over and grabbed Liu Xiaoqin's hair, slapping her several times. Back then, when you wanted to find that worker, how did I tell you? I said their family was a trap, but you insisted on jumping in. And look what happened. That guy is just a fool. Later, I saw your situation and felt sorry for you. Begged my parents and relatives to get you a teaching job at the local elementary school. You didn't teach well, and all you thought about was how to steal your husband's attention and cheat. After you were fired from the school, I thought you had nowhere to go. I sent you back to your hometown to take college entrance exams. I supported you. Was that not enough? Ask around our village or our family compound. Who cares so much for their sister? And now you call me ungrateful? I am not ungrateful. I am a fool. Even now, I hope you can turn over a new leaf. Today, I want everyone to witness, Liu Yun and I are done. After a few more slaps, Liu Xiaoqin's face swelled up like a pig's head. Liu Yun, still not satisfied, pushed her to the ground and started punching and kicking her, as if trying to hurt her badly. Ren Tao didn't know women could fight so fiercely and dared not step in. He had no right to interfere. He originally wanted Zhao Yang to help, but now, if he bullied his wife, there was no room for negotiation. Liu Xiaoqin curled up and endured the first few slaps, but she couldn't take it anymore. With a stern face and a sharp scream, she shouted, "Get lost. Who wants to serve you as a sister?" She suddenly pushed Liu Yun away. Fortunately, Zhao Yang had been watching and rushed over to support his wife. Liu Yun staggered back several steps, finally breathing a sigh of relief when she fell into Zhao Yang's arms. Looking at her husband, who was defending her, and at her sister, who now seemed like her enemy, she cried tears of frustration. Knowing full well she was several months pregnant and that any mistake could cost 2 lives, Liu Xiaoqin still pushed her away. Liu Yun gave up completely and even looked at them with disgust. Old Zhao, throw them out. She was no longer hysterical, only exhausted. Feeling sorry for his wife, Zhao Yang scolded him with a serious face. Liu Xiaoqin, have you no conscience? Your sister did so much for you, and you not only show no gratitude, but treat her like an enemy. Truly, Great kindness can be repaid with great resentment. Your sister is so pregnant, and you can be so cruel to push her. If something happens to her or the baby, I will make you pay.
Get out. Don't step into my house again.
He helped Liu Yun into the house, then turned to see Liu Xiaoqin still sitting on the ground, refusing to move. He picked up a nearby and rushed over, frightening both of them into panic. Zhao Xiaojun followed and saw everything clearly. From initial disbelief to now anger, he clenched his teeth and picked up a stone from the roadside to throw. Get out of my house. Without you, my aunt, I will never recognize you again. Liu Xiaoqin was eager to hear that and sneered coldly.
Who needs you?
Little brat. Zhao Xiaojun was deeply disappointed when she insulted him like that. Seeing them run away in fear, he wiped his tears and went back home. When he opened the door, he saw Liu Yun sitting on the sofa, pale, and Zhao Yang beside her, trembling with fear. Wife, what's wrong? Liu Yun tightly held his arm, trying to get up but unable to, wanting to sit but unable to. She maintained the pose, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, old Zhao, my stomach hurts so much. I can't take it anymore. Quickly, take me to the hospital. Zhao Yang's forehead was covered in sweat as he hurriedly picked up Liu Yun and ran outside. Xiaojun, stay home and watch. I'll take your mom to the hospital. Zhao Xiaojun was also terrified, standing blankly for a moment before breaking down and crying loudly. He bit his lip but dared not cry out loud, tears falling uncontrollably. He calmed down, looked around, and saw that the food on the table hadn't been touched. He quickly wiped his tears, tidied up the dishes, and put the remaining food into the cupboard. He remembered that Grandma Feng from across the street had once brought chicken soup for his mother to help her recover. He hurried to the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets. Sure enough, he saw a large jar nearby with half a chicken chilled inside. Since his mother's pregnancy, the family hadn't run out of chicken meat. He quickly grabbed it, closed the door, and ran across the street. Aunt Ji, are you resting? After dinner, Ji-wan and the others were sitting in the backyard enjoying the cool breeze. They heard some noise and turned around, seeing Zhao Xiaojun running over, sweaty, carrying half a chicken. What's going on? Xiaojun, what are you doing? Zhou Qiaoyu peeked behind him and asked curiously, did your little aunt go back? As soon as she said this, the boy seemed to react strongly. She's not my little aunt. Just now, Liu Xiaoqin and her sister argued loudly, and since they live across the street, they definitely heard everything clearly. Everyone knew they had a falling out and cut ties, so Zhao Xiaojun's denial was understandable. Zhou Qiaoyu felt she had said the wrong thing and looked embarrassed. She quickly changed the subject and asked again. Liu Xiaoqin left? Zhao Xiaojun nodded. She's not coming back anymore. My mom was so upset she had stomach pain, and my dad took her to the hospital.
What?
Both Zhou Qiaoyu and the others were so shocked they stood up quickly. At this time, medical conditions weren't very good. If something serious happened during pregnancy, it could be very dangerous. As women, Ji-wan and the others were very worried. Your mom's stomach pain? How is she now? Zhao Xiaojun was also very worried, pacing anxiously. I don't know. My dad told me to stay home and watch her because that ungrateful person, my parents haven't even eaten yet. He looked at Ji-wan and begged, Aunt Ji, can you help me stew this half chicken? Chicken soup is good for health. When it's ready, I'll take it to my mom. Ji-wan naturally agreed without hesitation. She understood the importance of close neighbors over distant relatives. Okay. She took the half chicken into the kitchen. Originally, Zhou Qiaoyu wanted to hear Liu Xiaoqin's jokes, but now she had no mood for that. Why haven't your parents eaten yet? Should I make something for them to take over? Despite being young, Zhao Xiaojun was quite capable in a crisis and could handle things well. No need. There's food at home. When my dad comes back, he can heat it up and eat. If I'm really hungry, isn't there a cafeteria at the hospital? He then looked worried about Liu Yun, his eyes turning red as he asked Zhou Qiaoyu. Aunt Zhou, do you think my mom will be okay? And what about the second baby inside her? This boy thought a lot. Zhou Qiaoyu patted his head to comfort him.
Definitely fine.
Your mom is lucky. She'll be fine. She probably just got upset earlier and was angry.
Going to see a doctor should be fine.
Zhao Xiaojun thanked her and hurriedly left. Why is he in such a rush? In the kitchen, Jiwon heard the noise and responded. Brother Xiao has handed the house over to Xiaojun.
He must go back to watch over it.
I wonder how Sister Liu is doing. Once the chicken soup is ready, let's go see her together. Zhou Qiaoyu quickly agreed. Okay. They couldn't go empty-handed, so she hurried home to look around and see if there was anything worth taking. They had once partnered to sell bean sprouts. If Liu Yun hadn't spoken up a few times, the business might not have been so successful. She remembered all the kindness she received and was determined to visit regardless. Just as Zhou Qiaoyu left, Lin Zhengnan finished washing clothes and came out from the backyard. Did Sister Liu have an accident? Jiwon nodded. She probably just got upset and caused her to go into early labor. She had added some spiritual spring water to the chicken soup, hoping Liu Yun would drink it and stabilize the baby. It's late now. You should go take a nap. I'll just keep the stew going. Lin Zhengnan didn't insist, knowing he had training later in the afternoon. Jiwon was at home and could rest whenever she felt tired. The chicken soup simmered for an hour and a half. After it was done, she took out the meat and packed it into a lunchbox, pouring the broth into a thermos to keep warm. They locked the door, took the two children, and headed to the hospital, arriving in about 10 minutes. When they reached Liu Xiaoqin's ward, they found the door open. Zhao Xiaojun ran straight in. Mom, how are you? Liu Yun was sitting by the bed, with a bag of plums and bayberries on the bedside table. She didn't see Zhao Yang's figure. Hearing the noise outside and seeing her son run in with tears, she was both surprised and a little worried. She pulled Zhao Xiaojun over and asked, Xiaojun, why are you here? Where's Dad? Zhao Xiaojun, with red eyes, replied, I don't know. I came with Aunt Ji and the others to see you. Just then, Jiwon and Zhou Qiaoyu came in together. Seeing the scene, they hurried over to help Liu Yun and asked, Are you okay, sister-in-law? Xiaojun said you had stomach pain.
How are you?
What did the doctor say? Liu Yun didn't expect them to care about her, especially Jiwon, knowing that Liu Xiaoqin had caused her quite a few troubles. I'm better now. I was just upset and caused early labor. The doctor prescribed some medicine and told me to rest in bed for a day. She looked behind the two women and asked, Did you see old Zhao? Didn't he go back? Did you run into him? No. Maybe we missed him on the road. Brother Zhao still has training later, Jiwon replied. Liu Yun nodded in response. That's right. She went without even taking a nap. She was really scared. Usually, she's so careless, but she held me and asked about my well-being. Before leaving, she even bought me some food. Looking at the nearby fruit like plums, she quickly told Zhao Xiaojun. Xiaojun, wash up quickly and bring some food for the aunties. Zhao Xiaojun nodded, hurriedly took 2 bags of fruit and ran out. Zhou Qiyu sat on the bed, took off the thermos lid, and poured out the chicken soup. Here, sister-in-law, drink some chicken soup to warm up. I heard from Xiaojun that you came to the hospital without eating. You must be very hungry now. At the time of pain, she didn't feel it, but now she really felt very hungry. Liu Yun happily took the soup. Thank you all. You came just like that and you even brought chicken soup? Zhou Qiyu chuckled. This isn't from us. Your little Xiaojun saw you had stomach pain and brought over half a chicken for Xiaowan to make soup. Xiaojun is so young, but he's very sensible. He didn't panic at all and even brought chicken soup to help you recover.
He's worried about you.
She then took out some meat from the lunchbox. Here's some meat. You should eat more. It turned out to be Xiaojun, but without their help, the chicken soup wouldn't have been made. Liu Yun was already pregnant, and her emotions were easily stirred. Hearing this, her eyes reddened. She raised her hand to wipe away tears and felt very grateful. All right, I'm indeed hungry. I'll eat a little to fill my stomach first. She took a deep breath and choked back tears as she drank the chicken soup. One sip was incredibly fresh. Although she had heard Xiaojun say that Jiwon was good at cooking, hearing it was one thing, and tasting it herself was another. Maybe it was just her feeling, but after a few sips, she couldn't wait and felt her stomach loosen up. She ate another piece of chicken. Usually, chicken that has been simmered for a long time becomes tough, but strangely, this chicken was still very tender. She ate happily, feeling very content inside. Zhao Xiaojun brought over the washed fruit. Auntie, you all should eat some fruit. No need, no need. These are for your mom. How can we eat them? Liu Yun glared at Zhou Chuyu. Why can't we eat? They were bought to be eaten. I really wanted something sour, so I asked Lao Zhao to buy some. Now I can't eat much. You guys eat more. Especially Sister Zhou, you're not pregnant, so eat freely. But Sister Ji, eat less. Plums and cherries are cold. Jiwon smiled and ate a few casually. Yu, however, loved them and kept eating one after another. Eat less. If you eat too much, your teeth will become soft, and you won't even be able to chew tofu later. Fishy's cheeks were puffed up, and there was a bit of saliva at the corner of her mouth. She looked seriously at Jiwon and said, "But Mom, we don't eat tofu this afternoon." Hearing this, Liu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Little girl, just let Fishy eat it. She likes it. Zhao Xiaojun, with red and swollen eyes, said, "Yeah, my sister likes to eat it." Fishy was lying on the bed edge, happily kicking her legs while eating. Zhao Xiaojun was secretly swallowing his saliva while looking at the chicken soup. Liu Yun was both crying and laughing, and she shared some with the two children. They chatted for a while. Seeing that Liu Yun was okay, Jiwon said goodbye and went back to rest. She hadn't rested at noon and was yawning now. She and Zhou Qiaoyu held Fishy's hand and walked home, while Zhao Xiaojun stayed behind to take care of Liu Yun. Not long after entering the family compound, they saw a few people coming from across the street. It seemed to be members of the Yan family. Yan's grandmother was nearby, anxiously crying and scolding her son, Yanning Song. "You too, why are you giving her sweet rice balls? I think it's because you spoil her too much. Whatever she wants to eat, you give her. What do we do now? The rice ball is stuck in her throat, not going down or coming up. Will she suffocate like this? She's also pregnant. I've already had a master look at her. He said the daughter-in-law is having a boy. This is our Yan family's treasure. If anything happens to her, I won't forgive you." At this critical moment, she was saying all sorts of nonsense. Yanning Song was obviously very angry. "Mom, what are you talking about? Why say such unlucky things? It's just a rice ball stuck in her throat. The doctor will take it out later." He was pulling the cart hard, saying this, but his legs were clearly trembling. His face was bronze-colored and full of panic. Because of fear, sweat beads the size of beans were on his forehead. Lying on the cart was his wife, Zhu Lin, a typical beautiful woman from Jiangnan with a delicate face and small frame. But she was gasping for air now, her face turning blue and purple, with veins bulging on her neck and her lips turning pale. Her hair was soaked with sweat, but it wasn't pain, just fear. She could feel the rice ball moving slightly with her breathing, but it was very tiny, and she was about to run out of breath. "Mother, mother." She opened her mouth wide, but her voice was muffled. Seeing this, Yan's grandmother was really worried she might die like this. Tears kept falling. "Zhu Lin, wait a moment. We're almost at the hospital. Hang in there." Zhu Lin's tears kept falling. She was full of regret. The rice ball was not something Yanning Song asked her to eat. She was just greedy and secretly ate it herself. Suddenly, her mother-in-law spoke loudly, startling her so much that she swallowed it all at once. Unfortunately, it got stuck in her throat. Her eyes began to glaze over. The sunlight above no longer felt bright, and her whole body started to lose strength. She was struggling to breathe and seemed close to dying. Was she going to die? In a daze, she heard a stern shout. "Stop. Stop right now. Don't send her to the hospital yet. She might be gone before you get there. Quick, lift her up. I know how to help her." Amidst the rustling, Zhu Lin felt herself being helped up. Her eyes were filled with tears, her vision blurred, and she couldn't see clearly who was in front of her. Ji Yuan suddenly rushed over and told them not to send the daughter-in-law to the hospital. Yan Ingsong hesitated, but eventually agreed. Seeing them supporting the daughter-in-law, Grandma Yan was furious and started scolding. You wicked girl. Why are you listening to Jiwon? She's not a doctor. How does she know how to save someone? If something happens to the daughter-in-law, what will you do? Teacher Ji, how can you be so cruel? When the wife from the Xia family came, I even helped you speak a few words. And this is how you repay me? Son, don't listen to her. Let's hurry and send the daughter-in-law to the hospital. Grandma Yan was so anxious, she looked like an ant on a hot pan, tears and snot streaming down her face. Seeing Zhu Lin, with her mouth wide open and her face turning pale, being carried off the ambulance, her frail body still carrying a big belly, it looked quite frightening. Daughter-in-law, Jiwon is trying to kill you.
She.
Enough, enough. Human life is the most important. Grandma, what are you rambling about? Step aside and don't block the way. Zhou Qiaoyu couldn't bear it anymore and pushed Grandma Yan away, then asked Jiwon. What should we do? You can't handle it. We need to call Commander Yan, Jiwon instructed, pointing to her position. Commander Yan, make a fist with your hand and place it on her belly right here. Then open your other hand, cover it, and press upward quickly. Sweat was beading on Yan Ingsong's forehead. He wasn't sure if he should do it now. He had just listened to Jiwon and felt a surge of heat in his head. Now that he was calmer, he started to regret. Was he delaying the best chance to save her? But Teacher Ji was just a high school student. Maybe she knew more than they did. Should he listen to her and try? There was no other choice. He wasn't stupid. He could see that his wife was having trouble breathing. It would take at least 10 minutes to reach the hospital, but if they waited, she might not make it halfway there. Hurry up, what are you standing around for? Do it again. Okay. Yan Ingsong clenched his teeth, holding Jean Lin, who was soft and limp like mud, and pushed hard. At first, there was no response, but after a few pushes, Jean Lin let out a painful gasp and vomited. She vomited, a soft, round dumpling shot out of her mouth and rolled onto the ground nearby. It was covered in dust, looking like a muddy ball. Such a small thing almost took Jean Lin's life. After taking a breath, the purple and blue marks on her face quickly faded. She regained her senses and saw that her savior was Jiwon.
Teacher Ji.
Wife, are you okay? Yan Ingsong forgot everything else and hurried to support Jean Lin from the front. Wife, can you breathe? The dumpling came out. Are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? He kept asking anxiously, staring at Jean Lin with concern, his legs trembling so much he almost knelt down. Wife, talk to me.
Don't scare me.
Seeing him like this, Jean Lin managed a small, relieved smile.
I'm fine.
But her voice was a little hoarse. Yan Ingsong couldn't hold back anymore and hugged Jean Lin, crying loudly. Wife, you scared me to death. We'll never eat dumplings again. Never again. He said this like a child, kicking the dumpling on the ground over. His movements were childish, completely unrecognizable as a man in his 30s. Jiwon raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, feeling a huge relief. Luckily, she had saved her. She looked at Zhou Qiaoyu, and they exchanged a glance and smiled. Haven't you heard that Commander Yan is very macho and doesn't care about his wife? And that he's a mama's boy who listens to his mother about everything? But now it doesn't seem like that at all. Aren't they a loving couple? Oh heavens, thank you for opening your eyes. My daughter-in-law is safe. Thank the ancestors for their protection. Grandma Yan sat heavily on the ground, clasped her hands in prayer, then quickly got up and bowed her head. Feeling dizzy, she saw the culprit, the dumpling, and kicked it away in anger. What nonsense! Trying to harm my grandson? No way. Everyone chuckled softly. In the end, Yan Ingsong took the handkerchief Jean Lin offered to wipe her tears. Realizing he had lost his composure and looked a bit embarrassing, his face reddened as he looked at Grandma Yan and reminded her. Mom, the person who saved your grandson isn't some goddess or heaven. It's Comrade Ji. She's right here and you didn't even thank her? Grandma Yan was confused but quickly reacted and knelt down in front of Jiwon. Teacher Ji, I'm sorry. My wife is just quick-tongued and doesn't mean any harm. I was worried about my daughter-in-law earlier, so I said you didn't know anything. I really appreciate you today. If it weren't for you, my daughter-in-law and grandson might have. She finished talking rapidly, like pouring beans, then started crying. Because it was so fast, Ji-won couldn't react in time and quickly helped her up. Annie, what are you doing? I just happened to be good at this, so I helped your sister-in-law. She's lucky, and good people are always blessed. You're an elder. Kneeling in front of me is so scary. Don't be so formal in the future. Close neighbors are better than distant relatives. We should help each other. Besides, your sister-in-law is pregnant, and I believe anyone would step up to help in her place. Mrs. Yen was so happy, she couldn't hide her smile. Then she stood up and brushed the dust off her pants. Teacher Ji, you truly are a cultured person. Your words are so nice. I used to misunderstand you, thinking you were proud and looked down on us, ignoring us when we greeted you. We all talked privately. What's so great about a high school student? Looking down on us country folks. Ji-won almost choked. Was she really praising her? But those days are gone. Now I see you're a good person. She kept talking more excitedly, even spitting a little, rambling on. You saved my daughter-in-law's life, which is like saving my grandson's life. From now on, you'll be a great benefactor of the Yen family. Anyone who dares to say anything bad about you, I'll be the first to disagree and make sure they get their mouth shut. Ji-won felt a bit embarrassed. So, she unintentionally found herself a supporter? Yen Ingsong also helped Julin up and bowed to her. Teacher Ji, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my wife might have lost her life. Julin had recovered by now. Besides a sore throat and a bit of fear, she was fine. Her legs were so weak she looked like noodles. She teared up and tried to kneel, but Ji-won quickly helped her. Sister-in-law, you just recovered. Go rest on the cart. Yes, sister-in-law, come lie down. Mrs. Yen usually disliked her daughter-in-law and often said she was useless, but in this critical moment, she was clear-headed. She hurriedly helped Zhu Lin lie down, then patted her chest to reassure her. From now on, our family is not allowed to eat rice dumplings anymore. Yen Ingsong was still shaken but nodded along. Thinking about the method teacher Ji just taught, he turned around and asked again. By the way, Teacher Ji, can you teach me that method one more time? Hearing this, Grandma Yen was unhappy and hit him, scolding him.
Why do you want to learn that?
Aren't you afraid of bad luck? Yen Ingsong frowned. Mom, you can't say that. If I learn it, I can be prepared just in case. Also, if I see someone else choking in the future, I could help them like Teacher Ji did. Grandma Yen moved her mouth, seeming ready to argue, but Ji-won nodded in agreement. Good, everyone come and learn. This method isn't just for adults. If children eat grapes or something and choke, they can be rescued quickly. Hearing her speak, Grandma Yen swallowed her dissatisfaction and didn't argue anymore. Zhou Jia, you come too, and you come as well. The young girl had been standing quietly nearby, almost forgotten. She was just scared seeing the scene and knew it was a matter of life or death, so she didn't dare shout or cry. When she heard her mother call her name, she pursed her lips and went over. Ji-won explained very carefully, rock, paper, scissors. Rock is making a fist and placing it on the spot, like a closed fist. Scissors is spread and placed above the navel to confirm the position. Paper is wrapping the fist and pressing upward with force. Mom, I can do it too. Yu held her small hands and listened very carefully. Seeing the children learn, Grandma Yen also eagerly joined in. Teacher Ji, I can do it too. I can do it too. Ji-won immediately moved aside. All right, Aunt Yen, you try marking the position on Commander Yan's stomach to see if you can do it. Grandma Yan's face changed. Really? Do I have to take a test on this? Ji-won, being a good teacher, always checked carefully. She nodded and demonstrated, making sure she was correct. Only after confirming did Ji-won give her a thumbs up. Auntie, you're really good. That's perfect. Now, you all stop letting sister-in-law sit in the sun. Quickly take her back to rest. Grandma Yen smiled broadly, like a flower, and was also praised by the teacher. Does that mean she's a good student? Okay, Teacher Ji, we'll go now. We'll visit your house later to thank you. Ji-won, tired after a long day, just wanted to go home and rest, worried they might come back, so she quickly declined. No need. Just take good care of sister-in-law. Before she finished, the mother and son pulled Zhu Lin from the cart and hurriedly left. Ji-won chuckled softly and quickly called last week's Xiaoyu and others to go back home. When they arrived home, she took off her shoes and ran to the bedroom, with Yu following behind. Mom, I want to sleep too. Okay, let's sleep together. Mother and daughter lay on the bed together. Ji-won remembered something and asked, Baby, do you really know that first aid method? Yu nodded eagerly. She wasn't very sleepy, so she sat up and gestured on Ji-won's stomach. The little girl was very serious and adorable. Ji-won gently pulled her down and kissed her face. Good. When your dad comes back later, remember to teach him. We all need to learn this. It can save lives in emergencies.
Yu nodded again.
Mom, I know, just like you saved Auntie. Very smart. The mother and daughter slept until the afternoon. When Lin Zhengnan returned, Yu couldn't wait to go out and teach him the first aid method, and she also vividly told him about Ji-won saving Zhu Lin. Xiaowan, you really saved Sister Yan? Ji-won was sitting on the sofa folding clothes. Yes, I didn't think too much at the time. Sister Yan's face turned pale. It wasn't just about going to the hospital. Even halfway there, she might have been in danger. If I hadn't helped, she might not have made it out of the residential area. Lin Jingnan's eyelids twitched. Such a dangerous situation? Yes, luckily this method worked. You've learned it now, so when you're free, teach your soldiers too. This first aid method is useful for all ages, especially for children. They play outside every day and eat all kinds of things. You never know what they might swallow, like tangyuan or grapes, which can easily get stuck in their throats. Lin Zhengnan nodded and took notes.
Got it.
While listening to his daughter demonstrate and teach him, Lin Zhengnan couldn't help but keep his eyes on Ji-won. His wife was truly amazing. She could teach, farm, and now she could save lives. With admiration in his eyes, he looked at their daughter and affectionately praised. Our Yu is also impressive. The little girl was shy after being praised, covering her mouth and giggling. Dad, come learn too. Father and daughter huddled together, whispering. Ji-won finished folding clothes and went into the bedroom, just in time to water the orchids. After so much care, the orchids had bloomed. When they arrived, the buds looked wilted, but now they were blooming beautifully. The leaves were lush and shiny, long and slender, hanging in midair. The stems bore 5 flowers, and a rich fragrance filled the entire room. Ji-won took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. She happily sprayed some prepared spiritual spring water nearby. Under the mist, the leaves appear bright green, complemented by many blooming flowers, making it look like a piece of art. No wonder Aunt Liao wanted to take this to give as a gift. She was lost in thought and heard someone calling outside the window. Little Wan, are you home? Hearing the noise, Lin Zhengnan went out to open the door. When he saw Aunt Liao outside, he was a bit surprised but also expected it. Principal, you're here. Aunt Liao smiled. Little one calls me Aunt Liao. Lin Captain, you can call me that too. It's closer. Lin Zhengnan was polite. All right, Aunt Liao, come in and sit. Aunt Liao felt a bit shy. Behind her was a young man, her son. Both carried many gifts, peeking around and smiling. Asking, little one isn't here? She's inside watering the plants. Aunt Liao, you're here to move that orchid, right? Aunt Liao nodded. Yes, I was worried I couldn't move it alone, so I brought my son along. She then introduced Lin Zhengnan. This is my son, Liang Jia. And this is Lin Captain Lin Zhengnan. They shook hands. Hello. Hearing the noise outside, Ji-won quickly came out to greet them. Aunt Liao is here? Seeing Ji-won, Liang Jia's eyes lit up. He didn't expect both of them to be so handsome. Oh, little one, you've been a big help. How's the orchid I've been taking care of? Is it alive? Ji-won smiled and took her arm. Come inside and see for yourself. Aunt Liao couldn't wait and handed her gifts to Lin Zhengnan before following Ji Yuan inside. Liang Jie followed behind Lin Zhengnan into the house and saw Yu lying by the sofa, glancing at her a few more times. Lin Zhengnan introduced, "You come here, call uncle." The little girl happily ran over, "Hello, uncle." Such a good child. Liang Jie liked children very much. If he weren't currently without a suitable partner, he'd want to get married and have a child soon. "Uncle, are you here to take away your orchid?" "Yes, and you, did you help take care of it too?"
Thank you.
Fishy blinked and said, "You're welcome. The orchid has bloomed and smells very nice. My mom takes good care of it." "Uncle, you should thank my mom." Hearing this, Liang Jie's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately looked toward the nearby bedroom and asked in disbelief, "It bloomed?" Fishy didn't think this was unusual and nodded. "Yes, it smells so good. I talk to the orchid every day. Don't believe me? Ask Dad." Suddenly, Lin Zhengnan, who was nearby and had his name mentioned, paused. He looked at Liang Jie with curiosity. Before he could answer, a voice from the bedroom exclaimed in shock,
Oh my.
"It's so beautiful. It actually bloomed. It's a miracle." As she spoke, the door was opened, and after some clattering sounds, Ji Yuan and Liao Min carried the orchid out together. When Liang Jie turned around and saw the orchid, he was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out. This couldn't be right, it seemed impossible. He instinctively stood up and stared intently at the flower pot. He opened his mouth but didn't speak. A rich yet elegant fragrance filled the air. He took a deep breath, feeling refreshed and almost floating. "Uncle, isn't it so fragrant?" Fishy eagerly showed off her mother's achievement. "The clothes hanging in the bedroom also smell nice after a while. It's especially fragrant." Ji Yuan nodded along. Indeed, if someone didn't know better, they might think they had sprayed perfume. Liao Min circled the orchid, looking at it with admiration. Suddenly, she felt reluctant to part with it. She looked at Liang Jie and asked, "Son, if I remember correctly, isn't this the blooming period for this lotus petal orchid?" Not only was she startled, but Ji Yuan beside her was also surprised.
What?
Not the flowering season? Then how could it be blooming? Could it be that she took such good care of it? That's not right. I remember when Aunt Liao brought it, it had buds, right? Liao Min also looked confused.
Did it?
Liang Jie couldn't help but walk over and examine the lotus petal orchid carefully. Its roots were sturdy and elegant, and the bright red petals were fully open. The closer he looked, the more he could smell the sweet fragrance. "You've taken such good care of it. Comrade Ji, how do you manage to grow it so well?" Ji Yuan felt a bit guilty. If it weren't for the spiritual spring, she probably couldn't have kept it looking this good. Fishy happily explained, just watering it and letting it get some sunlight. "It's very easy to take care of." Easy to take care of? The lotus petal orchid is known to be difficult to care for and is a rare variety with high ornamental value. The pot in front of him could easily fetch several hundred yuan on the market. As this variety gradually becomes extinct, its value keeps rising. If it weren't for the 2 pots on his side, she wouldn't even want to give one away. "Comrade Ji, would this work? I have 2 more pots of lotus petal orchids. Could you help me take care of them? Just keep them healthy, and I'll pay you a salary." Ji Yuan was surprised, almost thinking she heard wrong. Taking care of a few plants and getting paid? She suspiciously looked at the mother and son in front of her, then at the orchid pot. Even if she was not very smart, she could tell this was a valuable thing. In an instant, she recalled a scene from her past life. Back then, Lin Zhengnan had already retired. They attended a gathering where someone mentioned a wealthy businessman bought a pot of orchid for a high price, called lotus petal orchid, costing 2 million. Due to overharvesting earlier, it became very rare later. Since this thing was so valuable, she thought it might be good to grow a few more herself, catching the trend and selling at a high price. Moreover, not every plant was so expensive. It mainly depended on rarity and appearance. She had nothing to do, so she could just breed them slowly over generations. "Comrade Liang, I can help take care of it. I don't want any reward." She paused here and everyone was smart enough to understand her meaning immediately. If Comrade Ji can take good care of it, there's nothing wrong with me giving you a pot. Ji-won liked this idea, but she wasn't so overbearing. A gentleman does not take what others love. I don't need Comrade Liang to give me a pot. If I take good care of this orchid, it will definitely produce offsets. I can just divide it into 2 plants later.
How about that? Deal.
After agreeing, Liang Jie's eyes lit up as he stared at the orchid. He now held an important position at the city government. Usually, giving gifts for social connections wasn't appropriate, especially since the leaders were very honest and didn't accept gifts. But they were older now and liked to grow flowers, keep fish, and enjoy leisure activities. Giving such a lotus petal orchid would suit their tastes perfectly. He believed that if someone truly loved flowers and plants, no one could refuse such a pot. Cultural people, even more, loved buying rare potted plants and green plants. Their yards looked lush and green, symbolizing their status and position. As long as the plants were well cared for, that was a great skill in itself. Then I'll send someone to deliver it today. Liang Jie was eager. Seeing her son like this, Liao Min also felt a bit embarrassed. She smiled and explained, "This boy doesn't know what happened today. He was usually very steady before. Uncle Liao, you and Auntie sit for a while. It's not easy for us to come here, so don't rush to leave," Ji-won said, then called Lin Zhengnan to come and brew tea. After serving the tea to the mother and son, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Auntie Liao, do you know if this flower pot is made of blue and white porcelain?" Hearing this, Liao Min's face changed slightly. She nodded, yes. Ajia brought it back from outside. I said we should throw it away since it's old, but he insisted it was valuable and wouldn't let me. Noticing Liao Min's movements becoming a bit nervous, Ji-won understood she misunderstood her meaning and quickly explained, "Yes, my opinion is the same as Liang's. I just want to remind Auntie Liao so you won't underestimate how precious this thing is." "I see." Liao Min sighed in relief. She then chose her words more carefully, afraid that Ji-won and the others might think she still had too much connection to old things. It had been fine these past few years, but if you go back a few years, her and her son's actions would have been investigated. It's just some bottles and jars. If you like, Xiaowan, I can ask Ajia to bring you a few next time. Ji-won was stunned. No. What exactly does Auntie Liao's family do? Is it so casual to give away antiques? Liang Jie, receiving his mother's glance, quickly nodded, "Yes, I still have some at home. Since Sister Ji-won is so straightforward about helping me take care of flowers, I can give you 2 as a thank you gift." Ji-won was again stunned. Liang Jie knew the value of antiques, so why would he just give them away? Unless his family had plenty of them. Thinking of this, she felt a bit envious. "All right, thank you, Auntie Liao." An elder's gift should not be refused. She felt like she had found a treasure. She might refuse other things, but giving away antiques, who could refuse that? Lin Zhengnan sipped his tea quietly, but with a sidelong glance, he caught the slight joy in his wife's eyes. "By the way, I also heard that Sister Ji-won is running a bean sprout business, right? Last time, my mother brought back quite a few bean sprouts from you. I also tried them, and they tasted very good." Ji-won's face lit up. "What's going on? Does Liang have big orders?" She eagerly nodded. "Yes, I partner with a friend. I heard Auntie Liao said there isn't much to eat at home, so I asked her to bring some back.
I wonder how Sister Zhou's side is doing.
Should I prepare some for you?" They were talking about antiques and jars, but Liao Min had no interest. When the topic turned to her own homegrown vegetables, her eyes lit up. It was strange. She didn't know how Ji-won grew her vegetables, but they were always fragrant, sweet, and tasty, with a special aroma. Eating them seemed to have other benefits too. Usually, because of her work, she either sat or stood for long periods, often suffering from constipation. Medicine, vegetables, and fruit didn't help much. But whenever she ate Ji-won's vegetables, she felt completely comfortable. The feeling was so good, she almost wished she could live here. She slept peacefully at night, hardly dreaming. For someone her age, having such good sleep was a real blessing.
Great.
Liao Min stood up without hesitation. Realizing she might have been a bit rude, she quickly smiled and asked politely, I always bring vegetables when I visit. Won't you and Xiaowan run out of food? Ji-won waved her hand quickly. No, no. The back garden has a new batch of greens, and the tomatoes are ripe. Auntie Liao, feel free to pick whatever you like. She also stood up. Hubby, you chat with Liang, I'll go pick some bean sprouts. Hearing this, Liang Jie also spoke up. Gee, I'll go with you? Seeing the suspicious looks from the couple, he explained with a smile. To be honest, our cafeteria has been worried about what vegetables to serve lately. Since G has bean sprouts, I suggest we buy from you. But I need to check the situation first. Ji-won's eyes lit up, almost jumping with joy.
Great. Thank you, Liang.
She quickly followed her to see their bean sprout farm. Zhou Qiaoyu was so happy to hear about a big order that she couldn't stop smiling and led the way inside. Usually, Zhou is watching over this place. Liang, if you have any questions, just ask her. With Ji-won's introduction, Liang Jie went with Zhou Qiaoyu. They talked happily, and Zhou Qiaoyu proudly showed Liang the bean sprouts she had grown. Liang, take a look. When it comes to growing fresh bean sprouts, nobody does better than us. If you don't believe it, try one. But don't eat too many. Eating raw bean sprouts in excess can cause food poisoning. 1 or 2 is fine. Liang Jie accepted her offer, tried a bean sprout, and praised it highly. Ji-won stood at the door, watching them happily chat, and didn't go over to disturb them. After about 10 minutes, Liang Jie happily came out holding a bag of fresh bean sprouts. Zhou Qiaoyu, as the host, came out to see him off. The three of them chatted happily on their way home. When they reached the yard at the door, Liao Min had almost finished picking vegetables. She had a big bag of vegetable stalks, some eggplants, and tomatoes. The tomatoes had just grown recently, not very big, but very tender and tasty. Liao Min was so hungry she washed a tomato and bit into it right away. It was even better than fruit, sweet and tangy. Next to her, Yu also held a tomato and was nibbling on it. The old and young were whispering happily, not sure what they were talking about. Mom, can we go now? Liao Min heard the noise and looked up immediately. Yes, yes. Wrap this orchid for me. Be careful not to break it. Luckily, they came by car. If they had taken a bus, it would have shaken too much and probably broken something. Xiaowan. Oh, sorry, I picked so many again. Your tomatoes are really sweet and delicious. Ji-won smiled. Aunt Liao, as long as you like them. Besides, they were about to give her an antique. Would she be stingy with a few tomatoes?
Thank you, Xiaowan.
We'll go now. Come visit again next time when you're free. Okay. Liang Jie handed her the bag of bean sprouts. He went inside to get the orchid, and the mother and son quickly said goodbye and left. It was getting late, and they needed to go back for dinner. The tomatoes were so delicious, crisp and fresh. Liao Min ate one herself and also gave her son a small one. Liang Jie didn't eat it, but he took a bite and looked like he was glowing with happiness. How does this season's tomato taste so good? How is it grown so well? Does she have some secret? Liao Min smiled. If she had a secret, she wouldn't tell you. She's even making a fortune from it. By the way, if you take the tomatoes home, slice them and sprinkle a little sugar. Delicious. Thinking about it made Liang Jie swallow hard. Mom, let's go quickly. Your son is hungry. They watched the mother and son disappear from view. The smiles on Ji-won and Zhou Qiaoyu's faces didn't fade. Xiaowan, we're about to get rich again. Ji-won nodded. That's right. But Zhou Jie, you probably can't handle all the work alone. Maybe we should ask the sisters from the family compound to help out? Zhou Qiaoyu had also been thinking about this. If they combined the purchase station, logistics, and the canteen where Liang and others worked, it would be too busy. She wanted to enjoy all the profits herself, but she knew she couldn't bite off more than she could chew. It would be better to share the wealth and grow together. Later, I will pay my sisters-in-law their wages, which means they will be earning money just by sitting around. Go ahead. Recently, since we've been making money, more sisters-in-law from nearby have been hanging around. We can't stop 1 or 2, but not hundreds. Why not unite them? We can relax and have free guards. Yes, that's what I mean. You go ask them privately if they are willing. Zhou Qiaoyu agreed. Don't worry, I have a plan. Comrade Liang still needs to ask at his workplace. Once he gives a clear answer, we'll decide.
Good. They talked for a while.
Ji-won hadn't eaten yet and was calling Lin Zhengnan to come inside to cook. She looked up and saw someone standing not far away.
Lieutenant Yang?
Why is he here? Zhou Qiaoyu also looked over. Who else could be standing at the corner, if not Yang Feng? She shrugged. Who cares? Xiaowan, I'm going back. Don't go. Aunt Liao said my tomatoes are very sweet. Wait for me, I'll pick a few for you. Recently, Zhou Qiaoyu had been busy growing bean sprouts, so she hardly took care of the vegetable garden in the backyard. Ji-won only watered the plants when she remembered. The vegetables grew lush and green, but she didn't plant many varieties. Ji-won planted a little of everything just to taste fresh. Okay, take your time. Zhou Qiaoyu also took a few steps inside. Unexpectedly, Yang Feng silently appeared behind her and called out from afar, Miss Zhou. Zhou Qiaoyu looked suspicious, turning around to examine him, confused. Everything's fine. What do you want to see me about? Yang Feng cleared his throat and stepped forward, handing her a bag he was holding. This is something your mother sent you. She kept reminding me to give it to you. Zhou Qiaoyu paused. Didn't we agree not to send me things? You can keep it for yourself. Yang Feng looked down at the bag in his hand, thinking about what was inside, and his ears turned slightly red. All the stuff inside is for women. It's not really suitable for me to use. Seeing his strange expression, Zhou Qiaoyu frowned and took the bag. What's inside? Can't men use it too? She opened the bag, leaning in to look inside, and reached in to check. At the bottom were her mother's homemade chili sauce, meat sauce, and some wild mushrooms and vegetables from the mountain. The top of the bag contained 2 new undershirts and a few tightly stitched menstrual belts. The bag was heavy, full of love from her mother, and Zhou Qiaoyu felt a little emotional. My daughter gave her these gifts, maybe thinking she and Yang Feng are already together. But that's not true at all. She feels uneasy holding these things. I don't need them. Take them back and keep them. If you meet a girl you like in the future, give them to her. Hearing this, Yang Feng suddenly became anxious and looked upset. Why don't I need them? These were made especially for you by your mother. She considers you her own daughter and feels happy making these for you.
Don't think too much about it.
Zhou Qiaoyu knew this well. She wiped her tears and sniffed. Just keep them, anyway, she will be her mother from now on. She's working hard to earn money and plans to bring her mother to the city to enjoy life later this year. Yang Feng silently watched her, noticing her tears and the way her eyelashes were wet and curled. He wondered why he hadn't noticed before how long and pretty her eyelashes were. Her skin seemed to have gotten even whiter. And her figure. Her chest was full and almost bursting out of her shirt. He couldn't help but keep looking, unable to stop himself. All right, I'll keep the things. You know what to say to your mother, right? Yang Feng's eyes widened, his mind confused, and he nodded as he blurted out, I know. Just tell her we're together. Zhou Qiaoyu was so angry she gritted her teeth. Who said we're together? Don't talk nonsense. Yang Feng pressed his lips and looked serious. He knew Zhou Qiaoyu's weakness. If we're not together, what should I say? That I left you alone at home without caring? Do you believe your mother would come here tomorrow, walking all the way, to confront me? Zhou Qiaoyu was speechless. Given her mother's temper, it was very possible she'd come. When her mother arrived, she wouldn't care about them. She'd probably cry and make a fuss until they got married immediately. Feeling helpless, she could only nod.
Fine, whatever you say.
I'll go back first. She pretended to turn and leave, but Yang Feng stepped forward quickly and stopped her. Wait, I have something else to say. Zhou Qiaoyu looked at him without speaking, waiting for him to continue. Yang Feng took a deep breath, looked serious, and asked in a matter-of-fact tone, that man just now, what was he doing? His clothes don't look like a soldier's uniform. Did he come here for something? Zhou Qiaoyu looked puzzled. What does that have to do with you? Hearing this, Yang Feng hesitated, then suppressed his feelings and continued calmly. How does it not matter? Since you came here, I have to be responsible for your safety. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man appeared. I had to ask clearly, what if he's a bad person? Zhou Qiaoyu was amused and glared at him in reply. Look at him. He doesn't seem like a bad person. His look? What kind? To me, he just seems to be pretending. Wearing glasses to look cultured, Yang Feng muttered softly, full of frustration. He didn't realize it himself, but anyone with some experience knew he was feeling jealous. Zhou Qiaoyu rolled her eyes at him. Are you crazy? He has no grudge against you. Why are you being so sarcastic? Comrade Liang came to buy bean sprouts from us. Don't say he's pretending to be cultured. He's actually a cultured person. It would have been better if she hadn't said the last two sentences. After she finished, Yang Feng's alarm bells rang loudly. He immediately asked eagerly what happened. Do you like cultured people? Zhou Qiaoyu found it even stranger. Who I like has nothing to do with you. Fine, I'm going back. I don't want to talk to you anymore. She waved her hand impatiently and turned to leave. Yang Feng wanted to follow her, but seeing her furious expression, he knew it would only bring trouble. He stood there with a serious face, recalling how Zhou Qiaoyu was laughing and chatting with that pretentious guy. His heart felt like bugs were crawling inside. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, just that it was both sour and painful, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Maybe he should ask his mother to come over? Zhou Jia was now criticizing him harshly, and in less than 2 words, she would chase him away. How could he be good with her? Realizing he wanted to get closer to Zhou Jia, Yang Feng felt like the sky was falling. What was going on? Wasn't it him who kept saying he only saw Zhou Jia as a sister? It's only been a few months. How did he start to like her? What was wrong with him? Yang Feng couldn't understand himself. He had never been in love before, and now he was completely confused. No, he had to find an experienced person to ask. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiaoyu cursed as she entered the house, just in time to see Ji-won giving her tomatoes. Want to try one? They're very sweet. Ji-won rinsed the simple tomato she was holding and took a bite, then casually handed it to Lin Zhengnan beside her. Lin Zhengnan didn't think much, and also took a bite. It's quite sweet. Zhou Qiaoyu was stunned. Why did she feel like she was being fed dog food? She pouted and took the tomato, biting into it. The sweet and sour juice exploded in her mouth, and she kept nodding. Delicious, really good. No need to cook. Raw is just as tasty. Ji-won smiled and looked outside, noticing Yang Feng still standing stiffly outside the yard like a wooden post. She also saw Zhou Qiaoyu frowning and looking unhappy, so she nudged her arm and asked, "What is Battalion Commander Yang here for? Are you two just standing outside talking about crickets?" Zhou Qiaoyu was biting a tomato, speaking unclearly with a hum. What else could it be? He's just a crazy guy, coming to deliver the things my mother sent me. Ji-won nodded thoughtfully. And he's questioning who Comrade Liang is? Does he have a problem in his head, saying Liang is just pretending? Does he even know Liang? Why is he insulting him like that? Ji-won couldn't help but laugh. Yang Feng's jealousy was obvious. Wasn't he feeling uncomfortable inside? Why do I feel like Battalion Commander Yang is always around you? Could he be interested in you? Zhou Qiaoyu was startled. No way. I think he just wants to pick fights with me. Looks down on me, this old-fashioned country girl, thinking I should just stay in the village and not come to the city to hang around him, showing off. Ji-won saw her getting more and more upset and thought, oh no, their misunderstanding is really big. Oh, Battalion Commander Yang, from now on, it's already a chase to win her heart? How long will that take? She smiled and asked curiously, Sister Zhou, do you like Battalion Commander Yang? Zhou Qiaoyu's action of biting the tomato slowed down, and she really thought carefully about the question. After a while, she looked seriously at Ji-won and answered, Xiaowan, I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but I really don't know what liking means. Back in my hometown, my mother always told me Yang Feng was my husband, and I should like him for being good to her. Now I've come out, seen the world, but I still don't understand what liking is. When I do, I'll definitely tell you.
Yvonne nodded.
Okay, what about you? Do you like Captain Lin? After asking this, Lin Zhengnan in the kitchen wiped his hands and was about to come out, but he overheard everything clearly. He paused and instinctively hid behind the door. He knew eavesdropping wasn't right, but he couldn't control himself. Lowering his eyes, he nervously clenched his apron and listened carefully for Ji Wan's answer. He'd never felt time was so painful. His heart was pounding in his chest, full of nervousness and anticipation. "Why did you suddenly ask about us?" Ji-won felt a bit confused. Zhou Qiaoyu smiled. "I saw you and Captain Lin seem pretty close." "Not at all. Lin Zhengnan is just a typical straight man, not proactive at all. Isn't it always me who initiates things? Is that a problem? Other female colleagues also don't get many chances to get close. Besides, he's very talented. He cooks and washes dishes, and he's quite good-looking." "I know, I didn't say he's bad. The man I like can't be any worse. At first, I married him just to avoid trouble. My dad didn't want me to go to the countryside, so he wanted to settle me quickly. Over time, we developed feelings." Ji-won said with some emotion. "It's been 5 years since I married him. He's a bit shy, but I like him very much. I enjoy teasing him." She leaned closer to Zhou Qiaoyu and whispered, "Don't be fooled by my husband's serious face and his bossy attitude. He's strict, but he's very innocent. He blushes easily when teased." Zhou Qiaoyu's eyes nearly popped out. "Really? Of course. Who wouldn't like a man like that? I used to be stubborn and argued with him a lot. Now I understand he's soft and doesn't fight back." Zhou Qiaoyu chuckled. All right, I shouldn't ask about these things. You're so into it. What's so great about him? I also want to find someone who likes me." She ate the tomatoes quickly and cheerfully said goodbye, then left. Ji-won saw her off to the door, smiling. When she turned around, she saw Lin Zhengnan standing at the kitchen door. She didn't know their conversation had been overheard, so she quickly asked seriously, "What's wrong? Is dinner ready?" Lin Zhengnan nodded, took a deep breath, trying to cool his ears that were flushed, and awkwardly looked behind him. "Come take a look. I just cooked some pork and dried tofu." They usually ate noodles for dinner at night. It's become a family tradition. "Okay." Ji-won went in to see, and it was a simple stir-fry. "Not bad, Captain Lin. You're good at cooking." She teased him and couldn't help but try a bite with her chopsticks.
Ow.
She didn't notice and got burned, hissing in pain. Lin Jingnan's face changed instantly. He instinctively reached out and held her mouth. "Hurry, spit it out. Don't eat it. You might burn your tongue." Ji-won didn't think much and just spat out what was in her mouth. Tears welled up from the burn. She grabbed a nearby cup and took a sip of water to soothe herself. After calming down, she realized she had spat the food into Lin Jingnan's hand. Feeling a bit guilty, she was about to wipe his hand, but Lin Zhengnan washed his hands first and asked, "How is it? Did you burn yourself?" Seeing Ji-won standing in front of him without making a sound, he became very worried. He reached out and gently held her chin, opening her mouth. He looked at her teeth carefully, then finally focused on her bright, shiny lips. Lin Jingnan's breath caught, and he suddenly realized how ambiguous his action was. He quickly withdrew his hand and let out a breath of relief. "Good, you're not burned." He glanced at the steaming bowl. "It's fresh out of the pot, so it's probably hot. Next time, be more careful." Ji-won didn't speak. She held her cup and stared at him intently. Her eyes showed mixed emotions that she couldn't quite express, which made Lin Zhengnan feel a bit nervous. "What's wrong?" Ji-won smiled and suddenly put down her cup to hug him. "Husband, you're so good to me." This short sentence made Lin Jingnan's heart feel very happy. He kept a calm face, but a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. Ji-won blinked and genuinely felt that Lin Zhengnan was kind to her. Whether in her past life or this one, she smiled and, with a playful look, tiptoed and kissed his lips. She whispered affectionately, "Husband, if there's a next life, I want you to be my husband again. In her past life and this one, maybe even 3 lives and 3 worlds?" She giggled, her eyes full of mischief. Lin Zhengnan froze in place because her Dudongwon made him feel flustered. Even though they already had 2 children, they had never shared intimate moments or loving kisses. Nothing comparable. One was just to fulfill needs and have children. The other was true emotional connection, completely different. For the first, Lin Zhengnan still maintained discipline, following his husbandly duties. But the latter involved more willing affection, beyond just fulfilling obligations. He curled his lips into a smile, finally taking the initiative. He gently squeezed Ji-won's hand. Raising his eyebrows, his eyes melted like snow, and his voice became much softer. "I'll go first, you wait outside." Ji-won kissed him again. "Okay, husband, you work hard." It was indeed quite tiring. Training was exhausting, and after coming home, he still had to take care of her and their daughter. Ji-won felt grateful. With her 2 beloved ones, Lin Jingnan's blood surged with passion and energy. There was no more fatigue. He prepared dinner himself and, happily, went to wash the dishes afterward. For 2 consecutive days, Ji-won stayed at home to take care of the vegetable garden. Zhou Qiaoyu had some free time and came over to help. "Why did you come to help me? Aren't you taking care of your own garden?" Xiaoyu Zhou smiled and casually picked a small cucumber nearby. She wiped her chest with it and then put it in her mouth. "Why didn't you take care of it? Isn't it your job to grow more here? I'm here to help you." As she spoke, she quickly ate a cucumber. "Wow, this cucumber is really sweet and juicy. I wonder how you grow it." She looked around and saw some watermelons in the corner of the wall. "Hey, your watermelon seedlings are growing really well. Xiaowan, you should sell me a taste later." Xiaowan smiled. "What are we talking about selling? You can just come pick them when you want." Xiaoyu disagreed. "That's not right. Each thing has its own place." She couldn't help but eat another cucumber and suddenly asked, "Hey, has Yang Yan come to see you these days?" Xiaowan looked puzzled. "Why would she come to see me?" Xiaoyu's eyes widened. "Didn't you save her daughter-in-law the other day? She kept saying thank you for your kindness, but she hasn't shown any real thanks." Those were 2 lives at stake. Without mentioning this, Xiaowan almost forgot. "Oh, we're all from the same neighborhood. Why bother about these things? Besides, saving a life is more important than anything. I just feel a bit uncomfortable. If I hadn't met you back then, maybe." Before she finished, they heard someone calling from afar. "Teacher Ji, Teacher Ji." Xiaowan looked toward the voice and saw Yan Posey happily coming over. They exchanged a glance, and it was just as the saying goes, just when you mention someone, they arrive. "Posey, why are you here?" "Well, Teacher Ji, didn't you save my daughter-in-law a few days ago? I came to invite you to dinner today." She smiled and approached. "I've been so busy these days, no free time at home. But this afternoon I'm free. Please bring Lin Captain and the kids. You must come." Before Xiaowan could refuse, she looked at Zhou Qiaoyu nearby. "Comrade Zhou, you should come too. If it weren't for you pushing me aside that day, who knows how long I'd have been delayed. Time is life." Qiaoyu choked, and her wife probably learned this kind of talk somewhere. It was quite philosophical. She smiled. "Auntie, I think I won't go. I didn't really help much." Yan Posey immediately pouted. "No, you have to come. You must come." She leaned close to the wall and lowered her voice, whispering mysteriously, "Comrade Zhou, if you don't come, I'll come find you again." When there are more people, there might be some gossip. Xiaoyu Zhou had no choice but to smile and agree. After watching Mrs. Yan leave, she looked a bit uncomfortable and awkwardly touched her nose, smiling. "I thought they all forgot about us? Turns out they just didn't have time to visit?" Fortunately, no one overheard these words, or they might think she was too petty. Ji-won smiled. "Whether they visit or not doesn't matter. 2 lives are at stake. How can we stand by and do nothing?" She then threw away the weeds in her hand. "In the afternoon, I don't know what to bring. I can't go empty-handed." Zhou Qiaoyu sighed. "It's okay if you go empty-handed." "I can't. Probably the same old thing, brown sugar and eggs, and maybe some bean sprouts to add to their meal." "Sounds good." In the afternoon, when Lin Zhengnan returned, he also brought a message for Ji-won. "Mom said that in a couple of days, it's Grandma's birthday. You should prepare something. We'll go together." Ji-won was packing gifts for the Yen family. Hearing this, She stood up and looked at him. When exactly?
Just on my day off.
Last time, Lin Zhengnan took leave, and someone else covered his shift. This time, he had almost been working for half a month straight. Having a day off would be good. She could go and relax. Okay, I also want to talk to Mom and them about coming to help with the bean sprouts. Lin Zhengnan went inside to change clothes. Bring them along? Yes, they are a mother and daughter, and they have to grow and sell their own produce. I don't trust them to be out and about in a strange place all day. It's better to have them come along. Besides, Brother Liang introduced us to a big order, right? We also need to coordinate with the military wives in the yard. It's a good chance for the mother and daughter to do something together. Ji Yuan also came over, leaning at the door, sharing her plan. Lin Zhengnan took off his clothes and changed into a comfortable shirt. As the weather got hotter, he was dressing less and less. Ji Yuan looked straight at him without blinking. What do you think? Lin Zhengnan had no objections. You decide. Ji Yuan smiled and couldn't help but reach out and touch his abs. Aunt Yen invited us to dinner. Let's go. Lin Zhengnan was surprised. Something felt a bit off. Did his wife just touch him? Seeing Ji Yuan's calm expression, he wondered if he was imagining things and asked belatedly, is there a celebration at their house? I saved 2 lives in their family. Isn't that a celebration? Ji Yuan went over and linked her arm with his. Hearing this, he immediately understood. Of course, it's a big celebration. The couple packed up, took a fish, and held their daughter's hand as they headed to the Yen family. Next door to the Yen family is Yuruing's family. It was only the afternoon, and the Yen household was very busy. Grandma Yen was coming and going in the yard, carrying large amounts of meat and fish, making Yuruing feel very hungry. She was loosening the soil in her own vegetable garden, growing more curious. What good news could the Yen family have? She looked up and saw Ji Yuan and her family approaching. She sneered and didn't greet them, pretending not to see. Teacher Ji, you're here? Come in quickly. Grandma Yen looked eagerly, worried they wouldn't come. They had saved 2 lives, and if they didn't thank them, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Aunt Yen, don't be so polite. Where's my sister-in-law? How is she feeling? She's much better now. After she came back, she kept worrying more. We took her to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said it was lucky they rescued her in time, or else. She couldn't finish her words, still feeling scared when she thought about it. Wiping tears from her eyes, she cheerfully greeted them. Come in quickly. Zhu Lin is helping in the backyard. Grandma Yen led the couple inside. Teacher Ji, please have a seat. Ji Yuan looked around. Grandma Yan's house was very clean and well organized. The layout was similar to theirs. Most family courtyards had 2 rooms and a hall. She happily poured tea for the family of 3, and Lin Zhengnan handed over a small gift. Grandma Yen saw it and exclaimed, You came just to visit? Why did you bring something? Smiling broadly, she took the gift and called out, Zhu Lin, what are you doing? She wiped her hands and went to the backyard, where Zhu Lin was washing vegetables. She was angry and crossed her arms, starting to scold. What's wrong with you, girl? Guests are here, and you're putting on a show? Are you trying to embarrass me? You're usually not so diligent. Anyway, go and entertain the guests. Do you need to wash these vegetables? Don't tire out my grandson. Zhu Lin, who was already small-boned and had suffered severe morning sickness before, had lost a lot of weight. No matter how much she ate recently, she hadn't gained weight, and she still looked thin. Grandma Yen and her son were worried. They went to the hospital, and the doctor said everything was fine. Some pregnant women just grow a belly without gaining much weight. Grandma Yen was so angry she almost lost her temper. She waited every day with good food and drink, afraid others would say she was harsh to her daughter-in-law. Zhu Lin, however, was always causing trouble. She knew her mother-in-law's words weren't meant badly, just harsh. She shook her hands and smiled. Mother, I see you're working so hard alone. Brother Song went to get some meat again. You look very tired. Old Lady Yen snorted coldly. Whether I'm tired or not, my son knows best. What does it have to do with you? Don't cause trouble here. Go chat with Teacher Ji. Okay. listening to the arguing between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law outside. At first, Ji-won thought a big fight was about to happen. But the more she listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Later, she realized she was overthinking. "Teacher Ji, Commander Lin, you're here?" Zhu Lin greeted with a smile and quickly went to the next room to bring out some snacks and fruits. Yu saw her and cheerfully called out, "Auntie." Zhu Lin's heart warmed. "Yu, wait a moment. I'll call your older sisters back to play with you. Where did those two kids go?" Ji-won couldn't help but ask. Earlier, outside her house, the two young girls were kicking a shuttlecock, and they seemed a bit afraid of her. "My mother told them to pick vegetables. Our family has many people, so my mother borrowed some land from our sister-in-law's family to farm." Ji-won suddenly understood and looked at Zhu Lin's pregnant belly. "How many months along are you, sister-in-law?" 7 or 8 months. "I think I'll have the baby in about 2 months." Zhu Lin glanced at her rounded belly, which wasn't very big, but she looked larger because she was small. Old Lady Yen came in from outside, heard this, and smiled. "She'll definitely give me a big, chubby grandson. Usually, elders complain like this, and pregnant women don't feel happy." But looking at Zhu Lin, she didn't seem upset. After Old Lady Yen left, Zhu Lin whispered softly, "My mother-in-law is like that, always talking about it. But she loves her grandchildren very much. Both my older and younger sisters are raised by her. Brother Song's family isn't well off, and only my mother-in-law supports the family. She's usually very frugal, so we can get by. But compared to my family, they are even poorer. Before I got married, I couldn't even afford eggs. Later, I came here. My mother-in-law often bought me meat. My sister-in-law and others, when pregnant, only ate red sugar eggs. But my mother-in-law always fed me well. It's because I'm weak and sickly. She loves her grandchildren so much. I'll do my best to give her a grandson." For Zhu Lin, having a son wasn't her obsession but her only way to repay the Yen family. She said all this because she was worried about others gossiping about her mother-in-law. Just like Yuruing next door, who often mocked her over this, making fun of her every few days. Ji-won doesn't really care about other people's family matters. When people close their doors and live their lives, you can't really tell if they're happy or not. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought Zhu Lin was starving and cold, being forced to death by Mother Yen and her son, based on the rumors outside. Older sister-in-law, don't listen to outsiders' gossip. Everyone lives their own life. As long as you're happy. Also, having children is mostly decided by the man, not the woman. Zhu Lin had never heard such words before and was stunned. "Really?" Seeing Ji-won nod, she smiled again. "Teacher Ji, you're educated. I believe you. No wonder Song-gu told me to spend more time with educated people. You all know so much." When she spoke about Yenning's song and remembered the scene of the couple crying together earlier, she couldn't help but smile. "Older sister-in-law, don't worry about us. Lin Zhengnan and I are going for a walk." Just then, the second and third sisters returned. Yu, seeing her friends, couldn't sit still and eagerly went to play with them. The couple held hands and strolled around Yan's backyard. It was clear that Mother Yen was very diligent, using every corner to grow vegetables, and the walls were cleaned spotless. Their yard was next to Yuruing's, and both yards were equally neat. Lin Zhengnan looked thoughtful and asked when he saw no one around, "Ji-won, is it really the man's decision whether to have boys or girls?" Ji-won nodded, of course. Taking this opportunity, she explained to Lin Zhengnan about chromosomes, how their combinations determine if it's a girl or a boy. Actually, these days, textbooks don't seem to cover this knowledge. She learned it from watching TV out of boredom in her previous life. The video was quite creative and she found it interesting, so she learned a little. Lin Zhengnan listened very carefully. While feeling curious about this new knowledge, he also admired his wife even more. Wow, Aunt Yan's family must have something big happening today. Why are Teacher Ji and you both here? Yuruing came out of the house, seeing their teasing tone, and couldn't help but mock. "Teacher Ji, why are you and Captain Lin arguing? If I weren't here, you'd probably be climbing all over Captain Lin." Ji-won squinted her eyes, feeling more confident, and almost leaned into Lin Jingnan's arms. She hugged his neck and deliberately said, "Older sister-in-law, that's really funny. Lin Jingnan is my husband. What's wrong with me climbing on him? By your logic, you don't climb on your husband but climb on someone else's?" Yuruing's face darkened.
You.
What nonsense are you talking about? I just asked you 2 questions. Do you really need to be so aggressive? Jiwon smiled. I'm someone who speaks honestly to everyone. If sister-in-law finds it unpleasant, then just keep quiet. After finishing her words, she took Lin Jingnan's hand and left, deliberately leaving a remark before going. Husband, let's go. Sister-in-law is just jealous of how happy we are. We shouldn't argue with her. Yuruing almost lost her temper. She casually picked up a lump of mud nearby and threw it at the yard across the way. Jiwon, stop talking nonsense. Who's jealous of you? Uffed. The mud splattered into pieces as it hit the yard, and coincidentally, Lady Yen bumped into it. She was furious and scolded loudly. Yuruing, what are you acting crazy for? Not willing to show weakness, she grabbed some mud blocks nearby and threw them back. My family has guests today. I don't want to bother with you. Normally, I'd tear your face apart if I cared. Knowing she was no match for this old woman, Yuruing glared fiercely and then turned to leave. A brave person doesn't suffer losses in front of their eyes. Jiwon, just wait and see. The couple entered the living room. Zhou Qiaoyu arrived late, put down her gift, and went to help Lady Yen. Because Jiwon and her family were pregnant, they didn't interfere. Yen Ingsong was a skilled cook. He put on an apron and busily worked in the kitchen. Jiwon couldn't help but peek in to watch. She saw him stirring the pot and flipping the spoon, making a mess of dishes. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise. Brother Yen, you're really good. What are you cooking? Such a feast? Yen Ingsong smiled shyly, a little embarrassed by the compliment. I'm just following what your auntie arranged. She buys the ingredients and I cook. Jiwon's smile never faded. She leaned at the door and clicked her tongue. Brother Yen, not only do you cook well, but you also care for your sister-in-law. In our neighborhood, you're considered a top-notch man. Yen Ingsong knew their family's reputation outside wasn't very good. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. Really? Jiwon nodded repeatedly. Ask Lin Jingnan if you don't believe me.
Can I lie?
Lin Jingnan had been feeling restless ever since Jiwon praised Yen Ingsong. His eyes were guarded, and he kept sitting down and getting up on the sofa. He couldn't hold back anymore. He casually took off his coat and stepped forward. Yes, that's true. He suddenly wore a t-shirt, which made Jiwon feel a little confused. She looked him over and asked, Weren't you sitting over there drinking tea? Why are you here? Lin Jingnan cleared his throat and glanced at the kitchen, muttering to himself, I'll help out too. Under Jiwon's doubtful gaze, he calmly moved over to lend a hand. Is there anything I can help with? Seeing their leader personally coming to cook surprised Yen Ingsong so much that his eyes nearly popped out. He busily worked on the dishes, joking cheerfully.
Oh.
Commander Lin is here too? With Teacher Ji here, are you planning to show off your skills? Lin Jingnan shot him a cold look. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me what to do. Yen Ingsong cleared his throat. His kitchen was small, and everyone squeezing in made it hard to move. He looked at Zhou Qiaoyu, who was sitting nearby selecting vegetables, and suggested, Comrade Zhou, maybe you should go outside and rest with Teacher Ji? Commander Lin can help me here. Zhou Qiaoyu stood up, looked around, and remembered how efficiently Lin Jingnan usually worked at home. She nodded.
All right.
She clapped her hands and came out, standing beside Jiwon. She couldn't help but ask, why did Commander Lin decide to come help? Jiwon was also confused. He hadn't reacted earlier, so why was he here now? She smiled and said, no problem. Let them do their work. We women will wait to eat. After observing their good teamwork, she couldn't help but praise Lin Jingnan. Commander Lin is really good. His cooking is getting better, and he works efficiently. Jiwon, will definitely have a good husband. Her compliment made Lin Jingnan feel very happy. Now his wife was praising him instead of others. He felt proud and worked even harder. With his help, Yan Song was like a tiger with wings. Since they were both men and comrades, he could give orders freely. But Zhou Qiaoyu, being a woman present, made him hesitant. He had to think carefully before speaking, and it was awkward to tell her to do this or that, which slowed down the work. Mrs. Yen hurried in from outside, seeing the women gathered at the door. She pushed through their curiosity and looked inside, only to find that all the workers were men. Her own son didn't think much of it. After all, Yan Song was the host, and showing off a bit was fine. But guests were here. How could Commander Lin be cooking? She was startled. Commander Lin, why are you here too? Oh, you should put down what you're doing and go out. I can handle this. Fearing her work would be taken away, Lin Zhengnan turned aside to avoid Mrs. Yan's outstretched hand. Auntie, I'll do it. Mrs. Yan was about to insist, but Ji-won pulled her away. Auntie, let him come in. Madame Yan felt a bit embarrassed after being teased. They were the hosts, and it wasn't proper for the guests to do the work. Zhu Lin finished her chores and came in, smiling when she saw the scene. Feeling sorry for her husband sweating so much while cooking, she stepped forward to wipe his sweat. Lin Zhengnan watched from the side with some envy, glancing occasionally at Ji-won behind him. He didn't speak for a long time, and Ji-won eventually understood. It was her husband's competitive spirit acting up. She quickly took out a handkerchief and softly whispered, "Look at how hot it is for my husband. Come, wipe his sweat. Are you tired?" How could Lin Zhengnan say he was tired? Hearing Ji-won's concern, he felt very happy and couldn't help but smile. He kept urging her, "Xiaowan, you go outside first. We'll handle this."
Oh.
He still called her Xiaowan. Yan Song, nearby, kept making faces at him, waiting until Ji-won left before walking over and smiling. Captain Lin and Teacher Ji are so affectionate. I didn't notice. Before, you always looked serious, and when you went out with Teacher Ji, you didn't walk side by side. People in the army said you two didn't get along. They should come see for themselves, see if it hurts to be so obvious. Lin Zhengnan ignored his teasing, squinting and giving him a slight sneer. Then why do I hear others say you mistreat your wife at home? Yan Song's face turned red with anger at this. That's nonsense. Zhu Lin and I have known each other since childhood. How could I mistreat her? Lin Zhengnan smiled meaningfully.
Right.
I also heard that a few days ago, you cried so heartbreakingly holding your wife that you sounded worse than a child. Is that true? Yan Song immediately shut his mouth, the redness on his face quickly fading, replaced by awkwardness. He awkwardly touched his nose. Did Teacher Ji tell you that? Lin Zhengnan shot him a warning look. My wife isn't that talkative. I heard it from others.
Who was it?
Lin Zhengnan didn't answer. Ji-won only told him she rescued Zhu Lin on the road. The part about Yan Song crying and not letting go of his wife was something later seen and reported by soldiers at the hospital. At that time, he didn't believe it. After all, Yan Song, despite his playful smile, wasn't the type to cry easily. They went to the battlefield, bleeding but not crying loudly or easily. How embarrassing that would be. Now, hearing this, seeing his guilty face, it was probably true. Yan Song was an exception. Inside, the two men muttered to each other, while outside, several women gossiped eagerly. Madam Yan suddenly thought of Song Mingqing and asked Ji-won, "Teacher Ji, did your mother and that person named Xia get divorced? In the future, when she starts a bean sprout business, Song Mingqing will probably come here often. The divorce will eventually be known." She nodded and said, "Yes, that Xia person isn't a good person. It's better to divorce early." Hearing this, Grandma Yan strongly agreed and clapped her hands in approval. That's right. I often go over there, and I know that Xia family very well. She was feeling excited now, pulling Ji-won to quickly share everything she had seen and heard recently. Teacher Ji, you don't know. I heard that Grandma Xia and her grandson were kicked out of the family compound by the textile factory leaders. Oh, serves them right. They have nowhere to live now. I heard they went back to that broken-down house, which had been burned before, and their bedding is all torn. It's so cold at night, they can't sleep. Her son is having an affair, right? And that woman nearby isn't a good person either. She doesn't like people like the Xia family living next door. She keeps throwing into their house every day. It stinks so bad. Grandma Yen pinched her nose as she said this. A few women nearby looked upset and showed disgust. Is that true? Of course it's true. I'm a person who loves to watch the fun. I went to see it that day. Oh, the door was covered in, and it smelled terrible. No one wanted to pass by. Grandma Yen sighed with relief. Good people get their comeuppance. Grandma Xia is always thinking about her grandson, right? Now, she's so poor she can't even buy a piece of meat for him. She's so hungry she digs through trash. Anyway, Teacher Ji, be careful. When dogs are cornered, they bite. If they come after you, what will you do? Ji-won was not afraid at all. It's fine. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they regret it. Grandma Yen smiled, believing she could handle it. Last time, when Ji-won made Grandma Xia sign a promissory note, she sensed something unusual, and it turned out she was right. Teacher Ji is not someone to be bullied. They worked until it was almost dark, and finally a big table of food was ready. But before eating, Grandma Yen called her family and set out chickens, ducks, fish, and geese in the yard. They were all slaughtered and cleaned, with red strings tied around their necks, arranged in a circle on the table, very festive. Next to them, baskets held eggs and sugar, rare treats for this time of year. Normally, people only eat these during the new year, but Grandma Yen displayed everything openly. She also lit a small string of firecrackers, which crackled loudly, attracting everyone nearby. People gathered in layers outside the door, talking excitedly. Ji-won, seeing the situation, didn't understand what was happening. In a daze, she was directly pushed in front of the table. Dear neighbors, Teacher Ji saved my daughter-in-law a few days ago. If she hadn't been kind and helped, my daughter-in-law would probably be gone by now. It's not just her. She might also lose her unborn grandchild. Our Yen family is not ungrateful. Today, under your witness, we all thank Teacher Ji for her great kindness. Old Mrs. Yen loudly finished speaking. In the surprised looks of Ji-won and her husband, she waved at the two young children behind her. Big girl, second girl, what are you standing there for? Come here and kneel to thank Teacher Ji for saving your mother and brother. The two girls, who seemed to have been trained, immediately ran forward and knelt in front of Ji-won. They supported themselves with their hands and knocked their heads 3 times with loud thuds. Ji-won was stunned and wide-eyed. After regaining her senses, she hurriedly helped them up. Annie, what are you doing? I already said at the time that I would save whoever I could. This is too formal, kneeling and all. Yen Ingsong also stepped forward. Teacher Ji, this isn't too formal at all. You saved not just 2 lives, but 2 families. My mother is old and can't handle such shocks. If you hadn't appeared that day, our family would have fallen apart. Without our family, there would be no us. Can you bear to see that happen? If Ji-won hadn't stopped them from kneeling, old Mrs. Yen would have wanted to kowtow to her twice. Sensing their intentions, she quickly spoke. Auntie, the children have already knelt. You don't need to come. You're all elders, and if you kneel, it might shorten your lives. Old Mrs. Yen was delighted, showing her teeth. No, Teacher Ji, don't worry. From now on, you will be our Yen family's great benefactor. She made her stance clear. Our Yen family will be firm supporters of Teacher Ji. Anyone who dares to bully her will be going against us, against me, this old woman. Everyone probably knows my temper. If I find out someone has bullied Teacher Ji, I promise I'll curse them so badly that their ancestors will come out of their graves. Her words were a bit exaggerated, and the sisters-in-law who heard the commotion couldn't help but laugh. To thank Teacher Ji for saving their lives and to wish her daughter-in-law and grandson safety, she handed out some candies and peanuts to share the joy. Old Mrs. Yen took out a basket filled with pre-prepared candies and peanuts and handed them all to the neighbors. Everyone finally understood the full story and realized that Ji-won had saved Zhu Lin's life. They were all very curious and gathered around Grandma Yen. How did she save him? Teacher Ji isn't a doctor, is she really that good? Grandma Yen puffed up her chest proudly and patted her chest with a sense of pride. Of course. You should blame that broken rice ball. It got stuck in my daughter-in-law's throat. Grandma Yen was best at telling these stories, speaking animatedly, with hand gestures. Her story about saving someone was full of twists and turns, exciting everyone. The sisters-in-law all stayed in the yard, unwilling to leave. Teacher Ji saved someone and didn't keep it a secret. She even taught us how she did it. Wow, Teacher Ji is amazing. Before, in the next village, a boy got a piece of candy stuck in his throat and died right away. One old woman sighed sadly. He was only 5 years old. His family was poor and they finally bought some candy. His grandparents and parents didn't want him to eat it, so they kept it for him. But the boy had never eaten candy before and swallowed it in one bite. It got stuck, and his face turned purple. Even if they took him to the clinic, he wouldn't have made it once he left the yard. If only he had met Teacher Ji, such a tragedy could have been avoided. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's right. And Zhu Lin is really lucky. There's a saying, after great danger comes good fortune. Grandma Yen loved hearing this and smiled happily, her teeth showing. By the way, sister-in-law, can you teach us that method? Should we ask Teacher Ji if she's willing? Grandma Yen was waiting for this question. She raised her eyebrows happily, her face full of wrinkles, smiling like a flower, almost wagging her tail. Of course. Teacher Ji said that sharing her method can prevent many tragedies. She already taught me, and she said I learned quickly and was smart. I'll teach you all. It's actually quite simple, but many people don't know about it. Come, I'll show you. Both adults and children can learn. If you encounter this situation in the future, you won't have to wait for death. Meanwhile, Yanning Song was waiting to eat. When he turned around and saw his mother showing off in the crowd, he was surprised. He used to dislike greeting Grandma Yen, but now she was calling her big sister affectionately and very warmly. Yen Song couldn't help but laugh and called Lin Jingnan to bring the table inside. All the meat on the table was bought for you. After dinner, you can take it home. Comrade Zhou has some too. Zhou Qiaoyu thought to herself that she had been at the cricket house this morning and hadn't shown much interest. She didn't expect them to go all out for her. She was just slapped in the face and felt embarrassed. How could she dare to eat and take things? She quickly waved her hand to refuse.
No.
I only said 2 words at the time and didn't help at all. I'm already happy that you invited me to dinner. If you give me a gift again, I would feel guilty and probably won't sleep tonight. Zhu Lin chuckled softly beside her. She was pretty, and her smile made people want to look at her a little longer. Miss Zhou, you're exaggerating. No matter what, you should accept a small gift in return. You and Teacher Ji are both too polite. Coming here with gifts, if we don't accept, we won't feel at ease. Without Grandma Yen there, Zhu Lin felt she could speak more freely. Usually, when her mother-in-law spoke, it was noisy and loud, and they had no chance to interrupt. They returned to the room, set the bowls and chopsticks, and took out soda to prepare for the meal. Turning around, she saw Grandma Yen still outside. There was a guest here, and she was still outside? Usually, she was the most eager to eat. The guests were waiting too. Yen Song called out, Teacher Ji, you eat first. Don't worry about my mother. He stood up and went to the door. Just as he was about to call out for his mother, suddenly, Grandma Yen was fighting outside. Mrs. Yen, what are you arguing with her for? Teacher Ji and the others are waiting for you to eat. Hurry back and eat. Neighbors chattered all at once, trying to persuade Grandma Yen to let things go.
Exactly.
When has her mouth not been as if she ate something bad? Do you think arguing with her is a waste of time? Grandma Yen refused to let go. This woman threw mud into our backyard before. She just can't stand us doing well. My daughter-in-law finally came back from the brink of death, and she just opened her mouth to say my daughter-in-law is carrying a girl. Is she a doctor or has X-ray eyes? Why does she have to be so annoying? Knowing she wanted a grandson but still acting so deliberately mean, who else could she hit? Grandma Yen got angrier and slapped her twice. It was none other than Yuruing from next door, who was pinned down and unable to move. The neighbors all saw the whole thing, but no one spoke up for Yuruing. You this old busybody. What's wrong with what I said? You favor boys over girls, always talking about wanting a grandson. Your daughter-in-law is about to be driven crazy by you. I'm just speaking the truth. Shut your mouth. Our family's matters don't need your fake kindness. I kindly brought you wedding candies, and this is how you behave? Auntie Yen was furious and reached directly into her pocket, grabbing the candies and peanuts she had previously given out.
Bah.
You ungrateful wolf. You're not worthy of my stuff. From now on, every time I see you, I'll give you a beating. Today I'll let it go because there are guests, but next time, I won't hold back and will tear you apart. After standing up, she deliberately pinched Yuruing's chest twice, causing her to scream in pain and curse loudly, calling her an old beast. Yanning Song wanted to go help, but seeing the scene, he was so scared he stopped in his tracks. His mother was very fierce. It was better not to interfere. Women fighting so openly was too intense. If he, as a man, saw something he shouldn't, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River.
Bah.
Get lost. You're not allowed to step into my yard again. Auntie Yen got up and pulled Yuruing out of the yard. Yuruing's clothes were pulled loose, and she had slap marks on her face, looking very miserable. She staggered out of the yard, angrily spat on the ground.
Ha!
What's so great about her? I said she'll never have grandchildren in her life, and I was just trying to help.
She didn't believe me.
Neighbors stepped back a little, their eyes showing clear rejection. It was obvious who was right and who was wrong. No need for anyone to say it. It was clear at a glance. If Auntie Yen hadn't already been called inside to eat by her son, she probably would have rushed over to tear her apart after hearing Yuruing's words. She was just like a soft persimmon being squeezed. At first, she was loud and noisy, but after a few slaps from Auntie Yen, she didn't dare to say a word. The aunts looked at each other with disdain and left one after another. Most of the people outside had gone. They came for the fun, ate what they could, and watched a big scene, feeling quite satisfied. Inside, everyone gathered around a big table and started eating. Yanning Sung's cooking was really good. The meal was enjoyable for everyone. The women and children ate their fill, while two men stayed behind, drinking several glasses of wine. It was getting late, so they helped clear the table, said their goodbyes, and left. Zhou Qiaoyu carried a bag of gifts, mostly snacks like canned food and cookies. As for Ji Wan and the others, the meat on the table was taken home. Lin Zhengnan carried 2 big bags, with Ji Wan walking beside him, holding fish. Didn't expect Auntie Yen and them to be so generous. They don't seem very wealthy, so I feel a bit uneasy accepting so much, he said. Walking side by side, Zhou Qiaoyu cheerfully said, "What's the big deal? People say that Aunt Yen is right. You saved 2 families and 2 lives, so they should thank you." Some elders nearby also said that saving a stranger's life is like interfering with their karma. If you don't accept a gift, what if it backfires? Zhengnan also agreed, saying, "Comrade Zhou is right. Since Aunt Yen gave it to you, you should accept it peacefully. If you refuse, it's their fault." Both of them comforted her like this, so Ji-won felt less pressure in her heart. Zhou Qiaoyu continued, "We also need to gather everyone to grow bean sprouts. It's a way to help them earn some income. If this gets out, Aunt Yen will definitely thank you even more." That made sense. Aunt Yen is quite an interesting person. When she dislikes you, she's like she wants to spit on you. When she likes you, she's like she wants to hold on to you. She's someone who loves and hates openly. Before leaving, Ji-won also gave Zhou Qiaoyu a chicken, but she refused to take it. "Someone gave this to you. Why are you giving it to me? We can't eat so much at home, and without a fridge, it'll spoil if we don't eat it soon. It's a pity. Please help us share some." Zhou Qiaoyu was momentarily hesitant, standing there awkwardly. Ji-won simply went over, held her arm, and shook it. "Older sister Zhou, can I ask you a favor? Why are you so unwilling to eat the meat I give you?" They had known each other for a long time, but Ji-won had never been so clingy before, which made Zhou Qiaoyu shiver with surprise. All right, it's just meat. I'm not stupid. I can't eat it. Give it to me quickly, I need to go back and make bean sprouts. Ji-won handed over the meat and quickly left with it. The couple saw this and smiled, holding Fishy's hand and going home. They could finally wash up and rest, but Zhou Qiaoyu probably still had work to do. The next day, they hadn't even started eating the meat Aunt Yan gave yesterday when Zhao Xiaojun brought 2 more Christian carp over. He said it was to thank them for helping take care of the children and for making chicken soup. Ji-won didn't expect Liu Yun to be so polite. She waved her hand, refusing to take it. Your mom just came back from the hospital and needs some fish soup to recover. She can keep it for herself. Why did you bring it here? Zhao Xiaojun smiled. Annie, just keep it. You're pregnant too, right? My mom said this was bought early by my dad. It's very fresh and specially cooked for you. Ji-won felt a bit helpless. Her kitchen still had plenty of food, and lately, she seemed to be very lucky. The meat at home was piling up, and she simply couldn't finish it all. There are 2 more fish I need to deliver to Aunt Jo later. I'll play here for a while first. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately looked for Fish. Little sister, where are you? Fish, who was playing in the backyard, heard the noise and ran out quickly. Brother Xiaojun. The young girl ran straight into Zhao Xiaojun's arms, hugging him and looking up to ask, Why did you come, brother? Zhao Xiaojun kept giggling, confused by being called brother twice. I'm here to deliver fish to your aunt. Fish blinked and whispered, We already have a big fish at home, in a large tank. I'll take you to see it. Holding Zhao Xiaojun's hand, she led him to the backyard. Ji-won saw this and smiled, moved a small stool to the backyard to pick vegetables, and listened to the children chat. Wow, such a big fish. Where did it come from? Fish looked proud. Grandma Yen gave it to me. You mean the big girl's grandma across the street? Exactly. Fish smiled. Zhao Xiaojun was a bit surprised and whispered to the girl. Doesn't Grandma Yen seem stingy? Like a tight person, never sharing anything. Fish explained because my mom saved Annie. Hearing this, her eyes lit up, and she quickly told Zhao Xiaojun the story of what happened, vaguely explaining how to save someone. Zhao Xiaojun didn't think her young age meant he shouldn't listen. Instead, he squatted down and listened very carefully. Once he was sure he understood, he looked up and asked Ji-won, Auntie, is what my sister said true? Seeing the bright eyes of her daughter, Ji-won nodded. Yes, it's true. Fish is very smart. She learns quickly. The young girl was shy after being praised, covering her mouth and giggling happily. She was so distracted that she stopped playing and came over to help Ji-won. Zhao Xiaojun also came along. Auntie Ji, you're really amazing. You know everything. Your cooking is delicious, you're pretty, and you can even save people. Hearing her son praise her, Fish nodded. Yes, Mom is the best. Ji-won felt a little proud after being praised. Xiaojun is such a good talker. Why don't you have lunch here? You brought 2 fish, so you can't go back empty-handed. It's good to have some food in your stomach. Zhao Xiaojun was overjoyed and couldn't agree more. Great. Thank you, Auntie Ji. I told my mom your cooking is delicious. She didn't believe me until she drank your chicken soup that day, and she kept praising you. Really? Really? Okay. I'll cook a bit more later. You can take some to your mom. Zhao Xiaojun was so happy, he couldn't stop smiling. He worked even harder, helping to pick vegetables and tidying up the living room. This boy is so diligent. Ji-won watched him and wondered if he would still be so hardworking when he grew up. For several days, Ji-won's family finally finished eating all the meat. Luckily, it was a day off, and they planned to visit the Song family. Early in the morning, the whole family got busy. The couple put on new clothes, and they also dressed Fish in a new dress. They carried bags and left the house. We need to meet Xiaoing and the others first, then go to the department store to buy some gifts for Grandma and the others. Today, Ji-won also wore a dress. To match the fashion of the time, she wrapped a silk scarf in her hair. Lin Jungnan wore only a shirt and suit pants, looking very energetic. Mom, I don't want this scrunchie. I want to braid my hair. The little girl loved to look pretty. Knowing they were visiting someone today, she begged Ji-won to style her hair. She made a simple fishtail braid and tied 2 colorful bows at the ends with fabric. Fish was so happy she jumped around, showing off as she went out. Ji-won checked her belongings to make sure nothing was forgotten, then grabbed her bag and left. The couple held hands. Today, Ji-won also wore light makeup. She glanced at Lin Zhengnan and thought her husband looked very handsome. She couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. Fish, are you going out today? Your dress is so pretty. Zhao Xiaojun came back from playing outside and saw the little girl walking slowly. After praising her, he was so sweaty that he wanted to hug her. Fish was scared and kept stepping back, shouting loudly.
Don't come near me.
Move away. Don't hug me. Zhao Xiaojun was startled and quickly stopped. What's wrong? Fish raised her little hands and tugged at her dress. It's my new dress. Don't get it dirty. Zhao Xiaojun wanted to say he wouldn't, but when he raised his hand, his palm was black. He awkwardly smiled, blushing, and hid his hand behind his back. I won't touch it. I just want to look. He spun around Fish happily. Looking at Ji-won and her husband, Zhao Xiaojun nodded and made a clicking sound. Aunt Ji, why do you look so pretty? Lin uncle looks so dark next to you, haha. Lin Zhengnan, who was lost in his wife's sweet kiss, suddenly heard Zhao Xiaojun's teasing. He squinted, and his face immediately darkened. Noticing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Zhao Xiaojun quickly shut his mouth in fear and dared not look at Lin Zhengnan. He chuckled nervously. However, Uncle Lin is handsome, and you, Auntie, are a perfect match. Lin Zhengnan snorted softly, thinking, this kid still knows how to flatter. Ji-won smiled and turned her face to look at Lin Zhengnan. Compared to her, he was much darker. Lin Zhengnan was outside every day, so it was normal for him to be tanned. Being a little darker is good. It shows you're healthy. Besides, why should a man be so pale? If he's too white, he might look like a pretty boy. Realizing his wife was defending him, Lin Zhengnan felt very happy inside. Exactly. Zhao Xiaojun, you're not much whiter than me. Zhao Xiaojun giggled, and, seeing that Uncle Lin wasn't angry, became bolder. Annie said that being darker shows masculinity. Uncle Lin, we're all grown men. Lin Zhengnan ignored him. Who is he talking about? Zhao Xiaojun wasn't discouraged and looked at Yu Yu's round face. Annie, do you think my sister will look as good as you when she grows up? Ji-won thought about how her daughter would look when she grew up. They weren't exactly the same type. Ji-won was a bit cool and reserved, but Yu Yu was sweet and charming. The girl combined her face shape with Lin Zhengnan's delicate features. She was outstanding from a young age and was often called a school beauty. Several times, talent scouts nearly recruited her for acting, but she wasn't interested in that. Yu Yu will be much prettier than me when she grows up. Zhao Xiaojun's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Wow. How beautiful must she be? Actually, you could already see that Yu Yu was different from others. They were all children from the same big courtyard. Yu Yu's skin was very fair, her eyes large, and her eyelashes curled and fluttered beautifully, even more attractive than a fan. Everyone outside was running and sunbathing, but she wasn't tanned at all. Her delicate face looked soft and smooth, like it could be squeezed with water. Zhao Xiaojun was a face enthusiast. He wanted to carry her everywhere and kept saying how much she looked like a little sister, wishing he could take her home. Of course.
Just wait and see.
Mom, let's go quickly. You couldn't wait to go out and play. She wondered why Mom was still chatting with brother Xiaojun. Okay, Xiaojun, we're leaving. Ji-won held her daughter's hand, said goodbye, and left. The family of 3 went to meet Song Mingqing and her daughter. Everyone had changed into new clothes, showing how special this visit was. They also bought some gifts at the department store, carrying big and small bags as they headed to the Song family. The Song family was in the northern part of the city. Many buildings there were old-fashioned apartment blocks and single-story houses. A group of people asked around for a while before finally reaching an old, chipped iron gate. Are we sure this is the place? Ji-won looked around carefully and asked, but no one answered. She looked up and saw Song Mingqing looking nervous. Her hand holding the bag was trembling slightly, and her voice almost sounded like She was about to cry. Xiaowan, maybe you should go in first? I'll come later. Before she finished, Jiwon cut her off. What's the rush? We can go in together. Can you hide for a while? Or forever? You haven't visited since you got married so many years ago, and I haven't either. Honestly, we're both ungrateful daughters. We'll get scolded either way. Let's go in together and let Grandma have her fill of scolding. That way, she won't get tired from being scolded twice. Her words, though blunt, made sense. Song Mingqing forced a smile. She took a deep breath to calm herself and looked around but didn't see anyone. Today is Grandma's birthday. Your uncle just came back, so the family should be quite lively, right? Why is it so quiet here? Jiwon wasn't sure either, so she asked Lin Jingnan to knock on the door and inquire. After asking around, they found out it wasn't the Song family's house. They lived across the street. The Song house outside was a small courtyard with a 3-room, 2-hall bungalow. It was crowded among the neatly arranged houses, making it a bit hard to find. They came out of the alley and turned to the opposite side. Looking over there, it was definitely livelier. They couldn't wait to go over, and even saw a familiar face. Aunt Liao. Standing outside fixing her clothes was none other than Liao Min. When she heard the familiar voice, she turned around and saw Jiwon's family of 3. They were all stunned.
Xiaowan.
Jiwon ran over quickly and Lin Jingnan, worried she might fall, hurried after her, keeping a close eye. Song Mingqing and her daughter, Yu, slowly followed. Xiaowan, why are you here? Do you know anyone?
Yivan nodded.
Yes, I came to see my grandma. Her house is right here. Aunt Liao, what are you doing? Liao Min was dressed very formally today, with a pot of orchids beside her. Since Jiwon hadn't visited recently, her orchids still looked healthy. I came to visit my mentor. She also lives here. Today is her birthday, so I came especially. She's been in the north these past few years, but she just returned. Jiwon was surprised and thought it couldn't be a coincidence. She looked back at Song Mingqing and her daughter. They exchanged glances and immediately understood they were heading to the same house. Just then, the door in front opened, and inside was bustling with activity. A unfamiliar auntie opened the door, smiling constantly at the few people there. Comrade, are you here to visit Professor Liu? Mother of Song Mingqing just happens to have the surname Liu, so it seems they are indeed here. Liao Min didn't know that their purpose was the same, so she smiled and greeted her. Could you please help me move this pot of flowers? Hearing this, the auntie smiled happily. Oh, you must be the comrade Liu mentioned, right? Liao Min's face lit up with joy, surprised beyond words. Does the teacher remember me? The auntie smiled and quickly moved the orchid inside. Of course I remember. Professor Liu heard you're bringing her flowers and was so happy. She even cleaned her bedroom specially a few days ago. Hurry up, Comrade Liao. Please come in. Liao Min brushed her sleeves, straightened her back, and was about to go inside when she saw the others at the door. She quickly called out to Jiwon. Little Wan, Aja said he'll send your things over in a couple of days. Don't worry. I'll go in first, and we can chat later when we have time. Jiwon nodded. Auntie Liao, you go ahead and busy yourself. Anyway, they would meet inside soon enough. Hey, why aren't the other comrades coming in? Jiwon wanted to go in, but her family of 3 going inside and leaving Song Mingqing here wouldn't be proper. She smiled sweetly. Please, Annie, just go inside and tell Professor Liu that her daughter and granddaughter are here. Hearing this, the auntie's face suddenly changed. She had only been working here for a few days, just getting familiar with her family members. She usually didn't talk much, but she remembered Professor Liu mentioning she had a daughter. Didn't she say she had no contact before? Why is she coming here on her own? The auntie nodded reluctantly and agreed. Through the open door, Jiwon saw that there were already a few guests in the yard. The elderly professor has many students, but she keeps a low profile. Few people know she's back. Professor Liu is 70 this year. Her short hair, now gray, is cut to her shoulders. She wears a gray coat over a high-necked knit sweater. She sits in the yard drinking tea, surrounded by her students, mostly middle-aged men and women in their 40s or 50s. They all look respectful, hoping Professor Liu will show them some lessons. Professor Liu enjoys feeling needed. She teaches mathematics, which gives her a serious air. She hardly smiles, but when she hears something, she turns her head and calls out, "Du Xiao, bring me the old reading glasses from inside." A woman wearing an apron ran out of the house. She had been busy cooking in the kitchen with Aunt Tian when she heard the call and immediately came out. She looked to be in her 30s, with a slender figure and a friendly smile on her face. "Mom, here you go." Professor Liu took the item and put it on, showing little emotion. Du Xiao looked uncomfortable, smiled at the guests, and then went back inside to continue her chores. After running around for a while, she called out, "Nian, nian, nian, nian." She called her daughter twice, but saw no one. Frustrated, she searched around and finally found her hiding in the next room, reading a comic book. Her face darkened instantly. She strode forward, snatched the book from her daughter's hands, and threw it onto the sofa.
"Come with me."
Nian Nian, about 7 years old, had a neat bob haircut. Hearing this, she trembled with fear, pressed her lips together, and obediently followed her mother outside. Mother and daughter walked out one after the other. Once outside, Du Xiao didn't pay much attention to the surroundings. She grabbed Nian Nian's slender arm, bent down, and slapped her several times on the backside. Those were real slaps, and even through her pants, you could hear the whooshing sound. Nian Nian felt pain and her eyes reddened, but she clenched her teeth and dared not cry out. It seemed that being beaten at home was nothing new to her. She was used to it and didn't even dare to resist. "How many times have I told you?"
"Huh?"
"To behave at home. Pay attention to your chores. Today we have so many guests and you're reading comic books? If you want to read, read your textbooks. You're supposed to be a good student like your grandma and the others. You can't just slack off because you're a girl. You're making me so mad. What did I do to deserve a troublemaker like you? If it weren't for you, I would have already had a son in the Song family. Now I have to be so cautious every day. It's all your fault, all your fault. Why didn't you just die back then? Maybe I wouldn't be in this mess now."
Du Zus en Gégreo.
She pinched Nian Nian's legs and arms several times. The girl could only cover her arms and silently shed tears, too scared to say sorry. "Wipe away your tears and get ready to go inside. If you don't know how to cook, you can at least pick vegetables, right? If I catch you slacking again, see how I deal with you." Du Xiao, who used to look quite pretty, now looked fierce and grim after her harsh scolding. She took a deep breath and was about to lead her daughter inside when she heard a tentative voice behind her. "Hello, comrade. Are you from the Song family?" Song Mingqing hesitated, unsure if there were many people in the family over the years, and didn't dare to speak rashly. Ji-won took a long look before she dared to confirm that the woman hitting someone was her cousin-in-law. Based on what she just said, she was sure about it. In her past life, she only had one daughter, and it seemed her health was damaged during childbirth, so she couldn't have more children later. Because of this, her parents-in-law argued more and more, and eventually, they even divorced. Du Xiao looked at the people in front of her, worried they might be visitors from the Song family and might complain to her mother-in-law or grandmother. Feeling nervous, she forced a smile and asked, "Yes, may I ask if you are?" Song Mingqing clenched her teeth, her eyes reddening. She thought this woman must be her niece-in-law. She quickly stepped forward and said, "Could you please go inside and tell Professor Liu that her granddaughter has arrived?" She didn't dare mention herself, worried that the niece-in-law might send her away. Du Xiao frowned slightly, observing Ji-won. Only her age matched that of the granddaughter. "Are you Ji-won?" Ji-won brightened up and asked, "Yes, do you know me, sister-in-law?" Du Xiao's eyes flashed with displeasure. "Never seen you before, but I've heard of you. Wait here, I'll go tell my mother." She had been married into the Song family for 10 years and had heard some things about this cousin-in-law. "Nian Nian, what are you standing there for? Come in quickly." Mother and daughter entered the house. Less than 5 minutes later, Uncle Song Mingyuan and Aunt Feng Qin appeared at the door. They heard Ji-won was here and found it hard to believe. Seeing her in person, their anger flared up instantly. Song Mingyuan snorted coldly. After so many years, You finally remember you have an uncle? Ji-won felt guilty and blushed. Uncle, aunt. She didn't know what to say, so she just pulled Yu over. Yu, quick, call Grandpa and Grandma. Yu blinked and cheerfully greeted Grandpa, Grandma. Seeing the child, the couple's expressions softened a bit. They then looked at Lin Jingnan. Uncle, aunt. It was obvious that Song Mingyuan was very pleased with this nephew-in-law. He nodded repeatedly, then stepped forward to pat Lin Jingnan's shoulder and praised him. Wow, you've grown taller over the years and are much stronger now. How's everything in Fengcheng? Lin Jingnan immediately straightened up, serious and respectful, giving a salute. Reporting to the team leader, everything is going well in Fengcheng. Yes, about 10 years ago, when he first joined the army, Lin Jingnan was a new soldier in Song Mingyuan's unit. Because of his excellent performance, he was kept at the regiment headquarters and his achievements were outstanding. Song Mingyuan had personally met him. He was the one who suggested transferring Lin Jingnan to the best unit at the time. Later, to avoid trouble, he went north, and from then on, he and Lin Jingnan were separated by north and south. Until his former brother-in-law asked him to help find a nephew-in-law, he immediately thought of Lin Jingnan. Learning that Lin Jingnan, still young, had become a company commander, he couldn't hide his desire to arrange a marriage and quickly introduce them to meet. Fortunately, they ended up together naturally, and looking at the couple, they were a perfect match. He felt a bit proud and laughed happily. By the way, I was the matchmaker for you too. We didn't get to toast at your wedding, so today you should have a few drinks in my honor. Feng Qin was a bit surprised. She had thought her husband was angry that Ji-won didn't come to visit. But now, it seemed he didn't care much. Thinking about it, Ji-won was quite young over 10 years ago and didn't understand social manners. According to her former brother-in-law, the girl had held a grudge against her mother since she was a child, and perhaps they had also annoyed her. Even after she grew older and more sensible, they had left, so visiting was impossible. When they heard they were coming back, they immediately came over. Seeing her nephew-in-law carrying a lot of bags, she thought he was thoughtful. Feng Qin silently watched, hiding her slight displeasure well, nodding and greeting. All right, let's get Xiaowan and the others inside. Do you want to stand at the door all day? She stepped forward, reaching out to take the bag from Lin Jingnan. Lin Jingnan politely declined. Auntie, let me do it. It's a bit heavy. Feng Qin smiled. All right, go in. The couple led Ji-won and the others to enter, but after a few steps, they realized someone wasn't following. Curious, they looked back and saw Ji-won glancing behind her. Uncle, auntie, and guests. More? The couple turned around simultaneously, looking at the mother and daughter nearby. The girl standing beside them looked unfamiliar. She had never been seen before. Who was she? But the older sister beside her looked somewhat familiar. As they looked, the couple was surprised and exchanged glances, frozen in place. Song Mingqing, with tears on her face, rushed forward and knelt directly in front of the couple. Big brother, sister-in-law, I am Mingqing. The couple had already recognized her just moments before, but they still found it hard to believe. Looking down at this biological sister, Song Mingyuan's chest rose and fell rapidly. His inner anger was much greater than the joy of reunion. Song Mingqing, how dare you come here? With a stern voice, Song Mingyuan almost slapped his sister. But he didn't hit women, especially since Xiaowan was nearby. It wouldn't be good to hit her mother in front of her. I'm sorry, big brother and sister-in-law. I arrived late. Song Mingqing looked up at them with tears blurring her vision. She turned to look at Xiaoing, who was standing still. Xiaoing, come quickly and kneel before your uncle and aunt. Xiaoing nodded and hurried to kneel down, the mother and daughter kneeling in a row. What are you doing? We cut ties with you as siblings over 10 years ago. Don't you remember? When you insisted on divorcing Ji Ruifeng, causing chaos in our family, you knelt at the ancestral hall and said you wanted to cut ties with your mother. Now, what are you doing again? Talking about those past events, Song Mingqing couldn't hold back her tears. Song Mingyuan, nearly 50, had red eyes and looked much older because of these stressful matters. He didn't hit women, but that didn't mean his wife, Feng Qin, didn't hit him. When Feng Qin married in, Song Mingqing wasn't married yet. She had a good relationship with her sister-in-law, but she never expected it would end like this. Seeing her husband's pained expression, Feng Qin was furious. She couldn't hold back and slapped Song Mingqing twice. Song Mingqing, you ungrateful person, how dare you come back? Divorce is your choice. We won't discuss that now. You keep saying you want to cut ties with us, but what have you actually done? Your mother was sick and you didn't visit her. The whole family moved north, leaving you a message, but you didn't come to see us. Instead, because of your own mistakes and lack of money, you kept writing to your mother asking for help. You're shameless, bringing your foolish daughter along. Our family's blood like ticks. Your brother's allowance isn't enough to support us all, and your mother secretly sent some money to you. Before leaving home, we agreed that you wouldn't share in the inheritance, but now you're shamelessly pretending to be helpless. Either you can't afford to eat or your foolish daughter is hospitalized, so your mother sent us all the gold bars. Taking advantage and acting innocent. I've never seen a greedy person like you. Why are you here? Seeing us return, your mother, and we are back to our jobs. Are you here to scam us again? Feng Qin hadn't spoken so much in many years. When she first found out that her mother-in-law was secretly sending money to her sister-in-law, she had a hysterical outburst. Unfortunately, her mother-in-law and husband didn't support her. They said Song Mingqing was having a hard time and, as a member of the Song family, she shouldn't be left to suffer. Fine, they had once been friends, and she thought of it as helping a beggar. But after learning that the gold bars were given to her, Feng Qin finally exploded. She argued fiercely with her family, and their relationship remains strained to this day. The Song family now appears to be prosperous on the surface, but behind closed doors, there are many conflicts. Song Mingqing kneels in place, and her sister-in-law's accusations rain down like a storm. She doesn't feel wronged by the 2 slaps she received, so she has no complaints. But the more she listens, the more something feels off. Finally, she frowns and asks, Big brother and sister-in-law, I didn't know you went to the north. When did you leave me a message? Song Mingqing bears the marks of the slaps on her face, looking somewhat pitiful at first glance. She thoughtfully replies, At that time, I tried to contact you, but it took me a long time to find out you went to the north. I thought you hated me so much that you didn't want me to know about your departure. As for money, that's even less likely. Big brother, don't you know my temper? I have such a strong pride. How could I ask you for money? Hearing this, the couple gradually calms down. Song Mingyuan has watched his sister grow up and knows that Song Mingqing's temper is quite similar to Professor Liu's. She is quick to speak and stubborn. Even if she cut ties before, she would have divorced. She never took a single needle or a thread from the family, so how could she ask them for money now? Looking at the clothing of Song Mingqing and her daughter, if they had really asked for money, how could they be living like this? She figures she is only in her 40s, but she looks much older than her older brother. And considering they had been living in the countryside in the north for so many years, Song Mingqing in the city wouldn't look like this. The couple exchange a glance and instinctively tighten their sleeves. If it wasn't Song Mingqing, then it was Xiaoling, Ji-wan, who had been silent beside them, finally speaks. It was him who asked you for money behind my mother's back, and it was also him who received the message you sent through your people. He was afraid you would contact her, so he kept it a secret all these years.
So it was Xiaoling.
Song Mingyuan's face turned green. He naturally knew that this was the man who married Song Mingqing second. That named Xia not only stole money from the Song family, but also made Song Mingqing and her daughter live like this. He was truly a beast hiding under a human skin. He was furious, his fist clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, eager to find Xiaoling and tear him apart. Where is he? Why didn't he come with you? Song Mingqing grits her teeth, her overwhelming anger almost drowning her. Tears flow as she struggles to breathe. It's really Xiaoling that. He played her around like a toy. She bites her lip and says through gritted teeth, I divorced him. Divorced? The couple are both very surprised. Yes, just a while ago, it was Xiaowan who helped me with the divorce. Song Mingqing lowered her eyes, looking very guilty. We only guessed that he secretly asked you for money, but we didn't know he also intercepted your message to me. It seemed Xiaowen was right. Someone like Xiaolang couldn't have gold bars. The gold bars must belong to your older brother. She said this and took out a small bag from her bag, behind her. I don't know how much he asked you for, but recently we raided Xiaolang's house, and all these valuables were taken from there. Older brother, please count them. If any are missing, tell me. I will earn money and return it to you. Song Mingyuan looked at the small bag in front of him, but didn't reach out to take it. Once, he resented his sister deeply. Angry, she dragged him down. He also resented their mother because if they had agreed to cut ties, they should have done so completely. Why did she still secretly support them? With his allowance, they could live well, but over the years, they had barely enough to eat. Meanwhile, Song Mingqing was living freely, draining his resources. Now that he knew the truth about her being deceived, he no longer felt resentment, only anger. Anger at how foolish his sister was. Her husband was living extravagantly, while she and her daughter were eating plain food, wasting away. All his frustration and dissatisfaction suddenly disappeared. Song Mingyuan sighed deeply. Forget it. Since this is for you, just keep it. You and your daughter just divorced, life will be tough. But at least now we're back and have new jobs. Things will get better. Xiaowan refused and knelt down, pushing the bag into Feng Qin's hand. Big brother and sister-in-law, I've caused you so much trouble over the years. I've shamed the family and brought so much trouble. I don't deserve your help.
Sigh.
After all, she was his biological sister, flesh and blood. 10 years of hardship. Song Mingqing knew she had made mistakes. Enough? Why are you still kneeling? Get up. You kneel because you made a mistake, but the children are innocent. Song Mingyuan and his wife helped the mother and daughter to stand up. Feng Qin opened the bag and looked inside. Besides the gold bars, there were some jewelry, money, and banknotes. Everything they had previously given out, now returned. She felt very happy, and her bad mood disappeared. She even found her sister-in-law more likable. Your brother is right. It's good you realize your mistake. Today is Mom's birthday. Don't cry, wipe away your tears. Song Mingqing quickly wiped her tears with a handkerchief and also wiped her daughter's face. Seeing they might give a good impression, Xiaoing smiled and greeted them. Uncle, aunt. The couple looked at their niece, and she was truly beautiful. It must be said that Song Mingqing is quite good at having children. Her 2 daughters inherited all her best qualities perfectly. So, is this the child you had with the Xia family? Song Mingqing nodded. Yes, her name is Xiaoing. And you said you divorced with Xiaoing's help. What exactly happened? Before Song Mingqing could speak, Ji Wan suggested, Uncle, aunt, why don't you go tell Grandma that my mom has arrived? I'll explain everything to you later. Hearing this, Song Mingqing immediately looked nervously at the couple, afraid they wouldn't agree to let her see her mother. They definitely wanted to see her, but going straight there wasn't appropriate. Song Mingyuan hesitated and proposed, how about this? Mingqing, you take Xiaoing outside and find a place to sit. I'll take Ji-won inside first to wish my mom a happy birthday and gradually tell her the truth. She's had a hard life these years. If she suddenly sees you, she probably won't handle it well. Song Mingqing was overjoyed and cried. Thank you, big brother. She was always her own sister. Before entering, Song Mingyuan gently patted her back. You've suffered. After saying these words, he led Ji-won's family of 3 inside. There were also several bags of gifts and money brought by Song Mingqing, about 7 or 8 in total, big and small. Suddenly, someone came in from inside, catching everyone's attention. Professor Liu was happily chatting with some students when she suddenly saw 2 strangers and became curious. Mingyuan, are these your friends? Before Song Mingyuan could answer, Liao Min, sitting nearby, exclaimed, Xiaowan, you're here too? Do you know my teachers? Hearing Xiaowan, Professor Liu immediately realized these weren't strangers at all, but her own granddaughter. Her face didn't show her surprise, but her actions betrayed her nervousness. She quickly stood up, nearly knocking over a nearby cup, but caught herself just in time. Xiaowan? Ji Yuan inherited Song Mingqing's aloof and proud nature, and she understood that her grandmother had inherited Professor Liu's traits. Seeing her grandmother, she could instantly see through her calm exterior to her excitement and happiness inside. The elderly woman, being older, liked family gatherings. Instead of blame, she welcomed her unexpectedly. "Xiaowan is here too? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" She smiled, but since she didn't smile often, her expression looked a bit strange. Ji Yuan's eyes were a bit moist, and she went straight to hug her elderly grandmother. No matter how old Professor Liu was, he still stood straight, showing the dignity of a scholar. "Grandma, I came to see you. Sorry for taking so long to visit." Hearing this, Professor Liu felt touched, and his nose felt a bit sore. "My brother and I are far in the north. How did you come here? Didn't your father bring you when you were little?" Ji Yuan knew she was trying to find an excuse. When the Song family left, she was already over 10 years old. If she wanted to visit, she could have any time. But because of her hatred, she refused to come. Now she thought about it. She and Song Mingqing truly shared the same stubborn heart. "I'm not fully settled here yet. Once I do, I'll invite you all over." The elderly grandmother allowed her to hold her without resisting. Song Mingqing was her youngest daughter, her little cotton-padded jacket. The daughter of her little cotton-padded jacket was her own precious heart. Ji Yuan smiled. "I also heard from my dad that I wanted to come long ago. I was just waiting until you were settled." Hearing this, everyone understood that this young woman was their teacher's granddaughter. Liao Min even chuckled. "Little Wan, I didn't expect we'd be so lucky to meet like this. Teacher, the orchid you like most is the one little Wan helped me take care of." Professor Liu was overjoyed. "Really?" Ji Yuan nodded. "Yes." Professor Liu couldn't stop smiling and immediately pulled out a chair to invite her. "All right, you all chat first. I'll take little Wan inside to catch up." Seeing Lin Zhengnan nearby, he looked at him with admiration. "Is this Zhengnan? Your uncle has good taste." "Oh, is this my great-granddaughter?" Yu's sweet words made her tug at the grandmother's clothes. "Great-grandma. All right, come here. Are you tired? Let's go inside for some water." The whole family gathered around Professor Liu as he entered the house. Song Mingyuan was a bit surprised, thinking the elderly might still hold some resentment like them, but when he saw his granddaughter, she seemed to forget everything. Feng Qin even whispered, "It's been so many years since I saw Mom so happy." Song Mingyuan agreed deeply. "Yes, let's go inside." He also needed to tell her about Song Mingqing's visit. If nothing unexpected happened, the family might have a reunion dinner tonight, something they hadn't had in over 10 years. They lively entered the living room. Hearing the noise, Du Xiu came out of the kitchen, just about to speak when Feng Qin asked her to pour tea. She felt some resentment but still brewed tea and poured it for everyone. "Take these gifts to your grandma's room." Du Xiu nodded, busy carrying the gifts. Liu Fenghua watched quietly. "Why did you buy so many things? Just having the heart is enough." She invited Ji Yuan and others to sit down and asked about the daily life of the couple. "Mom, these aren't from little Wan, they are from little Wan's mom." Liu Fenghua almost thought she heard wrong.
"What?"
Since she had already spoken, Song Mingyuan took a deep breath and pressed on. "It's Mingqing."
"She also came."
Liu Fenghua's face darkened. Today there were guests at home, and she didn't want to get angry. Why did she come? It was not good to say directly in front of Ji Yuan to ask her to leave. She came to show off her good life now. Song Mingyuan sighed. If only her life was really good. The money she has now, it wasn't Mingqing who asked for it. Ji Yuan also stepped forward, explaining the whole story clearly. Hearing about the divorce, tears appeared in Liu Fenghua's eyes. But she was always proud and didn't want to lose composure in front of the younger generation. Ji Yuan then told how Xiaoing was outside raising another woman and children, and how the divorce happened, making the Song family members fall silent. Liu Fenghua didn't expect that Mingqing had chosen such a difficult path. She had stubbornly walked through it on her knees, without even a whimper of grievance. After all, she was a piece of flesh that had fallen from her own body, and her youngest daughter was raised by her alone. How could she truly give up on them? If Mingqing took their money and lived better, she could still accept her daughter. But now, Mingqing and her mother were barely hanging on, and compared to that, the Song family was finally enjoying peace. How could she bear to let that mother and daughter go hungry and cold outside? She took out a handkerchief, dabbed at her eyes, took several deep breaths to suppress her sadness, and trembling lips looked at Song Mingyuan. Then, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and bring her here. Song Mingyuan responded with an nodded, and immediately rushed out. The mother and son were truly alike, stubborn but soft-hearted. At the door, Mingqing was leading Xiaoing, still not leaving, sitting nearby and watching eagerly. Song Mingyuan looked at her and felt uncomfortable. He asked irritably, "Aren't I telling you to find a place outside and wait?" Mingqing looked happy, stood up, and dusted herself off. "I'm just waiting here too." Seeing her pleading and cautious expression, Song Mingyuan almost cried. His once proud sister was now so low, and if their mother saw her, she might be even more heartbroken. When mother and daughter met, Mingqing knelt on the ground, crying desperately, slapping herself several times. Xiaoing was so frightened that she knelt beside her, tears falling down her face. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoqin sat calmly at the table, her eyes red but her expression cold, showing little reaction. This was surprising to everyone. It was also within Song Mingqing's expectations. She kept kowtowing and apologizing, feeling guilty for causing too much trouble for the Song family. Liu Xiaoqin looked at her deeply, feeling a mix of emotions seeing her in this state. After a long while, she sighed and nodded, letting her get up. "I understand you have your own difficulties and reasons. Let bygones be bygones. Just focus on doing well in the future. Go back now. Today we have guests, and it's not suitable for you to stay. When your father's birthday comes, just come and burn some incense for him." Her words were firm, leaving everyone a bit stunned. Song Xicheng, who had just squeezed into the crowd, was also surprised. "Grandma, little sister is here to wish you a happy birthday. Why are you asking her to leave?"
Du succès sortait d'inwardly.
She had made so many mistakes, crying a few times to seek her grandmother's forgiveness. Was that really possible? If it weren't for this little sister, wouldn't the Song family have suffered so much hardship in the countryside? Although the one demanding money was a cruel person surnamed Xia, wasn't that man also someone she was supposed to marry despite cutting ties? She had reaped what she sowed, and also dragged them down. Why was it so easy for her to be forgiven? Thinking of this, she secretly tugged on her husband's arm. Grandma's actions must have her own reasons. Don't interfere. Besides, it wasn't their place to decide. Song Mingyuan said nothing, and Feng Qin also agreed deeply. They couldn't just forgive this little sister so easily. Song Mingqing originally thought she wouldn't even be able to enter the house, but now she had come in, kowtowed, and been allowed to burn incense for her father. That was enough. Eating is a process, step by step. Her stubbornness and ignorance from years ago now made her realize her mistake. "All right, Mom is right. I'll go back first. You all eat well, and enjoy yourselves." Song Mingqing quickly got up from the ground, wiped her tears, and led Xiaoing away happily. Jiwan immediately followed. "Let me see you off." As they stepped outside, Liu Xiaoqin took a deep breath and stood up. "All right, you all go ahead with your own things. I'll go talk to those students. I've been ignoring them for too long." Before leaving, she also took Yu with her. Meanwhile, Jiwan and her mother arrived outside the door. She rubbed Xiaoing's head and looked at Song Mingqing to comfort her. Haste makes waste. The bond between mother and daughter can't be repaired overnight. There's a long way ahead. Don't be too sad. Song Mingqing knew her daughter was worried about her, and she smiled.
"I am not sad, Xiaowan."
"Really? On the contrary, I am very happy now." Jiwan stared at her carefully, making sure she wasn't lying before she relaxed. "I'm glad you think that way. All right, go inside quickly. I will take Xiaoing home. You should spend some good time with your grandma."
"Okay."
Xiaoing was reluctant to leave her, turning back every few steps. "Big sister, remember to come play at my house." Since she and her mother moved out, her eldest sister, hadn't visited. She missed her very much during this time. Ji-won agreed straightforwardly, "All right, stay safe on the way." She waved goodbye to the mother and daughter, then turned to go back. But after only a few steps, Du Xiao stopped her.
Xiaoan.
She smiled and stepped forward, cautiously asking, "Can I call you that?" Ji-won nodded, confused. "Of course.
You're my sister-in-law.
You can call me whatever is convenient for you." Du Xiao sighed in relief. "Xiaoan, do you think raising children is really hard work?" Ji-won was puzzled. Why did her sister-in-law stop her to talk about this?
My Nian Nian is 7 years old now.
She used to read some books with her grandma and started school early. Now she's in first grade. She doesn't like textbooks much, prefers comic books. Today I caught her reading one again and gave her a good talk. I'm doing this for her good. She's a girl. If she isn't independent and strong, she'll suffer more in the future.
We're all women, right?
Do you think I'm right? Even if Ji-won was slow to understand, she realized Du Xiao was explaining about hitting her daughter earlier. She seemed worried about revealing family matters to elders, so she came over to greet her. Since it was someone else's family issue, even if she thought her sister-in-law's way was wrong, she had no right to comment since they just met. She nodded. Sister-in-law is right. It makes sense. Du Xiao sighed in relief. Talking to smart people was easier. All right, Ji-won, go ahead and look around. I'll go inside and cook. As she left, Lin Zhengnan came out. The couple was busy when they arrived at the Song family, and only now could they finally talk privately. What did sister-in-law tell you? Ji-won moved closer and whispered, holding his arm. She said not to complain about the previous incident where she hit the child. Lin Zhengnan frowned and looked around. He saw Nian Nian quietly sweeping the floor with a broom. The girl was only about 7, probably shorter than the broom, with a pale face, clearly not feeling well. In a past life, I heard that this cousin's daughter was later diagnosed with a congenital heart disease. She was weak and often sick from a young age, and because her mother secretly scolded and hit her, she developed a shy and timid personality. Despite coming from such a good family, she tragically died from depression. Thinking of Ji-won, I feel sorry. The couple exchanged a glance, and Ji-won quickly waved to the little girl. Nian Nian, come here. Song Nian Nian looked over when she heard the voice, clutching her broom tightly and not daring to move. She instinctively looked inside the house, and when she saw her mother was not there, she relaxed and politely put down the broom, lowering her head to greet. Older cousin-in-law. The girl was quiet and well-behaved, very lovable. Ji-won smiled and patted her head, then took her to sit on a nearby chair. Lin Zhengnan followed closely behind. The couple looked at her and asked, "Your name is Nian Nian, right? Are you 7 years old this year?" Song Nian nodded. Yes. The girl bit her purple-tinged lips, looking very obedient. Ji-won gently pinched her small hand, noticing that because of her heart condition, her hands were very cold and slightly bluish. Are you cold? Why don't you wear more clothes? Even though it's spring now, the temperature difference between day and night is large. Ji-won kept muttering to herself, rubbing her hands to warm them. Although it was a caring gesture for the child, Song Nian looked a bit stunned, because her mother had never shown her such love before. Back in the countryside, her father was busy studying, her grandparents were busy working, and her great-grandmother, due to her profession, often had a stern face. She felt no warmth in that home and often felt lonely. Because of the need to avoid trouble, her mother didn't let her get too close to others in the countryside, and now she rarely went out at all. This was the first time someone showed her such pity. It felt so good to be loved that her heart warmed. Seeing the girl staring at her eagerly, Ji-won pulled her into her arms. She looked at Lin Zhengnan and reached out her hand. I remember you took 2 candies with you this morning? Why don't you give some to Nian Nian to make her smile? Lin Zhengnan nodded and immediately took out 2 large white rabbit candies from his pocket. Yu insisted I keep them for eating on the way, I almost forgot. Ji-won took them and peeled one open, then directly put it into Nian Nian's mouth. The girl's eyes widened as the sweet milk candy melted in her mouth, seeming to bring her happiness. She smiled and said thank you, older cousin. Jianwan placed the remaining candy in her hand and said, "You're welcome. We're family." She tousled the little girl's hair, and Ningning felt shy, her ears turning red. The three of them whispered quietly. Yu, who had been with Liu Xiaoqin, saw the commotion and felt a bit jealous. She snorted like a firecracker and hurried over, squeezing into Jiwan's arms. "Mom, I want to eat candy too." Seeing the main person arriving, Song Ningning understood they were Yu's parents, not her own, and quickly stepped out of Jiwan's embrace. The little girl's maturity was truly touching. Jiwan held her arm to stop her from leaving and pulled her back into her arms, then warned Yu, "Why are you so jumpy? Did you say hello to your sister?" Although Yu felt a little uncomfortable, she was an obedient child and pouted as she spoke. "Big sister." Song Ningning smiled shyly and called out, "Hello, little sister." Yu pouted her lips, feeling much happier. Jiwan tidied up her small braids and said, "Do you still want to eat candy? I haven't finished telling you off for secretly putting candy in your dad's bag." Knowing she was in the wrong, Yu drooped her head and didn't dare speak, glancing unhappily at Lin Zhengnan. Lin Zhengnan immediately explained, "It wasn't me. Your mom saw it herself." Jiwan scolded again, "Didn't I tell you to eat less?" Yu smiled and snuggled into her arms. "Mom, I only took 2 pieces. Didn't you give all the candy to my sister?" "I didn't eat any." She looked a bit wronged while saying this. "Ningning is your sister. Good things should be shared, right?" Before Yu could answer, Ningning heard this and immediately placed the candy in Yu's hand. Shyly, she said, "Little sister, here you go." The little girl was happy now, smiled, and was no longer angry. She took the candy confidently and asked, "Big sister, can you take me to play?" Song Ningning was just a child and couldn't resist the temptation of playing, but her mom asked her to sweep the floor. If she didn't see her doing chores later, she would probably get scolded again. The little girl longed to play, but didn't dare disobey her elders. Jiwan smiled, holding Yu in her arms. "Your sister has chores to do. Do you think you can run around mischievously like you?" She touched Song Ningning's small face and suggested, "Let Ningning sweep the floor first. We can play with your sister later." Even now, since she is an elder, she agrees to let Song Nian go out and play. For her sake, Du Xiu probably won't blame her daughter. But their family is here as guests, and they will leave in the afternoon. When they leave, Du Xiu won't be able to scold her daughter. Then only Nian will have to bear the blame alone. Thinking about this makes her feel guilty. It might be better to let her go work from the start. "Okay," she replied. Song Nian smiled and obediently went to continue sweeping. The young girl lowered her head and swept very carefully. Compared to before, she no longer felt tired. With so many adults at home and a nanny hired, it's not right for a child to be sweeping. Why is the sister-in-law so strict with her? Lin Zhengnan, a grown man, usually careless and not paying attention to these details, now looks a bit uncomfortable. Jiwan pulls his hand gently. Nian is the daughter of the eldest sister-in-law. What she says doesn't matter. But from what Du Xiu said earlier about her daughter, it seems her strictness is related to her inability to have children. Big brother Song Xiqing got into a good university, majoring in politics. After graduation, he will definitely work in the government. The eldest sister-in-law is just a rural woman and cannot have children. She must be very scared. Even though they once loved each other, one was too outstanding and the other was stuck. It's understandable that she would feel insecure and worry. It's just the child. "Zhengnan, come over and have a drink with us." "Why are you sticking so close to Xiaowan? A real man should act like one." Song Mingyuan appeared at the door and called out. As the younger generation, Lin Zhengnan had to go over. Before leaving, he glanced at Jiwan. "I'll go see them." Knowing that the men would probably be smoking and drinking, Jiwan whispered a reminder. "Drink less and smoke less." "Okay." After Lin Zhengnan left, Jiwan had nothing to do, so she decided to help with cooking. When she entered, her Aunt Feng Qin quickly stopped her. "Xiaowan, why did you come in? Go outside and sit, have some fun."
Yvonne smiled.
"Sitting is too boring." Then come chat with me. It's been so many years since we last saw each other. I want to ask how you've been lately. Feng Qin was very straightforward, immediately asking about Ji Wan's recent life. I always said Zhengnan is a good kid. That's why your eldest uncle remembered him. Otherwise, you two might not have become a couple. Ji Wan chuckled, never expecting there was such a layer to it. So, in the end, your aunt-in-law is also our matchmaker. Later, let Lin Zhengnan toast her twice. I can't do it. I can't drink because I'm pregnant. Really? Feng Qin was very happy to hear this and quickly helped Ji Wan sit down nearby. If you're pregnant, why are you still helping out? Aren't you worried about tiring yourself? I'm still young, only 3 months along. Even though it's early, time passes quickly. When I give birth, I want to visit. They were chatting happily, not noticing Du Xiu's footsteps pause at the door. Her expression was complicated. Seeing Feng Qin, she didn't know what to say, so she just looked for an apron and put it on. Mom, I'm going to cook first. Hearing this, Feng Qin got annoyed. What are you cooking? The family specifically hired an auntie to cook. Why do you insist on taking her job? You're not a nanny. Why are you always thinking about cooking? Du Xiu immediately froze, unsure of what to do. Feng Qin sighed inwardly. Forget it. You go watch Xicheng and the others. Ask if they want some tea. And Nian Nian? Why hasn't she shown up? Du Xiu looked outside the door, and finally, her face showed some happiness. I told her to sweep outside. Sweep what? How big is your yard that a kid needs to do it? Today, so many guests are here. Let her play with you for a while. Du Xiu didn't expect to be scolded and lowered her head in embarrassment. She hesitated and left to busy herself. Feng Qin couldn't help but vent her frustrations to Ji Wan. Your sister-in-law was found back in the countryside. I don't know how she and your older brother hit it off and insisted on being together. Back then, we were busy with our own lives, thinking they could just marry. Now that we're back in the city, I didn't expect her to act like this. We're not in the countryside anymore. There's no need to be stuck in the kitchen all day. She could find something to do. Ji Wan didn't reply. Her grandmother was a professor, her uncle a soldier, her aunt-in-law a doctor, and her older brother a university student. Only her sister-in-law was uneducated. Her previous main task was taking care of the whole family, but now that they're back in the city and have a maid, she doesn't have a role anymore. But as a housewife, what can she do? Why don't you find a job for your sister-in-law? Feng Qin sighed. Why not? She tried working for a day and said it wasn't suitable. Ji Wan observed Du Xiu and thought she seemed quite diligent. She worked quickly and efficiently, unlike the person who said that. Could there be some hidden reason? Where does your sister-in-law say is unsuitable? I'm not sure. Anyway, it's just her and her husband discussing it. Living under the same roof can sometimes lead to disagreements. Auntie, children and grandchildren have their own happiness. You shouldn't worry so much. Since big brother and sister-in-law like each other, it shows they care. As long as they stick together, life will get better. Feng Qin understood this, but she still felt a bit upset. Her son was so talented. He shouldn't have married someone from the countryside who couldn't read. After talking for a while, Ji Wan strolled over to the room where Lin Zhengnan and the others were. A few men were gathered, smoking, drinking, and playing cards. Secondhand smoke isn't good for the baby, so she stepped outside. She saw Yu and Song Nian Nian playing. The two girls held hands. From this distance, Nian Nian looked smaller and less strong than Yu. Yu held her sister's hand tightly, her brow furrowed. Big sister, why is your hand so cold? Song Nian Nian didn't know either. She shook her head. Are you cold?
No.
That was strange. Yu blinked and compared her small hand with her sister's. Big sister, my hand is whiter than yours. Song Nian Nian looked at their hands, liking Yu's more. The soft, warm feel. She gently pinched her own hand. When I was in the countryside, I worked hard. My hands had chilblains and cuts, and they itched so much. Yu felt very sad. Since she could remember, she had never grown taller. Did you put some snow cream on your hands? My mom said that if you do, your hands won't or itch.
Song Nian seemed to know about this.
I saw my mom put some on her hands too. Why didn't she put some on you? Maybe she didn't know. Big sister, I think your mom isn't good to you. I saw her hit you. Song Nian remembered they had seen this outside before. She sat by a flower pot in the yard, observing the ants inside, and explained seriously, she isn't mean to me all the time. She's just very strict.
Why is that?
You also crouched down, copying her. Actually, my mom used to be very strict with me too. I was afraid to talk to her.
But one day she changed.
She called me baby and even hugged me to sleep. Seeing the hope in Song Nian's eyes, Yu smiled softly to comfort her. Big sister, your mom will change one day too. Song Nian snapped back to herself and sighed like a little adult. It doesn't matter. I'm used to it. She had never acted so mature in front of adults before. Most of the time, she didn't speak much and was more observant of others' expressions. At 7 years old, she had already learned how to read people's faces, even her own mother. Song Nian felt a little wronged inside, but she knew no one could comfort her.
What are you talking about?
Why are you so happy? Ji-won's voice sounded behind her, and the two sisters turned around at the same time. They greeted her when they saw her. We're watching ants, Song Nian answered quickly, worried that Yu might tell on her. She wasn't really lying. She was indeed watching the ants just now. Ji-won also glanced over. Be careful. Don't climb into your clothes. They might bite. Here, have some water. You must be thirsty from playing, she said, handing Song Nian a cup filled with spiritual spring water. The little girl didn't expect her aunt to be so thoughtful, so she whispered a thank you. She held the cup and took small sips. It was very sweet and cool. Is it sugar water?
Yivan nodded. Yes.
It wasn't diluted at all. It was pure spiritual spring water. The more she drank, the more comfortable she felt. Though it was sugar water, it was better than any she had ever tasted. After finishing a cup, she still felt a little unsatisfied and licked her lips to thank her. Thank you, Auntie. Ji-won had been watching her face. Although this cup didn't seem to help much right now, drinking a little every few days should help her heart feel better. Mommy, I want some too. Okay, I'll pour some for you, she replied. After resting a bit, she squeezed out a little more, this time diluting it and sharing it between the two children. She remembered when she was reborn, Yu's hair was still dry and yellow, looking unhealthy. After a few months of nurturing with spiritual spring water, her hair was now dark and thick, her face rosy and bright. Who wouldn't praise her for her good care? It was mostly thanks to her special abilities. She hoped Nian's health could also improve. The little girl was so adorable. She needed to grow strong and healthy. After Ji-won left, Song Nian quickly pulled Yu aside and made her promise. Yu, we can't tell anyone what we talked about, not even Auntie Ji-won. Yu nodded and agreed, but she still asked why. I don't want them to know I'm so clever. Yu didn't really understand what clever meant. Big sister, I think you're very smart. Even smarter than brother Xiaojun. Don't worry, I won't tell mommy. If she asks, I won't say anything. From spending time together, she knew her mother respected her very much. If she didn't want to say something, her mother wouldn't ask. Thank you, Fish. Earlier, Fish was a bit annoyed that she was competing with her mother, but now she suddenly thinks her older sister is really kind. Big sister, can you come to my house to play? My mom made me a big bunny. It's very cute. Song Nian smiles gently as she listens, her eyes filled with envy and longing she can't hide. By noon, it was finally time to eat. All the guests were ushered inside, and 3 or 4 tables were set up in the living room. This was the liveliest meal since Ji-won's rebirth. The house only had one auntie who was a bit busy, and Du Xiao also got up to help. At this point, Feng Qin didn't scold her, because she was busy too. Once all the guests were seated and bowls of rice were served, the 2 women, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, sat down as well. During the meal, Ji-won noticed that Du Xiao was holding her bowl but not picking at the dishes. When she finally managed to pick up some vegetables, they were all green vegetables, and she didn't eat any meat. Families that can eat meat every day are rare, and today's feast was so generous. because of the guests. Logically, she should be showing off her cooking skills. Why does she seem so reserved? Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Is the food not to your taste? Du Xiao is from the north. The table has many northern dishes to suit her taste, but she seems uninterested. Jiwon has tried almost everything and finds it delicious. Auntie Tian's cooking skills are excellent. It's not that. I can't eat too much meat because I need to take medicine later. Take medicine?
Duziuno.
I'm not feeling well, so I grabbed some things for health. Jiwon hasn't been in contact with them for so many years and probably doesn't know she can't give birth. Jiwon knows everything but hasn't exposed her. But you shouldn't skip eating vegetables. Just eat a little. Although some medicines require dietary restrictions, if she can't eat enough food and her life is at risk, what does it matter? Sister-in-law, you're too thin. You should eat more to strengthen your body. Once you gain some weight, it'll be more effective than any magic pill. Du Xiao's left ear hears, but doesn't listen. Jiwon isn't a doctor. How could she believe her? Even the great master said that if she eats like this, she will definitely get pregnant. Seeing that she doesn't take her words seriously, Jiwon stops wasting her kindness. After the meal, the guests exchange pleasantries and prepare to leave. They brought many bags and packages, so they can't leave empty-handed. Feng Qin and Du Xiao prepared gifts for them. Before leaving, Liao Min chatted with Jiwon for a long time. She said that besides her son's cafeteria, her daughter's side also needs to buy ingredients. Jiwon was very happy to hear this. Really? Aunt Liao, I don't even know how to thank you. Liao Min doesn't care about these things. What do you thank me for? I just helped connect you two. Whether it works out depends on your own talks. A few days later, Ajay will come back to see you, and he might discuss everything together then. Jiwon is very grateful. Alright, Aunt Liao, don't worry. I will talk seriously and not disappoint your expectations. Liao Min also thinks highly of her. Okay, you spend more time with the teacher.
We're leaving now.
After seeing off the guests, Lu Fenghua suggests, Jiwon, why don't you and your family stay here tonight? She still feels a bit reluctant to part with the family of three. Jiwon moves closer and sits with the elderly lady. Grandma, Lin Zhengnan has training again tomorrow, so we must go back today. We're so close. If you want to see me next time, it only takes about 20 minutes by car. It's no big deal. Lu Fenghua understands this, but she hasn't seen her for a long time and still feels attached. Especially before Song Mingqing and her husband divorced, they often came here. Since Ji Ruifeng's parents are gone and she has no one to take care of her, she relies on this place. Jiwon was raised by Lu Fenghua herself. Later, when her parents divorced, Jiwon was almost taken away by Ji Ruifeng, which made her very sad for a while. Now her granddaughter has grown up, and she can't control her anymore. Alright, I won't keep you. Have dinner later, and then leave. Remember to come often when you have time.
Okay.
With no guests, only their family remains in the Song household. Seeing Song Nian helping to tidy up the yard obediently, Jiwon asks Feng Qin, Auntie, I feel like Nian seems a bit undernourished. Did you take her to the hospital before? Feng Qin and her family are intellectuals and care about the children's development. Yes, we did. The doctor said she has congenital deficiencies, so her development is poor. She didn't have the right conditions in the countryside before. Although she wasn't fed fancy food, we still gave her malted milk powder and such. But she just doesn't gain weight. The more she talks, the angrier she gets. It's still that Du Xiao's fault. She can't even take care of her own daughter. What kind of virtue does she have? Nian has always had poor development since she was little. They forced her to study hard and made her do chores all the time. We're usually busy and don't have much time to watch her. She always finds ways to waste time and neglect her daughter. I even suspect she might hold a grudge against Nian. When she saw Nian rolling up her sleeves to help serve dishes, her already pale face looked lifeless and dull. Enough, Du Xiao. What are you doing? I won't stop you if you want to do housework. Why are you taking Nian along? Du Xiao glanced at her daughter with a side eye and then turned to explain. Mom, Nian wants to help herself. She's already 7 years old and can learn to do some chores. Otherwise, when she grows up and gets married, her in-laws might look down on her. Ji-won was speechless, not to mention Feng Qin. Du Xiao, are you out of your mind? Your daughter is only 7, and you're already thinking about preparing her for someone else's family? Are we so poor that we can't afford food or clothes? Do we have to marry her off to serve others? As a mother, you're insulting your own daughter like this. Aren't you afraid Ji-won and others will laugh at you? Have you asked her what she plans for her future? Everyone hopes their daughter can study well and have a bright future. But you only want her to get married. I already said that Xiqing shouldn't have married you. Look at what's in your head. Anyone with a little education wouldn't say such things. Enough. From now on, don't interfere with how we raise Nian Nian. She's a good child. I don't want her to be spoiled by bad influences. Feng Qin's words made her so tired her mouth was dry. Ji-won thoughtfully handed her a glass of water. After drinking, she glanced at Du Xiao, who looked pale from being scolded and dared not argue back. Her disdain in her eyes grew more obvious. Just then, Song Xiqing came out from the next room. They had finished eating and sat back at the card table. Feeling a bit tired, he came out to get a glass of water. He looked up and saw his wife standing quietly in front of Feng Qin. Although she hadn't spoken, the tension between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was obvious. His heart skipped a beat, sensing something was wrong. He stepped over and asked, "Mom, what's wrong? Is Xiao upset again?" Feng Qin sighed. "It's nothing. You're in college now, and we'll start school soon. The kids probably aren't in the mood for lessons anymore. You two should tidy up and move out. Nian Nian will stay with me and your dad." On the surface, it seemed like she was asking for help with childcare, but in reality, she was suggesting they move out and separate. Du Xiao finally understood the seriousness of the situation. She was so anxious her eyes turned red, instinctively grabbing Song Xiqing's arm. He was stunned, like a heavy to the head. "Mom, why are you saying this? We've lived together for over 10 years. Now you want to drive me away?" He looked at Du Xiao, signaling her with his eyes. "Did we upset Mom?" Quickly apologized to her.
Sorry, Mom.
"I just wanted to do something." "It's okay, stop crying. Just because Song Xiqing listens to you doesn't mean I do. Do whatever you want, but don't bring us into it." Feng Qin felt very upset. Her son was capable. He was the one fixing the tractors in the village. He even organized the water channels. People who wanted to marry her kept trying to get through her door, but she didn't know when the two of them started liking each other. She also didn't understand what was so good about Du Xiao. She wasn't very pretty, and her personality wasn't great either. She lacked vision, which made Feng Qin angry just thinking about it. "Go away and don't block my view. I've made up my mind. You can figure things out yourselves and see when you'll move out." Song Xiqing didn't want to leave. As the eldest son, his parents hadn't enjoyed his company yet. How could he move out and split the family? But Feng Qin was stern and wouldn't allow it. Ji-won was nearby, so he couldn't say much. He nodded and said, "Mom, don't be upset. I'll talk to Du Xiao and see how she's doing." He pulled Du Xiao and took her back to the room. Song Nian Nian didn't know her grandma and mom were arguing because of her. She watched them with fear and worry in her eyes. When she saw her mom being taken away by dad, she was afraid they would be kicked out. She kindly stepped forward. "Grandma, don't be angry. Please don't make dad and mom leave, okay?" Song Nian Nian rarely felt this kind of sadness. Most of the time, she felt invisible, which made Feng Qin realize she had ignored her granddaughter a lot. She gently wiped Nian Nian's tears and said, "Nian Nian, do you want to live with Grandpa and Grandma? Your dad has to go to school after getting into university, so maybe your mom can go with him to take care of him. They can live together." Nian Nian blinked but didn't speak. She was actually tempted. Since her parents didn't love her much, staying with her grandparents might be better. They wouldn't be as strict as her mom, and she could breathe easier. She lowered her head and gently pressed her palm, then looked up and said, "Grandma, I want to see Mom first." She knew if she didn't go now, her mom would think she told on her grandma later. Her grandma might then use this as an excuse. The girl was very smart. Okay, go ahead. Foam Chin sighed, always feeling maternal and still worried about her mother. Ji-won also felt very sorry for the child. Once they could visit more often, she could bring her back to play with Yu for a few days. The atmosphere in their big courtyard was a bit better than here. The young girl didn't have to be so timid or worry about her mother's feelings in everything she did. Over here, Du Xiu was pulled into the bedroom by Song Siqing. As soon as the door closed, she quickly began to explain. Siqing, I didn't make mom angry and I don't know why she's upset suddenly. Song Siqing probably knew the reason, so he sighed and sat down beside his wife on the bed. Show her, mom is upset because you keep focusing on Nian Nian and us. Actually, you should pay more attention to yourself. You're not bad at all. Can there be anyone better than the woman Song Siqing like? You can go out and look around. There are more opportunities in the city. Why didn't you go for that job I found for you before? Du Xiu could easily make up an excuse to avoid her in-laws, but she couldn't hide her feelings from Song Siqing. I just don't want to be apart from you for too long. Siqing, I still want to have a son. Song Siqing felt a headache coming on. Didn't I tell you? Our family doesn't believe in valuing boys over girls. When you had Nian Nian and your health was damaged, it was our fault. We didn't take good care of you back then in the countryside. Having this daughter of ours is enough. You don't need to insist on having a son. We're not rich or powerful, and there's no throne to inherit. Nian Nian has always been in poor health. As long as she's happy and healthy, that's enough. Why do you keep putting so much pressure on her? Du Xiu had already thought about these things, but the more they said it, the more it showed they cared. She wiped her tears and sat quietly to the side. Song Siqing felt uncomfortable seeing her like this. You should think carefully about it yourself. Du Xiu held on to him.
Siqing.
What is it? Du Xiu looked at him closely. Will you stay with me forever? She didn't ask if he loved her because that was a vague and uncertain thing. Just as Song Siqing was about to answer, there was a knock on the door.
Mom.
A gentle, soft voice called outside. Song Siqing got up and opened the door, letting his daughter in. Seeing their conversation interrupted, Du Xiu felt a bit upset. When she saw Nian Nian and remembered how her mother-in-law wanted to chase them out earlier, she grew more scared. She quickly pulled her daughter close. Nian Nian, did you tell Grandma on us? Before Nian Nian could speak, she only felt her mother's grip on her arm hurt very much. She looked at Song Siqing with fear, not daring to frown her brows. I didn't. You didn't? Then why did your grandmother suddenly start yelling at us to leave? Seeing Du Xiu angry at a child, Song Siqing hurriedly pulled her to sit down. All right. Why are you and the kid upset? Nian Nian isn't feeling well, and as her mother, you should protect her more. Song Siqing loosened her hand and brought his daughter over. Seeing her red eyes, he gently stroked her head to comfort her. Don't be afraid, Nian Nian. Your mom was just too worried. Nian Nian bit her lip but didn't speak. Du Xiu's frequent worries weren't new. Mom is right. You shouldn't force Nian Nian to work. Look at her small arms and legs. She should be well taken care of.
Du Xiu felt upset.
I didn't ask her to do heavy work, just sweeping and carrying bowls. Didn't we all do that as kids? I'm just trying to help her build strength. Can you and she be the same? If she's weak, you're weak too? Besides, our family isn't like before. Now we have an aunt at home. Why are you so harsh on the child? The word harsh made Du Xiu almost lose her temper. Harsh? Are you blaming me for being harsh on your daughter? Only you all are a family. I'm just an outsider. All her suppressed emotions burst out suddenly, shocking Song Siqing into silence. I ran so far with you, abandoned my family and everything, and this is how you blame me? Song Siqing, look into your heart and ask yourself, do you still feel the same about me as before? I know your family looks down on me, thinks I'm a country girl not worthy of you. You had no choice before, but now you're back in Fengcheng, you're a college student, your parents are back to their jobs, and you think I bring you down, right? Is that what I want? Don't I want to improve? What did you say? I want to go to middle school, and then high school. You're telling me not to bother? Is that bothering? You only want me to improve, but I have to stay where I am waiting for you, right? You look down on me but won't let me improve. You say you don't want a son, but you talk and laugh with other women. Are you planning to leave me for someone else? Song Xiqing was also angry. He suddenly stood up, his face flushed, and asked loudly, Du Xiao, are you stalking me? Du Xiao didn't reply. Seeing their argument grow more intense, Nian Nian looked terrified, tears falling non-stop. This was the first time she saw the couple arguing. Before, Du Xiao would quietly teach her, and her father rarely noticed. Even if he did, her mother could usually explain it away with a few words. Because of her, they argued so fiercely, and Song Niannian was very scared. She blamed herself, thinking it was her fault that her parents were fighting. The noise from their argument was so loud that others nearby could hear it too. Ji-won's eyes twitched, thinking maybe the fight had caused a rift between the couple. She immediately stood up, and Feng Qin, who was nearby, was so frightened she hurried over to open the door and call Song Mingyuan. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Your son and daughter-in-law are arguing, and it's a big deal. Song Mingyuan's face changed instantly, and he got up from the card table. Lin Zhangnan looked over confusedly. When he met Ji-won's gaze, he quickly stepped over to take his wife outside. The room was filled with the smell of smoke, so they didn't want to upset his wife and children. What's going on? Lu Fenghua, who was napping in the room, heard the noise and put on her coat to come out. Big brother and sister-in-law are arguing. Hearing this, Lu Fenghua's face darkened immediately. She looked around and asked, where is Nian Nian? Seems to be inside the room too. Lu Fenghua was angry. If they're arguing, why bring the kid in? Just let them argue. It's better to get everything out now, so there won't be any more awkward feelings later. Sixing, what are you arguing about? Lu Fenghua went to knock on the door, followed by a group of people. Yu ran over and held Ji-won's hand, worried about her sister. Open the door. Why is there something worth arguing over? Everyone gathered at the door. Suddenly, they heard crying from inside. The door then opened, and Du Xiao ran out. Song Sixing looked angry and stood inside the room. Nian Nian was curled up nearby, crying her heart out. Ji-won felt heartbroken. Before they could react, she went over and picked up the child. Nian Nian, let's go outside first. Yu also took her sister's hand, worried. Don't be scared, sister. We'll go out now. Seeing Song Sixing still standing still, Lu Fenghua was so angry she pushed him. What are you waiting for? Your wife ran away, and you're not chasing her? Song Sixing finally snapped out of his shock and followed outside. After a few steps, he suddenly shouted in fear, wife. A large group of people rushed out after him. They saw Du Xiao fainted in the yard. Xiaoer, Lu Fenghua, and the others hurried over. What happened to Xiaoer? Li Fenghua was upset. Did you hit her? Song Xiqing quickly picked up his wife. No, I didn't. He was panicked and reached out to check Du Xiao's pulse. Wake up, wife. Please wake up. Seeing that Du Xiao didn't respond, Ji-won suggested, let's take her to the hospital quickly. In a rush, Song Xiqing carried Du Xiao out to the hospital. Left behind, Feng Qin and her husband looked worried. Li Fenghua came over and asked what happened. The couple usually get along well. Why are they arguing? Feng Qin guessed it was because she scolded her daughter-in-law. Who knew that girl was so fiery? They just said a few words, and it turned into a fight? She used to be gentle and obedient, but now she seemed different. Mom, I suggest they move out. Du Xiao doesn't seem happy, probably, because of this. Li Fenghua understood her daughter-in-law's feelings and shot her a look. As a daughter-in-law yourself, you should be more tolerant of Du Xiao. She traveled a long way to marry into our family, which isn't easy. You have nothing to do now, so go and check on her. Feng Qin didn't dare to argue. She reluctantly nodded, packed her things, and went with her. Nian Nian stood there, looking eager. The girl didn't say a word, her eyes red. Ji-won hugged her and gently wiped her tears. Are you scared? Hearing her gentle concern, Nian Nian shook her head.
No.
Yu also held her other hand and quietly asked, Big sister, did Annie hit you? Nian Nian still shook her head. The girl was very quiet. Ji-won patted her head. Grandma, I think Nian Nian doesn't look well. Her face is as white as paper. Since sister-in-law is at the hospital, maybe we should take the little one to see a doctor too. Li Fenghua looked at her granddaughter. She had known for a while that Nian Nian's health was not good. She was born with deficiencies. She hadn't had the chance to check her properly in the countryside, but now that they were back in the city, she wanted to take a good look. All right, Nian Nian, you go with your grandma. The girl didn't dare to speak. She looked timidly at Li Fenghua and nodded. Grandma, can we go see her too? No one knew what would happen today. The hospital was nearby, and it wouldn't hurt to check on Du Xiao. Li Fenghua didn't agree. She doesn't seem to be seriously hurt. Song Xiqing is busy with her tests and hospital admission now. You can't help much, and you'll just be running around. There's no need. She was practical and straightforward, and her words made sense. You finally came here, so just relax and enjoy yourselves. Play chess, read books, and visit with my brother and uncle over at Du Xiao's place. Lu Fenghua remains calm and composed. She has seen bigger scenes before and doesn't worry about a small fainting spell. It's all because of Feng Qin, the mother-in-law, who didn't handle family matters well, causing all these troubles today. Feng Qin knows she's in the wrong and stays silent. She packs her things and leaves with Nian Nian. Only Lu Fenghua and Song Mingyuan's mother and son are left at home. They are the only ones having dinner. After eating, Jiwan and her family say goodbye and leave. Before leaving, Song Mingyuan cheerfully reminds them, I'm almost retiring now. I'll visit your unit soon and stop by your house too. Jiwan and her husband are happy to hear that. Also, your dad is over there, right? It's been over 10 years since my brother and I last saw him. He's still asking you to visit. Why doesn't he come here? This was directed at Jiwan, and he was also blaming her former brother-in-law, Ji Ruifeng. Jiwan knows they've always had a good relationship, or else she wouldn't have introduced such an excellent person like Lin Zhengnan here. Uncle, my dad has been busy with his experiments lately. He hasn't even had time to eat and has asked my younger brothers to bring food to him. He wants to come, but it might take a few days. When he does, our whole family will come. We're worried you might find us annoying. Song Mingyuan waves his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Don't make excuses for him. I know he's busy with research. No need for him to come to me. I'll go see him instead. I might stay a few days at his place. He's probably living quite comfortably now. He and Ji Ruifeng became friends unexpectedly. They are both talented, one scholarly, one martial, so close they could wear the same pants. Even though they are a few years apart, they call each other older brother and younger brother. Knowing Ji Ruifeng has no close relatives here, he treats him like a real brother and cares for him deeply. He understands this young man is clever and talented, so he tries to match him with his sister. But who would have thought that such a good marriage would turn out like this? If only he had known Song Mingqing was so ungrateful, why introduce Ji Ruifeng to cause trouble? Fortunately, the brothers are doing well now. Your stepmother had 2 more kids with him, right? Yes, my stepmother is very kind. When you come over, you'll see for yourself. Song Mingyuan nods. He also knows Ji Ruifeng is a good person, and the woman he chooses to marry will definitely be nice. Grandma, we're leaving now. We'll come back soon to pick you up and visit our home. Lu Fenghua smiles warmly.
All right.
Watching Jiwan and her family leave, Lu Fenghua's face immediately darkened like a storm cloud. In the evening, Song Xiqing and his mother returned angrily from outside, followed by Du Xiao, who looked pale. Lu Fenghua was sitting on the sofa reading a book. When she heard the noise, she took off her reading glasses and looked at them with a stern gaze. You're back so soon? What did the doctor say? Feng Qin was so angry she stormed across the living room and into the room opposite, without saying a word. Song Mingyuan hurried out of the study, about to speak, but was scolded harshly by Lu Fenghua. What's wrong with your wife? She's grown and doesn't understand basic manners? As an elder, I ask her questions and she doesn't answer. What does that mean? Startled, Song Mingyuan quickly went to find Feng Qin. Then he looked at the couple with different expressions and asked, what did the hospital say? Is Xiaoer's health okay? Song Xiqing didn't know how to answer and looked very upset. But seeing his grandmother angry, He didn't dare stay silent. They said she's malnourished, got sick from poor diet, and was too weak to stand, which caused her to faint, he replied. Liu Xiaoqin almost thought she had heard wrong, and suddenly stood up. Malnourished? That was the funniest joke she had heard recently. The family's conditions had improved. They ate meat at every meal. How could she be malnourished? She looked at Du Xiao, thinking the problem might be with her. Feng Qin rushed out of the house in a hurry, throwing several bags of things onto Du Xiao and the others with a loud clatter. The bags spilled open, revealing some dark-looking items that resembled herbs but smelled very strong and pungent. Song Xiqing instinctively covered his nose. Seeing Nian Nian beside the two adults, Liu Xiaoqin called her over. Nian Nian, come here, to Grandma. Nian Nian nodded obediently and went over, but her eyes showed some worry when looking at Du Xiao. What is this? Was it found in Xiao's room? Feng Qin was furious. Mom, I think Du Xiao has really lost her mind. She's willing to do anything to have a baby. Recently, she hasn't been eating and has been sneaking and eating this junk behind our backs. Such a big person, almost eating herself to death. The doctor said her stomach is in trouble, and if she keeps going like this, her life will be at risk. It's embarrassing to say, but people might think we're abusing her. She's not getting enough to eat. And our Ningning. She became angrier as she spoke, her face turning red with rage. She strode over, pulled Song Ningning, and lifted her clothes to reveal the various shades of bruises on her back and arms. If it weren't for Xiaowan's suggestion to take Ningning for a checkup, we wouldn't have known this heartless person was secretly abusing the child behind our backs. Look at what they've done to Ningning. Since she was in her mother's, Ningning wasn't properly raised. When she was born with some health issues. The doctor said she has a heart condition and needs to see a specialist at a big hospital. Du Xiao, as a mother, don't you know your daughter has problems? You're deliberately hiding this from us, trying to ruin the Song family's future. Hearing her mother-in-law's increasingly outrageous accusations, Du Xiao blinked and suddenly felt overwhelmed, falling to her knees in fear. Mom, I didn't do anything, I swear. Tears streamed down her face. She had just come from the hospital and felt weak. On the way, Song Xiqing had taken her out for a meal, but now her stomach was upset and her face looked grim. Grandma, I didn't hurt Ningning. Kids don't understand things and sometimes don't listen. A little scolding is normal, isn't it? We went through the same when we were young. I only disciplined her because she wasn't paying attention to her studies. You're still making excuses. Ningning is so weak, and you're forcing her to study? Our family only has her, and if you don't take good care of her, are you trying to push her to death? Du Xiao knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. She looked at Ningning, then at her daughter's calm eyes, feeling a strange mixture of emotions in her heart. Mom, I care about the flesh I lost from my own body. But because of her, I can't have more children, and I can't carry on the family line for the Song family. I can't get past this. You say she's all we need, but she's a girl.
She.
Enough. Song Xiqing interrupted with a low voice, stepping forward and looking down at Du Xiao. Du Xiao, what's wrong with a girl? Isn't she your daughter? Isn't she part of you? I've said before, our life is just the two of us. We'll be fine as long as we're happy. If she's here, she's here. If not, so be it. Why are you sneaking around doing these things? Your body is so weak you can faint in broad daylight. How can she have children? They loved each other deeply, having fallen in love freely. Song Xiqing knew he was partly responsible for his wife's condition and understood that Du Xiao was eager to have children for the sake of their family. He sighed and helped Du Xiao to her feet. You are still not well. Get up first. In the future, don't eat things from unknown sources. Once you recover, I will take you to a big hospital for a thorough checkup. I told you, having one child is enough. Maybe I haven't given you enough security lately. The woman you mentioned is my classmate. I have nothing with her. Don't overthink it. As for Nian Nian, stop pressuring her and stop blaming her. She is just a child and innocent. Du Xiao knows she is actually blaming herself. Her stomach isn't cooperating. She thought that after this incident, Song Sikhen would dislike her very much and might even divorce her and send her back to her hometown. But she never expected that Song Sikhen would forgive her and come to comfort her. Filled with guilt and self-blame, Du Xiu threw herself into his arms and cried loudly. Seeing the couple acting so affectionately in front of many people, Feng Qin's face turned pale with anger. She didn't come back to cause a scene just to make them reconcile. Lu Fenghua immediately saw through her daughter-in-law's thoughts. She also knew that Song Sikhen and Du Xiu truly loved each other. Otherwise, why would they have married so wholeheartedly? As women, she understands how hard it is for her daughter-in-law. All right, don't hide things from each other in a marriage. Once misunderstandings are cleared, everything will be fine. As for Nian Nian, from now on, I will bring her to stay with me.
She can stay with me.
Also, Sikhen, your mother's suggestion is good. You're about to start university, and your wife staying so far away might be inconvenient. You two should buy a house near the school. Hearing this, Song Sikhen felt a big relief. At least they are not splitting up. Moving out might be good too, to avoid escalating conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law.
Okay, thank you, Grandma.
Du Xiu also lifted her head from his arms, tears streaming down her face. She was already delicate-looking, and now her face was pale and sickly, looking pitiful. No wonder Song Sikhen couldn't bring himself to blame her.
Thank you, Grandma.
Go back to your room. Lu Fenghua had spoken, so the young couple could only support each other and leave. Song Mingyuan looked at the messy stuff on the ground and pinched his nose before going over to clean it up. Feng Qin's chest was heaving heavily, clearly still angry. Lu Fenghua glanced at her and said, "Come here." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sat facing each other, worried about frightening the child. She also asked Song Mingyuan to take the granddaughter away to apply medicine properly. Most people had already left, and Feng Qin, unwilling, asked, "Mom, are we just going to let Du Xiu ruin Sikhen? Why not take this chance to let them divorce?" She finally gave birth to a daughter, and she raised her like this. Luckily, Xiaoing mentioned it, or we would still be kept in the dark. At that time, Jiwon was only concerned about Song Nianyan's heart condition and didn't think much else. It was just a lucky coincidence. Divorce? Do you think divorce is a good thing? They have feelings for each other, and Du Xiu didn't do anything major wrong. Why are you making this decision for them? Feng Qin was not convinced. Mom, she mistreats the children and can't have a second child. You think she can't have a second because she doesn't want to? Isn't it because of the conditions back in the countryside? Honestly, we owe her an apology, Feng Qin. You're educated, so stop thinking such unnecessary thoughts. Lu Fenghua frowned, put on her reading glasses, and continued reading the newspaper. But after all, Xicheng is now a college student from a well-educated family. How could he marry someone like that? Lu Fenghua didn't like hearing these words. Over 10 years have passed. What were you doing all that time? It was because Xicheng was fed some kind of spell.
Lu Fenghua said, enough.
A daughter-in-law is just a small matter. If you dislike her background, you should teach her properly. She once said she wanted to finish middle school and go to high school, so Xicheng should help her. She's not doing anything else. She's just worried about having children. She has books to read, so she shouldn't be so distracted. As for not being able to have children, just think about adopting one. Find a daughter-in-law from outside the family. The Song family isn't cut off. If you really can't get past that hurdle, then you and Mingyuan can have a child yourselves. You're only in your 40s, not menopausal yet. Why push them? If you're so capable, push yourself. Feng Qin choked. She had never thought about these things before. Hearing Lu Fenghua mention it, it seemed like maybe it wasn't impossible after all.
Mom.
Feng Qin hesitated, swallowing nervously. Seeing the old lady standing straight and not avoiding eye contact, she couldn't help but ask awkwardly. Why didn't you mention this when we were in the countryside? We couldn't even get enough to eat. Who would support so many children? Now that conditions are better, I let Mingyuan find a nanny to take care of you. For some reason, after her mother-in-law brought this up, Feng Qin actually felt a little eager to try. She is 48 this year, and Song Xicheng was born 30 years ago. She was only 18 then. She originally had a second child after him, born when she was 25. They were very excited about having a daughter, but unfortunately, during the famine and chaos at that time, the child fell ill and died. The couple took a long time to recover. When she was 30, she got pregnant again, but then they faced other hardships, like being sent away. Every day was tense, and the child fell and died. Since then, she has been haunted by her past and no longer dares to have more children. She cannot bear the pain of children leaving one after another. Perhaps she was never meant to have a second child. Now that they have regained their official positions and Lao Song has retired, she is still in good health and has not yet gone through menopause. She might still be able to have children. She cannot rely on her son, only on her eldest son. Seeing her daughter-in-law distracted, Liu Xiaoqin stopped worrying about it. Song Xiqing has been rebellious since he was young. The more you push him, the more he resists. If you force him to divorce now, he will definitely oppose you. Furthermore, Du Shiyuan married into their family, and her poor health was partly caused by giving birth to a granddaughter for the Song family. Abandoning her has damaged the family's reputation. She hopes Feng Qin will listen to what she says. Having her daughter-in-law give birth to a pearl from an oyster is just a casual remark. She probably didn't take it seriously. Looking back, it was her fault for not noticing when the children had problems. She hopes it's not too late now. Ji-won knew nothing about the Song family's affairs. A few days after their family of 3 returned home, Liang Jie, Liao Min's son, brought 2 pots of lotus flower bulbs. Of course, there were also 2 antique vases that Su Nuo gave Ji-won, which were just flower vases. She examined them closely and almost couldn't believe her eyes, holding them as if to display them proudly. "Mom, I want to see too." Yu was extremely curious, leaning back and forth, but didn't think the vase was special. It looked just like the pot used for orchids before. Ji-won held them and let her look for a moment. All right, you can't touch this one. It must be kept carefully." Liang Jie was very happy that his gift was so appreciated. It seems Ji Tongshi also likes antiques. Ji-won didn't know how to respond. These things are valuable. In later generations, they would be worth a lot of money. How could she not like them? Yes. If Ji Tongshi is interested, if we find anything valuable in our area later, ask if you want to buy it. What? Do Liang Jie and his family still have a chance to find treasures? All right, I don't really understand this. I just think antiques have collection value. If you or someone you know wants to sell, just let me know. I'd be happy to buy. Ji-won's eyes lit up, afraid she might miss out if she spoke too slowly. Aunt Liao was truly her lucky star. No exaggeration to say, she was like a wealth god. Okay. Not only did they discuss her bean sprout business, but they also talked about cooperation with her sister's hospital cafeteria, and they became close. Ji-won was so happy, she didn't know what to do. There was nothing left to think at home, so she picked more vegetables to send him back. Not only that, she also added some spiritual spring water to her homemade rice wine and asked her to give it to Liao Min. Aunt Liao appreciated her kindness, so she couldn't be stingy. After seeing Liang Jie off, Ji-won quickly went to water the orchids. She promised to complete the task she was given. When Lin Zhengnan returned, the couple gathered some old newspapers and books, then squatted in the bedroom to wrap the flower vase. Did Liang Tongji send these? Ji-won nodded, carefully handling the items to avoid scratches. Take your time, don't bump into them. These are valuable items. Lin Zhengnan, who had served in the army for many years and had a high sense of political awareness, immediately looked serious upon hearing this. Isn't this the 4 olds? The authorities said to get rid of the 4 olds. How can these be good things? Ji-won was too lazy to argue with him and happily wrapped the vase tightly. She also found a few old clothes to wrap around it securely and placed everything in the cabinet. After closing the lid, she patted it and said, "It feels like this cabinet can't hold 2 vases anymore. When you have time, go outside and find a craftsman to make us a bigger one." Lin Zhengnan took a nearby cloth to cover the items and replied, "Okay." He couldn't ignore his wife's instructions. After dinner, Ji-won went to talk to Zhou Qiaoyu about the bean sprouts. The two decided to spread the news tomorrow. The next morning, while Ji-won was still making breakfast, Zhou Qiaoyu hurried over. Xiao-wan, something serious is happening. There are many sisters outside my yard. Hearing this, Ji-won almost dropped her spatula. She quickly put it down, wiped her hands, and asked, "Did you notify each household?" Zhou Qiaoyu looked worried. "How could I? I just mentioned it this morning when I left. When I came back, the entrance was packed with about 10 people. They want me to see who's trustworthy and who's not. Most of the sisters in the family compound stayed at home to take care of children. If they had free time, they might earn some extra money. They all rushed over because they heard Ji-won's bean sprout business was hiring, worried they might miss out.
10 people should be enough.
I think 5 or 6 would be perfect, but since there are 10, more hands can do more work and sell more outside. Annie is coming too, right?" "Yes, I said with my mom, there should be about 10 of us. Go back and see which ones you trust, and leave the rest." Zhou Qiaoyu was flustered. "I just arrived here not long ago and don't know many people. I don't know who's trustworthy or not." Qianwan thought for a moment. "It's okay, leave everyone here. You tell them to try for 2 days. If they do well, they can stay. If not, they can leave." This idea was good, and Zhou Qiaoyu looked pleased. "All right, I'll go back and tell them." She had already roughly calculated that, considering the business she negotiated for the acquisition station and the deal with Qianwan, they would need to produce at least 2,000 pounds of bean sprouts each month. After deducting costs, the profit should be around 1,000 yuan. After sharing with the sisters-in-law and distributing to others, there would still be quite a bit left. "By the way, Xiaowan, how should we split the money later?" Qianwan had already thought it through. "After costs, the net profit will be split 50-50. We take 5 parts, and the remaining 5 parts go to the sisters-in-law." Zhou Qiaoyu was surprised. She didn't expect Qianwan to be so generous. "I thought you would only pay them wages." Qianwan smiled. "If the horses don't eat grass, they won't grow fat. Want the horses to run? Give them grass. Only then will they be motivated. The more they earn, the more they get. Later, we can discuss more cooperation. The bean sprout business can be fully handed over to them. We can look for other opportunities too. We can't just do this." Zhou Qiaoyu was dazzled by her reasoning, feeling overwhelmed. "Xiaowan, do we need to do other things too? I thought we were only doing this." Qianwan sighed. After making money, her appetite had grown. She looked down on earning only a few hundred yuan a month now. She needed to quickly save some capital to set up a factory. She had spiritual spring water and could cultivate excellent varieties herself. Whether it was fresh fruits and vegetables or other produce, she needed to make full use of her special abilities. She would take it slow. No rush. You eat one bite at a time. Go ahead and work on your side. I haven't had breakfast yet.
Okay.
Zhou Qiaoyu's face lit up with happiness, and she ran off happily. Qianwan peeked around and saw a few shadows moving in her direction. She smiled and quickly placed the kneaded buns into the steamer. Liu Xiaoqin came from the backyard after washing up, wiping his face with a towel and asking, "Did Comrade Zhou come by just now?" Qianwan nodded, having steamed all the buns, and then explained. "We previously discussed asking the sisters-in-law in the family compound to help out, right? Sister Zhou didn't have time to notify them. She just sent a message. Her yard's entrance was blocked with people." Liu Xiaoqin understood. After all, making money was important. The sisters-in-law would be quick to come. "I'll go call you now. You change your clothes. Once the buns are ready, we can eat." Breakfast consisted of steamed buns, a bowl of millet porridge, and pickled vegetables. A family of 3 was happily eating when Zhou Qiaoyu rushed in from outside. Seeing her, Ji-won immediately asked, "Have you eaten? Want to eat together?" Yes, little Wan." That Yuruing also insisted on coming. I told her it's just a trial period, but she wouldn't listen and is hanging around the door. As soon as Zhou Qiaoyu finished speaking, Yuruing's loud voice came from outside. "Ji's sister, we're neighbors. We see each other all the time. You can't favor some and ignore others. Why does everyone else want me to stay out? I know we had some misunderstandings before, but haven't we cleared those up? Yuruing really took shamelessness to the extreme, standing at their door and talking nonstop. People who didn't know might think she came to settle scores. Jiwon looked at her with a calm but slightly amused expression. Sister-in-law, can we talk after we finish eating? Yuruing plopped down on their doorstep. Gee, sister, you eat your food, I'll say my part. Sister Zhou said you need about 10 people. There are so many sisters-in-law in the compound. Why don't you stick with those you know? Why invite strangers you've never seen? Our husbands are all in the same unit or battalion. Shouldn't we help each other? If you keep turning away, it's really discouraging. Zhou Qiaoyu was so angry her face turned red, hands on her hips, almost ready to scold. Jiwon signaled to her and said calmly, Sister-in-law, what you said makes sense. It's just one person's matter. She then looked at Zhou Qiaoyu. Sister Zhou, just let you sister-in-law help us here.
You.
Zhou Qiaoyu frowned, almost thinking she had heard wrong.
No.
She knew very well who Yuruing was. She was sure she was here to help, not to steal ideas. Really? Gee, sister, will you keep your word? Yuruing was so happy, she almost jumped with joy. But then she remembered her constant conflicts with Jiwon and worried there might be a trap. But when it came to making money, she couldn't miss out. Her face was thick-skinned enough to pretend nothing had happened before, acting innocent and naive. As long as she could help out and keep an eye on her, she believed she could learn and then go out on her own later. How much could she earn from a salary? It's better to run her own business. Do I look like someone who tells lies? Jiwon smiled and changed the subject. But sister-in-law, you know we only need 10 people. If more show up, they might push you out. You have to help us keep an eye out and tell everyone not to bring extra people. Our business will only get bigger in the future. Let them pay attention to our news. We will definitely hire more people in the second half of the year. Yuruing eagerly agreed, but she felt a bit disdainful inside. Hiring more people in the second half of the year? It's just a small bean sprout business. Why boast so much? But right now, in front of Jiwon, she couldn't show her contempt, so she smiled politely and nodded. Gee, sister, don't worry. I promise I will deliver the message. Jiwon nodded. All right then, sister-in-law, you can go back now. There are already people who hold grudges. They don't need to act. The people coming are not only from their camp but from other camps too. She only has a small business, so she doesn't need that many people. Some sisters-in-law don't understand the words. If she says next time they come, they won't agree, and they keep arguing about this. She and Zhou Qiaoyu are not good at dealing with it, so Yuruing is just right to handle it. She has pushed the hatred level to the max. If another wave comes, she guarantees she won't be able to stay in the family courtyard. This person is a ticking time bomb, a harmful tumor. It's better to remove her early. Yuruing didn't expect Ji want to be so easy to talk to. She cursed herself for being stupid, then turned her head and glared provocatively at Zhou Qiaoyu, walking away proudly. Zhou Qiaoyu was furious. She suddenly pulled out a chair and sat down with a bang. Xiaoing, how come you let her stay? Do you really trust someone like her? Ji-won saw her talking nonstop, so she quickly handed her a few steamed buns. If you don't let her come, she'll just stay at the door like a dog every day, bothering you. Not to mention, she even secretly learns your skills. Better to let her come in and do some work. Zhou Qiaoyu choked, but her words made sense. Across from them, Lin Zhengnan almost choked on his breakfast. After a few bites, he put his empty bowl away. Xiaoing, I'm leaving now. He put on his hat, tidied his clothes, and strode away. Zhou Qiaoyu withdrew her gaze and clicked her tongue. How come I haven't seen you in a few days? It feels like Captain Lin has become more handsome again. Ji-won shot him a glance. When isn't he handsome? Zhou Qiaoyu smiled. So, what are your plans? Are you really letting her learn skills from us and then turn around and bite us? Let her do it for now. Even if she learns the skills, she won't make much money. The nearby purchase stations are monopolized by us. She'd have to go farther away, which increases her travel costs. She has 2 kids to take care of. She can't be too busy. Take Song Mingqing, for example. She was the first to do this in her family courtyard. She worked from morning till night, with Xiaoing helping, earning only a few dozen yuan a month. Although it's better than having nothing, it's hard work and not very rewarding. It's better to come over here, where even the least amount she gets is at least 100. All right, I'll listen to you. After Ji-won's analysis, Zhou Qiaoyu felt much more at ease. Since she hadn't eaten much breakfast, she finally felt full after eating the buns on the plate in front of her. Okay, shall I go call them to work with me?
Yes.
Yuruing was really here to learn skills. During the first 2 days of trial work, she was very eager. Although her task was to wash baskets, she insisted on going over to soak beans. In 5 days, she almost learned all the processes and mastered the technique of growing bean sprouts. The sisters-in-law were a bit surprised to see her so diligent. Yuruing, have you taken some energy pills? Why are you working so hard? Oh, I just want to make up for the conflict with Sister G earlier. I need to work harder now. What if Sister G kicks me out? That's true. Sister-in-law, you should show your good side. Not many people are as forgiving as Sister G. The sisters nearby knew about their conflict clearly. No wonder Sister G could achieve great things. Her broad mind was impressive. If it were them, they would have already chased Yuruing out with a broom. Yuruing knew they were mocking her, but she ignored it, thinking she had already learned enough. Over the next 2 days, she started to slack off. She kept taking breaks whenever she could. They needed a lot of bean sprouts now, which were grown in batches and sprouted quickly. Almost every 2 days, a batch was ready to be sent out, not only to the purchasing station but also to various canteens and supply stores, all negotiated by Zhou Qiaoyu. Except for the busy times when rinsing in the morning and evening, she was quite free the rest of the time. Yun, Sister Yu, please pack up all the bean skins here. Sister G said it's a pity to throw them away. Let the logistics team take them to feed the pigs. Yuruing was sitting outside on the doorstep, swatting mosquitoes, ignoring their commands. Yuruing, did you hear that? Why are you not moving? What are you listening with those 2 ears? Yuruing couldn't pretend to be deaf and mute, so she got up and looked inside. What are you shouting about? Aren't there so many people? Why are you bothering me? Is it too busy to handle? Someone will come later to pick up the bean sprouts. Can't you come help quickly? Oh, coming. Yuruing was almost annoyed to death. So many people calling her. Do they think she can't work without her? She patted her clothes and approached, only to find her partner was her sworn enemy, Sister Yen. If not for her daughter-in-law being pregnant and about to give birth, Sister Yen would be eager to bring her daughter-in-law along to work. Jime had already said that those who are capable should work more, and work should be divided fairly. Since they, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, are so diligent, they should earn quite a bit. She looked up and saw Yuruing approaching with a face as pale as a ghost. Sister Yen immediately frowned and glared. I've been calling you for a long time. Why are you dragging your feet? I say, Yuruing, are you trying to learn from others secretly? Ji-mei is generous enough to give you money to earn. Don't be ungrateful. Yuruing's heart skipped a beat. Old woman, don't talk nonsense. Aren't you accusing me wrongly? Sister Yen had seen through her long ago. A few days ago, when she was learning skills, she was busy and attentive. Now that she had the skills, she was starting to slack off. Teacher Ji is so smart. She must have guessed, right? Why then did she let this troublemaker stay? Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a splash. Yuruing's bag, which she was holding, was not pulled tight and fell to the ground. The bean skins inside scattered everywhere, piling up at Sister Yen's feet. Yuruing, what are you doing? Was it intentional? Do you know these bean skins are food, meant to feed pigs and cattle? And you're wasting them like this? Why are you shouting? I did it on purpose. So what? Who told you to talk nonsense? Stinky woman, I said you have bad intentions. Hurry up and pick this up. Yuruing had long given up on working. This was a good opportunity. Pick up? What trash? I won't pick it up. I've been working the hardest these days. Anyone can boss me around. Do you think I'm an old ox, working tirelessly? I'm not doing this anymore. She tilted her head and spat, then raised her voice like a loudspeaker. I'm going to find Jiwon now and settle my wages for these 3 days. I'm quitting. She really left immediately, pulling the door open with a loud noise. Outside, it was pouring rain heavily. Thunder roared, lightning flashed. A bolt of lightning struck down, frightening Yuruing back 2 steps. Sister Yen looked on with a proud face. Everyone saw it, right? Yuruing, this wicked woman, has no conscience. Even heaven wants to punish her. Old woman, who are you scaring? Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. Thinking of the last time she was beaten by this old woman at the gate of the Yen family courtyard, Yuruing's hands itched with anger, eager for revenge.
Come on, come on.
You come now. If I don't tear your mouth apart, I'll tear yours first. Yuruing was all show and no substance. When she saw Sister Yen rolling up her sleeves and coming at her to fight, she was so scared she turned around and tried to run away. One step outside, she was grabbed by the hair and pushed to the ground, receiving 2 loud slaps on her ears. Little brat, weren't you going to tear my mouth apart?
Come on.
I'm not afraid of you, old woman. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? I told you that Teacher Ji will be a great benefactor to our family in the future. Anyone who messes with her is messing with me. You ungrateful wolf, learning Teacher Ji's skills just to leave and do your own thing. Huh? I've never seen someone so shameless. A few days ago, you acted like a little kid, and now you're causing trouble? I'll beat you to death. Yuruing was no match for her and was pressed to the ground, crying out loudly. The other sisters-in-law watched with different expressions. Some clapped happily. Others shared Yuruing's thoughts. How could earning money working for others compare to earning more by doing your own work? No wonder Yuruing was acting so crazy today. She had this plan all along. She was surprisingly clever. They fought, but Yuruing ended up covered in dirt and didn't gain any advantage. She was so angry she gritted her teeth. She blamed all her losses on Ji-won, snorted coldly, and ran off, heading into the rain straight back home. That night, heavy rain poured all through the night. By early morning, the sun was out again. Yuruing planned to go ask Ji-won for money, but was surprised to see her rushing to Zhou Qiaoyu's house from far away. She looked worried, as if something serious had happened, and her face turned pale. Yuruing had a bad feeling and quietly followed her. Luckily, the yard gate was open. She tiptoed closer and pressed her ear to the door, hearing Ji-won's anxious voice inside. What should we do? There are so many bean sprouts, they might all be buried, and we don't know if anyone is hurt. Such bad luck. Why did the landslide happen now? Zhou Qiaoyu also looked worried. Those 2 truckloads of bean sprouts are probably worth over 1,000 yuan. If we can't get the money, forget it. We also have to compensate the drivers. The collection station and cafeteria don't have any vegetables to cook, so the losses will be included. We haven't even made 1,000 yuan yet, and now we've lost everything. What should we do? Ji-won's voice sounded like she was about to cry, showing how heavy the loss was. Yuruing couldn't help but smile outside. You little brat who told you to oppose me. Now look at you. No money earned and lives lost. Serves you right. After they fell, it would be her turn to make money. Yuruing smirked proudly, then quietly turned around and ran off. In less than 10 minutes, a crowd hurriedly gathered at Zhou Qiaoyu's house. The 2 people were having breakfast when they saw this, and they immediately stopped eating to ask what was going on. What's happening? Why is everyone here? Yuruing snorted coldly, taking the lead and confidently stepping forward to ask. Sister Ji, don't try to hide it from us. Did all the bean sprouts we worked on for 5 days get buried? Ji-won's face changed as she looked at Zhou Qiaoyu. Zhou Qiaoyu frowned and asked, Yuruing, where did you hear that from? Seeing their unhappy expressions, Yuruing felt proud. None of your business where I heard it. Just tell me, is it true? Before they could answer, Granny Yen stepped forward and waved her hand. Everyone, don't listen to this troublemaker. She's just stirring trouble between you and Teacher Ji. Yuruing learned some skills secretly and wants to do her own thing. She's ungrateful and forgets her roots. Do you want to follow her example? Be a person without a conscience? Even if there's a problem with the bean sprouts this time, we all worked hard together. Shouldn't we face the difficulties as a team? If problems come up, some people just stab others in the back. We don't want people like that. Yu Ruing didn't care what Granny Yan said and kept pressing Jiwan. Jiwan, I heard everything you said inside. Tell me, is the house collapsing? Are the bean sprouts possibly ruined? This had already happened, and Jiwan wouldn't deny it. Yes, we did encounter some trouble, but we will fix it. Fix it? How will you fix it? Maybe even cause more harm. Don't be fooled by this girl, Jiwan. Hearing Yu Ruing shouting, several sisters-in-law already looked eager to act. Jiwan knew what they wanted to say, but she didn't speak up. Teacher Ji, it's not that we don't trust you, but because… Yu Ruing stepped forward confidently and said loudly, Enough. I won't argue with you. Just pay me for the work. It's 5 days in total. Zhou Qiaoyu had long disliked her and was furious when she heard this. Yu Ruing, have you lost your mind? A few days ago, I told you there would be no pay during the trial period. You only worked 5 days, but excluding the trial period, it's only 3 days. Where do you get 5 days from? Yu Ruing naturally knew this. Anyway, I worked 5 days, so I get paid for 5 days. You said there's no pay during the trial, but I didn't agree. We didn't sign any contract, and nothing was written clearly. Why should I admit to anything? Come on. According to the market rate outside, 5 yuan a day, 5 days, makes 25 yuan. Zhou Qiaoyu's face turned green with anger. Why don't you go and it? Are you just dreaming? Still only 25 yuan? Do you want 25,000? If you do, I'll burn it for you later.
Uffed.
How dare you flatter yourself? You stinky dog. Why don't you just fly to heaven? After entering the city, Zhou Qiaoyu became very polite. This was the first time Ji-won heard her curse like that, so she knew how angry she was. Before coming to the city, Zhou Qiaoyu thought city people were educated and reasonable. But after meeting Yu Ruing, she realized that the city was no different from the countryside. There are always some annoying women who bother others. 250, take it or leave it. If you want it, take it. If not, get lost. Zhou Qiaoyu had wanted to chase her away for a long time. Hearing this, she reached into her pocket and threw 250 on the ground. Just treat me as giving to a beggar. Hurry up and get out of here. Yu Ruing was furious and looked at Jiwan. Gee, as a boss, you're just exploiting us? Are you like Huang Shuren? Do you believe I'll report you to the army? Jiwan remained calm. Senior sister Zhou is already giving you face by giving you 250. Take it or leave it. She stood up decisively and was about to pick up the 250, but Yu Ruing, scared, quickly put her hand in her pocket. Fine, I see you're tough. Anyway, she had already learned the skills. She planned to make bean sprouts herself tomorrow and sell them. When she earned 200 or 2,500, she knew it would make them so angry they'd spit blood. Jiwon looked at the people below, each with different expressions. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? I'll pay you 1 yuan a day. In 3 days, that's 3 yuan. If they worked for a month, it would be 30 yuan. Moreover, Jiwon's way of calculating wages was not like that. The more they sold, the more they earned. Suddenly, everyone hesitated. But then they thought about the recent landslide affecting the bean sprouts. Whether they could make money was uncertain. Yu Ruing had said they might be risking their lives. If Jiwon was too busy to care for them, where would the money come from? It was better to stop now while things were good. They thought the same as Yu Ruing. If they learned the skills, wouldn't making a small business be better? Gradually, more people stepped out of the crowd. Yen Posey looked around. About half had come out. She was furious, hands on her hips, spitting and cursing. You ungrateful people. Teacher G is just doing small business, and you're already dreaming of big money. You only want to share the benefits but not the hardships. When the money starts rolling in, you'll be so jealous you'll die. Some of the sisters-in-law couldn't hold back. I told Aunt Yen, you want to be Chiwon's follower, but that has nothing to do with us. We're just afraid of losing everything after working so hard. Zhou Qiaoyu paid them their wages, 5 people, which was 15 yuan. Yu Ruing looked furious. Chiwon, what do you mean? Why do I get 2.5 yuan and they get 3? Chiwon sneered. Don't think I don't know. Last night, when you were busiest, you ran away. That 50 cents is just a deduction for your laziness. Also, if you hadn't incited them, Would they have run? They didn't want to work anymore, and that has nothing to do with me. I'm just telling the truth. Just admit whether your bean sprouts were buried or not. Xiaoing laughed coldly.
Fine.
Since so many people witnessed today and took their money, from now on, Xiaoing, won't have anything to do with you. If my business succeeds later, don't think about coming back. I won't accept you. Yuruing spat. I spit on that. You better think carefully about how to avoid jail. We won't bother you anymore. She pocketed her 2.5 yuan and happily left. Madame Yan was so angry she nearly burst, glaring and shouting at them. You're all ungrateful, shallow-minded people. You'll regret this someday. The others felt unfair. What do we have to regret? Aunt Yan, you should be the one regretting. If you work like an old mule for several days and get nothing, that's your problem. I don't need your useless worrying. Get lost. All of you, get out of here. Madame Yan took off her shoes and threw them at them, scaring them into running away. Unreasonable. Just a shrew. She ignored their complaints and, furious at how her benefactor was being bullied, she panted with anger. Seeing them leave, Xiaoing finally spoke. Everyone, rest assured. If you work diligently, you'll get your fair share. Does anyone still want to leave? This is the last chance. The sisters-in-law looked at each other, and no one left. Madame Yan was a bit worried and came over to ask, Xiaoing, are you okay? If there's anything you need, just ask. Xiaoing felt very reassured and smiled.
I'm fine.
I will do my best to fix things. You all keep busy with your work. No need to worry about this side. Hearing this, Madame Yan knew that the girl had a plan. She nodded. All right, then we'll continue working. The water from this morning still needs to be poured. Madame Yan led everyone away, still reminding them. Don't listen to Yuruing's nonsense. You all know her nature well enough. She incited those people, and it's definitely not a good thing. Rest assured, they will regret it very soon. Some of the sisters-in-law are honest people. They trust Jiwan, who is a teacher dedicated to educating others, and believe she wouldn't deceive them. They also trust Lin Zhengnan. He is at least a company commander, and no matter how tight their budget, he wouldn't withhold their small allowances. Watching them leave, Jiwan felt relieved and gave Zhou Qiaoyu a meaningful look. When she got home, Lin Zhengnan had already prepared breakfast. The backyard was noisy, and he wanted to go see what was happening, but his wife had told him before leaving to focus on cooking, as she could handle things there. Seeing his wife return, Lin Zhengnan immediately went to greet her, helped her sit on the sofa, and asked carefully, Is everything sorted out? Jiwan happily replied, All the troublemakers have been dealt with. The issue caused quite a stir, and the committee must have heard about it. When they try to come back, it's not going to happen. Knowing her plan, Lin Zhengnan got up and poured her a glass of milk. She took a sip happily, then looked up and saw the floral apron around Lin Zhengnan's waist. It was made from old clothes she had altered herself. Lin Zhengnan often wore it while working, and at a glance, he looked very much like a caring husband. What's wrong? Lin Zhengnan felt a bit guilty under her gaze. Jiwan smiled, hugged his arm, and leaned into his chest. You're so good, honey. You got up early to cook for me. What shall we have for breakfast? She suddenly confessed, and Lin Zhengnan was caught off guard. Fortunately, their relationship had become quite close over the past few months, and he smiled happily. Just the leftover buns from yesterday. I fried them a bit. Jiwan's face lit up, and she hugged him to look. A small bun was fried to a golden color, still sizzling with oil on the plate, looking very tempting. Jiwan gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, Captain Lin. Your cooking skills are excellent. Lin Zhengnan knew she was teasing him and blushed. Jiwan smiled warmly, picked up a bun, and took a perfect bite. Crispy on the outside, delicious. Feeling satisfied, she took another and fed it to Lin Zhengnan. Before breakfast officially started, the couple was nibbling in the kitchen, almost full. Got news from Xiaotang. Daodu has arrived safely. Jiwan's face brightened. When did they call you? While you were at Comrade Zhou's house. Last night, the bean sprouts they transported encountered some trouble. The road into town collapsed, but luckily no one was hurt. However, the small truck used for transportation had a tire problem. There was no other choice, so the couple decided to ask Tang Jianhong for help. He often delivers goods in town, so it was easy for him to assist. Fortunately, he was free today, so he came over himself and brought Xiao Kai to help. A few people quickly loaded the goods, and before dawn, they had already shipped them out. It took a little extra time, but they didn't risk losing the cargo. When they reported that everything was safe, Ji-won finally relaxed. Early in the morning, she hurried over to share the good news that the crisis was over. But as soon as she entered, Zhou Qiuyu told her that Yuruing was sneaking around behind her back. Quick thinking, Ji-won and Zhou Qiuyu put on a little act. She found it funny to think about. Since Xiao Tang and the others have arrived safely, they'll probably come to see us this afternoon. Those two brothers really helped us a lot. Maybe we can invite them to stay for dinner later? Although they used to be comrades in arms, and Tang Jianhong and his friends had indeed helped a lot, it might be too much trouble to invite them for a meal. Ji-won, who was pregnant and had to take care of her daughter, thought it would be a hassle for two grown men to come and eat. No need. We've known each other for so many years. We're all brothers who've been through life and death. Just give them 2 red envelopes and a couple cigarettes. Ji-won nodded. That works. Plus, we can settle the workers' wages for the sisters. They've been here for 5 days, so they should get a good share. It'll really make Yuruing and the others mad. She said this with more and more pride, lifting her chin and grinding her teeth, looking quite different from usual, kind of adorable. Lin Zhengnan saw this and smiled slightly. All right, you take care of the arrangements. It was getting late, and he needed to change clothes and leave quickly. Before leaving, he mustered his courage and kissed Ji-won on the forehead. I'll buy some cigarettes later. When Xiao Tang and the others arrive, tell them to wait a bit. Okay. Ji-won also kissed him on the corner of his mouth in response. Lin Jingnan's eyes sparkled, and his face showed happiness he couldn't hide. This was the first time in their marriage that Ji-won had kissed his lips. He left happily, turning to go. After dinner, Ji-won took advantage of the good weather to shake out the quilts inside the house. She also brought the strawberries from under the eaves into the yard to sun them. Fortunately, last night, the couple simply covered themselves with a plastic sheet. Otherwise, if heavy rain had poured down, everything might have been ruined today. Mom, look, the strawberries are blooming. Yu also helped as much as she could. She couldn't move the strawberries, so she handed towels and water nearby. Seeing that everything was moved into the yard, the little girl was very happy. She squatted on the ground, watching eagerly with her hands in her pockets. Blooming? Yes, look. Is that a flower bud? Yu had been following her for a while and knew all these words easily. Ji-won leaned in to look carefully and confirmed it was true. Really? Soon we'll be able to eat big, sweet strawberries. Are you happy? Yu smiled happily and poked the trembling little flower buds with her finger.
Happy.
Ji-won couldn't wait to check her watermelon. The green leaves had already grown out from the garden circle. Because she planted many, from a distance, it looked like a lush green line along the wall. Some of the leaves had climbed onto the wall, but unfortunately, they couldn't support themselves and fell down sadly. She felt very happy and diluted some spiritual spring water to water the plants. The watermelon seeds grown this time must be very good. If it weren't for their long growth cycle and slow consumption, she would want to plant many more. Using spiritual spring water can help speed up growth, but to avoid being noticed, it's better to use it carefully. By the afternoon, Lin Zhengnan still hadn't returned. Tang Jianhong led Xiao Kai to the entrance of the residential compound. Ji-won called Zhou Qiuyu to come and greet them quickly. Sister-in-law. Xiao Tang, Xiao Kai over here. Ji-won led them over to register. Sorry to trouble you. Have you been waiting long? Lin Zhengnan hasn't come back yet. I'll take you inside to get some water first. The two looked at each other and felt a bit embarrassed. Especially Tang Jianhong. When he saw a new woman following Ji-won behind her, he didn't dare to look directly at her. He just took a quick glance and thought she looked quite striking. It's no trouble at all. We just arrived a little while ago. Tang Jianhong scratched his head, looking a bit shy. Even the scar on his forehead didn't look so fierce anymore. have your small truck parked? Yes, it's nearby. We have someone watching it, so don't worry, sister-in-law. Since it was their first time coming to the residential compound, they looked around at the entrance, glancing here and there. Xiaokai didn't expect sister-in-law to take them inside, and happily said so. Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so polite. Brother Tang and I are here to deliver the money for the bean sprouts. Once we've given it to you, we should be leaving. Tang Jinhong's face changed. He quickly glanced at the smiling Zhou Qiaoyu beside him, then playfully nudged Xiaokai with his arm. Xiaokai looked confused by the warning from the boss. Was there something wrong with what he said? He awkwardly touched his nose. Didn't his older brother say the same thing earlier? How can we just leave after giving the money? You've helped me so much. We can't even share a sip of water? Besides, I still need to pay you for your work. Tang Jianhong waved his hand. I've known Captain Lin for many years. Just a quick greeting is enough. No need for wages. Sister-in-law, you're overthinking it. Ji-won wanted to argue a bit more, but she caught Zhou Qiaoyu's warning look and quickly introduced everyone. Look at me, working so hard and forgetting to introduce you. This is my partner, Zhou Qiaoyu. And this is Tang Jianhong, a former comrade of Lin Zhengnan. Zhou Qiaoyu? That's a nice name. Tang Jianhong smiled broadly and casually suggested, Comrade Zhou, just call me Xiao Tang. Zhou Qiaoyu hesitated. Comrade Tang, you seem older than me, right? Calling you Xiao Tang might be too informal. Then just call me Brother Tang, that's fine. Zhou Qiaoyu didn't expect him to be so friendly, so she nodded in agreement. Xiao Kai stood nearby, almost unnoticed. He looked at Zhou Qiaoyu, who was serious, then at his big brother, who was grinning widely and seemed to realize something important. This is Xiao Kai. At this point, Ji-won hesitated. Since the first day they met, she had been calling him Xiao Kai, but she didn't even know his real name. Xiao Kai chuckled happily. Comrade Zhou, just call me Xiao Kai. My name is Kai Yu Zhen. Zhou Qiaoyu smiled and praised. That's a good name. You have roots everywhere. After their introductions, everyone became a bit more familiar. Ji-won took them home, and Zhou Qiaoyu hurried to pour them some water. Sister-in-law, here's the money from selling the bean sprouts today. I don't know the exact amount, but you can check. Tang Jianhong then took out a handful of money from his pocket and handed it over, all in small bills. Ji-won happily accepted it and placed it in Zhou Qiaoyu's hands to keep. She went inside and took out 40 yuan from a box. This is your payment for coming here today.
Keep it.
20 yuan each, enough for half a month's wages. From here to the city and back only takes about 4 or 5 hours, so there's no need to spend so much. Tang Jianhong was surprised and almost stood up from his chair. Sister-in-law, no, this is too much. Let's stick to the market price. Just 5 yuan for this trip is enough. Xiao Kai was also startled and didn't expect Ji-won to be so generous. It's not much at all. Xiao Tang, listen to me. You help me deliver the goods and also help load and unload. Going from house to house takes a lot of effort. Isn't that included in the cost? Besides, last night was so urgent. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have made any money. I should give you more for that. Hearing this, Tang Jianhong thought she had a point. Usually, the two brothers also help friends by carrying some goods, but they are not so generous. They wouldn't give 20 yuan, let alone 5, without risking their lives. That's the difference. Sister-in-law, how about I take 10 yuan? 5 is for delivery, and the other 5 is for your hard work. Xiao Kai nodded along. No, that's not acceptable. Ji-won directly shoved the money into their hands, not allowing any argument. The two looked at each other and felt especially grateful to Ji-won and her husband. Last time they helped in the city, Lin Zhengnan paid for their food and drinks. Each bought a few packs of cigarettes and, before leaving, gave each of them 50 yuan. They helped willingly, not expecting anything in return. Lin Zhengnan's generosity surprised them a lot. This time, Ji-won was the same. They thought since they took money last time, they definitely wouldn't ask for any this time. But they didn't expect. All right, keep it. If you keep pushing back and forth like this, next time you need help, you won't dare to ask. Now, Tang Jianhong really couldn't refuse to accept. Jiwon smiled. I'm running a small business now, so I don't need your small truck. When my business gets bigger, I'll definitely ask you to help deliver.
Tang Jianhong note that.
Okay, I won't be polite. Sister-in-law, don't worry about big or small business. Big businesses start with small ones. I believe you can do it. Good, I'll take that as a compliment. After chatting for a while, Lin Zhengnan returned. He brought back 2 packs of cigarettes for the brothers. Tang Jianhong and the others were very surprised. This couple is really thoughtful. If anything happens in the future, they will definitely support them wholeheartedly. Jiwon then led Zhou Qiaoyu into the house, eager to count the money. It was a big pile with some large bills and some small change. The two sat on the bed counting for a long time. 10 large bundles of money, each consisting of 10 bills, are stacked together. The change and coins are also stacked this way, totaling over 1,000 yuan. Now, I can't use your money for the capital, right? It all comes from here, and the profit is split 50-50 as you said.
Yivan nodded.
At first, it was just the 2 of them working, but now that there are more people, she also helped negotiate cooperation, transportation, and costs, which come from her side. Zhou Qiaoyu definitely wouldn't agree. If you don't agree, I won't dare to take this money. The technology is yours, and you provided the capital. You also negotiated the cooperation. Now, even the work of growing bean sprouts is handed over to the sisters-in-law. I don't know what I can still do. In the past few days, Zhou Qiaoyu hasn't slept well. She's been thinking about this matter. She feels useless now. She has to share the profits with Jiwon and she feels ashamed. Nonsense. Weren't those purchasing stations negotiated by you? We're growing bigger and bigger. Once we save enough money, we'll switch to a different business. Besides, you didn't organize the bean sprout business at first. How could it succeed without you? Stop overthinking. Use this free time to find a few more wholesale merchants. Our side has taken over the east part of Fengcheng. What about the west and north-south sides? Even if the whole of Fengcheng buys bean sprouts from us, there are neighboring cities too. Vegetables are consumables eaten every day. If we do this well, the profits can be quite good. Zhou Qiaoyu was dizzy from her big plans and felt so happy she almost lost her sense of direction. Really? Is it that profitable?
Yivan nodded.
Yes, indeed. But I think making money is better with clothing. We don't have enough money right now. Save more, and in a couple of years, you'll be a wealthy woman in Fengcheng. If it weren't for the fact that there are others outside, Zhou Qiaoyu would be laughing out loud. She hugged Jiwon happily, almost crying with joy. Little Wan, you're so good to me. Having a good sister like you makes my life worth it, even if I die now. Jiwon playfully poked her forehead. Bah, nonsense. You're sure to live a long life. Stop joking. Let's split the money and send it to the sisters-in-law. It'll really make them face Ruiying. They had argued in the morning about quitting, feeling satisfied with just a few yuan. Now, in the afternoon, they're splitting the money. Won't that just make them furious? Thinking about it made Zhou Qiaoyu feel so happy her scalp tingled. She quickly took out her ledger to calculate costs. After subtracting all expenses, the net profit was 900 yuan. Divided equally, each side gets 450 yuan. Each of the 2 gets 225 yuan, and the remaining 5 share the rest, which is 90 yuan each. In just 3 days, Zhou Qiaoyu was so happy she almost fainted. Little Wan, we're rich. In just 3 days, she earned almost a year's salary. Her decision to start a business was definitely right. She needs to talk more about cooperation. Last month, they worked very hard for just a few dozen yuan, but in less than a month, their earnings multiplied 10 times. She was jumping happily with Jiwon, waving the money in her hand, tears of joy almost falling. Mom, what's wrong with Aunt Zhou? Yu heard the noise inside and was scared, thinking something bad happened. She was sleeping in the next room and hurried over to see. Seeing the obedient Yu, Zhou Qiaoyu let go of Ji-won with a loud cry and rushed over to pick up Yu. Little darling, your mom is so amazing. We're going to get rich, you know? She was very generous, pulling out a big note from her hand and tucking it into Yu's clothes. Here, this is for you to buy snacks. Yu Yu's eyes widened as she confusedly took the note and held it in her hand. She still couldn't believe it, so she carefully looked at it with both hands.
Wow.
The little girl shrank her neck and took a breath, showing a cute little move she must have learned somewhere. That's a lot? She recognized money and knew this was the biggest note, enough to buy many white rabbit candies. Was Aunt Zhou really giving it to her? She looked at Jiwan again. Jiwan knew Zhou Qiaoyu was happy now, so she quickly signaled to her daughter. Your aunt gave this to you. Hurry and put it away. Once you miss this chance, there won't be another. Although Yu didn't understand the second half, she understood the first part. She quickly raised the note and was about to take it out of Zhou Qiaoyu's arms. She ran to Jiwan and handed her the money. Mom, can you save this for me? I want to buy pretty clothes in the future.
Wow.
My 3-year-old daughter already knows how to save money? Jiwan was so happy she kissed her.
Okay, save it.
I'll buy you something tasty later. Next time she goes to the city, she should buy a piggy bank for her daughter so she can feel a sense of achievement. I love Mom. Yu held the note and obediently put it into the drawer. Let's go now and give the money to the sisters-in-law. Zhou Qiaoyu couldn't wait anymore, eager to see how happy her sisters-in-law would be when they received the money. Holding hands, they left the house. At this moment, in the living room, Lin Zhengnan was taking out a bottle of wine, ready to drink with Tang Jianhong and the others. Feeling that just drinking wine was boring, they also went to the kitchen to prepare some snacks to go with the drinks. Surprisingly, the snacks looked quite good. Thinking about his wife and daughter, Lin Zhengnan kept some for them. As soon as he poured the wine and sat down, Tang Jianhong awkwardly asked, Captain Lin, did Comrade Zhou get married recently? Lin Jingnan's eyes twitched, feeling a bad premonition. Unaware that she was being watched, Zhou Qiaoyu followed Jiwan and hurried over. From a distance, they saw a crowd gathered at the door. They exchanged glances, confused about what was happening. What's going on? At the door, people whispered in groups of 3 or 4. When they saw the two approaching, Yuruing started causing trouble again. Here they come.
Just wait and see.
They're probably here to tell you they don't have wages. I saw 2 debt collectors go to their house this afternoon. They haven't come out yet. TSK, I wonder how much they'll have to pay. We left early this morning, so we've escaped trouble. Yan Posey was annoyed by her attitude. Yuruing, shut your mouth. Why are you so mean? You refuse to eat and just come here to bother us? Teacher Ji is doing fine. Why are you talking nonsense? Yuruing curled her lips, ignoring Yan Posey's words as nonsense. She glanced at Jiwan, mischievously asking, Jiwan, did someone come to your house? After a quick chat, they understood what was happening. Hiding her slight amusement, Jiwan nodded. Yes, what's it to you? Heh, I knew it. Yuruing was so happy she almost jumped up, clapping her hands and pointing at Jiwan. Jiwan, you used to be a teacher. How can you swear like that? Can someone like you teach students? Are you angry because I guessed right? Someone got hurt, right? How much do they want you to pay? If you can't settle it, will the police come to arrest you later? Jiwan ignored her frantic behavior and instead looked on with interest. The others couldn't stay calm either. Yan Posey asked worriedly, Teacher Ji, are they really here to cause trouble? Could there be a misunderstanding? Knowing that the elderly woman had always supported her, Jiwan couldn't bear to disappoint her. The 4 other sisters-in-law who worked with her didn't regret the commotion Yuruing caused. Instead, the sisters-in-law who had already received their wages in the morning sighed and shook their heads, seeming to feel sorry for her but also relieved. Teacher Ji, she must be scared silly. Why didn't you say a word? Teacher Ji, don't stay silent at this moment. Exactly, everyone is so anxious. You should at least show some attitude. Jiwan looked at those unkind faces and took out a stack of money from her pocket, waving it at her sisters-in-law. Her expression changed from disgust to happiness as she cheerfully shouted, Sisters-in-law, come quickly. It's time to get paid. Her words were clear and firm. The sisters-in-law were all startled when they heard this. After regaining their senses, They were even more excited and asked, Xiaowan, is this real? We only worked for 3 days, and we're getting paid? Is it true? We've been involved in serious matters. Where would the money come from? Yuruing crossed her arms and loudly questioned, looking very doubtful. The other sisters-in-law also pretended to comfort her. Yes, Teacher Ji, you're carrying serious responsibilities now. Think about how to compensate everyone. We all sincerely followed you and want to get through this tough time together. Teacher Ji, think carefully. Don't pretend to be rich when you're not. Elder woman Yen and the others looked at Ji-won with concern. Ji-won didn't even glance at them. She smiled gently and explained to elder woman Yen and the others, Annie, don't listen to those noisy people. Those two came to pay us. Last night, the goods we sent out didn't counter a collapse, but no one was hurt, and the goods are safe. The road was blocked, but I asked 2 friends to help me deliver the goods, so it took a bit longer, but it didn't affect our earnings. She then counted the money in her hand. Didn't we agree before? The profit split is 50-50. I get 5. Sister Zhou gets 5. I originally planned to pay everyone once a month, but some annoying troublemakers kept spreading rumors and trying to shake your confidence. So, I decided to give you this payment now. The total profit is 900. We made it a round number. I and Sister Zhou split 450 each, and the rest is for you. There are 5 of you, so here's 90 yuan for each. The money had been divided in advance into 5 parts, each 90 yuan. 90! Yuruing shouted in surprise and hurriedly pushed through the crowd to get closer. Is this true? How can it be so much? Are they pretending because they're watching us? Ji-won ignored her and directly handed the money to her sisters-in-law. Elder woman Yan's face lit up with a big smile as she held the thick stack of money, pinching it and unable to close her mouth. Teacher Ji, is this really for us? Of course. Count it and see if it's 90 yuan. Upon her reminder, the sisters-in-law and relatives counted the money in their hands, confirming it was from the post-90s generation. They were so happy, they almost jumped with joy. Good heavens! So much money? My wife has lived so many years, almost ready for the coffin, and I never thought she could earn this much. It's only 5 days. It's enough to pay 2 months' wages for the workers. Yes, when I came, my husband didn't want me to come. Now I can take the money back and see how he argues with me. Teacher Ji, thank you. Thank you for helping us make money. Seeing this, Yuruing pushed through the crowd and ran up to them, shouting loudly. No way. How can you earn so much in just a few days? Are you all lying here? Let me see. What Teacher Ji gave you can't be just paper, right? She reached out to grab her sister-in-law's money, but her sister-in-law quickly stepped back. Next, Aunt Yen slapped her fiercely. Yuruing, what are you doing? Trying to steal money in broad daylight? Short-sighted and backstabbing Teacher Ji? Now that we're making money, you're jealous? Aunt Yen cursed loudly, waving her few big union notes in front of Yuruing. See that? Have you never seen money before? Why get so close? Is this paper? Tell me, everyone. Aunt Yen swaggered proudly, almost lifting her tail. She then waved the money in front of other sisters-in-law. See that? This is real, genuine union money. Teacher Ji led us to earn it. Those with shallow eyes are probably regretting it now, huh? Indeed, the sisters-in-law looked at the bright, crisp bills and felt heartache and regret. They clutched their chests, glaring fiercely at Yuruing. Yuruing, didn't you say Teacher Ji and the others were buried with their cars and people? And that they had taken lives? How come Aunt Yen and the others still got 90 yuan? Are you just trying to do your own thing and not take the money? Why spread rumors and drag us into it? You're just a jealous woman who can't stand seeing others do well. Yuruing also regretted it deeply. If she had worked a few more days, she might have earned dozens of yuan too. Now, being criticized like this, her anger flared. She crossed her arms and glared at Ji-won. I didn't lie. I heard it myself. Ji-won, this little brat, said it herself. Ji-won, are you doing this on purpose? Do you know I was eavesdropping at the door and deliberately told me this? Ji-won looked at her with a confused expression, unsure, and asked back. Aunt Yu, what are you talking about? What do you mean eavesdropping? Did you secretly listen at my door? Yuruing confidently replied, You are the one talking with Comrade Zhou loudly enough for me to hear. I wasn't eavesdropping in broad daylight. Ji-won looked genuinely surprised. I didn't say anything about endangering lives. Aunt Yu, don't accuse me wrongly. Isn't it you who incited everyone not to work? Hearing this, Zhou Qiaoyu quickly stepped forward, crossed her arms, and spat.
Bah.
I've never seen someone so shameless, going to secretly listen. That's bad enough, but you also misheard, causing everyone to lose their jobs and money. It's all Yuruing's fault. With her words, the regretful sisters-in-law shifted all the blame onto Yuruing. Yuruing, it's your fault we lost our jobs. I could have earned dozens of yuan, but now I only get 3. It's all your fault. Why did you go eavesdropping? I'll beat you to death, you thief. Everyone, stop standing around. It's all this trash's fault. Just wait. I'll tear her face apart. In just 5 days, she earned 90 yuan. In a month, that would be several hundred. Earning a year's salary in a month, those dreams were shattered by Yuruing. The sisters-in-law clenched their teeth with anger and rushed at her, hitting and scolding her. Soon, she was pushed to the ground, beaten until her nose was swollen, and her shirt nearly torn off. If no one stopped them, Yuruing might even run around. Enough, enough. I won't stop you from hitting anyone, but please don't do it in our yard. Since there's no problem, everyone, disperse quickly. Ji-won said sternly, giving a clear order to leave. The sisters-in-law were startled, thinking she was angry. After exchanging awkward glances, they sheepishly withdrew their hands. Seizing the chance, Yuruing pulled at her clothes and ran away. These women were too crazy. If she wasn't involved, she thought, couldn't she do better working alone? Seeing her run off, the sisters-in-law who had just fought rolled up their sleeves and gathered in front of Ji-won, eager to take credit. It's all Yuruing's fault for spreading lies. That's why we didn't stand our ground. Teacher Ji, we've chased Yuruing away. We know we were wrong. Should we come back and keep working? Exactly, Teacher Ji. We're neighbors. Please give us another chance. Seeing how shameless they were, the sisters-in-law couldn't hold back anymore.
Bah.
Why didn't you say this when you ran away earlier? 5 people are enough. We can handle it. You still want to come and take our money?
Dream on.
When a few people rejected them like this, the others immediately looked disappointed. We're asking about Teacher Ji, not you. Why do you act like the boss? Teacher Ji, we only want a small share, just 1 yuan a day.
How about that?
Mrs. Yen rolled her eyes in frustration. Just 1 yuan? Do you even know what that means? 30 yuan a month. Probably less than what your husbands get as allowances.
What are you dreaming about?
The sisters-in-law looked pale and angry, but refused to give up. They all looked at Ji-won, waiting for her to speak. People need trust to stand. Sisters-in-law and aunts, I'm not stopping you from coming. But I told you a few days ago, it's easy to leave, but hard to come back. You agreed, and everyone knows about it. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Her words sounded quite polite. Zhou Qiaoyu snorted coldly. Want to earn money, but want to run when trouble comes? Think about it, are you bosses who want employees like that? All right, everyone disperse. Don't block the way and affect our work. Hearing this, Mrs. Yen and her friends grabbed their brooms and started to chase people away. Seeing their firm attitude, it seemed they wouldn't let anyone go back. The group left feeling down, but then they realized they had learned the skills now. Why worry about not making money? They should just go home and grow beans sprouts themselves. They whispered among themselves happily and finally left. Mrs. Yen spat and put away her broom, asking, Teacher Ji, you can leave this to us. You all should go back quickly. Realizing this, Ji-won remembered she still had guests at home and quickly smiled. All right, we'll go now. Thanks for your help, aunties. It's no trouble at all. With 90 yuan in hand, the aunties were full of energy. They had nothing much to do, but still insisted on cleaning the house thoroughly. Ji-won chuckled and gave Zhou Qiaoyu a meaningful look. The two of them linked arms and headed back together. At the Lin family's door, they heard voices chatting inside. They peeked in and saw that several dishes had already been prepared on the table. Ji-won's eyes nearly popped out. Did your husband do this? Is his cooking really that good now? Lin Jingnan's cooking had improved a lot, but not to this level. She had praised Lin Jungnan before just to flatter him, but now she was genuinely surprised and a little scared. Lin Jungnan saw this and chuckled softly, then immediately got up to serve rice into bowls for them. Yu sat on the chair swinging her little legs, holding a piece of pork rib and eating it with oil all around her mouth. Hearing this, she giggled. Mom, it wasn't Dad who made it, it was Uncle Tang. Tang Jianhong felt a bit embarrassed, looked at the two of them, and quickly got up to pull out their chairs. Sister-in-law, come sit here, and Comrade Zhou too. Zhou Chuyu was a bit surprised. She happily sat down and looked at the dishes on the table. They looked delicious, full of aroma, and all hearty dishes. We just ate, knowing you're still hungry, so we didn't touch much of these. We've just been drinking wine. Zhou Chuyu gave him a thumbs up. Comrade Tang, you're really impressive. How can you make so many dishes? Did you learn before? Tang Jianhong smiled. I did think about becoming a chef before, but I thought it wasn't very profitable. Running transportation is better. Zhou Chuyu took the bowls and chopsticks handed to her and eagerly took a bite. Wow, it's so delicious. Luckily, Comrade Tang isn't a woman, or I'd want to live with you and eat good food every day. Tang Jianhong's ears turned red. If Sister Zhou wants to eat, I can cook for you again sometime. Zhou Chuyu nodded, thinking to herself that luckily he wasn't a woman, or she might not be able to resist sneaking some food. Since she lost weight, she looked much prettier and no longer as fat as before. The two sat close to each other, occasionally leaning in to chat. Ji-won watched and felt something was off. She gently poked Lin Jingnan's arm. After giving a subtle signal, she leaned over and asked, "What's going on?" Lin Jungnan lowered his voice. "Just you saw, Xiao Tang has some interest in Sister Zhou." Ji-won was stunned. This was their first time meeting, right? Fell in love at first sight? Looking again at Tang Jianhong, she almost couldn't help but serve Zhou Chuyu some food, smiling with a look of envy. Zhou Chuyu, being easygoing, didn't notice. She took a bite and gave a thumbs up. At first glance, the two seemed quite harmonious. But there was also Yang Feng in between, which made things a bit complicated. We originally planned to just have a few drinks, then go to the cafeteria to get food for you and the kids. Xiao Tang wanted to show off a bit and said to invite Sister Zhou. Yang Feng had been with him for many years. Tang Jianhong was also his good brother. He was caught in the middle and didn't know what to do, so he simply turned a blind eye. He thought to himself, it's up to Sister Zhou to decide who she likes. Xiao Tang also said that if Sister Zhou isn't interested, it doesn't matter. The main thing is that he wants to take the initiative. This was something Ji-won liked to hear. It was much better than Yang Feng, who only knew how to be jealous. At least, he knew how to please Sister Zhou. During the meal, neither the husband nor wife spoke much, only watching these two exchange glances. After eating, Tang Jianhong didn't want to leave, but it was a pity that it was already dark. If they stayed out late, it might be troublesome. Isn't it against the rules to drink and drive? Why are you drinking so much if you're going to drive? Ji-won asked, and Xiao Kai immediately raised his hand. Sis-in-law, I didn't drink much. We came in one car, and Brother Tang can just sleep over. That's good. Ji-won relaxed and felt relieved. The couple saw them off to outside the yard. Tang Jianhong took a few steps back and suddenly turned around to ask, I think I've forgotten the way here. I drank quite a bit. How about Comrade Zhou taking us to the gate? Zhou Qiaoyu frowned, feeling that this person was a bit strange. She instinctively looked at Ji-won, who quickly yawned. I'm a bit tired. I plan to take the kids to wash up and sleep. Sister Zhou, sorry for the trouble. Besides, someone specifically asked for Zhou Qiaoyu. If she went along, it wouldn't be very considerate. Zhou Qiaoyu agreed readily. Okay. This time, Brother Tang Jianhong and his friend really helped a lot. As the boss of the bean sprout business, what's wrong with seeing them off? Maybe they will cooperate often in the future. Building good relationships now is essential. Comrade Zhou, why do you also live in the staff dormitory? I heard from Captain Lin that you're not seeing anyone. You're not here just to follow the troops, right? Zhou Qiaoyu nodded. Yes, I came here to stay with my brother. He's a company commander in the army. I thought it would be inconvenient to live alone outside, so they arranged this place for me. I see. Tang Jianhong felt even more satisfied. Comrade Zhou is quite impressive. You're so young and already running a business. I heard from my wife that your business is doing well. It will definitely grow bigger in the future. Zhou Qiaoyu blushed a little at the compliment. Usually, the men she met were quite reserved, so this open praise was the first of its kind. Comrade Tang is also impressive. I also heard you're planning to set up a transportation team. You'll be a big boss someday. Yes, I have some brothers I know. If I get a few more partners, it should be fine. I've saved up enough money too. He was genuinely interested in Zhou Qiaoyu, so he didn't hide anything. It was bound to come up later anyway. Zhou Qiaoyu didn't realize he was thinking so much. Hearing this, she only thought he was even more admirable. They chatted happily as they arrived at the gate of the yard. Tang Jianhong didn't want her to continue seeing them off, saying that as a woman, she wasn't safe outside. Comrade Zhou, shall we leave it here? We will go back first. Just as Zhou Qiaoyu was about to nod, a doubtful voice called out from across the way. Miss Zhou? Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou's heart skipped a beat. She looked up and saw Yang Feng coming toward her. His suspicious expression darkened completely when he saw Tang Jianhong and the others. Tang Jianhong was not stupid. Having served in the army, he quickly sensed something was wrong. He silently observed Yang Feng's scrutinizing gaze. Lieutenant Yang, why are you here? Zhou Qiaoyu was puzzled, wondering why Yang Feng kept rushing to the family compound every few days. This comrade is? Tang Jianhong asked, prompting Zhou to remember she needed to introduce them. This is the brother I told you about, Yang Feng. Lieutenant Yang, this is Comrade Tang Jianhong. Yesterday, there was a small problem with Xiao Wan's bean sprouts, but luckily he helped out. Yang Feng nodded, hesitated, then extended his hand reluctantly for a handshake. Hello, Tang. He then glanced at Zhou Qiaoyu and explained what he had just said. Miss Zhou, what did you say to Comrade Tang? About a brother? I'm not your brother. We are engaged. Zhou Qiaoyu was caught off guard by this statement, nearly dropping her chin in shock. Yang Feng, are you okay? Who said we are engaged? You keep calling me Miss Zhou. If I'm not your sister, then what am I? Tang Jianhong overheard their conversation and sensed their relationship was complicated, but there was no romantic foundation. He still had a chance. He smiled and said, Comrade Zhou is right. If you call her sister, then she is your sister. Comrade Zhou said she came here to stay with you, and I appreciate your taking care of her. Is there a problem with me taking care of my fiancé? And this comrade is about to leave, right? It's getting late, you should go now. His tone was quite rude, and even though Zhou Qiaoyu tried to stay calm, her face darkened. She glared at Yang Feng several times, then smiled. Comrade Tang, you should go back first. We'll talk again another time. Tang Jianhong nodded slightly, squinted, and then left. Yang Feng snorted, hope there's a next time. Yang Feng, are you out of your mind? I told you that Comrade Tang is a benefactor. Why are you so rude? Yang Feng felt annoyed, thinking she was defending that outsider, and clenched his teeth in frustration. What benefactor? He's practically glued to your eyes. Zhou Qiaoyu didn't want to argue with him, and turned to leave quickly. Yang Feng hurried to follow. And I am not your younger brother. You shouldn't have forgotten the purpose your mother sent you here for. You are indeed not my younger brother, and we do not share the same last name. Yang Feng knew she was angry, but he couldn't hold back either. Seeing that man getting so close to her, he almost lost his temper.
Zhou.
He instinctively wanted to call her sister Zhou, then remembered what Zhou Qiaoyu just said, and forced himself to change his words. Xiaoyu, I didn't mean it like that. What I mean is, weren't we almost married before? Can we start over and get to know each other again, this time as friends? Calling her Xiaoyu almost scared Zhou Qiaoyu to death. Her skin crawled with goosebumps, and she quickly rubbed her arms. Lieutenant Yang, what are you talking about? Friends? We're siblings. Why would we be friends? Yang Feng didn't expect her to change her attitude so quickly. Didn't you just say we don't share the same last name, that we're not siblings? Xiaoyu, you wouldn't be interested in that man just now, would you? Zhou Qiaoyu had no idea what he was talking about. That man looks shady. Stay away from him. I think you're not a good person either. Stay away from me. Yang Feng wasn't discouraged by her rejection and continued to pursue her. Xiaoyu, it's true. That man looks rough, and you two are from different circles. We're better because we grew up together and know each other well. I'm still in the army, getting a monthly allowance, with my mother watching over me. If I do something wrong, she'll help you. When you get married, there won't be any mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues. Zhou Qiaoyu didn't say anything, but her words sounded convincing, and she almost felt moved. She stopped and looked carefully at Yang Feng. At first, he seemed very picky about her, but now he was acting strangely. And he kept calling their engagement a feudal relic earlier, but now he didn't seem to mind. Lieutenant Yang, what do you really mean? He had said before that he couldn't say much in front of her. Now he was talking so eloquently. Could he have been influenced by something? Yang Feng wasn't just influenced. He was a man who could see that the man with the surname Tang had bad intentions toward Zhou Qiaoyu. Yang Feng, are you telling me this because your mother suggested it? She looked at him seriously and asked again. You said before you wanted someone who truly loved you, that you didn't want to be with someone without feelings? But now, that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Yang Feng stood straight in front of her. With both hands neatly pressed along the seam of her pants, she looked like she was reporting work. He looked down at Zhou Qiaoyu's puzzled face and said clearly, that's settled. Then why are you still looking for me? Yang Feng took a deep breath. Because I have feelings for you, Xiaoyu. It was my fault before. When you suddenly came over, I thought I only had brotherly feelings for you, nothing more. If you had blindly followed me, you would have been hurt. Recently, after spending so much time together, I realized I like you more than just as a sister. I hope you can give me a chance. Zhou Qiaoyu was startled. She almost didn't understand what he meant. Slowly, she blushed. Her skin had become fairer recently, and now she looked shy, her face redder than white, which made Yang Feng stare intently.
You. What are you talking about?
It's only been a short time, and you already have feelings for me? Are you joking? I truly see you as a little brother now. You should find someone else so your mother can be at ease. I promise I won't blame you. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Yang Feng quickly took her hand and pressed it against his chest. Xiaoyu, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, listen to my heartbeat. His strong, steady heartbeat thumped loudly, hitting Zhou Qiaoyu's palm through his chest. She felt confused and didn't know where to look. Quickly glancing at Yang Feng's affectionate eyes, she hurriedly pulled her hand away and said, "But right now, I don't have feelings for you." After saying that, she turned around and left without looking back. Yang Feng was stunned, standing there, his heart shattered into pieces. Several times, he wondered if he had heard wrong. But seeing Zhou Qiaoyu completely indifferent and leaving him behind, he knew he hadn't misheard. Did Xiaoyu really have no feelings for him anymore? Had his previous actions hurt her? So many doubts tore at his heart, making him feel numb all over. His eyes turned red, and he stood there stiffly, full of regret. Seasons 1 had no idea about the situation of a few people. After dinner, she tidied up and then went straight to bed. Yu had been very obedient lately, sleeping alone in the secondary bedroom, while she and Lin Zhengnan shared the main bedroom. When the living room outside was all tidied up, Lin Zhengnan finished washing up and came in. Seasons 1 suddenly remembered something and told him, "By the way, hand me my ledger. I need to record the income." Lin Zhengnan walked over and flipped through it, finding 2 notebooks. "This one?" Seasons 1 looked over. "No, that's for our business. The one below is mine." Lin Zhengnan picked up the notebook and flipped through it, noting that the entries were very simple. "How much did you earn recently? Isn't it written right there? Including this time, it's about 600 or 700. Lin Jingnan's eyes widened. That much? It's been less than a month, right? Ji Wanyang raised her eyebrows proudly, took the notebook to note down her income, then handed it back to him. Exactly. That's why I want to do business. It's definitely a quick way to make money. Lin Zhengnan moved closer and sat on the edge of the bed. Should I get you a bank book to save the money? Ji Wanyang glanced at the cabinet across from her, which was locked very tightly.
No rush.
I still have plans for this money. Lin Zhengnan knew she had her own ideas and didn't ask more. The money was earned by his wife, and she was free to decide how to use it. He nodded, took off his clothes, and lay down on the bed. Ji Wanyang already knew what to do and rolled over to him smoothly. She snuggled into his arms. Earlier, I told my mom to come here and help out, but it's been days, and I haven't seen her. Should I go check on her tomorrow?
Sure.
Lin Zhengnan responded with a nod, glanced at Ji Wanyang's fair-side face, then looked down and finally focused on her small belly. His long hand reached out and gently touched it. It seems a bit bigger. Ji Wanyang nodded and lifted her shirt to reveal her slightly protruding belly. When I was pregnant with Yu, I had some stretch marks, but not this time. Actually, in her previous life, she did have them. As the months went by, the stretch marks worsened, and after giving birth, her belly looked like a shriveled old orange peel. She hadn't expected it to turn out like this after childbirth. During breastfeeding, she almost fell into depression. Now, carefully examining her belly, it was very smooth, with only some small lines left from her first pregnancy. Could it be the effect of the spiritual spring water? She was lost in thought when a warm hand covered her belly. Ji Wanyang snapped back to reality, smiling and urging him softly. Feel free to touch. You're the baby's father. As the months go by and you interact more, he'll sense it too. Lin Zhengnan nodded. At first, he was a little nervous, but after Ji Wanyang's reminder, he took a deep breath, lay down comfortably, and instinctively pressed his ear close. Ji Wanyang chuckled silently and pushed him gently. The baby's only over 3 months old now, so there's probably no movement yet. You won't hear anything. Lin Zhengnan awkwardly smiled and pursed his lips. I just want to listen. But instead of hearing any movement from the baby, he heard Ji Wanyang's stomach rumbling. He immediately sat up and asked, Xiaowan, are you hungry? Ji Wan looked into his worried eyes and saw the beautiful eyes beneath his narrow gaze. She couldn't help but bite her lip. Yes, I'm a little hungry. Lin Zhengnan hesitated, feeling that his wife's gaze was a bit unsettling. He nodded and casually picked up his pants to put them on. Then I'll go make you something to eat. Ji Wan saw that he was serious and quickly grabbed his arm with a smile. Oh, it's so late. What should we eat? Besides, I don't really want to eat. Lin Zhengnan didn't realize there was more to her words and thought honestly for a moment. Maybe I can cook some noodles for you? We still have dumplings at home. Do you want to eat dumplings? If not, I can make some pancakes? Ji-won was amused by his nervousness and playfully tugged at his arm. Hey, you come back and lie down first. I'll tell you what I want to eat. The straightforward Lin Zhengnan hadn't realized danger was approaching. He nodded and anxiously put down his pants. Just as he was about to sit down, he heard his wife's command, turn off the light. Isn't there still food to eat? If the light's off, I can't see. Ji-won rolled her eyes at him. With the light on, it was bright, and she felt a bit embarrassed too. Lie down now. Lin Zhengnan finally obediently lay down. Ji-won once again snuggled into his arms. Her sweet, fragrant scent filled his nose. Lin Zhengnan closed his eyes, but still felt restless. Especially because her soft, delicate hand was still holding his arm. The weather was getting warmer, and he wasn't wearing a shirt. Ji-won's gentle breathing brushed against him, making him feel like he was on fire. He closed his eyes for a long time. Forget sleeping, his mind was filled with inappropriate thoughts. If this kept up, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He hesitated for a moment and finally suggested, Xiaowan, maybe I should sleep in the guest room next door? He waited silently for a while, but Ji-won didn't answer. Just as he was about to ask again, her lips pressed softly against his. Lin Jingnan's eyes sharpened, and his whole body stiffened involuntarily. He blinked, doubting whether he was dreaming.
Xiao.
He was about to call her Xiaowan but thought better of it and changed his words. Wife, you're still pregnant. Ji-won looked at him with a gentle smile, her eyes shining brightly, full of longing for him. He was usually straightforward but now hesitated, saying it was not right, yet his actions moved first, and he kissed her lips. Won't this hurt the baby? Ji-won had been holding back for a long time, but couldn't resist anymore. She responded naturally by beginning to undo her clothes. It's been over 3 months. We should be fine taking things slow. Lin Jingnan's Adam's apple moved as he panted heavily. His hot breath seemed to melt Ji-won. Aren't you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Ji-won wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him, biting his thin lips and pulling at them. What? Kissing doesn't count as eating? Being craving you isn't enough to show hunger? Lin Zhengnan was startled, realizing that might be the case. He liked Ji-won very much and had long wanted to be with her completely. But she was usually very cold about this, and their intimacy was often unenthusiastic, lacking fun. But now he felt something different. Ji-won was kissing him as if she wanted to use all her skills learned in her past life on him. They were young and passionate, and their night lasted until almost dawn. It was quite loud, bed creaking, furniture banging. Ji-won thought to herself that this spiritual spring water was really good. It made her more resilient, very tough. After they finished, they both rested, not knowing how much time had passed. Lin Zhengnan felt more satisfied than ever, lying on the bed enjoying the afterglow. Ji-won was lying on his chest, her face flushed, with a few beads of sweat on her forehead. Her lips were red, and there were intimate marks on her chest. Lin Zhengnan wasn't much better. His chest and back were covered with scratches. Thinking about his training tomorrow, Ji-won didn't dare to go too far. They cuddled together, and Lin Zhengnan, no longer cold and serious like during the day, gently kissed her fingers one by one. Are you tired? I'll go get some water for you to wash up.
Yes.
Isn't it tiring? Ji-won was exhausted everywhere, not wanting to move her fingers. She lay limply on the bed, waiting for Lin Zhengnan to take care of her. After a simple wash, she was fed a bit of saliva. They lay down again, and their relationship had become even closer than before. Lin Zhengnan reminisced about Ji-won's performance earlier, kissing her forehead and asking, "Sweetheart, where did you learn that?" Ji-won smiled. Of course, from books. Even ancient couples had fire prevention diagrams. Can't we just read some naughty books for a modern marriage? Lin Zhengnan didn't say whether he believed it or not, biting her red lips and asking, "Why haven't I seen you do that before?" Ji-won whined and bit his arm. Wasn't I holding back before? But then I loosened up. We're married, so it's normal to have needs. She responded to Lin Jingnan's gentle smile with a proud hum, asking, "Just tell me if you like it or not." Lin Jingnan, who is not good at speaking, felt a bit shy when asked and lowered his voice, blushing at the tips of his ears. "I like it very much." "That's good. I have many positions, and we can try them slowly in the future." Lin Zhengnan was almost excited to death, holding her close and wishing he could merge her into himself. He had been curious about intimate moments before, and now he was truly experiencing them. He frowned slightly, his eyes shining with tiny sparks. His wife had been very excellent lately, and he felt a strong sense of insecurity. But when his wife behaved like that for him, his desire to conquer was greatly satisfied. At this moment, he no longer thought his wife would leave him. Instead, he felt she loved him deeply. He turned off the light and gently touched Ji-won's soft lips, whispering, "Go to sleep." "Okay." Ji-won was very sleepy and had already started to doze off. She slept deeply and woke up only by noon the next day. When she opened her eyes, she heard Yu's vague voice outside. "Mom is sleeping. Last night, she and Dad caught a thief. There were banging sounds, and I was scared awake. Dad said Mom was exhausted and told me not to bother her." After Yu finished speaking, there was a surprised cry from Song Mingqing.
"What?
Your family had a thief yesterday? Could that be true? Isn't this a residential compound? There are people watching outside. How could a thief get in?" But seeing how confidently her granddaughter spoke, Song Mingqing was worried. She wanted to go in and ask, but remembered Ji-won was still sleeping. She thought for a moment and decided to let Xiaoing stay here with you while she went to find Zhou Qiaoyu. After Ji-won finished getting ready and came out, she saw several pieces of clothing in the yard, probably washed by Lin Zhengnan that morning. Yu was showing Xiaoing around her vegetable garden. "Little auntie, this is a watermelon. Look at the flowers on top. The yellow ones are especially pretty, right?" Xiaoing nodded. It was her first time visiting here, and she felt a bit shy. But she was too beautiful, and the women passing by kept asking, "Yu, who is this little girl?" "She's my little auntie." "Little auntie? That must be Teacher Ji's sister, right?" The two sisters really inherited good genes. They both looked so pretty. "Yu, who is this older sister?" Zhao Xiaojun heard guests had arrived at Ji-won's house and hurried over. Peeking over the wall, he saw a sister who looked like a fairy. "I'm not an older sister. You have to call me little auntie too if you want." She doesn't seem much older than him. Could she really be a generation above? Not only Zhao Xiaojun, but all the little ones behind him also popped their heads out and shouted together, "Little auntie, little auntie." Previously, Xiaoing Xia had been almost always with Song Mingqing, rarely meeting other people or friends. Now, seeing so many children and how enthusiastic they are, she was very happy and nodded with a sweet smile in response. "Okay, little auntie, shall we go play? Yu, let's go together." Zhao Xiaojun said he was about to take her away, but Yu quickly stepped forward. "Grandma said we shouldn't run around. There's a small forest nearby. Let's go pick yangmei bayberries." Yu felt a bit tempted. The yangmei are sour and sweet, and she wanted to eat some. Xiaoing Xia also licked her lips, wanting to go along. "Aunt Ji, can I take Yu and little auntie over to pick yangmei?" When she called out, Yu turned around and saw her mother had gotten up.
Mom.
The little girl was about to rush over, but Ji-won was afraid she might say something about a thief in front of the children, so she flinched. "Okay, you can take them. Remember to keep them safe. Xiaojun, I trust you. Don't let other children bully them, and don't let little auntie follow others or contact those boys, understand?" Zhao Xiaojun patted his chest confidently.
Got it.
As the training was about to end, the children probably wouldn't play for much longer, so it was good for Xiaoing to go for a walk. In the future, Song Mingqing would often come here, so Xiaoing could get familiar with the place, which would be helpful. Seeing all the children run off in a flock, Ji-won patted her face and hurried over to prepare for dinner. Thinking she hadn't asked Xiaoing if she had eaten, she chased after them, but the children had already disappeared. "Xiaowan, are you up?" Song Mingqing's anxious voice came from behind. Ji-won turned around and saw her rushing over with Zhou Qiaoyu. This was their first time meeting, and both felt quite good about each other. No wonder Xiaowan looked so beautiful, looking at her aunt. She must have been a great beauty in her youth. They also saw her half-sister, who was equally stunning, like a fairy with icy skin and jade-like bones. Zhou Qiaoyu was almost envious to death. How could she be so naturally beautiful? "Xiaowan, I brought auntie over. We've already talked to the sisters-in-law, and they are very welcoming." Song Mingqing smiled. "I'll go help out later. I heard they each received 90 yuan yesterday, and I can't help but feel eager." Ji-won nodded and led them inside. "I haven't eaten yet, so I'll have a little something first. Have you finished tidying up there? Are you comfortable living here?" Song Mingqing praised endlessly when she mentioned it. Little Tang and the others found a really good house, and they even greeted the neighbors nearby, asking them to look out for us. Yesterday, Little Tang came to see me. She kept talking about Little Tang, which shows she's very pleased with Tang Jianhong. Zhou Qiaoyu also asked, "Is that the comrade Tang from yesterday?"
Yvonne nodded.
Zhou Qiaoyu suddenly realized, so they all know each other. She smiled, then suddenly remembered Yang Feng, her rival, and couldn't help but smile less. "Rest here, I'll go help you. What do you want to eat?" Ji-won was moved aside by Song Mingqing and quickly went into the kitchen. Ji-won smiled shyly and followed in. "I don't know, just see what Lin Zhengnan left for me." As she spoke, Song Mingqing opened the steamer on the coal stove. Inside was a bowl of steamed eggs, 3 meat buns, and a small dish of sliced meat. Not sure where he got it from. Maybe he made it himself. Men are full of energy. After all the fuss last night, he still managed to wake up refreshed and make breakfast for her. Oh, these are probably made by the son-in-law himself? His skills are pretty good. Song Mingqing immediately served her the food. Jiwon was about to warn her about the hot steam but suddenly remembered that elders probably aren't afraid of hot things. Zhou Qiaoyu saw the mother and daughter chatting happily and decided not to bother them further. Xiaowan, I'll go now. You and Auntie chat. Do you want to stay and eat a bit? Zhou Qiaoyu didn't even turn her head. Oh, just a few bites, not enough to fill my teeth. Jiwon is pregnant, so why is she eating so little? She smiled, sat down, and started eating. Mom, do you want to eat some too? I won't. I took Xiaoing to the restaurant before coming. Thanks to Jiwon, she now has such good days. She smiled, poured a glass of water, sat down, and finally looked around. The house has 2 rooms and a living room with front and backyards, very comfortable. She went to see, and both yards were planted with vegetables, making life feel warm and peaceful, like a gentle stream. By the way, I heard from you that your family was robbed last night.
Nothing was stolen, right?
Isn't this family compound guarded? How come the thief was so bold as to come here? Song Mingqing asked seriously, but Jiwon didn't dare to reply. She ate a few bites of breakfast, almost choking from surprise. What are you listening to you for? She is only 3 years old. Maybe she had a dream last night? Here, no thief would dare to come. Song Mingqing thought that was true.
Okay, you eat first.
I'll go for a walk in the yard.
Yivan nodded.
Song Mingqing took a few turns inside and admired her daughter even more. Not only did she keep the house very tidy, but she also grew many vegetables in the yard. She saw a tomato earlier and couldn't resist picking one. Wow, the juice was so plentiful and sweet, better than any tomato she had ever tasted. Xiaowan, it's almost noon. Rest for a bit, and I'll go buy groceries and cook. Jiwon had almost finished eating and asked as she tidied up the dishes. Aren't you here to earn money? Why are you cooking? I'll handle lunch later. Song Mingqing smiled, understanding that her daughter felt sorry for her. It's okay. I asked them, and I'll work in the afternoon. Nothing urgent. Let's settle on this. I'll go buy groceries. She was about to leave, but Jiwon called her back. Wait, do you know where to buy? I want to go for a walk since I ate too much. Let's go together. Okay. Song Mingqing was happy inside. Her daughter wanted to spend time with her. Mother and daughter finished packing and went out. On the way, anyone they met would say they looked alike. Song Mingqing was smiling the whole way. She was excited to visit her son-in-law's house and planned to show her skills. She spent all her meat coupons and bought snacks for Yu with the other food coupons. No matter how Jiwon tried to persuade her, it was no use. Oh well, as long as she was happy. Because she was craving something, Song Mingqing also bought her a bottle of soda. Holding the cold bottle, Jiwon sipped her orange-flavored soda, walking in slippers. She looked at Song Mingqing beside her. As she got older, she seemed a bit shorter. She wore a short-sleeved top and long pants, her hair tied at the back. Carrying 2 big bags, she walked quickly, occasionally turning back to remind her mother. Walk slower. Your stomach is bigger now, and this soda is cold. Drinking it isn't good for your health. Just this once. I won't buy it for you next time. If your son-in-law sees, he might complain. She kept talking, and Jiwon felt like she had traveled back in time to her childhood. Back then, she could only watch and feel envious. Other moms bought snacks for their daughters just like this, fussing all the time. She thought she would never have such moments in her life. But unexpectedly, when she got a second chance, she became the one others envied. Even though it was over 20 years late, it didn't matter. She could feel Song Mingqing's motherly love, and she was happy and content. Mom, can I have another bottle after I finish this one? Song Mingqing glared at her angrily. What are you drinking? I told you to drink less. The rest is for Xiaoing and her husband. Aren't they done drinking? Jiwon smiled, feeling a bit proud. Then I'll ask Lin Zhengnan to give me some later. The young couple is happily together, and Song Mingqing didn't know what to say. Fine, if he's willing to give you some, then you can drink. The two of them walked one after the other, heading toward the shade of the tree. Just as they reached the yard, which was not far away, they heard crying from afar. He was the first to scold, "He's a bad boy. Don't scold brother Xiao Jun. He's protecting us by hitting him." Yu Yu's voice was tearful, unclear, and she was trying to defend herself. "Did my son say something wrong? She's just a fool. Being foolish shouldn't mean people can say anything. If she's so shameful, why bring her out?" Hearing the sharp voice, Jiwon knew it was Yuruing. Why is she everywhere? Are they incompatible? Why does she always cause trouble? Before she could react, Song Mingqing had already grabbed 2 big bags and ran quickly. Jiwon was worried about the baby in her belly and couldn't rush like that, so she slowed down to follow. Pushing through the crowd, she saw several children standing under the big tree. Behind Yuruing was her son, Helia. His clothes were wrinkled and covered in dust, and there was mud on his forehead. The mother and son faced Zhao Xiaojun, who was furious, clenched fists trembling with anger. Yu Yu and Xiaoing were nearby, gathered around. Hearing Yuruing speak so nastily, Yu couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "You're the fool. You're the bad boy. You're scolding brother Xiaojun. I don't like you. I'm going to tell Mom." Hearing this, Yuruing got even angrier. If it weren't for her causing trouble yesterday, wouldn't she have been beaten up by those sisters-in-law? Now she still had nail marks on her face and bruises on her arms. "Your mom is nothing. If you're brave, call her here. That fool is your sister, right? I want to ask her, why can't fools be spoken about? If she's so ashamed to bring her out, why not hide her at home? You shut me up, and if I don't speak, others will say it anyway." Hearing this, Zhao Xiaojun was furious. "Aunt Yu, not only does your son, Helia, curse people, but he also throws mud at my aunt and chases her to on her. Do you think he's doing the right thing? He did something wrong. Why don't you teach him?" Hearing this, Song Mingqing was immediately furious. Her daughter Xiaoing was very well behaved. How could there be such a reckless child who urinates on others? Filled with rage, she suddenly rushed forward, swinging the piece of meat she held to hit Helia behind Yuruing. "Stinky kid, you dare to bully my daughter? Don't you even know how you died?" The 2 bags in her hand fell to the ground. Song Mingqing didn't have time to care about them. She grabbed Helia's collar and slapped him several times on his backside. Still not satisfied, she kicked him several times on his bottom, until Helia burst into a loud, piercing cry. Yuruing suddenly woke up and rushed towards Song Mingqing. "Crazy woman! You dare to hit my son! I won't let this go." Song Mingqing was not someone to be easily defeated. She had endured hard times for many years, hardly ever resting. To earn money, she had done all kinds of work. She had developed strong muscles, so how could Yuruing be her match? Before Yuruing could reach her, Song Mingqing twisted her arm, pushed her to the ground, and slapped her face several times. "Shabby woman, aren't you done with me? Your son bullies others and still has the nerve? How can you be good parents? If you don't teach him well, I will help you teach him. My daughter is just a bit innocent, so what? She ate your rice or spent your money. Do you have to speak so harshly? Our Xiaoing is clean and polite, greeting everyone. Your son isn't stupid, he's smart, so why is he so reckless?" After a few slaps, Yuruing felt dizzy and her eyes blurred. Taking this chance, Song Mingqing quickly stood up, grabbing Helia's arm and pushing him in front of Xiaoing. "Apologize to my daughter." By now, Helia was almost scared silly, not understanding what she was saying. He was just howling loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. Mom, save me. Let me go. Let me go. Apologize. Apologize to them." With a forceful push, Song Mingqing made Helia kneel on the ground. Seeing that her mother couldn't get up to help, Helia had no choice but to cry and apologize. Tears and snot ran down his face, and he was even more scared and peed his pants. The smell was terrible, and the children quickly backed away in fear. "With a son like you who pees his pants, how dare you still have the face to bully my daughter?" She threatened Liu again. Stinky kid, I tell you, if you dare to curse or bully again, I will cut off your little thing. Liu's face turned pale, and he quickly covered his groin in fear. I won't bully anyone anymore. Please don't cut my little brother. Yuruing was so angry she nearly fainted. Crazy woman, you've bullied people right in our family compound. I want to ask the security guard how they let someone like you into the gate. They should be watching more carefully. And Jiwon, thinking her husband is a captain, she just lets her mother-in-law bully others. Jiwon had already arrived and clearly understood the whole story. All right, you're leaving now. I also want to ask the leaders how you and your husband are raising your child. Doing bad things is one thing, but at just 6 years old, bullying others? What will happen when he grows up? At only 6, he already takes his pants off to scare people and pees everywhere. It's disgusting. When he grows up, he might become an exhibitionist or a criminal. To protect the other children in our family compound, I suggest your family move out immediately and take your son far away. Her righteous and stern words made Yuruing's face change color in fear. She quickly got up and looked around. Besides Jiwon and her daughter, there were other children. It was noon, and some soldiers had already returned early for rest. The military family members were buying groceries and heading home. Hearing the commotion, they all gathered around. Some of Ji-won's group had witnesses, but her own son and she were weak and had no chance of winning in a fight or in reporting the matter. Thinking of this, her eyes darted around. She quickly grabbed her unruly son and turned to run. Mother won't bother with you. You're just a silly kid, and I've been treating you like a treasure? Song Mingqing chuckled angrily at her words. If you've got the guts, don't run. Stay and talk this out. Before she finished speaking, the mother and son had already disappeared. Song Mingqing hurriedly picked up the scattered vegetables, and Xiaoing also helped. Yu clapped her little hands and went to Zhao Xiaojun. Brother Xiaojun, are you hurt? Ji-won also hurried over to brush the dust off Zhao Xiaojun's pants. Xiaojun, are you okay? Zhao Xiaojun finally relaxed and shook his head.
I'm fine.
Liu is talking nonsense. I hit him several times. He cried loudly because he couldn't beat me. Auntie heard the noise and came over. Zhao Xiaojun is only a year older than Liu, but he's much taller and stronger. At first, Liu bullied him and he tried to reason with him, but the brat wouldn't listen. He even became more arrogant and worse, so Zhao Xiaojun couldn't take it anymore and fought back. Ji-won understood that he was just fulfilling his duty and praised him with a thumbs up. Xiaojun is really amazing. Thank you for helping Annie take care of my sister and the others. Zhao Xiaojun felt a bit shy from the compliment, scratched his head and smiled. It's nothing, just doing what I should. Liu is so immoral. Next time I see him, I'll teach him a lesson. Next to them, Yu is full of admiration, pulling on his clothes and laughing. Brother Xiaojun, you're really great. Xiaoing heard the noise and came over. Xiaojun is impressive. Everyone's praise made Zhao Xiaojun blush like a monkey's. He smiled and looked around. Let's go back quickly. It's time to eat. He was already hungry. Okay, let's go. Ji-won also helped Song Mingqing clean the dust off her clothes. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
I have such strength. Unless those old men, ordinary women are no match for me. Song Mingqing divided some of her things to Xiaoing to carry. She recalled her recent wild behavior and felt a bit embarrassed. Little one, if I fought with that woman, wouldn't it cause you trouble? This was her first time here, and she didn't expect to encounter such a situation. She fought fiercely, cursed loudly, and worried it might embarrass Xiaowan and her husband if it got out. Calming down, she felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have been so impulsive. She just couldn't control herself, especially when others bullied her daughter. If someone bullied her, she would consider the situation carefully, but bullying children was unacceptable. Ji-won understood her worries and shook her head to comfort her. No, it's their fault first. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would stand with us. Hearing this, Song Mingqing felt much better and smiled, relieved. That's good. Let's go home. Before leaving, Jiwon also gave candies to the children taking care of Yu and Xiaoing. The little ones were so happy, patting their chests and promising to continue protecting them. Xiaoing and Yu held hands and walked ahead, quietly munching on candies. Mother and daughter followed behind. Jiwon, instinctively, asked Xiaojun, "Why don't you come to my house for dinner later?" Xiaojun wanted to, but he didn't dare.
No.
If my mom finds out, she might pinch my ears. Thank you, Auntie. Especially now, with his mother about to give birth to his sister in 2 months, no one was at home to take care of things, so he was running around a lot. He heard Grandma was coming, but he didn't know when. Back home, Song Mingqing rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen to cook. Ji-won led the 2 children to help pick vegetables. The vegetable garden was growing very well, so they could pick whatever they wanted. When Lin Zhengnan returned, he hurried home, thinking his wife must be very tired from last night and probably still asleep. He needed to cook for his wife and children quickly. As soon as he entered the house, he heard the chopping of vegetables in the kitchen. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Ji-won, full of happiness. He was puzzled and looked into the kitchen to ask, "Has someone come to our house?" Ji-won nodded. In the living room, Xiaoing was chatting and turned around to greet him cheerfully. "Hello, brother-in-law." Lin Zhengnan was surprised. "Xiaoing is here?"
Yes.
Yu also looked over. "Grandma is here too." Today, the little girl was in a very good mood. She had a playmate at home, and her grandmother bought her lots of snacks. Happy, she ran over to serve Lin Zhengnan. She was either handing him shoes, holding clothes, or pouring a glass of water for her dad. Lin Zhengnan's eyelid twitched. Why is his daughter acting so strangely today? Ji-won smiled. "Isn't my little cotton-padded jacket thoughtful?" Lin Zhengnan nodded. "Very thoughtful." Yu giggled and took Xiaoing into the room to play with her rabbit. Knowing that Song Mingqing was cooking, Lin Zhengnan felt a bit uneasy. He stood up and went in to ask, "Mom, why don't I do it? You came all this way. How can you be busy?" Before he reached her, Song Mingqing turned and pushed him out. "Oh, it's okay. I just came here, so I want to show you my skills. Besides, didn't Xiaowen tell you? I'll be working on bean sprouts here from now on, so I'll probably come every day. If you need help, I'll be around." Seeing that he couldn't argue, Lin Zhengnan nodded. "All right, if you need anything, just call me."
Okay.
Ji-won kept smiling and waved at him, then asked, "Did I force you to come? You were pushed out, right?" Lin Zhengnan awkwardly rubbed his nose and sat beside his wife. Since they had nothing to do, Ji-won told him about her recent argument with Yuruing. "I feel like my conflict with her is only getting worse. Maybe in the future we'll always be at odds. I'll try to avoid her. Yes, I'll go talk to Li Hui and ask what's really going on with his wife. If she keeps stirring trouble in the neighborhood, we might have to ask her to move out." "Good idea. It's better to do that so she doesn't stay out all day causing trouble everywhere." The couple was cuddled together, having a nice chat, when suddenly they heard lively voices outside. "Are you sure this is the place?" "Of course it is. I came here last time, it's definitely this one." Their conversation paused briefly, then a tone of doubt followed. "How long has it been since we last saw each other? The yard looks so different now. I heard Xiao Chun say her sister planted watermelons and strawberries in the yard." "Old G, aren't you into farming? I've never heard of strawberries before. Have you seen them?"
Yuruing smiled.
"Yes, I've seen them. If you like, I can get you some seeds. But they're a bit hard to grow." Just then, the yard gate was pushed open. Ji Ruifeng, with his hands behind his back, entered and looked at all the watermelon and vegetable seedlings near the wall. "They're growing really well," he kept nodding and praised sincerely. Zhang Miao echoed, "Look at whose daughter this is. You're a farming scientist and Xiaowan is your daughter. Doesn't she look just like you?" Ji Ruifeng was delighted by the compliment. The couple wandered around the yard, but inside, Ji-won felt a sudden jolt and instinctively glanced toward the kitchen. Song Mingqing was cooking loudly inside, so she probably couldn't hear the outside voices. She signaled to Lin Zhengnan and quickly got up to go out. At the door, She saw Ji Ruifeng and Zhang Miao chatting happily, each holding a bag. Mom and Dad, you're here? Ji-won hurried forward with a smile and reached out instinctively to take the bags from them. Why didn't you tell us before coming? Lin Zhengnan and I could have gone to meet you at the gate. They held onto the bags tightly, but Ji Ruifeng cheered. You're pregnant. Why should you come to pick us up? Didn't your mother visit earlier? The guards know us, and we just need to sign in to get in. Zhang Miao looked inside the house. Yu, where's she? It's only noon. You probably haven't eaten yet. I brought some vegetables from home. I'll go prepare some food for you. She was eager to go inside, but Ji-won quickly stopped her. Mom, you came all this way. Let us do the cooking. You should rest instead. We have everything we need here. Zhang Miao tried to break free. Your dad and I have already talked about it. Since your mother left, it's just you, your husband, and you here. You are pregnant with your second child again. As the due date approaches, everything becomes inconvenient. You need to take care of the children and manage daily chores, but you can't do everything alone. Luckily, I am free recently and can come to help take care of you all. Ji-won was surprised and looked at her parents-in-law. Mom, if you come, who will take care of Dad in the countryside? And what about Xiao Chun and Xiao Dong? They are busy with exams, so you don't need to worry about them. They haven't come back for over 2 weeks. As for your dad, he can take care of himself. I've already arranged everything at home, so don't worry. Ji-won instinctively asked, what about the chickens and pigs we raised? Isn't your dad here? You think he only does research? Our Ji family is good at managing household chores too. Really? She couldn't believe it at all. Ji Ruifeng nodded as well. Listen to your mom. She's coming to help take care of you. Ji-won thought for a moment. Actually, I can manage for now. Maybe later in the year, I'll need someone to help. The baby is only 3 months old, and it's still early to give birth. Plus, Zhou Jia and I are doing better with our business, so sometimes I might be out all day. Mom, your coming now might not be very helpful and could even delay your plans. Oh, I see. Her daughter's words made her realize the truth. Zhang Miao and Ji Ruifeng exchanged glances and thought for a moment before speaking. Oh, no rush. If I'm not needed now, I'll go back. Everything at home is already arranged. If you need me, I can come anytime. Ji-won was touched to see how much her parents cared for her secretly. She stepped forward, holding them and feeling emotional. Mom and Dad, thank you. The couple felt very happy inside. All right, let's not stand here. Let's go inside. As soon as Ji Ruifeng finished speaking, Yu rushed out happily like a firecracker, jumping into their arms and squealing with joy. Grandpa, Grandma, you're here. Seeing her granddaughter, Ji Ruifeng couldn't stop smiling. He quickly picked her up and rubbed her soft face. Yes, Grandpa is here. Do you miss me? Yu hugged his neck and sweetly said, I miss you. She then looked at Zhang Miao, who was smiling brightly beside her. I also miss Grandma. Oh, this little heart, with her soft, sweet voice, made everyone's heart melt. Come on, let's go inside quickly. Grandma has brought you some tasty treats. Zhang Miao started to lead the way into the house. Ji-won remembered that Song Mingqing was inside, so she needed to greet them first and hurried to follow. Mom and Dad, my mom. Hey, there are guests at home? Who is this little girl? Are you so good-looking? Ji-won's words, spoken behind, were not heard by the couple, but their attention was drawn to Xiaoing at the door. Xiaowan, are guests here?
Yivan nodded.
Grandma, this is my aunt. Aunt? The couple exchanged glances, unsure of what it meant. Yu continued, I have 2 grandmothers. One of them is inside, cooking for us. At this moment, Lin Zhengnan came out of the kitchen carrying 2 cups of tea. Mom and Dad, you're here. The couple stood still, not reacting much. After hearing Yu, they looked at each other and then toward the kitchen. Inside, Song Mingqing heard the noise and hurried out. Is that our Yu calling for Grandma? She was holding a spatula and wearing an apron. Her smile disappeared instantly when she saw the couple, her face changing. She paused, doubting her eyes.
Yeah.
She called out a word, then realized something and quickly smiled to hide her awkwardness. Are you here to see Xiaowan? Ji Ruifeng and his wife also looked surprised. He nodded. When did you arrive? Song Mingqing awkwardly tugged at her apron and forced a dry smile. We came this morning. Xiaowan asked me to come help with some chores. Ji Ruifeng didn't yet know that Ji Wan and her mother had already met. Recently, Ji Wan had been busy and hadn't had the chance to tell him. Well, you can sit first. I just need to finish 2 more dishes. Song Mingqing wished she could find a hole to hide in. She turned and headed back into the kitchen. Inside, she quickly calmed herself, facing the ingredients and the steaming iron pot, feeling overwhelmed and unable to focus. It had been many years since she and Ji Ruifeng had met so formally. They were from the same city, and she had met him twice before, but never announced herself, and he hadn't seen her. Decades had passed, and they both looked much older. Ji Ruifeng was busy with research and experiments, often working in the sun, and looked a bit older than her. She, worn down by life, looked about 10 years older. Compared to her, Zhang Miao was the youngest of the 3, about 10 years younger than them. Seeing each other again, Song Mingqing felt a mix of emotions, mostly guilt toward Ji Ruifeng. Her marriage issues and the children she abandoned were her mistakes. She had no excuse and deserved punishment. Old Ji, why don't you go sit for a while? I took the vegetables inside and asked her to prepare everything. Zhang Miao saw Song Mingqing and felt uncomfortable inside. No wonder Xiaowan found many reasons not to let her come to take care of her. It turns out her biological mother was already here. It seems that no matter how good the stepmother is, she can't compare to the biological mother. She actually feels quite sad inside. Ji-won saw this and quickly stepped forward to take over. Mom, you and Dad should sit and rest for a while. I'll take it inside. My mom arrived a bit earlier. I wanted to tell you earlier, but I couldn't get a chance. Worried that the couple might misunderstand, Ji-won explained further. She came here to do a bean sprout business to earn money, not to take care of me. Bao is still young, and I can handle things myself. Hearing this, Zhang Miao's pent-up anger eased quite a bit. She looked at the kitchen and recalled how Song Mingqing looked just now. She had aged a lot. She already had white hair, her posture was slightly hunched, and she wasn't dressed very well. She remembered seeing a wedding photo of Song Mingqing and Ji Ruifeng. She was so beautiful, like a fairy. Now, she looked very different. It seemed she hadn't had an easy life all these years. According to Old Ji, she even cut ties with her family for love. As a woman, Zhang Miao could understand Song Mingqing's stubbornness. She thought about how she herself had suffered a lot to marry Ji Ruifeng. Back then, she was a pure girl, and Ji Ruifeng was a divorced man with a daughter. No one in the family agreed. It looks like your business is getting bigger? Ji Ruifeng broke the silence at the right moment. Ji-won raised her eyebrows proudly and carried 2 bags into the kitchen. Lin Zhengnan was outside chatting with the elders and nodded when he heard. The business is doing well. I called some sisters from the family compound to help. We just paid them yesterday. Each got 90 yuan. That much? Zhang Miao was lost in thought, startled by the 90 yuan. Ji Ruifeng was also a bit surprised.
It's more than my salary.
Yes, for 5 days' work. Zhang Miao thought to herself, no wonder Song Mingqing came to help. If she was really struggling, working here could earn her quite a bit and help improve her life. Later, for dinner, I'll take you to see it. Okay. After chatting for a while, they saw Xiaoing sitting obediently at the table, watching them talk. Lin Zhengnan waved to her, and when she came over, he introduced her. This is Xiaoing, the daughter my wife had after her second marriage. Xiaoing, call uncle and auntie. Xiaoing pursed her lips and spoke obediently. Hello, uncle and auntie. At first glance, it's hard to tell that Xiaoing has any intelligence problems. She can eat, sleep, and call people, but sometimes her reactions are slow, and she doesn't understand some common knowledge. Other than that, she's just like a normal person. Such a good girl. Why does she look so pretty? Her eyes are almost as big as half her face. I have to say, Xiaowan's mom really knows how to have children. Zhang Miao is very jealous. The Zhang family all have round faces. Luckily, She married Jiruifeng, so Xiaoqin inherited a delicate, oval face that looks much nicer. Xiaoing was a bit shy after being praised, so she quickly opened a bag and took out the snacks that Song Mingqing bought for them, stubbornly pressing them into the couple's arms. "Uncle, Auntie, eat candy." She smiled with her eyes curved, a simple gesture that made the couple feel a heavy weight in their hearts. If she were a few years old, this wouldn't be a problem. But she's already in her teens, and such actions seem a bit out of place. Both of them are smart and immediately understood that Xiaoing was different from ordinary people. Yu is a bit smarter than her, so she hurriedly jumped down from Ji Ruifeng's arms and held Xiaoing's hand. "Little Annie, let's put it in the plate. Holding it in your hand is a bit hard." "Okay." The two ran to get a plate. Ji Ruifeng didn't say anything, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. He has complicated feelings about Song Mingqing. Before they married, he liked her very much. After marriage, he realized she wasn't a good person. He tried to save her, but he just couldn't warm her cold heart. Later, because of the divorce and the children, he resented Song Mingqing, but after a while, he stopped thinking about it. Now that he knows she's suffering so much, his lingering resentment is gone. Alas, fate is cruel. Let's just hope they each live well. Since she brought the kids here, does her family say anything? My mom divorced recently, just a little while ago. Hearing this, the couple fell silent. They didn't ask further and instead turned to talk about the bean sprout business, as if nothing had happened earlier. In the kitchen, Jiwon was helping cook. After regaining her senses, Song Mingqing quickly started chopping vegetables. "This meat should have been hunted in the mountains by your dad and them, right? It's very firm."
Probably.
"They always bring me a lot of food." Song Mingqing nodded.
Your dad really likes children.
"When he comes home, he always holds you and never lets go when you were little." Jiwon knew Ji Ruifeng was very biased toward her, but he rarely talked about childhood things, probably afraid of hurting her. After all, as a new father, he did many things himself. Thinking back, he really is a good dad. Of course, she is a good person. It's just that they are not suitable for each other. At first, I wanted to ask Lin Jingnan to come in and tell you that my parents are here. Maybe he didn't understand what I meant. At first, Song Mingqing was a little nervous, but now she has relaxed.
Come if you want, I don't mind.
I'm just worried they might be upset. Jiwon didn't expect them to gather together. It was such a coincidence. I've felt guilty towards your dad all these years. It was my fault back then, and I feel ashamed to see him now. Later, you can start eating first, and I'll serve myself after you finish. Song Mingqing is a good cook. She quickly prepared the dishes. While Jiwon was taking the food out, she took off her apron and washed her hands, planning to leave quietly when no one was paying attention. But she had only taken a few steps before Ji Ruifeng called her back. "Song Mingqing." She paused and looked back at her ex-husband, surprised. "Aren't you going to eat now that the food is ready? It's just a meal. No one will take it seriously. Come and sit down so the kids won't feel uncomfortable." Song Mingqing instinctively looked at Jiwon and the others. Yu had already eagerly sat down, waving her short legs and shouting, "Grandma, come eat." Xiaoing also sat down, looking at the delicious food on the table, already eager to eat. She didn't understand what was wrong with the atmosphere. She only knew she had never eaten with so many people before. It was so lively.
Mom, come eat.
Zhang Miao, seeing the situation was a bit tense, awkwardly called out with a smile. "Senior sister Song, come and sit." Song Mingqing nodded and reluctantly went to sit down. Zhang Miao was naturally friendly. She had been married to Ji Ruifeng for many years, so she knew this man cared about her. As for Song Mingqing, her ex-wife, she felt more sympathy as a woman. "I also said I would come to take care of Xiaowan, worried she might be overwhelmed being pregnant alone, but she said she didn't need me right now." Zhang Miao opened up and smiled as she handed her bowl. Since everyone was so relaxed about it, Song Mingqing certainly wouldn't be petty. She nodded. "I suggested that before. She's busy growing bean sprouts and very energetic. She said she didn't want to trouble me." Jiwon smiled and said, "It's only 3 months. There's not much to take care of." When I have the second baby and need to rest and nurse, then you'll be busy. Thinking about it, everyone continued eating happily. Unexpectedly, Song Mingqing was a good cook, and everyone praised her continuously. Ji Ruifeng was very surprised. When Song Mingqing was young, she never touched spring water, but now she can do everything. I heard you're here to help with the bean sprout business. You have a degree, right? Why didn't you continue studying? Song Mingqing used to be a Chinese language teacher. Later, because of some issues related to the Song family's relocation, she lost her job. She wanted to go back to teaching but didn't qualify anymore. Now that I'm older, I've forgotten all my old textbooks. I worry I might teach the wrong things, so I'd rather do small business on my own. Ji Ruifeng nodded without asking further. Coincidentally, Dad and Mom, I've been meaning to tell you about my mom. I was busy recently and didn't have time, and I planned to visit you in the countryside soon. But then you came here? Ji-won did have this plan. Your son-in-law said you found someone to help. Looks like this small business is doing pretty well? Ji Ruifeng asked, and Ji-won felt a bit proud. Of course. After dinner, I'll take you to see it. During the meal, most of the talking was between Ji Ruifeng and Ji-won. The others didn't speak much. After eating, Lin Zhengnan helped clear the table. Ji-won took Ji Ruifeng and his wife to see her small bean sprout farm. When they finished the visit, both of the couple looked at their daughter with new respect. Our daughter is amazing. She can do everything. Zhang Miao couldn't help but become a fan of Ji-won. She's good at studying, looks pretty, and now she's also doing business. Amazing. Old Ji, I think our daughter will help us succeed in the future. Ji Ruifeng agreed. Ji-won was so praised she almost lost her head from happiness and laughed happily. Mom, don't flatter me. It's not good if outsiders hear. It's just small scale now. Once I save enough money, I plan to expand. The couple exchanged glances and didn't think their daughter was just dreaming big. Zhang Miao nudged her husband's arm and asked, Old Ji, don't we still have over 1,000 yuan in the bank book? We should withdraw it to help Xiaoing in an emergency. Before Ji Ruifeng could speak, Ji-won quickly stopped her. No need, no need. We have some here. I was just saying. Don't think I'm borrowing money from you, okay? The couple laughed heartily.
How could that be?
Your dad and I aren't blind. Your small workshop is doing well. If you ever need money, just ask. Okay. Ji-won was casual. If they ever needed a few hundred yuan in an emergency, their savings could come in handy. After a quick walk, the couple hurriedly left. Since you don't need it here, we will go back first. Don't leave your mother alone at home. The past is the past. It's good that you can let it go. Ji-won nodded and saw off the couple. Actually, I used to hate my mother a lot for abandoning me and not visiting. But when we met again, I understood. She was having a hard time. Xiaoing was found to have some developmental issues early on, and she has been traveling around with her. Even though Xiaoing is grown up now, because she is very beautiful, she's never left alone and is always with her mother. She feels guilty for not giving Xiaoing a healthy body. I am doing okay myself, but Xiaoing needs medication, and if she doesn't take it, she will be in trouble. Ji Ruifeng and his wife are parents and can understand Song Mingqing's difficulties. But he still can't forget how Song Mingqing abandoned their daughter and himself. He doesn't mind much, but he feels sorry for his daughter. If you want to keep in touch with her, continue. Dad respects your choice.
Yvonne smiled.
It's not really about whether I want to or not, but I think the past is over. Holding a grudge doesn't help. It's better to help her now. If she's doing well, I'll feel better too. As for other things, I haven't thought about them. My feelings for Song Mingqing are complicated. I can't say I simply hate her or just blame her. I do long for motherly love, but after living through it again, I've come to accept everything. A true gentleman judges by actions, not feelings. I've done my best for Song Mingqing in this life. Okay, we're leaving now. Seeing the couple leave, Ji-won turned back. The old couple walked side by side for a while, but Ji Ruifeng didn't speak. Zhang Miao was worried. He was holding something inside and asked cautiously, Is it because Xiaoing is secretly seeing her biological mother without telling you? Are you jealous? Ji Ruifeng smiled and took his wife's arm. No, I'm a grown man.
How could I care about that?
I just worry that Xiaowen might be upset. She used to hate Song Mingqing so much, you know? How she becomes so mature in such a short time. I'm worried she might have suffered some unfair treatment secretly. Zhang Miao sighed emotionally. I think she has grown up. There's a saying, only when our precious daughter grows up can she empathize with her mother. Sons usually stand with you men. Ji Ruifeng thought that made sense. He hadn't heard anyone say that before. Maybe Xiao once saw how hard Song Mingqing was and softened. After all, she is her biological mother. They are so closely connected. How could she hate her deeply? If I were Xiao Wan, I would do the same, but if I were Song Mingqing, I might not do better. She's quite impressive. My daughter has some mental issues and will need help her whole life. If her child turned out like that, it would be a lifelong worry for her. But Song Mingqing seems very open-minded, and that young girl is well taken care of. From the bottom of her heart, she admires her ex-wife's sister. Song Mingqing here is a bit worried. What if she and her wife argue? So, when Jiwon returns, she anxiously asks about it. Jiwon just laughs in frustration. You two have been married for many years. Does my mom really care about you? Don't overestimate yourself. Song Mingqing chokes on her words. It's simple but true. Thinking about it, what is she? Worth fighting over? Feeling relieved, she quickly tidies up and goes to help with chores. Now that Jiwon has some free time, she spends her days looking at the vegetable garden and spending time with her daughter. A few days pass quickly. After breakfast, Zhou Qiaoyu eagerly comes over. Jiwon is watering the strawberries in the backyard when she hears her voice before seeing her. Xiao Wan, are you home? I have something funny to tell you. Hearing the noise, Jiwon immediately responds. I'm in the backyard. What's so funny? You're so excited. Zhou Qiaoyu laughs loudly and sits down on a small stool nearby, then starts talking non-stop. Wasn't Yuruing stirring up those sisters-in-law to leave? She kept saying we're responsible for some trouble, but really, she just wanted to take the chance to do her own thing. Jiwon nods and puts down her water bottle. There was such a big fuss then. They said we didn't pay wages, but really they just learned new skills and thought they could start their own business. At that time, a few sisters-in-law wanted to come back, but we didn't agree. So, they had no choice but to work with Yuruing herself. When she says this, Zhou Qiaoyu pats her thigh, almost laughing to tears. Ha! They only found out by trying. Growing bean sprouts is really hard. I heard they teamed up and tried at Yuruing's house, buying dozens of pounds of beans. But at first, not a single sprout grew. Jiwon also enjoys the gossip and eagerly asks. So, what happened next? It's been several days, and they still haven't sprouted? They finally did. After working hard for a while, they got a few pounds. Those people probably boasted, saying their sprouts looked better than ours. White, tender, and uniform. Zhou Qiaoyu looked teasing, like a mischievous kitten, and whispered with a smile. I don't believe it at all. Sure enough, I heard they shipped out early this morning before dawn, but after visiting many buying stations, not a single one wanted to buy. Afraid of being laughed at if brought back, so they could only sell loose at the roadside. Prices kept dropping, and in the end, they sold for just 2 cents, losing a lot of money and effort. Adding up the cost of the beans and those baskets, plus transportation, isn't that all money? Now, a few people are counting their losses at Yuruing's yard. Those sisters-in-law blame her for stirring trouble, making it impossible for them to stay here and make big money. Now, the bean sprout business has lost so much, and they refuse to share the costs. Yuruing got angry and took all the beans for herself. The sisters-in-law won't agree. A big group of people are fighting over the beans at Yuruing's house, arguing loudly. It's almost like a joke. Jiwon really didn't know. Although she heard the commotion over there, wasn't her belly getting bigger? She didn't dare go over to join the fuss. What if she bumped into something? Spiritual spring water isn't a magic potion. Isn't it strange? They learned how to grow bean sprouts from us, but why do their sprouts look so sickly? I checked, and they're not lively at all. After finishing her teasing, Zhou Qiaoyu couldn't help but whisper to herself. Jiwon glanced at her secretly, thoughtful, and answered, "Maybe it's because we chose a good location with good feng shui, or maybe it's because we're destined to be wealthy." That reason was already pretty silly, but Zhou Qiaoyu's explanation was even more ridiculous. "I think it's because Yuruing is just a troublemaker, doing all sorts of bad things. No wonder even the gods won't bless her." Ji Yuan chuckled silently, happy to pat Zhou Qiaoyu's shoulder.
Could be.
"Anyway, why bother over so much? As long as we make money." Zhou Qiaoyu smiled happily. "Exactly. Hee, I wonder how things are over there. I'll go check again." Ji Yuan smiled broadly, watching her friend leave. She tidied up her stool and got ready to go pick vegetables. Minding her own business, she planned to deliver some vegetables to Aunt Liao. If it weren't for her introducing 2 big orders, they wouldn't be earning so much now. Busy all morning, she only returned close to noon. But as soon as she stepped into the yard, a crowd gathered at the house entrance. Teacher Ji, are you home?" Ji-won just entered the house, put down the vegetable basket and keys. Hearing the loud noise outside, she thought something had happened. She hurried outside to check and found it was a few sisters-in-law who had previously left her place. "Teacher Ji, you're going out? We've been looking for you for a long time. We've waited for you." Ji-won looked confused and stepped out to ask, "What are you all waiting for me to do?" The women looked at each other, hesitant and shy, none daring to step forward. Finally, an older aunt stepped out and asked hesitantly, "Teacher Ji, aren't you doing the bean sprout business?" Ji-won thought they wanted to come back and work with her again. Her face darkened immediately. "Didn't I tell you before? I already have enough staff here and am not considering hiring more." They exchanged glances, feeling very regretful. "Teacher Ji, we're not here to ask for work. As you've probably heard, we've also been growing bean sprouts recently, but we just can't get it right. The beans we stored earlier, we can't return now. We want to ask if you need any." Ji-won was surprised. She realized it was about this matter. They're even selling the beans now, which shows they're really breaking up. "How many do you have?" "About 1,000 jean. We bought more because the boss gave us a good deal. Originally 1 mao per jean, but he charged us 9 fen. So, the beans they have are worth about 90 yuan? Including baskets and other costs, the total probably doesn't exceed 100 yuan. It's not a lot of money, maybe enough for a couple of months' expenses, but beans last a long time, and it's a pity to throw them away. Giving them to others might not be appropriate, and rotten beans are just money wasted. Selling at a low price to recover some losses is the best option." "How do you plan to sell them?" It's not that she wants to help them. They also need to buy beans for sprouting. If she can buy some cheaply here to save a bit on costs, that would increase her profit. Hearing this, the women understood that Ji-won might want to buy, and they looked happy. "Teacher Ji, how about we sell them to you for 8 fen? 8 fen? Ji-won couldn't help but laugh. "Women, if you're not serious about selling, please go back." The price they agreed with the bean boss was lower than this. Why would she buy from them? Seeing Ji-won turn to leave, the women were anxious and quickly looked at each other. 5 fen. "Teacher Ji, what do you think?" Ji-won paused. This price was acceptable. "I can't decide everything alone. Later, I need to talk with Sister Zhou about it. Tomorrow, you can come back to ask for the result." Okay. Thank you, Teacher Ji." Although they are not very happy with 5 cents, it's better than having nothing. It costs a lot to send these things out, and no one wants them anyway. It's all because of that nasty woman Yuruing. If she hadn't overreacted, they would definitely be making money in the workshop now. We agreed to work together on the business, but she took everyone's money and bought so many beans all at once. Does she really think she's destined to get rich? Can she succeed in one try? But look what happened. It's so frustrating. This afternoon, Ji-won told Zhou Qiaoyu about the beans. 5 cents? If it were me, I'd give them 3 cents, not more. Why did they look down on us before? Now they come crawling back asking for help? Their faces are thicker than the city wall. Ji-won knew she was really angry, so she patted her back to comfort her. "We live in the same yard, so it's better not to make things too tense. If someone tries to scheme against us, we won't be prepared." Zhou Qiaoyu understood this, but she was just talking. 5 cents is fine. It's saved us quite a bit. Thinking about how they earned money these days, Zhou Qiaoyu felt happy inside. The next day, they split the money again. This time, they got even more than last time. Ji Yuan and she shared 1,500 yuan, each getting 750. The other 6 people shared another 1,500 yuan, each getting 250. The sisters-in-law took the money home, clutching their pockets tightly, afraid it would fall out. As soon as they got home, they locked the door and took out the money, dazzling everyone in the family. The sisters-in-law, who had been too afraid to speak in front of the mother-in-law before, now stood tall because they had earned so much. They bought meat for the mother-in-law and clothes for the children. The whole family was very happy. Mother Yen was no exception. She rarely went out before, staying in her small patch of land every day, either planting vegetables or cooking. She felt she had little value. Her son protected his wife, and she felt it was boring. Now that she was earning money, she felt useful. She got up early every day to help, even though there wasn't much to do, just washing and cleaning. She only felt happy and relaxed when she returned home late in the evening. Today, after getting her wages, Ji-won told them to come back early to share the joy. Mother Yen came back before dinner. Her daughter-in-law, pregnant and sweeping the floor, and her son, just finished training and was cooking in the kitchen. Their 2 granddaughters were helping to tidy up the house obediently. Mrs. Yen confidently entered, but before she could speak, her son Yening Song quickly came out to greet her. "Mom, you've been so busy lately. No one is cooking at home. Maybe you should stop working so hard and stay home to cook?" He isn't good at cooking and his pregnant wife can't handle heavy chores. "I'm already over 60. I haven't enjoyed your good fortune, and now I have to take care of your whole family. What good dreams are you dreaming?" Yening Song vaguely heard they received 90 yuan last time, but he didn't want to ask his elderly mother how much money she had, since he didn't have the right to take any. Plus, Mrs. Yen was tightly holding onto her money, claiming it was only a few yuan, and Yening Song believed her. After all, small businesses like selling bean sprouts don't make much money. Now, the family was short-handed, and he thought about bringing Mrs. Yen back, but he didn't expect to be scolded harshly. Just because you're old doesn't mean you don't need to earn money. You can just stay at home and do some light, easy work. Mrs. Yen was so angry she pinched Yening Song's ear. "What nonsense are you talking? I don't care about that little money of yours. And what do you mean by easy work? I handle all the household chores, and I haven't seen you give me any money. I'll be honest with you. Your mother, am no longer interested in chasing after riches. Now I can earn big money, and I won't interfere in the household. You can spend your own money to hire people. I am determined to work with Xiaowan." Mrs. Yen sat down on the sofa, looking serious. "After your wife has the baby, take her over to Xiaowan to recognize her as a godsister. If we can connect with her family, it would be like our ancestors' graves are blessed." Yening Song's face darkened, full of disbelief. "Mom, didn't you say before that I was chosen to join the army, and that was like our ancestors' graves being blessed? How shameless are you? Can you compare yourself to Xiaowan? Do you know how much money I've earned?" Mrs. Yen proudly sighed, took out some money from her pocket, and slapped it on the table with a loud bang, startling the couple. "Mom, this is..." The couple looked at each other and hurried over to take the money, but before they could reach it, Mrs. Yen slapped them with her hand. "What are you doing? Trying to grab it? This is my money. You're not allowed to touch it." She spat on her fingers, then excitedly counted out 100 yuan. "This is for Zhulin. Keep it for yourself, save it, and buy whatever you want to eat. You've suffered a lot since coming to our family, having 3 children in a row. Mom, you're really giving this to me?" Zhulin was so touched her eyes turned red. Mrs. Yen looked stern. "What's wrong? Don't you want it?" Yes. "This is from you, Mom." "Of course I want it." Zhulin carefully put the money into her pocket, then mimicked spitting on her fingertips and counted it. 10 big bills of unity. Her eyes lit up as she cheerfully shouted, "Mom, I promise to give you a son." "Quiet. Your son isn't mine. Why would I have one for you?" Though she said that, Grandma Yen felt very happy inside. She had been a housewife her whole life, became a widow at a young age, and thought her life was over. But unexpectedly, she made a lot of money when she got older. This 100 is for our 2 granddaughters. Yening Song, keep it, buy them clothes and snacks. The 2 girls are young but very sensible. They've worked hard with us. Although Yening Song received a small allowance, it couldn't cover all expenses. Before, to thank Ji-won for saving her, she tightened her belt and spent all her savings. Luckily, little Won, like a goddess, let her work with her, and not only did the money come back, but it doubled several times. Holding the 100 yuan, Yening Song felt it was heavy. It wasn't his salary or household money, but pocket money. He felt proud. He was getting old. Mom, what about mine? He had a wife and children, so he thought he should have some too. Your mother has a few lousy bills. Do you want some? You're over 30 and asking your mother for pocket money. Aren't you ashamed? There's about 300 left here. Mom is going to work with little Won to make big money. No time to take care of you. Your sister hasn't had work lately? I hired her to look after you guys. Yen Song was stunned. Isn't my sister supposed to take care of my brother-in-law and the others? That family has no conscience. Why take care of them? They work themselves to exhaustion like old oxen, and they don't even get paid. I pay her 50 a month to look after you. Food and drink extra. The couple looked at each other. Wow, Mom is really generous. All right, since little Won is giving us a day off today, I'll go tell your sister. Yen Song glanced at the kitchen. Mom, you're not eating? I've almost finished preparing. Grandma Yen sneaked into the house to hide money, without looking back. Can you eat that stuff? I want to live a few more years. You can eat by yourselves. I've never been to a restaurant at my age. Later, I'll take your sister out to eat. Yen Song's face fell, looking very wronged. Is he really her son? Grandma Yen didn't care. She hurried out the door. If she stayed too late, she wouldn't come back. She'd sleep over at her daughter's place. With her around, who would dare to bully her daughter? We arrived in town quite early. I called my daughter and Granny Yen prepared to go out to eat. But then we ran into Aunt Xia, whom we haven't seen in a long time. Hey, isn't that Sister Xia? What are you doing here collecting bottles? Aunt Xia was holding a burlap bag, with her grandson beside her, hunched over and squatting in front of a restaurant. When someone came out drinking soda, the grandmother and grandson followed closely, watching until the young people felt embarrassed. After a few sips, they threw the bottles back to them. Her son was in prison, so only Granny Xia was left to raise her grandson. She had no job and, after so many years of living well, she didn't know how to do anything else. So, she could only go out to collect bottles. She left early in the morning and only returned at night. Right now, the grandmother and grandson hadn't eaten lunch and were hungry, their stomachs growling loudly. When she heard someone greet her, she looked up and saw an old acquaintance from the housing estate. Was that Yen Ni's mother? Young Sister Yen. She didn't know the relationship between Granny Yen and Ji-won. Seeing the mother and daughter heading to a restaurant, she seemed to find a lifeline and hurried over with a cheerful smile. Oh, young Sister Yen, what a coincidence. Are you here with your niece for a meal? Before Granny Yen could answer, she pulled her grandson in front of the mother and daughter. Hurry, call her grandma and auntie. Her grandson, spoiled since childhood and raised by Xiaoing to be proud, even now that he couldn't afford to eat, still looked down on others and had no manners at all. I'm not calling anyone. You little kid. She scolded but didn't really want to discipline him, smiling to smooth things over. Young Sister Yen, please don't mind. My grandson just came to stay with me recently, and he's a bit timid. She said this while glancing around nervously, looking behind them. Young Sister Yen, oh, since we know each other, how about you treat me and my grandson to a meal? I haven't had a sip of water all day, and am starving. Please have mercy? Although there used to be some conflicts between our families, that's all in the past now, right? She chuckled and was about to walk into the restaurant. Yenni's mother was very soft-hearted. Hearing this, she looked sympathetic, glanced at Granny Yen, and was about to speak when her mother suddenly shouted sternly, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Do you think this restaurant is your home? Just walk in? Did I agree to treat you to a meal? Hearing this, Granny Xia paused, no longer acting submissive, her face dark with displeasure. Young Sister Yan, aren't you being so stingy? Granny Yan was amused and crossed her arms with a cold face.
Puffed. How dare you?
Asking me to treat you to a meal? Do you not know how you've changed? You used to waste your time with your daughter-in-law, but now it's different, isn't it? Your daughter-in-law ran away, your son is in jail, and you even had an affair and fathered a child. You're so old, yet you're still out collecting bottles to support your grandson. Truly pitiful. Madame Xia's eyes nearly popped out. I say, old woman, are you doing this on purpose? I have no relation to you, so why are you hurting me? If you have the ability, your daughter, our teacher Ji, has opened a workshop in our area. Your daughter-in-law left you all, and she's really lucky now. She dumped your whole family like trash. Now she works in a workshop, earning several hundred yuan a month. Madame Xia's eyelids twitched. Several hundred yuan a month? That's even better than the skilled workers in factories. Why does that mean Song Mingqing, that wicked woman, deserves it? How could they have suffered so much because of the Xia family, and yet they're still lucky enough to make big money? Heaven is blind. She clenched her teeth, trembling with anger, watching Madame Yan proudly gloat in front of her. She was furious. What are you happy about? It's my daughter-in-law earning the money, not you. Madame Yan beamed with pride, pulling out a large token from her pocket. Why not me? I work with Teacher Ji too. I work with your daughter-in-law every day, and I've earned several hundred yuan as well. Oh, I'm so lucky. I'm over 60, and I still have a chance to get rich. It's all thanks to Teacher Ji. You people in the Xia family are really foolish, thinking fish eyes are pearls. If you had treated your daughter-in-law well earlier, you'd be rich now too. You're such a heartless old woman. No wonder you have a bad ending. Air and I, let's go. Mom will take you to a restaurant. Madame Yan twisted her waist, raised her chin, and led her daughter into the restaurant. Madame Xia was so angry her face turned green. She grabbed a glass bottle, wishing she could smash the old woman to bits. She was so furious she almost fainted. Her grandson nearby didn't understand the situation and was jumping around. Grandma, I want to go to the restaurant too. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Recently, following Madame Xia, they hadn't eaten meat at all. Instead, they drank the northwest wind, cooking potatoes and sweet potatoes every day with no rice to eat. If he had been like this normally, crying and making a fuss, Madame Xia would have already comforted him with her heart and soul. But at this moment, because of jealous Auntie Yan, she was feeling unhappy. When she argued, she got so angry that she lost her temper. She grabbed her grandson and slapped him several times on his bottom. I told you to cry, I told you to shout. What are you shouting for? Keep it up, and I'll throw you away. Do you think this family is still the same as before? Now, even eating dirt is better than this. If you keep making noise, I might even pull out your tongue. Her grandson was only a few years old, usually spoiled by his family, so he was acting out. She never expected Auntie Xia to discipline him so harshly. He was so scared he cried nonstop, tears and snot covering his face. Just a moment ago, he was shouting loudly, but now he was silent, tightly closed his mouth, afraid that if he spoke, his tongue would be gone. Seeing this, Auntie Xia finally felt peaceful. She snorted and sat down on the steps nearby, thinking about what Yan Auntie had said. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Yes. Wasn't that scoundrel Song Mingqing earning money now? She was his mother-in-law, so it was normal for her to go over and ask for some food if she couldn't even get a meal. Especially since that scoundrel was still relying on her own little girl. She took her grandson to visit, and to prevent things from getting worse and being kicked out by her little girl, she had to use money to buy her way. Thinking of this, Auntie Xia couldn't wait. She clapped her hands, got up, and dragged a sack away. Her grandson quickly followed, walking carefully and asking softly, Grandma, are we not collecting bottles anymore? Collecting what? Then where are we going to find a hammer? Auntie Xia choked. Her grandson wasn't very smart, just like his father. The grandmother and grandson hurriedly left. The woman from the restaurant, Auntie Yen, didn't know anything. She was just enjoying her meal with her daughter. That night, she stayed at her daughter's house. The next day, she took Yen Ernie to the residential area. Passing near Ji Wan's house, she heard noise and fussing. Worried something was wrong at home, she immediately told her daughter to go ahead. She wanted to check first before returning. In a rush, she arrived outside Ji Wan's yard and saw many people gathered around the door in 3 layers inside and outside. Everyone come see. Ji Wan is still a soldier's wife, but she's so unfilial. Even if she's my granddaughter, she's not giving us a drop of water. She's trying to kick us out of the family. Song Mingqing, I am your mother-in-law. Are you afraid to curse at me? What about the leaders? I want to ask the leaders how someone like her can live in the family area. Hearing this familiar voice, Auntie Yen felt something was wrong. She quickly pushed through the crowd and slipped inside. She saw Auntie Xia and her grandson sitting in the yard, causing a fuss. She patted her thighs, tears and snot streaming down her face, claiming things that weren't true. Auntie Yan's eyelids kept twitching as she pulled her sister-in-law, who was watching the scene, aside to ask, "What's going on? Why is this person here to cause trouble for Teacher Ji?"
Who knows?
She seems to be Teacher Ji's mother-in-law's mother. I heard her family is so poor they can't even cook, so she brought her grandson to ask for food. But Teacher Ji didn't let her in, and she started crying in the yard. Upon closer look, Auntie Xia's clothes were full of patches. Her grandson's worn-out shoes had his toes sticking out. She was crying and wailing, while her grandson knelt nearby, crying loudly. Auntie Yen thought to herself, this is the end. Could it be that this old woman heard that Song Mingqing was earning money yesterday and came here to extort some? Oh, it's all her fault. Why did she have to show off? She couldn't resist when she saw Auntie Xia so poor. I didn't expect Teacher Ji to be like this. Not caring for her own grandmother? Some of the unknowing sisters-in-law in the crowd started whispering. They didn't get chosen for the bean sprout business this time, watched everyone else make money, and felt jealous. Now they saw an opportunity to throw some dirt. Seeing someone falsely accuse Ji Wan, Auntie Yen was the first to object, rushing in to scold loudly. Shut your mouth. You call yourself Teacher Ji's grandmother? Don't flatter yourself. Auntie Xia is just Song Tongji's mother-in-law. Teacher Ji is the child of Song Tongji and her ex-husband. You're not related to her like that, are you? And also, Song Tongji divorced your son long ago. Your son is now in jail. Auntie Yen got more and more excited, spitting and shouting. Do you all know why her son is in jail? It's because he was cheating. Song Tongji is the victim. And you still come here looking for trouble? Aren't you afraid of getting caught? So that's how it was. After Auntie Yen explained, everyone understood. Before the crowd could judge, Song Mingqing arrived late, rushing into the scene like she was crazy. She stormed into the crowd, saw Auntie Xia and the wild child sitting on the ground, and suddenly ran over to punch and kick. You old hag. I told you before, and you ignored me? I warned you that if you came to bother my daughter, I would kill you. Not only are you letting your son cheat outside, but you and your son are working together to flirt with other women and ask my family for money. I was just looking for you to settle the score. And now you come here yourself? Okay. Today I will settle old scores and new ones. My mother, and they left me a message saying they were going north. You and Xiaoing knew about it long ago, right? You old fool. You didn't tell me, so I haven't contacted them for many years. I will beat you to death, you old hypocrite. You little brat. Song Mingqing used all her strength. She grabbed Xia Posi's collar and slapped her several times. She pulled her hair and punched and kicked her. Someone call the police. Help. She's killing me. Song Mingqing, you wicked person. You are disrespecting your elders. You will not have a good ending. Fine, I hope I die. Even if I die and become a restless spirit, I won't let you go. Song Mingqing pinched Xia Posi's chest hard. She was in pain and trembling all over, rolling on the ground covered in mud. After finishing with the older one, she turned to the younger, pinning the wild child to the ground and pulling down her pants to hit her fiercely. Worried about dirtying her hands, she took off her sandals and kept hitting loudly.
Ah!
After a scream like a pig being slaughtered, the wild child cried and begged for mercy. Mom, it hurts so much. Stop hitting me. I was wrong.
Boo-hoo.
What's the use of admitting fault now? Song Mingqing attacked both with her fists and feet. The sisters-in-law all instinctively swallowed and stepped back silently. Oh my God! Isn't Ji Wan's mother, when she was young, a teacher who educated others? Her fighting ability is just too strong. This isn't really a fight anymore, but more like Xiaopozi and her grandson being beaten single-handedly. Outside, things were noisy. Ji Wan finally came out the door. She held the IOU and walked over to Xiaopozi. Old lady, you probably haven't forgotten this, right? You still owe me 5,000 yuan. Coincidentally, I don't have time to collect the debt, and you came to me instead. Xiaopozi, lying on the ground, was in pain and kept crying out. Suddenly hearing this, she got up and rushed toward Ji Wan. You little brat, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't be in jail, our money wouldn't have been stolen, and I wouldn't have ended up like this. It's all your fault. I want you to pay with your life. The incident happened so suddenly that almost everyone was stunned. Song Mingqing was standing nearby and couldn't react in time, just watching Xiaopozi rush over. Her daughter was pregnant. If she had been hit hard, the consequences would have been terrible.
Yivan.
Song Mingqing was so scared her legs went weak, and she screamed as she rushed toward them. Everyone else was also shocked. Teacher Ji. They shouted in surprise, watched as Ji Wan screamed loudly, then suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Little Wan, little Wan. Song Mingqing's tears flowed freely as she hurried over to support her. Are you okay, little Wan? Ji Wan's face was pale, and she clutched her stomach, crying out, Ouch, my stomach hurts.
Yen Granny was furious.
Old hag, how dare you bully Teacher Ji? I will fight you. She screamed and lunged at Granny Xia, pulling her hair and hitting her back and forth, then riding on her and hitting her. Granny Xia screamed in pain, still confused. What's going on? She hadn't touched Ji Wan. How did Ji Wan fall? It was deliberate. That little troublemaker did it on purpose. Granny Xia realized this and was furious. Shameless. You planned this on purpose? I didn't push her. She fell by herself. Don't talk nonsense. With so many eyes watching, it's obviously you who pushed Teacher Ji. Yen Granny was both angry and guilty. If she hadn't talked so much, Teacher Ji wouldn't have fallen. It's all her fault. She absolutely wouldn't let this old woman get away. Yen Granny shouted for the other sisters-in-law. What are you all standing around for? Teacher Ji is helping us make money. Shouldn't you hurry up and show your worth? Kill this murderer. Granny Xia couldn't say a word. How did she become a murderer? It was clearly Ji Wan framing her. They were all in this together. Now they were caught in a trap, and their whole family might be eaten up, leaving nothing behind. Granny Xia regretted it so much her intestines turned green. Why did she come here to seek trouble? It was all Yen Granny's fault. Could Yen Granny have planned this in advance? Intentionally showing off her earnings in front of her, just to make her come here and get beaten. Hearing Yen Granny shout, the eager sisters-in-law all rushed in. They couldn't hit the kids, so they targeted Granny Xia. The yard was in chaos. Song Mingqing choked and asked Little Wan, how are you? Don't scare me. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, that old woman wouldn't come looking for you.
You.
Ji Wan was pretending to be weak, leaning on her, but when she heard this, she gently pinched her arm. Song Mingqing paused, almost thinking she was imagining things. She stopped talking and carefully observed Ji Wan, who was giving her a secret signal. Her daughter was pretending. Song Mingqing immediately understood. Ji Wan was exhausted. She felt her eyes twitch, but Song Mingqing, lost in her sadness, didn't notice. Now she finally caught the secret signal. Mom, my stomach hurts so much. Please take me to the hospital quickly. Song Mingqing nodded repeatedly and called her two sisters-in-law to help support Ji Wan as they prepared to leave. Before leaving, she also said call the police and have them arrested. They hurt soldiers' children and beat military wives. That is a crime. Hearing this reminder, Aunt Yen quickly restrained her and asked the other sisters-in-law to call the police. In no time, Grandma Xia and her grandson were tightly. It's not me. It's that nasty Ji, one who set me up. It's her. Stop talking nonsense at the last moment.
Put a sock in her mouth.
Aunt Yen cursed as she took off her sock and stuffed it into Grandma Xia's mouth. Her sock had been worn for 2 days, so the smell was very bad. Grandma Xia was so overwhelmed by the smell that she nearly fainted, her eyes rolling back and gagging several times. The commotion was so loud that almost everyone knew what was happening. When Lin Zhengnan returned from training and heard about his wife's trouble, he was so scared his legs went weak, and he rushed straight to the house. There were many people in the yard. He was tall and stood out like a crane among chickens. He looked around but didn't see his wife's figure, and his face suddenly changed. What's going on? Hearing the noise, the sisters-in-law turned around and shouted, Captain Lin is back. Captain Lin is back. Everyone was talking at once. Where is my wife? Little Wan? When asked this, the sisters-in-law hurriedly explained what had happened. Hearing that Grandma Xia had pushed down his wife, he was furious. His face turned dark as stone. His fists clenched tightly, and veins bulged on his arms. He shot a fierce, cold glare that made Grandma Xia tremble with fear. She shook her head hard, saying, It's not me. It's not me. But who could hear her inner thoughts? Even if she really said it out loud, who would believe her? Everyone here saw what happened with their own eyes. Lin Zhengnan usually didn't hit women, but since his wife was pushed down by this old woman, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't hurt the child too. With tears in his eyes, he stepped forward and raised his leg, ready to kick. He trained every day, and if he kicked like that, Grandma Xia might not survive or could be seriously injured. Just then, Song Mingqing, who was returning, saw the scene and was terrified. She quickly ran over to stop him. Son-in-law, please don't. Calm down. We've already taken little Wan to the hospital. Leave this old woman to us. You need to go see little Wan. Especially since her son-in-law was a soldier, if he really kicked her, Grandma Xia might be seriously hurt or worse, and he could face punishment. Song Mingqing quickly pulled him aside, catching his breath. Xiaowan is fine. She's at the hospital waiting for you. You should go see her first. She'll tell you the details. Worried that her son-in-law might not believe her, she gave him several meaningful looks. Lin Zhengnan frowned, roughly understanding what she meant, and felt a little more at ease. Okay. He didn't delay any longer, turned around, and strode quickly toward the hospital. Song Mingqing stayed behind to settle Xiaoing and her granddaughter, and to wait for the police officers to come and explain the situation. Lin Zhengnan hurried to the hospital, panting as he pushed open the door. Ji-won was sitting on the bed, eating lunch. This was the meal Song Mingqing bought for her before she left. When she saw her husband come in unexpectedly, she smiled happily. Before she could speak, Lin Zhengnan rushed over. He gently hugged Ji-won's arm, examining her carefully, not daring to breathe. His worried eyes swept over every part of her face. After a long moment, he finally calmed down, eyes red, and asked softly, Xiaowan, are you all right? Seeing his concern, Ji-won knew he was worried sick. She quickly lowered his hand and squeezed it, passing her warmth to him.
I'm fine.
She shook her head and then sat down beside him on the bed, still shaken. Looking into his tearful eyes, Ji-won didn't say anything, but her heart ached deeply. She took out a tissue to wipe his tears and apologized. I'm sorry for rushing back so suddenly. I must have scared you. I'm fine, the baby is fine. I lied to Grandma Xia. Lin Zhengnan was overwhelmed with relief that nothing bad had happened. He tightly held Ji-won's hand, reluctant to let go. Although he didn't respond verbally, Ji-won could feel his fear through his trembling hand. She smiled and sat closer, wrapping her arms around him and softly comforting him like a child. It's okay, it's okay. She whispered a few words and held him for a while. After several minutes, she finally felt his body stop trembling. She secretly let out a breath of relief and carefully asked, "Are you hungry? You just finished training and rushed here. You must be starving. Shall we eat first?" Eating is the most important thing in the world. Lin Zhengnan finally nodded in agreement. Ji-yuan was okay. She had only taken a few bites earlier to fill her stomach. "There's lunch on the table over there. My mom bought it. We each have a portion. If it's not enough, I can get you some more." He looked over and saw a lunchbox on the table. He got up and opened it. Inside, the food was very rich, with 3 meat dishes. Tired all morning, he was already very hungry and felt his stomach tighten. Previously, he didn't notice much because he was worried about his wife, but now that he's rested, he only feels discomfort in his stomach. He opened the lid, and a delicious aroma wafted out. He instinctively swallowed, picked up his chopsticks, and ate a piece of pork belly. "Is it all meat and vegetables?" Ji-yuan smiled and patted the seat next to her, then picked up her own portion to eat. "Yes, Mom is earning money now. Besides buying medicine for Xiaoing, there aren't many other expenses. Now we have some savings, and we're willing to spend it. Since we knew we didn't have lunch, we went out to buy some food." Lin Zhengnan nodded repeatedly. After eating a few bites, he couldn't help but praise. "This meal is quite filling, and the dishes are tasty." Ji-yuan nodded in agreement, feeling the same. She ate most of her food but couldn't finish the rest, so she handed it all to Lin Zhengnan. After finishing his portion, Lin Zhengnan felt it wasn't enough, and Ji-yuan's portion was just right. Worried he might choke, Ji-yuan stood up to pour him a glass of water, but Lin Zhengnan quickly stopped her.
No need to worry about me.
"You should lean back and stay still so you don't feel unwell." Ji-yuan smiled. "What's wrong with me? I'm fine. I told you I was just pretending, didn't I?" She drinks spring water every day now, and her belly and the second baby inside are as strong as a little bull. How could she be unwell? Especially since today she deliberately dropped herself, controlling the force and balance perfectly. Lin Zhengnan frowned, still worried, thinking she might be thirsty. He didn't finish his meal and immediately got up to make her a cup of sugar water. Song Mingqing was quite thoughtful. Before leaving, he arranged everything carefully. Hot water was prepared, fruits and lunch were bought, and it seemed like he was just waiting for Lin Zhengnan to come and take care of her. Ji-yuan sipped her sugar water happily, leaning against the bed and urging him. "Drink some too.
Take your time.
No one is fighting with you. Don't choke." Lin Zhengnan initially didn't think much of it, but hearing her words, he instinctively looked at his lunchbox. He had eaten quickly, almost finished in a few bites. He looked a bit embarrassed, nodded shyly, and poured himself a glass of plain water to drink. Feeling full and satisfied, he sat by the bed and finally remembered the main issue. What's going on? Why did that summer guy come to our house? Ji-yuan found this funny and shook her head. I don't know. As soon as he arrived, he sat in the yard, patted his thigh, and started crying. He said my mom was unfilial, that he and his grandson couldn't afford to eat, and demanded we support them. Lin Zhengnan frowned deeply. If Song Mingqing hadn't arrived just in time, he might have really hurt Madame Xia. I think she liked acting, so I let her cry in the yard for a while. But I didn't expect my mom and aunt to be so quick. They jumped in before I could get enough, and they started fighting. That Madame Xia was determined to hurt me. From her attitude, she wanted to hit my belly and harm both me and the baby. I took the bait and fell down early, catching her off guard. She then linked her arm with Lin Jingnan's. I've already reported everything to the police. Later, the officers might come to ask questions, so we need to prepare our statements. On a small scale, she's bullying a military wife. On a larger scale, she's attempted murder. Hearing this, Lin Zhengnan was so angry he was trembling. Trying to hit his wife's belly was basically attempted murder. There's no small or big matter here. This isn't over. Yes, I understand. I'll handle the police reports. You should rest well first. Because he was so worried about Ji-yuan, Lin Zhengnan didn't want to leave for a while. Maybe you should wash your face and come lie down next to me? Rest properly? After all, they still had training in the afternoon, and if he didn't sleep enough, he wouldn't have the energy later. Okay. Lin Zhengnan agreed immediately. After a quick wash, he returned to the ward and lay beside Jiwon. He didn't know when the police would come back, so the couple seized every moment. They lay down and held each other, then closed their eyes. Yes, my daughter was inside. The doctor said she was in early labor. If she had been brought in a little later, someone could have died. Police officers, this old woman is determined to kill my daughter. You must punish her severely. Song Mingqing led 2 officers into the corridor, talking nonstop. Madame Xia, handcuffed, followed behind. Her grandson was crying so hard he looked almost stunned. Officers, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. They're all plotting against me. You have to give me justice. Their voices were loud enough to wake the couple in the room. Lin Zhengnan quickly pulled back the blanket, got up, and tidied his clothes. Jiwon sat on the bed, ready and alert. The door was pushed open. Song Mingqing peeked in and saw the couple. She felt the atmosphere was a bit strange, but didn't think much of it. She nodded and signaled to them. Xiao Wan, the police are here. They want to ask you some questions. Okay. 2 officers knocked and then entered. Lin Zhengnan stepped over to stand beside Song Mingqing. Mom, what time is it now? It's still early, less than 1 o'clock. Lin Zhengnan frowned and checked the time. Did they sleep for less than half an hour? Just right, sleeping too long gives a headache, and half an hour is perfect. Comrade Ji, we have some questions about what happened this afternoon at the family courtyard. We want to ask you about your relationship with Comrade Xia. They asked Ji Wan many questions. She answered honestly, which made Aunt Xia furious and scolded loudly. You little brat, you planned this against me. She hadn't finished when Song Mingqing slapped her twice. Old wife, keep your mouth clean. Aunt Xia was beaten badly today. She felt pain all over. Her face was bruised, and her nose was swollen. Everywhere covered by her clothes hurt, and she knew she couldn't fight Song Mingqing, so she dared not speak out. She covered her face and glared fiercely at the mother and daughter, her eyes full of anger. Ji Wan was not afraid. Aunt Xia, I have no grudge against you. Why are you treating me like this? Do you know if you hit me even harder, I might have died? You attempted murder, broke into a civilian house, and insulted me, a military wife. The police will decide what to do. The 2 police officers nodded. According to the law, you will go to jail. Hearing this, Aunt Xia's legs went weak. Her son and daughter-in-law were already in the detention center. If she was also taken, how could she live with her grandson outside? She finally realized she was scared and regretted it deeply. Why did she have to confront Jiwon? She lost more than she gained. She suddenly knelt in front of the officers. Police officers, please, I can't go to jail. Jiwon sneered at the scene. The Xia family really has a tradition of going to jail. Aunt Xia, it seems jail won't change you. Besides legal punishment, I also demand compensation for emotional distress, hospital expenses, and reimbursement for the work I missed. You little brat, you're dreaming. Aunt Xia didn't expect her to take advantage of the situation to ask for money. Jiwon didn't even give her a glance. Xia Lanhua still owes me 5,000 yuan. I have the IOU here, police officers. Please take a look. She took out the IOU from her pocket and handed it over. She had prepared it before pretending to faint, thinking Aunt Xia's rush was about the IOU. But it turned out the old woman just wanted her dead. When I signed with Xia Lanhua, there was a witness. She personally pressed her fingerprint. Please take a look. The 2 officers looked over and confirmed it was correct. All right, we understand. Comrade Ji, rest well and wait for our notification. Jiwon nodded, feeling a bit tired after saying so much. She leaned against the bed, her face pale and her brows furrowed. Seeing this, they dared not delay her rest and immediately took Lady Xia out. Lady Xia was so angry she nearly lost her mind, cursing loudly. She had committed many crimes, and even the police officers looked displeased. They pulled her out the door. Lin Zhengnan and Song Mingqing went out to see off the visitors. Before leaving, they talked with them for a while. Lady Xia cursed for a long time, her voice hoarse and her saliva dry, but no one paid her any attention. Seeing her grandson, who was crying and trembling with fear, Lady Xia finally had some sense. She hurried over to Song Mingqing and knelt in front of her with a thud. Mingqing, please, I beg you. Please let Ji Wan forgive us. Ah Leng is already in jail. How can my child and I pay compensation? We can't even afford food. Only the cold wind. You allowed Ji Wan to bully us like this. Aren't you pushing us to die? As she spoke, her eyes darted around, and she grabbed her grandson nearby. Look at us, we have money, and he is Xiaoying's half-brother. How can you bear to see us starving and cold? Don't you love my son? How can you let his child suffer? Lady Xia was truly desperate. If she hadn't said these words, Song Mingqing wouldn't have been so angry. Hearing this, she felt as if she had eaten a fly, uncomfortable and upset.
Bah!
What kind of brother is he? He's not even worthy to tie Xiaoying's shoes. Don't come near us. I tell you, from today on, Xiaoing will no longer have the surname Xia. She will take my surname and be called Song Xiaoing. As for Xiaoling, I admit I loved the wrong person. I've fallen so low because of my own mistakes. Now that I've seen the light, you and your mother and son stay far away from us. I know you have no money. Don't you still have a house? The yard that Xiaoling bought for that woman was half burned. The remaining half can probably be sold for money, right? And what about the land if the house can't be sold? As long as you're willing to compensate, how could you possibly lack money? After saying this, Song Mingqing turned and left without looking at them. She needed to take care of her daughter and had no time to argue with this old woman. Lin Zhongnan had said everything he needed to and also took his leave. Lady Xia was stunned, sitting down heavily on the ground. Thinking about selling the house, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Song Mingqing didn't care. She went into the ward, tidied up her things, and called Ji Wan. Hello, Xiaowan. Rest well. I have taken care of everything at home. Yu is watching Xiaoyu, and I have tidied up the house and locked the door. I am giving you the key. She handed the key to Jivan, who held it in her hand. Thank you for your trouble. Song Mingqing smiled. The old lady said she has no money. I told her to sell that yard. Jivan actually liked that yard. The location was okay. She thought maybe she could get it for free, just take the yard. Fortunately, Song Mingqing saw her intention and warned her. We have money. What kind of yard can't we buy? That place looks unlucky. Because Xiaoling caused trouble there, neighbors are very hostile. They throw manure into her yard, and it's all dirty. Why would they want to come over? Jivan choked.
She completely forgot about that.
Fine, I don't want it anymore. With the foul smell, if they had to renovate again, better to take the money. Lin Zhongnan also stepped in. Mom, watch out for Xiaowan. I'm going to the army. Okay. Not long after he left, Granny Yan arrived with a big bag. Xiaowan, I want to apologize. If it weren't for me, that old lady Xia wouldn't have come to trouble you. Granny Yan felt guilty. She explained everything clearly after entering. She raised her hand and slapped her own mouth, looking regretful. It's all because of my bad mouth. I couldn't help but talk too much. Are you okay, Xiaowan? What did the doctor say? Jivan couldn't say she was pretending, so she just shook her head. Nothing serious. Aunt Yen, don't worry. I know you didn't mean it. Usually, when someone came to pick a fight, Granny Yen would be the one to step forward. Jivan saw all her actions. Thank you, Xiaowan. I promise I won't talk nonsense again. I'll take care of you these days while you're in the hospital, making sure you're comfortable. Jivan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Aunt Yen, you don't need to. With my mom here, you should go help me watch the bean sprouts. If something goes wrong, we won't make any money. Granny Yen thought about it and agreed. There was also Yuruing watching closely. She thanked her repeatedly before rushing off again. Song Mingqing opened a nearby bag and found that Granny Yen had brought good things: pastries, malted milk, sugar, and canned food. She probably went to the supply store on her way and bought everything she could eat. It added up to quite a bit of money. Sister Yen was really generous. Big sister Yen is a kind person. When Jivan heard this, she almost didn't recognize who she was talking about. It took a while for her to realize it was Granny Yen. Thinking carefully, they seemed to be of the same generation. However, Song Mingqing looked much younger than Granny Yen, maybe by several decades. When they stood together, it was obvious they were from different generations. She smiled and nodded. At first, I didn't like Aunt Yen much when I first met her. Later, I realized she just liked to watch the fun and was very clear about her likes and dislikes. When she disliked you, she would be angry and want to throw mud at you. When she liked you, she would be eager to support you. After spending some time with her, Song Mingqing also understood her temper and nodded in agreement. So, Sister Yen does like you. Yes, she does. Ji-won didn't deny it. She stayed in the hospital for 2 days before going back home. She was thinking about how limited the bean sprout business was and wondered if she could develop other options. Luckily, she was lucky. When she felt sleepy, someone always brought her a pillow. She took Lin Zhengnan and his daughter to visit Ji Ruifeng's family in the countryside. Coincidentally, some business people from out of town were here to learn. Zhang Miao was at home to entertain them, cooking a big pot of sweet fermented rice soup with glutinous rice balls. Ji-won had eaten it last time in her past life and was very happy. She happily ate the rice balls, holding her bowl, while Lin Zhengnan and his daughter ate small bites. They sat under the eaves to avoid the sun. From a distance, Ji-won saw Ji Ruifeng with several people behind him. They wore straw hats and were talking and laughing. What are they here to learn? They don't look like locals, she asked. Zhang Miao also brought out her bowl. It seems they're learning about mushroom farming. Mushrooms? Ji-won exclaimed. There are quite a few wild mushrooms on our mountains, but large-scale cultivation is difficult unless it's something like oyster mushrooms. Her eyes twitched. Could it really be oyster mushrooms? They didn't have the technology for large-scale cultivation yet, so why would anyone want to learn that? She slowed down her eating of the rice balls, feeling a bit distracted.
I don't know about that.
Your dad was working on soybeans before, right? It seems he developed a good variety, and the city invited him to give a lecture. Maybe those people came because they heard about it. They came because of the news? Her dad's soybeans were secretly cultivated with spiritual spring water. If they kept selecting the best seeds over generations, perhaps they wouldn't need the spring water later to get such high yields. Come sit with us. My wife made rice balls, and everyone can have some, Ji Ruifeng said, leading people inside. Looking around, there were about 4 or 5 people. 3 of them hadn't come in yet. Only 2 older ones followed behind. It seemed these 2 were the leaders. That would be a great help, Professor Ji. Sorry to trouble you for so long. Ji Ruifeng waved his hand. We solve problems together. My senior brothers use these materials for their experiments. Mushrooms are not within my research scope. You can take the list and see if you can prepare the growing medium. If the medium is prepared successfully and the conditions like temperature and humidity are right, we should be able to grow the mushrooms. Everyone was very grateful. Thank you, Professor Ji. If we succeed, we will definitely visit to thank you. Growing mushrooms, she's good at that. With the blessing of the spiritual spring water, the mushrooms will be big and fresh, and they will grow quickly. Her eyes brightened, and she quickly moved closer to ask, Comrade, may I ask how you thought of growing mushrooms? The 2 colleagues looked at Ji-won. This woman should probably be their aunt, right? They exchanged glances, but didn't answer. Until Ji Ruifeng turned his head and explained, This is my daughter. So she is Professor Ji's daughter? They finally smiled and said because several provinces nearby have very few mushrooms and there is a big market for them. Are you the boss learning the technology? Planning to grow and sell them yourself after learning? The policies above are now quite relaxed and the country offers some support. There's nothing they can't say, especially since this is related to Professor Ji's family. Yes, we have already prepared a planting base and a related industry chain, but we're stuck on how to cultivate the mushrooms. Ji-won couldn't wait to ask, Are you currently doing business in Fengcheng? The 2 smiled. You're overestimating us, comrade. We are from the neighboring province, and we haven't even started our business there.
Ivan suddenly understood.
So, they have a complete operational model, but their business hasn't expanded to Fengcheng yet, and they're stuck on the key step of mushroom growth. She squinted and immediately offered her advice. Comrade, how about this? I can grow mushrooms. I'll provide the technology, and you help me sell them? I can give you a share. The two were stunned, almost thinking they heard it wrong. Even Ji Ruifeng came over here. Xiaowan, you can grow mushrooms? I can.
Yivan answered confidently.
Ji Ruifeng was a bit skeptical, but he could guess that his daughter wanted to do this business. Since his daughter wanted to do it, he, as a father, would definitely support her. Even if Ji Wan couldn't do it now, he would use all resources to help her learn. Didn't you say you haven't expanded to Fengcheng? You do your part in your province, and I will handle Fengcheng. I will personally lease land and build mushroom sheds to grow Pleurotus ostratus. However, you must guarantee to help me sell them. I will give you 10% of the profit. How does that sound? If you agree, not only will you learn the technology for free, but you can also make money from me. I am not interested in this business, so you will need to handle transportation and sales yourselves. It's a convenience side deal. Honestly, this condition is very attractive. But seeing how young Ji-wan is, even with Professor G's support, they can't easily trust her. You say you can grow mushrooms, but how can we believe you? Ji-wan suggests, I will go back and grow a batch to show you. If you're satisfied with the quality of the Pleurotus, then we can consider working together. I promise I won't force you. Everyone is in business, and profit is the top priority. Thinking carefully, if they agree, the Pleurotus mushroom business can start. Their previous investments won't be wasted, and they can also dominate the Pleurotus market. Helping Ji-wan with transportation and sales will also earn them 10% profit. It's all profit for them. They are the partners in this deal. After hearing this, they exchange a quick look and immediately agree. Okay, if your mushrooms meet our standards, we promise to cooperate with you. We can sign a contract then. Ji-wan is confident. Alright, what kind of seeds do you have now? Can you share some with me? It doesn't matter what kind of seed, mother seed or pure seed. If they have ready stock, she won't need to find other sources. We only have mother seeds. If we can produce the pure seeds ourselves, we won't need help from others. Ji-wan blinks, but that might not be true. Growing Pleurotus mushrooms requires many skills. Simply throwing spores on corn cobs is possible, but the taste isn't good, and using mud is better. Okay. The two open their bags and share some seeds with Ji-wan. We only got this much from the Research Institute. Comrade Ji, please be careful with these. If you lose them, we lose too. If not for the fact that she is Ji Ruifeng's daughter, they might not have shared even this much. What if Professor Ji himself wanted to grow mushrooms? They're hesitant to ask directly, so they let his daughter handle it. They're willing to give her this face. If it succeeds, they'll be earning money just by sitting back. The rest of the seeds they plan to use themselves. Although Ji-wan said she could grow them, they won't put all their hopes on her. They will continue to seek out various mentors to learn. If they can master the skills themselves, they won't need to help Ji-wan anymore, and they could even monopolize the entire Fengcheng mushroom market. Comrade, please leave me your contact information. I will inform you whether I succeed or not. The two nodded and left their landline number. After finishing the sweet rice ball soup, they said goodbye and left. With no one else around, Ji Ruifeng hurried over and asked, Xiaowan, are you really going to grow mushrooms by yourself? Ji-wan was happily checking the small bag of original spores.
Yes.
Ji Ruifeng's face was full of disbelief. Can you really do it? Really? Ji-wan realized she answered too confidently and cleared her throat before continuing. Let's try first. Dad, can you tell me how to grow them? I usually grow vegetables very well, so this shouldn't be difficult, right? Hearing this, Ji Ruifeng's heart skipped a beat, and he thought he had guessed right. His daughter wanted to start this business. She said she could grow mushrooms, but she was just reluctantly agreeing. After those two left, she planned to learn from herself. If it turned out well, great. If not, no big loss. Okay, I'll give you the information I have for them. Take a look. If you have any questions, just ask me. Thanks. Ji-wan stored the original spores carefully and then followed Ji Ruifeng to get the materials. Lin Zhengnan had been quietly listening all along. When his wife came out with the materials, he stepped forward and asked, Aren't you making bean sprouts? Are you not planning to do that anymore? Ji-won blinked and deliberately gave him a flirtatious look. Can't I do both? Bean sprouts are very easy to learn. Just look at them and you'll know. Mushrooms are harder, and the demand isn't as big. If we do well, we'll definitely get rich. The money she saved recently, can it be put to good use? Seeing Ji-won leaning at the door, lowering her eyes to look at the materials in her hand, Lin Jingnan's gaze was practically glowing. His wife was so impressive, she could do everything. He didn't say anything but secretly admired Ji-won very much. Just sit and watch. He happily went to fetch a stool and pulled it over for Ji-won to sit. He then sat across from her, staring intently at her. Maybe because his gaze was too intense, Ji-won noticed and glanced at him with a smile, asking what's wrong. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Jungnan shook his head. Ji-won raised an eyebrow. In her previous life, she relied on Lin Jungnan for everything, food and drink. Now, with her new abilities, her husband could finally rely on her too. Lin Jungnan, don't you think our current situation is pretty good? We each focus on our own field, and maybe one day we'll meet at the top? Lin Jungnan had never heard such words before and chuckled softly. Yes, at the top. We'll meet there. Ji-won carefully reviewed the materials, which were quite similar to what she remembered from her past life. If there was any difference, it was that the materials in the file lacked one ingredient. Later, when she went back, she planned to buy it so she could prepare the cultivation medium tomorrow. If she didn't hurry, the few mushrooms she gave would spoil. Dad, I've finished reading. I'll try the experiment when I get back. If I succeed, I'll send the first batch to you. Ji Ruifeng almost choked when he heard this, feeling surprised by his daughter's confidence. Thinking about her bean sprout business, he wondered if she could really succeed with this mushroom project. He nodded and said nothing more. All right, if you need any help, just ask. Okay. This time, Ji-won had planned to give her parents some pocket money, but when she suddenly thought of the mushrooms, she decided to keep the money for herself. In the future, renting land would be a big expense, so she wanted to wait until the mushroom business made money before giving them a big red envelope. Fortunately, she didn't mention the money at first, or else she would have given it and then taken it back, which would be too embarrassing. Mom and Dad, I'm heading back now. I need to try growing these mushrooms quickly. Zhang Miao was a bit surprised. Hearing this, she came out from inside wearing an apron. You're leaving so soon? Yes, I'll come again in a few days. If I succeed, I'll bring some over, okay? Knowing her daughter was busy earning money, Zhang Miao didn't want to stop her. She thought for a moment and went inside to pack some of her own preserved vegetables, salted eggs, kimchi, even century eggs, all Ji-won loved to eat. Seeing this, Ji-won was very happy. Thanks, Mom. Thanks? The dishes are for eating. When you take them back and finish them, I'll make more. Okay, Mom. When I earn enough money in the future, I'll buy you a few houses. You can just relax and be a landlord. Ji-won suddenly said this, which surprised Zhang Miao. But she was always cheerful, and hearing this, she felt happy knowing her daughter cared about her. By me what? When I and your dad get old, we'll just stay in our small yard, nowhere else. We'll raise some chickens and ducks, fat pigs, and when you come home for festivals, just bring some back. As parents, we just want our children to see the world. As long as Xiaoqin gets into college and you and your husband are doing well, that's what matters most. Ji-won smiled and couldn't help but step forward to hug Zhang Miao from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder, smiling softly as she muttered. It would be better to buy you a few houses, so you can collect rent every month. Living in the countryside, you can do whatever you want without much pressure. However, I might not be able to do that right now. I'll have to wait at least a year. Once the mushroom business is successful and makes good money, I will immediately buy a house for you. If others heard this, they might think Ji-won is just making empty promises. But Zhang Miao feels very happy inside. She now feels more like a real mother to her daughter. In the past, Xiaoing was impatient when talking to her, but now she can be sweet and clingy. Zhang Miao didn't say anything, but she was very pleased inside. Okay, I'll wait. But why are you buying me something? You should buy something for your own mother. Ji-won knows her mother is just being polite. If she really bought something for Song Mingqing, she would definitely feel jealous. Why buy her something? She can now earn her own money, a few hundred yuan a month. She can buy whatever she wants. You and my dad raised me, and I appreciate all your hard work. Zhang Miao smiled happily, with tears in her eyes. She truly considers Ji-won her own daughter. Because she treated her like her own daughter, Ji-won's older sister, Ji-ruing, agreed easily to marry her. It's not hard work, not hard work. Ji-won gently wiped her mother's tears, feeling guilty inside. Since she got married, she hasn't really helped her family much. She plans to make it up to them in the future. The family, including Zhang Miao, took the prepared dishes and headed home. On the way back, they bought some ingredients just in case. Luckily, they brought along Lin Jingnan's, or she might not have been able to carry everything alone. How do you want to cook these mushrooms? Lin Jingnan didn't expect his wife to be so efficient. She said she would plant mushrooms just 2 hours ago, and now she's already bought the materials. He thought she would take at least 2 days to consider. All the materials are ready. I'll start cooking tonight. Since you're off today, don't worry, I'll definitely need your help. I can't do it all alone. She raised her eyebrows and added, call Sister Zhou too. Lin Jingnan was a bit surprised. He thought Ji-won would handle this business herself, but she was bringing Zhou Qiaoyu along. Aren't you doing it yourself? How can I handle it alone? I don't have anyone suitable around me. Of course, I'll choose Sister Zhou. Plus, this time we're working together to grow bean sprouts. I've seen her excellent skills. I'd be happy to have her help. So, it was Zhou Qiaoyu who chose her, not the other way around. In her previous life, Sister Zhou had no one to rely on, yet she still became a successful businesswoman. She only had the spiritual spring water in her life to have this opportunity, so there's no need to say who is more impressive. Okay. Back home, Lin Jingnan went to cook dinner, while Ji-won called Zhou Qiaoyu over to help. When she heard they were going to grow oyster mushrooms, Zhou Qiaoyu's eyes nearly popped out. Aren't those grown on trees? Little one wants to grow them herself. Ji-won brought her to their backyard. Upon entering, she saw several bags of materials stacked on a platform. Next to it, there was a row of strawberries already flowering. The scene looked very exciting and inspiring. Little one, are you using these things to grow oyster mushrooms? Yes. Ji-won smiled happily. Don't worry, my dad already taught me how to do it. Whether we can succeed depends on luck. She patted Zhou Qiaoyu's shoulder and said, we've always had good luck, so I'm sure we can grow the mushrooms. Zhou Qiaoyu's eyes lit up. Before coming, Ji-won had already told her how big the oyster mushroom market is. If they can succeed, they will make a lot of money. Little one, I don't know how to thank you. You thought of me for such a good thing. Ji-won saw her so touched, she almost cried. Then she chuckled. She hugged her and patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's not that great. I can't do everything alone. I need a helper. You should be grateful I didn't ask you to do all the dirty and tiring work. Zhou Qiaoyu smiled through her tears, giving her a playful glare. Enough, enough. She sincerely thanks you, but you didn't even take it seriously. You and Captain Lin have been busy all day. Hurry and go eat. I'll handle things here. Since they planned to work together, Ji-won knew everything, but she couldn't do much and just came to help. When money is needed, she'll step up. Lin Jingnan is still working. Later, we'll divide the tasks. Now I'll teach you how to grow these oyster mushrooms. Ji-won quickly handed her a small bag of spawn, and Zhou Qiaoyu eagerly looked at it. She examined it carefully for a long time, but couldn't tell what it was. It looked dark and nothing special. Can this really grow oyster mushrooms? She thought the seeds were also oyster mushrooms, like planting trees. Just plant and water, and new mushrooms will grow. But that was just her assumption. The reality was completely different. Ji-won is really talented. She knows everything. She should study more. If she also gets into high school, maybe she can learn so much too. If oyster mushrooms could be grown on a large scale, who wouldn't want to buy them? Usually, we want to eat them but have to rely on luck. Not every piece of wood will grow mushrooms. This is the principle. Ji-won smiled and quickly explained how to do it. When Lin Zhengnan finished cooking dinner, their side was almost done too. Let's go eat first. After we're done, we can come back. Zhou Qiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed. Are you still leaving me here to eat? Jiwan chuckled. What else? How can you work if you're not full? Do you think this is the end? We just got the seeds out. Later, we still need to prepare the growing mixture. She then went over and linked arms with Zhou Qiaoyu, and my house here isn't big enough, so I'll trouble you again. All right. My yard is empty enough to hold these. You can come anytime to see. I'll give you a key to my house later. Jiwan was not polite. Okay. The group went to sit down and looked at the dishes on the table. Zhou Qiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. I never thought I'd get to eat a meal made by Captain Lin one day. I must try how it tastes. She looked exaggerated as she took a bite of the cold, preserved egg. As soon as she ate it, she immediately gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Captain Lin's reputation is well-deserved. I suspect you learned from Xiaowan. How come your cooking is so good? After Ji-wan started helping out, Lin Zhengnan spent more time in the kitchen. He used to just eat whatever he could make, but now he really cooks with more flavor. Yu took a bite and happily praised, Dad is amazing. This meat is so tasty. Ji-wan also didn't hold back her praise after tasting. Captain Lin is impressive. From now on, you can handle all our meals. You're improving so fast. Everyone kept complimenting, making Lin Zhengnan a bit shy. He smiled and nodded, then helped his mother and daughter serve some dishes. If you like it, eat more. I'll cook for you whenever I have free time. Ji-wan also didn't want Zhou Qiaoyu to just watch them eat, so she served some meat to her good sister. Come on, eat more. After we finish, we still have work to do. Hearing this reminder, everyone stopped talking and focused on eating. After finishing, under Ji-wan's guidance, they started preparing the ingredients for the growing mixture. Yu watched the elders busy and not getting tired, sitting quietly on the sofa, watching them come and go without fuss. By the time everything was ready and it was almost dark, Ji-wan asked them to carry the growing mixture to Zhou Qiaoyu's house. She was pregnant and couldn't do many things herself, so she could only instruct Lin Zhengnan and another person. Zhou Jie, you can pull out the water pipe. The cottonseed hulls need to be rinsed thoroughly. Lin Zhengnan, go mix the lime water. Remember the ratio I told you. After working for a while, he even used the big basin at Zhou Qiaoyu's house. The cottonseed hulls became heavy after absorbing water. Lin Zhengnan kept turning them with a shovel. Zhou Qiaoyu was nearby pouring wheat bran, struggling to mix it evenly. They added other ingredients and filled the bottles, then sterilized them at high temperature. It sounds simple, but it took almost until sunset to finish. Finally, they inoculated the mother spawn into the bottles. That's the original strain. As long as this step succeeds, they can grow more mushrooms in the future. They could grow them in soil, spray water directly, or use corn cobs. Each method has its benefits. While the two of them weren't paying attention, Ji-wan secretly dropped some spiritual spring water inside. It wasn't diluted, just a few drops. When the current batch of oyster mushrooms grows, she will give some to Ji Ruifeng to take to the research institute to make into the mother strain. They repeatedly select the best seeds, so in the future, they might grow good mushrooms without using spring water. Is that all? Zhou Qiaoyu looked a bit surprised. She glanced at the bottles nearby, which looked dark and unremarkable. Yes, just pour the mother strain on top, seal it well, and that's it. Zhou Qiaoyu was very quick to learn. When Ji-wan explained, she listened carefully and remembered the process. She wasn't sure about the exact ratios of the ingredients and hesitated to ask, but Ji-wan suddenly stood up and moved aside. Lin Zhengnan, you come. This business belonged to both of them, so how could they let someone else do it? Zhou Qiaoyu was very perceptive and immediately rushed forward. I'll do it, I'll do it. Tonight has already been troublesome enough for Captain Lin. I can handle this. Captain Lin, do you have training tomorrow? Maybe you should pack up and go to bed early? Lin Zhengnan was worried about Yu. He was about to refuse but caught Ji-wan's look. Yes, husband. Why don't you take your daughter home to sleep first? Yu was exhausted too. The little girl was running around following them. Lin Zhengnan still wanted to stay with his wife. He looked up and saw his daughter nodding off. She was leaning against the wall, her little head bobbing. If he wasn't careful, she might fall. Quick as a flash, Lin Zhengnan went over and picked up Yu, nodding in agreement. Okay, I'll take my daughter home to sleep. I'll finish packing and come back to pick you up later.
All right.
After the father and daughter left, Jiwon leaned on the nearby table and gave instructions.
Just put it like this.
Place it on the shelf in your shower room. It shouldn't be too hot, and it must be ventilated. You don't need to worry about it for the next few days. Zhou Qiaoyu was busy working and kept asking questions. Why does it feel similar to bean sprouts? Does this mean it can't be exposed to light? Yes, for now it shouldn't see light. Once the mycelium grows, we need to water it. Jiwon had limited knowledge and only knew that keeping this at home might affect health a little. She hurriedly reminded her. Zhou Jia, don't go in too often. Just take a quick look once a day. I heard this can be bad for health. Hearing this, Zhou Qiaoyu was very frightened. I'm fine, but you really shouldn't go in and out so much. Just glance at the door if you want to check.
Call me if you need anything.
You're pregnant, so be careful. Okay. Jiwon was very grateful. Zhou Jia was so kind. She felt lucky to have such a friend. Everything is set. Should I go put it in the shower room now?
Yes.
Jiwon followed her and watched Zhou Qiaoyu busy around. Actually, she was the most relaxed during the whole process. All the work was done by Zhou Qiaoyu and Lin Jingnan. Let's see if the mushrooms can grow. If they do, I'll give you the recipe so you can try making it yourself.
Great.
Zhou Qiaoyu understood that Xiaowan's belly was getting bigger, so she shouldn't overwork herself for business. Her role was important, not only inspecting the mushroom growth, but also checking on her sister-in-law's bean sprouts. Overall, she would be very busy in the coming days. Xiaowan wanted to start this business. The materials she saw earlier were quite a lot, and it was another investment. If they produced on a large scale, they might need to buy land and build a factory. She was a partner and had to invest some money too. She couldn't just let Xiaowan do all the work and spend all her savings, right? She had gained many benefits from the bean sprout business, and now she had saved quite a bit of money. She needed to spend it all to show her sincerity to Xiaowan. All right, that's enough. Just leave these bottles as they are. I'll come back in a few days to check. Jiwon clapped her hands and headed home. Zhou Qiaoyu carefully checked everything and locked the door before leaving. This thing was much more valuable than bean sprouts. It was also very difficult to handle. Anyone could learn to grow bean sprouts easily, but even following the same steps, mistakes could still happen with this. Okay. Zhou Qiaoyu personally saw Jiwon to her door. After returning home and washing up, Jiwon changed into pajamas and went inside, with Lin Jingnan following behind her. Did you have a hard day? Jiwon shook her head. Fortunately, the most tired ones are you all. Where is our daughter? She specifically went to the second bedroom to check. Yu was lying quietly in bed, sleeping very soundly. That day, after going to the countryside and returning home, she still had to prepare the breeding feed. Yu had been running around and was already very exhausted. Our little one is so obedient. She doesn't cry or make trouble. Lin Zhengnan nodded. The couple closed the door and returned to the master bedroom. Jiwon leaned against his chest, feeling her legs ache terribly. Husband, please massage my legs. I walked all day and my feet hurt. Lin Zhengnan was in great physical shape and still full of energy. He nodded and sat in front of Jiwon. He reached for her foot and gently pressed it. The pressure was just right, not too light, not too heavy. Jiwon closed her eyes, feeling very comfortable. These days, we don't need to worry about the flat mushrooms. We'll wait until the mycelium grows out. Okay. After the mycelium appears, it will take about a week for the mushrooms to grow. In such a short time, the two bosses probably can't find anyone. From what she knew, very few people in this era are able to grow flat mushrooms on a large scale. It's quite rare. If she weren't reborn and carrying spiritual spring water, she might not have been able to do it at all. Keep trying. Once it's successful, it could make her rich. After a while, Lin Zhengnan pressed her calves again. Jiwon squinted and lay down directly. She tugged at him. All right, let's sleep now. Everyone is exhausted today. She mainly felt sleepy during pregnancy. She was the least tired of everyone, but now she was really sleepy. After Lin Zhengnan lay down beside her, she closed her eyes and smoothly snuggled into his arms. The couple slept together through the night. When they woke up the next day, Lin Zhengnan had already left. Ji-won stretched lazily and got up. The breakfast was kept warm in the steamer. She said she would go find her daughter for breakfast, but the little girl was nowhere to be seen. Just as she was about to ask, she heard lively noises coming from behind. She looked up and saw her little girl with her aunt and several children kicking a sandbag. She smiled, quickly finished her meal, and tidied up the kitchen. Finally, she relaxed and remembered the strawberries in the backyard. After watering them, she went to the front yard to check the watermelons. From afar, she heard some noise and fuss. "Xiaoing, have you had breakfast yet?" She looked up and saw Liu Yun from across the street. "Already eaten." "Sister-in-law, where are you going?" Liu Yun's belly was getting bigger. She smiled as she came over. "I went to see the commotion. It's said that Yuruing got into a fight with the neighbors again." "Can you believe she's so energetic? Getting into a fight again?" Liu Yun nodded. Recently, her belly had grown larger, and Zhao Yang rarely let her go out. She also said she wanted to visit Ji-won and their bean sprout business, but hadn't had time. "I'll go check. If there's any news, I'll tell you later." "Okay." In less than half an hour, Liu Yun returned. "I thought something happened. Turns out, Yuruing was retaliated against." "What do you mean?" Ji-won sat on a stool to enjoy the breeze. When she saw Liu Yun come happily, she quickly moved another stool for her to sit. "Wasn't Yuruing the one who argued with you before? Everyone in our housing area knows about it. The neighbors, encouraged by her, refused to work with you. In the end, she didn't make any money, and even lost a lot. Now she's regretting it so much she's upset. They decided that Yuruing was the cause of everything, so these days, they secretly threw trash into her yard. With the hot weather, it started to smell overnight. Yuruing couldn't stand it and started scolding loudly. Several families testified they didn't see anything. Yuruing has no proof, so people didn't believe her. She had to grit her teeth and accept it." Ji-won choked a little, surprised that things were so heated over there. Liu Yun sighed. "From their attitude, I think they might be planning to team up and drive Yuruing away." After saying that, she nodded thoughtfully. "Just drive her out. With her around, it's always chaos. It's better to have peace." Ji-won didn't say anything the whole time. "Girl, is your bean sprout business really that profitable?" Liu Yun suddenly asked. She had been preparing to ask about it for a while. "It's okay, just a little more than my regular job." Hearing her boss admit it, Liu Yun's face lit up. "That's not just a little. You make more in a month than some do in a year. If I weren't about to have my second child, I'd join you." Ji-won looked at her belly and reached out to touch it. "Is it more than 8 months now?"
Exactly.
"This girl is full of energy. She kicks me often, almost to the point of peeing myself." I told Lao Zhao, but he didn't believe me. Ji-won had given birth before, but her description wasn't as intense. Could it be because it's a girl? So, her second child might be a boy, just like Liu Yun's pregnancy? She even scratches me sometimes. Ji-won didn't dare ask further. "Girl, I saw you and Comrade Joe busy at her house again yesterday. Are you planning to start another business?" Liu Yun's question didn't surprise Ji-won at all. The two neighbors could hear everything clearly when something happened. She nodded without denying, "Yes, but we haven't figured it out yet. If we succeed, I will definitely tell you." Liu Yun was eager to see everyone making money. Hearing this, she quickly grabbed Ji-won. "Little one, you have to save a spot for me this time. Once I recover from having my second child, I'll definitely work with you." Okay. Finish your confinement first. I can't start my business right now." With Ji-won's words, Liu Yun finally felt at ease. She smiled and looked at Ji-won as if she was seeing something interesting. "Little one, you scholars are different. How is your brain so good? Why are you so impressive?" After saying this, she fell silent. "It probably has nothing to do with studying. Look at Liu Xiaoqin, that unmotivated girl. She's just a high school student too. The difference is huge. My sister-in-law is joking. We're pretty much the same. Liu Yan didn't believe it. The underwear you made for me before was really comfortable. Little Wan, maybe you should start producing them. They would sell well. She looked very confident. The clothes are high quality, supportive, and not revealing. Now, she wears them inside, with a shirt outside. It's not super comfortable, but at least her chest doesn't bounce around. Okay, when I have enough money in the future, I will increase production. Her main goal now is to develop these farm products. Thanks to her special ability, spring water, she wants to make the most of it. Otherwise, just leaving it unused would be a waste. When she earns enough money, she can start a factory, then make underwear or clothes. Thinking about it makes her happy. They talked for a while until Zhou Qiaoyu arrived and Liu Yan left. Why did you stop talking, sister-in-law? She's pregnant and tired from sitting. She's going back to rest. Zhou Qiaoyu happily sat down. Jiwan looked at her and laughed. Are you going to tell me about Yuruing? Zhou Qiaoyu's smile disappeared instantly. How do you know? Did sister-in-law tell you just now?
Yes.
Zhou Qiaoyu looked upset. She thought she should have come earlier. You all need to watch closely tonight, whether it's bean sprouts or mushrooms. Jiwan's reminder made Zhou Qiaoyu's eyelids twitch. Mushrooms are the most important. No, both are very important. I'll go to sleep soon. I'll stay up all night watching the mushrooms. Sister-in-laws, I asked them to take turns secretly working shifts. As she spoke, Zhou Qiaoyu leaned in close to Jiwan and asked mysteriously, Do you think something might happen tonight? Jiwan nodded, frowning as she guessed, I just have a feeling. Yuruing is now being criticized by everyone, so she will probably blame me. She wouldn't dare target me, who is pregnant, but she might interfere with our business. Better to be cautious. Zhou Qiaoyu's face darkened as she thought about Yuruing's shameless behavior, feeling a tightness in her chest. Don't worry, I've been watching for the past few nights. If she tries to mess with our work, I promise she won't get away with it.
Jiwan nodded again.
Okay. Worried about this matter, Jiwan couldn't focus until Lin Zhengnan returned. Sister-in-law, are you at home? At first, she thought it was Yang Feng's voice, and she was confused about why he came. Even if he came, he should be looking for Sister Zhou, right? Why is he here? She quickly went out suspiciously and saw Yang Feng helping Lin Zhengnan into the yard. Lin Zhengnan was hopping on one foot, the other foot wrapped in gauze. Yang Feng was holding another shoe, looking worried. Jiwan's face changed, and she cried out in alarm, Husband, what happened to you? She hurried over, supporting him, her eyes red with worry. Seeing his wife like this, Lin Zhengnan felt touched and quickly explained, It's nothing, just a little foot injury. A couple of days, rest will be fine. Jiwan stared at his tightly wrapped foot for a long time, not believing him. Just a little bump. And it's this serious? What exactly happened? She instinctively looked at Yang Feng. Knowing Lin Zhengnan wouldn't tell the truth because he cared about her, she could only ask someone else. Yang Feng looked guilty. We were doing outdoor training. The captain was supposed to be the referee, but he went in for a bit, and one of our new soldiers mistook him for the enemy, pressed him to the ground, and didn't notice a rock rolling onto his foot. Lin Zhengnan's face darkened when he heard this. This wasn't something to be proud of. His battalion commander was pinned down by a new soldier. If this got out, it would be embarrassing. He had wanted Yang Feng to keep quiet, but seeing how worried his sister-in-law was, he had to tell the truth. Yang Feng looked awkward under Lin Zhengnan's warning gaze and smiled sheepishly. I have to go handle some things now. Please help the battalion commander inside. After Yang Feng left, Jiwan finally believed there was nothing serious. Otherwise, if things were a bit more serious, Yang Feng would definitely stay to help take care of him. She secretly felt relieved and looked at Lin Zhengnan's foot, holding his shoe to help him inside. How big was the stone? Why did it break like that? Quite large. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. A few days of rest would be enough. He jumped onto the sofa and sat down, and Jiwan quickly helped him change into a pair of slippers. Seeing he was still wearing his training clothes, she also helped take off his clothes. Noticing sweat on his forehead, she brought some water and gave him a simple wash. Her careful care made Lin Zhengnan feel happy inside. Worrying that she might be tired, He pulled her to sit down with him. Rest for a while, don't worry about anything. I just can't go to training now. I can handle daily life at home.
Yivan nodded.
After sitting down, she sighed. You've worked hard these days. Rest well during this injury period. Usually she only had 1 day off a week and worked shifts. When she finally had free time, she was busy running around with her, which made Ji-won feel very guilty. She moved a small stool over to sit and gently massaged his leg. It's not hard work. You're the one working hard, running a business, and taking care of our kids. Ji-won smiled, her delicate fingers pinching his thigh, occasionally lifting her head to talk to him. Lin Jingnan's heart melted. He pulled her to sit beside him. I'm not tired at all. Don't press there, or your hand will get sore. He took Ji-won's hand and squeezed it, noticing her eyes were still red, and smiled.
I'm really fine.
Like you said, I can rest a bit these days. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't. The impact was still quite painful, but it's much better now. Later, Yang Feng might bring me medicine, and I'll need to change it tonight.
Okay.
Ji-won leaned on his shoulder, thinking about how she had neglected her husband during this time. She was busy earning money, and Lin Jungnan was taking care of the children. At night, she was so exhausted she fell asleep as soon as she touched her pillow. Thinking about it, what was the difference from her previous life? The only difference was that she didn't have a good attitude toward Lin Jungnan then, but now she was a bit better. Husband, I'm sorry. Ji-won's eyes reddened as she suddenly said these words, startling Lin Jungnan into a pause in his breath. His expression changed immediately, and he turned her face to look at him, asking seriously, "Why are you apologizing all of a sudden?" He was worried she might be upset about something. Seeing how concerned he was, Ji-won smiled and kissed his lips. Isn't it because I think you're working too hard? I haven't been very good to you.
How could that be?
Lin Jungnan sighed in relief, hugged her, and rested his chin on her head, gently rubbing it. You are very good to me. As long as you stay with me, that's all I need. Ji-won felt satisfied. The two of them, like children, hugged each other for a long time, debating who was better. When Yu came back from outside and saw how close the couple was, she couldn't help but giggle secretly. Mommy, Daddy, why are you so happy? She hurriedly ran over to them, but suddenly saw Lin Jingnan's wrapped foot. Yu's eyes widened in fear, and she burst into tears. Daddy, what happened to your foot? Is your foot gone? Did it break?
Daddy.
The little girl cried very sadly, sobbing loudly as she threw herself into Lin Jingnan's arms, occasionally peeking at his foot. Daddy, where did your foot go? How can you walk without a foot? They didn't expect their daughter to be so adorable, tears all over her face. Ji-won was about to explain, but Lin Jungnan suddenly asked, Yes, I don't have a foot anymore. From now on, you'll have to carry me. Yu sniffed, climbed out of his arms, and crouched in front of him, holding her small hands and examining his foot. But Daddy, you're so big. I can't carry you. What should we do? I can't go anywhere. I feel so sad. Lin Jungnan held back his laughter and pretended seriously to deceive his daughter. Yu wiped her tears, her little face turning red with worry. Then I'll ask Mommy and Annie to carry you out. Ji-won immediately raised her hand. Yu, Mommy isn't very strong. I can't carry you either. Yu blinked. Then I'll ask my little aunt and them to help Daddy carry you out? Lin Jungnan nodded. That's a good idea. The little girl was so happy she couldn't stop smiling, and she happily snuggled back into Lin Jingnan's arms. But Daddy, where's your foot? Didn't you bring it back? She thought Lin Jingnan's entire foot was missing because it was wrapped so tightly that she couldn't see it and assumed it was gone. My foot is on the mountain. Really? Then isn't that bad? I'll go find it for you, okay? She had cried several times, with 2 small streams of runny nose, looking very adorable. Ji-won couldn't bear it and took a tissue to wipe her nose, then explained, Daddy's foot is on his leg. Don't listen to him scaring you. It's wrapped in bandages. Tonight, you can put medicine on Daddy's foot, okay? Once you take off the bandages, you'll see his foot. Yu still found it hard to believe. She jumped down from his arms again, observed for a while, and was sure that his foot was wrapped inside. She immediately stopped worrying and let out a big sigh, scolding him like a stern adult. Dad, you're a bad person. You're lying to me. You don't listen at all. I don't like you anymore. Lin Zhengnan gently nuzzled her nose. Your mom likes me. That's enough. Yu was so angry she puffed out her cheeks and went to find Jiwon. Mom, please don't like Dad, okay? Jiwon didn't want to refuse her daughter, so she kissed her forehead and promised. Okay, we all don't like your dad. This time, Lin Zhengnan refused to give in. He pulled Jiwon into his arms. No, that's not right. It is right. Dad, you're a bad person. Don't fight with me for Mom. She hummed and grabbed Jiwon's hand, trying to pull her away. Mom, can we go outside? Wouldn't it be too sad for Dad to be here alone? He's hurt and can't walk. Yu fell silent. It seemed Dad needed some sympathy. Then, Mom, you stay with Dad. I want to go out for a bit. Why are you going out? Big sister E is calling me to play shuttlecock. Dad, you stay at home quietly. I'll come back later to play with you. After saying this, the little girl ran off quickly.
She's almost 4 years old now.
The girl was very clever. Jiwon chuckled softly and went out to remind her. Don't run around everywhere. Stay close to your little aunt.
Okay.
After the daughter caused some trouble, the romantic atmosphere from before was gone. Jiwon went back to tidy up the sofa and then started preparing lunch. Lin Zhengnan moved a chair over to sit and helped with chopping vegetables. The couple chatted happily. Song Mingqing heard the news and hurried over. The food was already steaming, and she was about to start cooking. Xiaowan, son-in-law. She rushed in and was startled when she saw Lin Zhengnan at the door. Son-in-law, is your foot okay? Jiwon also came out from the kitchen after hearing the voice. Mom, did you hear what Yu said? Song Mingqing was very worried. She said your foot was hurt. I was worried, so I came to check. How did it happen? Is it serious? What did the doctor say? She asked so many questions at once, showing how worried she was. Lin Zhengnan understood his mother-in-law's concern. It was from training, not serious. It will heal in a few days. Just a small fracture from being hit by a stone. A fracture was quite serious. Song Mingqing looked worried. How did you get hurt? Can't you train these days? Lin Zhengnan nodded.
Just taking a break.
Resting for a few days is good. Song Mingqing glanced at Jiwon, worried that she was too seriously injured for the couple to handle everything. Maybe I can come over these days and cook for you, she suggested. But Jiwon immediately refused. He's injured, but I'm here, aren't I? Besides, he just can't walk. His hands are fine. Don't worry about us. Just focus on earning your money. When it came to earning money, Mingqing's face softened considerably. She had saved several hundred yuan, which was something she had never dreamed of before. Since I'm here anyway, I'll cook a meal for you, she said, then untied Jiwon's apron and put it on herself. Jiwon wanted to stop her, but seeing her determined look, she decided to let it go. She was happy to do it, especially since they would eat together later. Is your place busy? Mingqing quickly started chopping vegetables, while Jiwon went to help Lin Zhengnan with scallions. Not busy. We just sold a batch today. Later, we'll wash up and tidy things. By the way, Jiwon, I heard you're thinking of other ways to make money? Everyone would find out sooner or later, so she nodded. Yes, but it's still early. I'll talk about it later. Your place is in a good area. If you don't mind, help me find out if there are any land for sale nearby. I want to buy a few plots to build a small factory.
Okay.
If you don't have enough money, I have some here, Mingqing offered.
Yuan nodded.
If I really need help, I'll ask you. If not, keep your money. Maybe later, you can buy a house or help build some assets for Xiaoing. Mingqing did have this plan, but she didn't have enough money at the moment. I'll save up 1,000 yuan to send to your grandma and the others. I don't know how much Xiaolang has taken over the years. They're really struggling now. I'll pay off their debts first. Jiwon didn't reply. She thought that even if she sent money there, the Song family probably wouldn't accept it. It was good that Mingqing was motivated, and Jiwon didn't want to crush her confidence. Oh, by the way, the compensation from the Xia family might arrive in a couple of days. The police station told me. Jiwon was a bit confused.
Why would they send it to me?
I don't want it. It's for you and Xiaoing. Xiaoling is Xiaoing's father, after all. He hasn't left her anything all these years. This is a good chance to get some money. For Xiaoing. Mingqing disagreed. That's compensation for you. What are you going to do with it for Xiaoing? I'm still young, and I'll work hard to earn for her. Ji-won was tired of arguing with her. Let's talk about it later. Mingqing really didn't want to, and she thought they could just buy a house for their mother and daughter someday. This was just Shalong's way of making up for them. After dinner, Song Mingqing also washed the dishes. She tidied everything up properly before leaving. That afternoon, Song Mingqing came again, carrying a big bag of vegetables. They had dinner here before she took Xiaoing back home. Mother and daughter, in the dark, only had a flashlight, which made Ji-won a little worried. She was washing Lin Jingnan's face, but, distracted, she didn't let the towel cool enough before covering his face, which made him gasp from the heat.
Ow.
Ji-won realized her mistake quickly and hurried to remove the towel and apologize. Sorry, husband. Are you okay? She threw the towel down with a bang and looked closely at his face. His face was red from the heat. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. She awkwardly blew on his face to cool it. Lin Zhengnan wasn't angry. He looked at her and asked, What are you thinking so hard about? Ji-won put the towel back on his face and wiped his face gently. I was thinking Mom and Xiaoing go out early and come back late every day, which is a bit dangerous. I still have some money, so I want to buy them a bicycle. What do you think? She nudged Lin Jingnan's shoulder. Since the money was theirs as a couple, she wanted his opinion. So it was for this? Lin Zhengnan didn't mind. Whatever you want to buy, just buy it.
No need to ask me.
If you're going to buy, do it soon. They can ride to work and back. Okay, that's settled it. Tomorrow I'll talk to Sister Zhou and ask her to go shopping with me. I'll tell them about the bicycle after I buy it. If I tell them early, my mom will definitely refuse. Lin Zhengnan agreed and rolled up his pants to wash his feet. Yu had been waiting nearby for a while. Seeing this, she quickly carried the foot basin over. Because she was small, she wobbled a bit while carrying it. Dad, wash your feet. She called softly, then plopped down. She threw the porcelain basin in front of Lin Zhengnan. Luckily, he was quick and lifted his feet in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a foot wash, but a foot injury. Dad, does it hurt? Yu was scared and hurried to check his leg. It's fine, I didn't get hurt. It doesn't hurt. The little girl finally relaxed and patted her chest, looking a bit scared. Dad is so brave. He dodged so quickly. Lin Zhengnan was amused and annoyed. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his foot might have needed 2 more days to heal. The girl smiled and squatted down, acting like a little adult, urging Ji-won. Turn on the water. Mom, hurry up and turn on the water. I want to wash Dad's feet. Lin Zhengnan was momentarily stunned, almost thinking he had heard wrongly. Are you going to wash Dad's feet? The little girl nodded naturally. Yes. Dad is hurt, and I want to take care of you. Ji-won came out after hearing the noise and, upon hearing this, felt a bit envious. Our little one is so good. Washing Dad's feet? She poured some hot water into a basin and whispered to Lin Zhengnan. Enjoy it quietly. Yu has never washed my feet before. Lin Zhengnan was speechless and chuckled. He wasn't sure if he should be happy, because it seemed like his daughter didn't really know how to do it. Dad, put your feet in. She saw Lin Zhengnan place his foot on the edge of the basin and instinctively reached out to press it down. Mom hasn't poured in the cold water yet. If I put my foot in now, it might get scalded. Yu blinked. Is that so? She reached out her small finger to poke the water, but was quickly pulled back by Lin Zhengnan. Too hot. It's not hot, Dad. You're so silly. Just put it in quickly. Mom already mixed the water. Just as Lin Zhengnan was about to reply, Ji-won came out of the kitchen. Our little one is right. The water is already prepared, so just wash it.
All right.
Lin Zhengnan put his foot in, and Yu immediately brought over a small stool to sit on, then reached into the water to gently rub his foot. Her small, soft hand felt a bit ticklish. Lin Zhengnan frowned and endured it. Help me unwrap the gauze on this foot and give it a quick wash, Dr. Yu. Yu was delighted by this nickname and giggled, nodding happily.
Okay.
She found scissors and carefully cut open the gauze, revealing his foot underneath. At first glance, it looked bruised and swollen, with some blood and flesh visible, covered with ointment, which looked a bit frightening. Lin Zhengnan felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have exposed it to scare his daughter. He thought it should have scabbed over by now, but even after scabbing, it still looked a little scary. Xiaoing, take Yu over first. I'll apply medicine to his foot. Yu hesitated but carefully held his foot and asked, Dad, does it hurt a lot? Before Lin Zhengnan could answer, she gently blew on it. Seeing some bandage marks beside the foot, she confidently took her handkerchief, dipped it in water, and wiped the wound edges. Dad, it doesn't hurt, I promise. I'll be gentle, so don't be scared. The little girl lowered her head, showing only the back of her head with 2 small pigtails on each side, and gently wiped his foot with her small hand. Even though Lin Zhengnan usually looked serious when dealing with children, he couldn't help but smile now. Look carefully, there are still some tears shining in her eyes. Even at such a young age, my daughter already knows how to care for others. She is truly a little sweetheart. Ji-won watched from afar without saying a word. The little girl is really amazing. She turned around to find the medicine in the room and handed it to Yu. Here, let me put some on your dad. In the past, she might not have been very comfortable letting Yu do this. But seeing her just now, she was very careful and steady. The girl is quite impressive.
Dad, I'll put the medicine on you.
Does it hurt? Lin Zhengnan looked at her with love. It doesn't hurt. Yu nodded quickly and carefully applied the medicine. Then Ji-won took a clean bandage and wrapped it around him again. Thinking about how long it's been since the couple's relationship improved, Yu has been sleeping alone all this time. She probably blames herself for taking her mother's place. Seeing her daughter so well-behaved now, Lin Zhengnan felt soft-hearted and finally asked kindly, Yu, how about sleeping with Mom and Dad tonight? Like before, sleeping between us? But Yu simply didn't want to. The little girl had been sleeping alone for many days and had become quite brave. She huffed and refused. I don't want to. Dad, you're too hot, and sleeping next to you is too warm. Lin Zhengnan was taken aback. He couldn't believe his daughter was rejecting him. Also, your bed is too small and uncomfortable. Dad prefers to sleep alone. I want to hug my bunny.
All right.
A forced apple isn't sweet, so Lin Zhengnan didn't insist. Ji-won was a bit surprised when she heard this. She wondered if the reason was that they hadn't let Yu come over lately, and the girl had already learned to be independent. How about tonight you sleep with Mom? Your dad's foot is injured, so he should sleep on your bed. Lin Zhengnan looked disappointed, as if he was being abandoned by his wife and daughter. Ji-won saw through his thoughts and explained, you can sleep in your own bed. It's more comfortable for one person. Here, we're worried about touching your wound if we sleep together. Lin Zhengnan nodded, okay. He had his own reasons. Actually, the couple should have been sleeping separately long ago. Ji-won was pregnant and uncomfortable, and he was stiff. If he accidentally touched his wife, it would be bad. His wife was soft everywhere. Sometimes he didn't notice and lifted his leg, pressing on her leg, leaving her with bruises. Thinking about it, he felt guilty. So, they agreed to sleep separately. In the past, Ji-won used to cuddle with Lin Zhengnan. Suddenly sleeping apart felt strange, and she tossed and turned all night before finally falling asleep. As she finally fell asleep and entered her dream, suddenly there was a loud knocking on the door, interrupting her peaceful sleep. Xiaowan, Xiaowan. The voice sounded like Zhou Qiaoyu. Jingwan's heart was pounding. Why so late at night? Could it be the thing she asked her to do during the day? She quickly got up, put on her coat, and went outside. Just as she closed the door, she heard some movement from the next room. She opened the door slightly and, through the light outside, saw Lin Zhengnan getting up. Husband, I'll go check. You stay here, it's too much trouble for you. It's probably nothing serious. After saying this, she ran over to open the door. Standing outside was Zhou Qiaoyu. She looked anxious at first, but as soon as she saw Jingwan, She broke into a big smile. Xiaowan, you're amazing. I decided earlier today that the sisters-in-law would take turns on duty. Guess what happened? Jingwon saw her and knew there was no big problem, so she relaxed a little and asked with a smile, "Did they catch the person?" Zhou Qiaoyu clapped her hands happily. "Yes. It's that Yuruing. You know how jealous she is and how bold. She actually set fire to our yard. Doesn't she know it's property of the army?" Hearing this, Jingwon's eyelids twitched. Did she hurt anyone?
No.
She only burned a small corner. We're watching her closely. Isn't it about catching the thief and recovering the stolen goods? If she didn't do anything and we caught her, she might even bite back. Now, let's see how she explains herself. As Zhou Qiaoyu finished speaking, someone shouted from across the street. Fire.
Fire.
The power of these words was as devastating as a natural disaster. Soon, the nearby families, hearing the commotion, all rushed out. Everyone with a flashlight turned it on, small beams of light flickering, gradually moving toward one direction. "I'll go see too." Jingwon closed the door and prepared to leave. Zhou Qiaoyu quickly stopped her. No need. I just wanted to tell you. Otherwise, if you hear about the fire, it might scare you. You're pregnant. Don't overexert yourself. Go back and keep sleeping. We're here. Jingwon still felt a little worried. Are you sure you can handle it? Zhou Qiaoyu patted her chest confidently. Don't worry. With me and Aunt Yen here, Yuruing will either be dead or severely injured this time. Jingwon relaxed and turned to look back at the noise. She saw Lin Zhengnan leaning against the wall, already outside. She quickly nodded. Okay, if you can handle it, I won't interfere. I have a family member who is sick, so I can't leave right now. I will go see how things are tomorrow morning. Okay. Zhou Qiaoyu quickly agreed and turned to run away. Ji-won also hurried to help Lin Zhengnan, scolding him annoyedly. Aren't you supposed to stay put? I heard there was a fire, so I wanted to go see. Ji-won angrily pinched his arm. What's the use of going? Are you going to put out the fire? Look at your foot, it's already like this. All right, I'll help you back inside to rest. Sister Zhou and the others are there, we don't need to worry. She kept talking as she helped Lin Zhengnan into the house. Under the moonlight, she pressed him down to sit and covered him with a blanket. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Zhengnan grabbed her arm. What's wrong?
She thought he had something to say.
Lin Zhengnan shook his head. Xiaowan, you should rest well later. It's late and dark outside. Don't go out. Be careful not to fall.
Yvonne smiled.
Okay. She thought he was worried about something else, but it turned out he was just concerned about her. It must be said that Lin Zhengnan really has good foresight. After Ji-won went back to lie down and couldn't sleep, her mind kept drifting to the fire rescue. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and got up, sitting up in bed, putting on her clothes, and heading outside. To avoid being heard by Lin Zhengnan, she carefully tried not to make any noise. The moonlight outside was just right, bright enough to see the path clearly. Ji-won hurriedly walked toward the yard, running into several sisters-in-law who had come to watch the excitement. Oh, Teacher Ji, you also came because you heard the noise? That Yuruing is really bad. She went and set fire to your yard. Luckily, it only burned a little, or it would have been a disaster.
Exactly.
The soldiers have already come, and many leaders have been called. They're waiting for Dawn to report to the police. Do you think Yuruing is stupid? If she keeps doing this, how will her husband stay in the army? She's definitely stupid. If she was smart, she wouldn't be fighting with Teacher Ji. Especially now, Ji-won is very popular because of her business. In the family compound, and even in the army, she's well known. All the sisters-in-law working with her have earned a lot of money. Everyone else is eager to follow her and try to flatter her, but Yuruing is doing the opposite. Does she think she's special? I'm not sure yet. I'll go see what's happening. Sisters-in-law, you should go back to sleep. All right. We'll go now. Ji-won arrived at the courtyard, where a large crowd was gathered. She looked around but couldn't see Yuruing. Only her husband, Helia, standing there looking lost and distracted. Nearby, a leader was scolding someone with his hands behind his back, and in the end, he planned to take him away too. Ji-won pushed through the crowd and found Zhou Qiaoyu, approaching her quietly and asking, "What's going on? Where is Yuruing?" Seeing her, Zhou Qiaoyu was startled. "Little one, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait at home for news? Coming here so late. Colonel Lin must be worried sick." Ji-won pulled her aside and lowered her voice. "I'm just having trouble sleeping, so I came to see how things are going." Zhou Qiaoyu pouted. Yuruing had damaged some public property in the army and was taken away by the leaders. They said that neither she nor anyone else could escape punishment, and she would probably end up in jail. She seemed to have lost her mind, fixated on them for no reason. Now, she had lost both her husband and her freedom. She's been taken away? Yes. The leader said they'd wait for the police to come to work tomorrow and then take Yuruing for questioning.
Yivan nodded.
Seeing she didn't need to interfere here, she looked at the burned part of the house. It was indeed burned in one corner, but that corner had a bed, used by the women on duty to sleep. If they had noticed the fire a little later, the house might have been completely destroyed, and worse, someone could have been hurt. "Teacher Ji, why are you here?" When she saw her, Elder Yen hurried over to ask about the situation. "It's so late. You're pregnant, and you shouldn't be resting poorly. We can handle things here."
Yivan smiled.
"It's okay. I just couldn't sleep, so I came to check." Elder Yen quickly led her inside. Duya was moved out early. Even if half the house burned, it wouldn't catch fire. "Moved out?" "Yes, Xiaoyu came this afternoon and told us to move. They even moved a bed to the corner. Who knew it would catch fire tonight?" Elder Yen didn't say more, but she felt like Xiaoyu seemed to have known in advance that someone would come tonight. As long as no one was hurt, the others like Duya were secondary. Elder Yen smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, little one, everything will be fine." After Zhou Qiaoyu dismissed everyone outside, she came back to tell the sisters-in-law to go back to sleep. Everyone was a bit worried. "Xiaoyu, what if someone comes again after we leave?" Zhou Qiaoyu looked confident. "Our yard's guards are pretty good. Who would dare cause trouble on our territory? It's not outsiders, but people inside who have bad intentions." She's referring to Yuruing. Exactly. Yuruing acted like a crazy person, even attempted to kill someone. Now she's been taken away, so no one should bother us anymore. Everyone knows that after Xiaowan helped us make money, they all want to get close and work for us. They wouldn't plan against us. After everyone discussed, their worries were eased, and Zhou Qiyu finally sent them all back to sleep. She then took Ji-won home. "By the way, Zhou Jia, are you free tomorrow? I want you to go to the city with me. I plan to buy a bicycle for my mom." Zhou Qiaoyu nodded. "Yes, I have time. I also need to buy 2 new clothes. I've earned some money, but haven't bought new clothes yet."
"Great."
Zhou Qiaoyu took Ji-won home before heading back herself. She pushed open the door, carefully slipped inside, trying to be discreet. But when she looked up, she saw Lin Zhengnan sitting in the living room. She was startled. "Husband? Why are you still sitting here? Weren't you sleeping earlier?" Lin Zhengnan had been resting lately and had plenty of free time. He looked at her and said, "I was waiting for you to come back." Ji-won paused and chuckled softly. From his lonely tone, she sensed some helplessness and concern for her. She stepped forward and hugged him. "Why are you waiting for me? Since you know I went out, I must have gone to the opposite side. With Zhou Jia and them around, no one can hurt me." Still, Lin Zhengnan couldn't help but worry. Just thinking about Ji-won being out late while pregnant kept him from sleeping. He gently squeezed her hand and looked up at her. "How is everything over there?" Ji-won sat comfortably in his arms, smiling and hooking her arms around his neck. Yuruing was taken away by the leaders. She'll be sent to the police station tomorrow morning. As for compensation, they will decide. Good timing. They burned part of the yard, but no one was hurt. Duya was moved out in advance. Lin Zhengnan nodded and reached out with his strong hand to gently touch her belly. "Are you tired?" Ji-won shot him a playful glare. "Not tired. I just went out for a bit, didn't do anything. How could I be tired? But I am pretty sleepy now. Let's go to bed." She then got up from his arms, helped him into the bedroom. "I initially wanted everyone to sleep separately, but since we are all in the same room, there's no need." Ji-won took off her coat and lay down next to Lin Zhengnan again. Holding his firm body and pressing against his warm chest, this feeling felt right. The next day, Ji-won slept until late morning. When Zhou Qiaoyu arrived, she had just gotten up and was eating breakfast made by Lin Zhengnan. Xiaoing, weren't you supposed to buy a bicycle for Annie today?
Yvonne smiled shrilly.
I just woke up. Please wait a moment. I'll finish breakfast, and then we can go. Okay. Zhou Qiaoyu went into their house, as if it were her own, brewed a cup of sweet water in the kitchen, and picked 2 cucumbers from the backyard. While eating, she asked, by the way, why didn't Andy come today? Did she take a day off yesterday? Hearing this, Ji-won's face changed, and she paused her meal to ask, what? My mom and them didn't come today? Zhou Qiaoyu saw her expression and also looked worried. She quickly approached and said, I just found out too. The sisters-in-law didn't ask me about it. They think since Auntie is your mom, she'll come if she wants. If not, it's no big deal. Anyway, your salary will be paid as usual. Before she finished, Ji-won immediately denied, nonsense. Am I that kind of person who cheats others? Whether it's my mom, my dad, or my ancestors, if they're working with the sisters-in-law, they should get paid for their work. Otherwise, they might as well go back and rest. Can't I just take care of them? She spoke forcefully, clearly serious about the matter. Zhou Qiaoyu let out a few sounds of surprise and quickly tried to comfort her. This is just my guess. Don't worry. Auntie, Yen said she didn't come early this morning. I thought she might have asked for a day off. Since she didn't, and since we need to go to the city to buy her a bicycle, we might as well visit her house on the way.
Yvonne nodded.
I'll tell the sisters-in-law about what I said when I have time. Today, my mom didn't come, so her salary should be deducted. If she doesn't come or doesn't say anything, who knows if she's in trouble? Zhou Qiaoyu smiled happily. Although this was the right thing to do, hearing Ji-won say it made her laugh. Her absence was concerning, and she patted Ji-won's shoulder to comfort her. Eat your breakfast first. We'll go see her, and then we'll know. Hopefully, she just overslept. Ji-won didn't say anything, but she didn't agree with this guess in her heart. Song Mingqing urgently needed money, and knowing how good the wages here are, she wouldn't oversleep or quit her job. There is only one reason, it's because of something that happened to the mother and daughter. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling nervous. After eating a few bites, she tidied up the table and told Lin Zhengnan, Husband, we're leaving first. You watch over fish at home. We bought a car, so we'll be back soon. Okay, don't worry. Take your time. If anything happens, don't handle it alone. Come back and discuss it together. Lin Zhengnan looked at his leg. Why did it have to be injured? Otherwise, he wouldn't be so passive. When his wife faced problems, he couldn't give her advice. Zhou Qiaoyu took Ji-won's bag and turned to leave. Captain Lin, don't worry. I promise to watch over your wife well. Whatever she takes out, I'll send her back safely. Thanks a lot. Lin Zhengnan had to hop on one foot to see them to the door. Zhou Qiaoyu looked back and clicked her tongue. You two are such a good couple. Calling each other husband all the time, it's making my skin crawl. Ji-won rolled her eyes at her impatiently. Don't tease me, okay? When you find your husband someday, it might be even more lovey-dovey than us. No way. Zhou Qiaoyu denied instantly. She wasn't the type to be overly affectionate. Being sweet with her husband was enough. The two hurried to Song Mingqing's house. It wasn't far from the military base, about 10 minutes by car. Usually, if they left too early or too late, there were no buses, so Song Mingqing would take Xiaoing walking there. But walking took at least half an hour, even though it's only 10 minutes by car. Standing outside the yard, they saw the gate was locked, and no one was home. Just in case, Ji-won called out twice. Mom, Xiaoing. No one answered after calling for a while. There were neighbors nearby, so Ji-won asked around. Turns out, they hadn't come back yesterday. Hearing this, both of them felt their hearts sink. They hadn't returned last night, but they left under their watch. Could they have encountered danger on the way? Half an hour's walk, so many possibilities. Who could it be? Could it be the Xia family? They looked at each other, both seeing a trace of worry in each other's eyes, guessing and speculating. Maybe we should go to the police station and report it directly? Hearing Zhou Qiaoyu suggest this, Ji-won finally remembered. It's easy to get worried when caring too much. Okay. They decided to go immediately. But after walking less than 100 meters, a small truck came toward them. Ji-won looked at it, red and strangely familiar. Just then, the truck window rolled down, and Tang Jianhong stuck his head out, waving to the two of them. Sister-in-law. Comrade Zhou.
Wow.
Ji-won's face lit up with joy. Little Tang? During the pause for greeting, Tang Jianhong had already parked the small truck in front of them. Sister-in-law, are you here to see Auntie? Ji-won immediately realized and looked up to ask. Did you see my mom and them? Tang Jianhong nodded and knocked on the truck door.
Get in, I'll take you to find them.
Okay. Zhou Qiaoyu helped Ji-won into the car. Before they sat down, he explained, last night I was planning to visit you. When I was driving by, I happened to see Annie and Xiaoing. They were stopped by a drunk person who came out of nowhere. The girl looked pretty and seemed to get a little scared. Luckily, I arrived just in time. Hearing this, Ji-won and Zhou Qiaoyu were very frightened. Zhou Qiaoyu asked further, Comrade Tang, are Auntie and the others okay? Tang Jianhong quickly shook his head. Yes, don't worry too much. I just happened to see it and fought off the drunk man. Xiaoing was a bit scared and kept crying. Auntie was worried she was upset, so she asked me to help take her to the hospital. That made sense. Ji-won couldn't help but feel anxious again. Has the doctor checked her? How is Xiaoing now? She was just a little shocked, and she had a slight fever last night, but she's much better now. Annie didn't go to the family yard this morning because she thought you'd be worried, so she asked me to come and tell you. Looking back, Tang Jianhong had made several trips and even helped watch over them last night. His kindness was truly immense. Ji-won was full of gratitude. Little Tang, I don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you last night, I can't even imagine what might have happened. Although Song Mingqing always seemed invincible and would do anything to protect Xiaoing, the other person was a drunk, and men and women are naturally weaker than men. Plus, after drinking, the drunker they are, the stronger they seem. Even if Song Mingqing protected Xiaoing, driven by anger, he might have hurt someone. It's no big deal if a drunken coward dies, but Song Mingqing could face criminal charges. Ji-won felt a wave of fear again. She realized she had been careless and should have addressed these risks earlier. Buying a bicycle seemed useless now. They needed someone to take the mother and daughter home. If not, they could rent a house near the family yard, which would be close enough so they wouldn't have to walk so far. Tang Jianhong shook his head. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. Luckily, I met you last night. I'm glad I could help. Ji-won smiled and said, in the future, if you need my help, Xiao Tang, just ask. Tang Jianhong didn't speak but smiled shyly, then instinctively looked toward Zhou Qiaoyu behind him. Ji-won wasn't naive. She had already noticed Tang Jianhong's interest in Sister Zhou, but she thought it was their private matter, and she didn't want to interfere. Moreover, Sister Zhou was still pursued relentlessly by Captain Yang. Regardless of who she finally chose, it was her own choice. But after this incident, she thought Tang Jianhong was truly capable and dependable. Since he saved Song Mingqing and her daughter, she felt she should speak well of him in front of Zhou Qiaoyu. Alright, if you need my help in the future, I'll definitely lend a hand. Ji-won took note of his kindness this time. If her own mushroom farm could expand, she could have Tang Jianhong's team handle transportation, forming a partnership. Once his transport team was established and more contracts signed, his future prospects would be very bright. Your bean sprouts should be doing well these days, right? I heard a few words from Auntie yesterday. Ji-won immediately looked at Zhou Qiaoyu with a gentle smile. Of course. It's all because of Sister Zhou. Tang Jianhong also looked at Zhou Qiaoyu. The person involved was momentarily stunned, unsure why they were being praised, and looked at both of them. Because of me? Ji-won looked at her with admiration. Of course, because you're amazing. If it weren't for your many business deals, could we have grown so big? Tang Jianhong didn't expect that all the business deals were negotiated by Zhou Qiaoyu. He paused, then his eyes showed obvious admiration. Comrade Zhou is really impressive. You're still a woman. When he said this, Zhou Qiaoyu didn't like hearing it. Women can do great things too. Even great people said women can hold up half the sky. Fearing she might misunderstand his words, Tang Jianhong quickly nodded in agreement.
Exactly. I was just surprised.
Zhou Qiaoyu understood his compliment and smiled playfully. I know, I was just joking. Comrade Tang, don't be too nervous. Although Tang Jianhong seemed like a rookie in front of Zhou Qiaoyu, he was actually a bit older than both of them. They chatted and laughed as they went to the nearby hospital. Tang Jianhong went to park the car, and Jiwon went to buy fruit and food. They went upstairs. Tang Jianhong led the way. Just as they reached the door of the ward, they heard Xiaoing's excited voice inside. Brother Tang. The Ming and Qing dynasties couldn't resist educating others. Lie down properly. Why are you running around? Xiaoing ignored everything and ran up to Tang Jianhong, reaching out to pull him. Startled, Song Mingqing quickly stepped in and pushed her back behind him. She looked at her sternly and warned her several times, but Xiaoing's smile never faded. Instead, she happily stared at Tang Jianhong. Tang Jianhong knew that Xiaoing wasn't very smart, so he always treated her like a little sister. Seeing her, he smiled kindly and explained uncle is fine. Xiaoing is just a bit too lively. Song Mingqing felt a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. Little Tang has already helped so much. It would be rude to delay him further. Little Tang, have you seen Xiao Wan and the others? As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Wan and Zhou Qiaoyu came in carrying big and small bags.
Mom, how is she?
Is Xiaoing okay? Seeing her daughter, Song Mingqing's face lit up with happiness, and she quickly went over. Xiao Wan, why did you come? Ji Wan placed the things she was holding on the cabinet. Little Tang said you and Xiaoing had an accident. How could I not come? Song Mingqing was overwhelmed with emotion. I just wanted to send you a message to tell you not to worry too much. Why did you come so far while you're pregnant? Although she was scolding her, her eyes showed how happy she was. Xiaoing also happily said, Big sister, Zhou's sister, you're both here? She was busy and cheerful, patting the bed for them. Come sit here. Seeing her cheerful and lively, and not showing any serious signs of injury, Jiwon felt relieved and led Zhou Qiaoyu to sit down. Brother Tang, you sit too. She knew her mother didn't want her to get too close to men, so she just smiled and didn't dare to hold Tang Jianhong's hand. Instead, she tugged at his sleeve. Song Mingqing quickly brought some fruit and came in with a smile to explain. It's okay. The doctor checked and said it was just shock. Luckily, we met Xiao Tang last night, or else. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone could guess the worst-case scenario. Fortunately, that scoundrel was taken to the police station by Xiao Tang last night. Before being taken away, he was almost beaten to death. Song Mingqing vented her anger and fought back with fists and kicks. Xiaoing, come here. Jiwon called Xiaoing over and held her hand, carefully examining her. Other than her face being a little pale, she didn't see anything unusual. Zhou Qiaoyu glanced at her two sisters' beautiful faces and felt a bit ashamed of herself. It's good that you're okay. I'm glad you're fine. Xiaowan was worried sick. Song Mingqing nodded. The doctor said we can leave this afternoon. There's nothing serious. I just want to rest here for a while. Jianwan responded with a soft and shared her plan. I originally wanted to take Sister Zhou to buy a bike today, so it's easier for you to go home after work with Xiaoing. But after what happened, I think walking at night isn't safe. Maybe I should rent a place near the family compound? It's mostly military families around, so it should be safe. Song Mingqing knew her daughter was worried about her, but she also remembered how much furniture they had moved into the house before. Moving again would be a hassle. Still, her safety was very important, so after thinking it over, she agreed.
All right.
Zhou Qiaoyu saw that Song Mingqing was in a difficult spot. Her aunt had been busy earning money lately and probably didn't have time to move. She thought for a moment and suggested, maybe we should move. Moving back and forth is a hassle. My yard is big enough. Why don't your family come stay with me? It's just a small thing. I'll leave the second bedroom for them, just for sleeping at night. I feel lonely living alone. It would be nice to have my aunt, and Xiaoing with me, so I won't be bored. Jianwan was a bit reluctant. She didn't want to trouble anyone, and renting a small place wasn't a big deal. It's not necessary. Just rent a small room for sleeping. It won't cost much. If you find moving furniture troublesome, then don't bother. Just find a place with a bed, and bring some bedding. Song Mingqing's eyes lit up. Exactly. She hadn't thought of that. Now she was earning money. Renting 2 small places was just a few yuan. It wasn't like the hard days before, when every penny was counted. Jianwan was very thoughtful. Okay, I'll rent another place. I can go check it out during the day. She also felt that living together might be too much trouble for others. Even between spouses or close family, sharing a roof could cause friction, not to mention friends. All right, go find out today. Since there's no work here, I'll record your absence and deduct a little from your salary. Song Mingqing almost choked when she heard that, her face showing a complicated expression. Jianwan muttered, I treat everyone equally. I won't give you special treatment just because you're my mom. Song Mingqing felt embarrassed, but nodded repeatedly. I know. She thought Ji-won might be a little more lenient, but she didn't expect her daughter to be so firm and just. Aren't you hungry? I just bought a box of rice. Eat first, and then talk. She opened the bag beside her and took out a box of food, giving one to each person. Looking at her own portion, Tang Jianhong was quite surprised. Sister-in-law, do I also get one? Why don't you have one? People need food to stay strong. You've helped so much. How can one box of rice be enough to send you away? Song Mingqing spoke at the right time. Exactly. Why don't you come to my house for dinner later? I'm off today, and I'll buy some vegetables so we can relax. Ji-won nodded in agreement. I think that's a good idea. Little Ing can sleep at my house tonight. When your apartment is rented, she can stay with you. Won't that be troublesome for you and your husband? Not at all. The room next door is just for you, so she can stay there. Originally, we planned to send Lin Zhengnan over, but now that Xiaoing is here, the 2 of them will have to squeeze in again. Plans never go as expected. Xiaoing was holding her lunchbox, eating very seriously. The girl was pretty, and her every move was very pleasing to look at. But everyone thought of her as a child, never realizing she was already 15 or 16. Brother Tang, are you coming to our house too? She suddenly asked, making Tang Jianhong laugh out loud. Yes, I'll come to your house to eat all your food and all your meat. Xiaoing smiled with her eyes slightly curved. I won't share my food with others, but Brother Tang can have mine. As she said that, she immediately stood up and directly put the meat from her box into Tang Jianhong's. Brother Tang, you like meat, so I give you mine. Seeing her like this, Song Mingqing got upset. She frowned and reached out with her chopsticks to gently tap her hand. Xiaoing, what are you doing? What did I tell you before? Just eat your meal quietly. Why are you sharing your dishes like that? Brother Tang is a guest. Do you know that's rude? Xiaoing sniffed and started to cry. She held her box, pouting sadly, tears falling. Her fair skin on the back of her hand showed a red mark, and bright tears shimmered on her pinkish-white face, looking very pitiful. Tang Jianhong was surprised that Song Mingqing was so strict about discipline. He quickly explained, It's okay, Auntie. Xiaoing is just being kind. If you're upset, just talk nicely. There's no need to hit her. Seeing the little girl crying, Tang Jianhong felt bad. After all, she was the reason she was hit. Song Mingqing frowned sternly. Speak properly. She doesn't understand, so you need to hit her a few times to make her remember. Don't protect her either. If you think she's different from you and favor her, she'll never learn to be sensible and will always rely on others. Although this makes sense, seeing Xiaoing cry really tugs at people's hearts. Even Zhou Qiu couldn't help but want to say something, but when she looked at Ji-won beside her, she remained calm. Song Mingqing carefully tried to teach Xiaoing, mainly to keep her at a distance. Even if she's different from others, she should still be able to live like an ordinary person. Dry your tears and apologize to Brother Tang. Xiaoing wiped her tears and sadly said sorry. Tang Jianhong felt uneasy. He only had a piece of meat on his plate. Why was it such a big deal? What he didn't expect was that he didn't mind Xiaoing, so he thought there was nothing wrong with her. But if it were someone else, they might dislike her for being slow or simple-minded. If there's meat she picked up from her bowl, should they eat it or not? If they eat it, they might feel uncomfortable. If they don't, with so many people watching, they'd be in a tough spot. Song Mingqing changed to a clean pair of chopsticks and said, "Little Tang, just throw away that piece of meat." Before Tang Jianhong could react, Song Mingqing had already thrown the meat away. This made him feel awkward. He smiled but dared not say much more to Xia Xiaoing. Xia Xiaoing also didn't dare to get close to Tang Jianhong anymore. She silently continued eating with her head down. After finishing their meal, Song Mingqing paid the medical bills, took the remaining fruit, and called everyone to go back. Little Tang probably isn't in a hurry to leave, right?
No rush.
Song Mingqing and the others got into Tang Jianhong's small truck and headed home. When they arrived again at the small rented house, Ji-won carefully looked around this time. The yard wasn't very big, with 3 rooms and 1 living room. They could grow vegetables in the front and back, but Song Mingqing was too busy, so the garden was empty. The furniture they brought from the Xia family fit perfectly. The mother and daughter lived comfortably enough. Recently, the neighbors also got to know Song Mingqing and her daughter. No choice, Xia Xiaoing was too beautiful. Almost everyone who saw her couldn't look away. "Wow, Sister Song, so many guests today at your house?" Song Mingqing nodded. "Yes, my daughter and I are hosting guests." They initially planned to chat briefly before leaving, but suddenly she remembered something and asked, "Girl, do you know a man? He's about 50, not very tall, with a big belly, sparse hair, and a nose like a wine barrel." "Oh, isn't that Zhang Nose from our village? That person just likes to drink. He often gets so drunk he falls over on the roadside, walking at night and startling people." The short-haired aunt finished gossiping and saw Song Mingqing's face turn dark like a pot bottom. She realized that Zhang Bai might have upset them and subtly asked, "Big sister, what's wrong? Did that Zhang Bai bully you?" These days, rumors can be deadly, so Song Mingqing couldn't tell the truth. "No, I saw him this morning when I left the house. He was beaten almost to death. Maybe he annoyed someone?" It looked scary, with blood all over his face, so I wanted to ask who did it. "I see." The aunt spat and said, "Serves him right. He still has a mother at home. He's blind to everything, can't even get enough to eat, and just wanders outside. Such a heartless person will get what's coming. Big sister, you and your daughter should stay away from him. He's not a good person." Especially for Song Mingqing, a woman with such an eye-catching daughter, she has to be careful wherever she goes. Not to mention her daughter seems to have some mental issues. Someone with bad intentions could easily trick her with a piece of candy. Song Mingqing raised her daughter so well, which took a lot of effort. If anything happened to her daughter, she would fight to the end. "Okay, thank you for the reminder. I'll be careful." After chatting for a while, Song Mingqing, feeling heavy-hearted, went inside to cook. She initially thought that Xiaoing following Ji-won would cause trouble for her eldest daughter, but now she saw that this was actually the best choice. She needed to earn more money quickly, buy a house, and settle Xiaoing properly. That girl really isn't easy to handle. She doesn't trust anyone she's handed over to. Tang Jianhong wanted to help in the kitchen but was chased out by Song Mingqing. "No need, you guys rest outside. I can cook quickly." After dinner, she still had to find out about renting a house and pack clothes for Xiaoing to stay at the family compound for a couple of days. After finishing, she had to keep working without a moment's rest. "No need to help. Let my mom do her work. Tang, you've helped us so much. I want to cook a meal to thank you. My mom doesn't feel comfortable." Not only did she cook, but Song Mingqing also went all out, buying a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of Maotai. Those things are very expensive. Both together cost dozens of yuan. But Tang Jianhong saved their lives, so it's nothing. Ji-won and the others sat in the living room chatting and eating fruit. Xiaoing, bored, ran in and out helping to wash and peel vegetables. Actually, Xiaoing is very obedient. It's just that a young girl alone isn't safe. It's better for her to stay at the family compound. Zhou Qiaoyu sighed. Ji-won considered going back to ask Lin Zhengnan whether the family compound would be willing to rent a house to outsiders, so she and her daughter could move in. There was someone guarding outside the main courtyard, making it relatively safer. Xiaoing, that girl, really didn't trust outsiders. Not just outsiders, even people she knew had to be carefully considered. Okay, let her stay with me for a few days. I'm free now, and always carry her around. Big sister, brother Tang, drink water. She smiled warmly and poured drinks for everyone. Zhou Qiaoyu pulled Xiaoing to sit down, looked at her hand back, which still showed marks from chopsticks. It looked quite painful, and she asked softly, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts." Zhou Qiaoyu didn't expect her to answer so honestly and laughed out loud. "Auntie is only thinking of you. Your mom said you should listen to her, understand?" Xiaoing nodded. She glanced at Tang Jianhong nearby, as if she wanted to say something but ultimately kept quiet and pulled Ji-won outside. "Big sister, come with me. I have something to ask you." Ji-won was quite surprised. Did this girl really want to talk to her? She nodded and followed Xiaoing to a corner of the yard. Before she could stand still, she heard her ask, "Big sister, Mom said Brother Tang isn't a good person and told me not to talk to him. Is that true?" Ji-won was also stunned. Xiaoing pouted, her eyes full of innocence. "But I think Brother Tang is a good person. He saved me and Mom, let me ride in his car, and even bought me candy," she said happily, twisting a blade of grass in her hand and whispering, "When I was feeling bad, Brother Tang carried me to the hospital. He's not a bad person." Ji-won felt a headache coming on. If she already said he's not a bad person, then how can others say he's bad? But Song Mingqing must have a reason for warning her. They've only met Tang Jianhong a few times. As the saying goes, you can't judge a person's heart just by their face. Tang looks fine, but what if he's not a good person underneath? Especially since Xiaoing is so innocent. She's easily fooled by a piece of candy. If she becomes very close to Tang, and he does something to hurt her, she wouldn't say anything. What if she gets hurt? Song Mingqing isn't just wary of Tang Jianhong, she's wary of all men. From this perspective, what she said makes sense. How do you know he's not a bad person? Does his face show it? He didn't write whether he is a good or bad person, so he is neither good nor bad. You shouldn't get too close to him, not even touching him, but also not too far away. When he calls your name, you should answer him. Xiaoing didn't quite understand. Ji-won held her and warned, "Listen to me. If he gives you something alone, don't take it. If he asks you to do something alone, don't do it. Only when we are here can you get close to him, understand?" If she got too close, Song Mingqing would not need to do anything, he would just use a stick to hit. Okay. Xiaoing thought carefully and remembered what Ji-won told her. "I understand." Ji-won patted her head. "Good, just listen to your mom. If she asks you to do something, you can do it. If she doesn't want you to do it, definitely don't." "Yes, yes." The two sisters held hands and went inside. No one knew what they talked about. After dinner, Tang Jianhong had a glass of wine. The others didn't want to drink and planned to take it home. He declined the cigarette offered to him, but Song Mingqing insisted on giving it to him. Unable to refuse, he accepted it. While taking things outside, Xiaoing happily followed. Thinking about how she had taken good things and spent only a few dozen yuan, almost half a month's salary for a regular worker, Tang Jianhong felt a bit guilty. He waved to call Xiaoing over. Earlier in the morning, she called him Brother Tang, but now she was shy and hesitant to come. Tang Jianhong didn't understand but smiled and stepped forward. "Xiaoing, come here. Big brother has something for you. When I leave, give it to your mom, and she will keep it for you." He took 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. Xiaoing was scared and immediately backed away, clutching her hands. Her sister told her not to accept anything from Brother Tang alone. "I don't want it." Tang Jianhong was surprised. He thought the girl didn't know what it was. He spread out the money and explained, "This is money. You can use it to buy snacks at the shop. Quickly take it." "I don't want it." Xiaoing still backed away, her eyes showing some struggle. She knew she could buy candies with it, but her sister didn't allow her to take it. She loved her sister very much, and always listened to her. Seeing her stubborn face, Tang Jianhong found it a bit funny. He helplessly nodded, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and struck a match to light it. Xiaoing rarely saw anyone smoking. No, she had never seen it so close before. She was very curious and instinctively took a step forward, staring intently at him, licking her lips. Is this for eating? Tang Jianhong looked at the cigarette in his mouth with confusion. Seeing Xiaoing coughing from being smoked and still refusing to step back, he felt guilty. He blinked quickly and immediately put out the cigarette. He threw it on the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. Worried that Xiaoing might pick it up if he left, he squatted down and wrapped it in a handkerchief. This isn't food. You can't eat it, do you understand? Xiaoing nodded obediently and responded softly. She smiled warmly at Tang Jianhong, then held up her hand to compare their heights. Brother Tang, you are now shorter than me. Usually, Brother Tang was very tall, and she only reached his shoulders. She had to look up to see his face, and he even had a scar on his face. Lost in thought, Tang Jianhong looked up confused. What? Xiaoing smiled, and then noticed the scar on his eyebrow. Curious, she reached out her delicate fingers to touch his eyebrow. Tang Jianhong thought she was just a playful child and didn't mind. He smiled and waited for her to touch. Shh. They crouched and stood, creating a warm atmosphere. Suddenly, a whistle came from not far away. Tang Jianhong's brow furrowed as he looked over. Xiaoing also turned suspiciously. Outside the wall, there was a short man, about 40 or 50 years old. He had a bruised face, with a patch on half of it, and his clothes were messy and sloppy. Seeing Xiaoing's stunning face, he froze in place. Although he vaguely knew she was beautiful last night, the poor lighting made it hard to see clearly. Now, he realized she was truly stunning. He smiled happily, completely distracted by Xiaoing, and didn't notice a man slowly standing up beside her. Little sister, come here. Your big brother is here. The man touched his pocket but found it empty, feeling annoyed. He should have kept a candy in there. He had heard that the girl from this family was a bit simple-minded, and today he finally saw it. Last night, he had tried to flirt with her while drunk, but a troublemaker interrupted him, ruining his mood. Hearing noises from inside, he thought the mother and daughter had returned, so he hurried over to see what was happening. It turned out he arrived just in time. He saw the beautiful girl playing in the yard. Come here, big brother will give you candy. Tang Jianhong was so angry his face turned green. He quickly put the handkerchief into his pocket, his hands clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. What are you saying? Say that again? Last night, I didn't beat you to death, and you're not feeling good about it, are you? With a loud shout, he was so scared that his long nose froze in place. He carefully looked at the man in front of him, and it seemed to be the same man who beat him last night. That was a serious beating, hitting him hard and directly. Nosy Zhang was so frightened that he was scared out of his wits. He turned around and ran away as fast as he could. Tang Jianhong wouldn't let him go easily. He looked around for a nearby stone, raised his hand, and threw it. As expected of someone who used to be in the army, his aim was very good. With a thud, Zhang's back was hit, and the pain made him stumble and fall flat on his face. Tang Jianhong didn't go over immediately. Instead, he comforted Xiaoing. Xiaoing, you go inside the house. So the girl wouldn't be scared again later. While he was furious and rushed out, he kicked Zhang in the back, grabbed his collar, and punched him several times. Zhang's nose bled heavily. Hearing the noise, Song Mingqing and others ran out. What's going on? Xiaoing saw her mother and quickly hid behind her. There's a bad person. Song Mingqing looked coldly at the scene. Wasn't it the beast who tried to bully Xiaoing last night? She gritted her teeth and ordered Xiaowan, take Xiaoing inside. She herself rushed into the house, grabbed a kitchen knife, and stormed out fiercely. You beast, I'm still at home, and you want to come bully my Xiaoing? Just wait. I'll cut off your manhood. Holding the knife, she shouted these words, frightening Zhang's mother, who squealed and tried to run away in panic. Tang Jianhong held onto his collar so tightly that Zhang couldn't struggle free. He was lifted up, with only his legs kicking in the air. Comrade, miss, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't bully anyone. Last night, I was drunk and couldn't see clearly. How could I bully someone? Look at me, I seem honest. Shut your mouth. Tang Jianhong punched him several more times, making Zhang cry out in pain. Seeing how fierce Brother Tang was, Xiaoing smiled happily. Suddenly, she saw Ji Wan's calm face and quickly covered her mouth, pulling her sister back inside. Zhou Qiaoyu watched from afar, knowing she didn't need to help, so she just stayed where she was. Oh, stop hitting, I won't dare anymore.
Dare?
I see you're quite bold coming to my house. If no one was around, wouldn't you sneak into someone's home? The knife in her hand looked shiny and a little scary, so Tang Jianhong quickly took it away and set it aside. Auntie, if you hurt someone, you have to pay for it. This kind of troublemaker just needs a good beating to vent anger, so no one gets hurt. Song Mingqing immediately rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward to punch and kick. For a moment, Zhang Baizi's crying could be heard outside, attracting some neighbors to discuss. Tang Jianhong squatted down, clenched his teeth, and warned, "If I hear that you disturb my auntie again." He looked down and saw his lower body. "Then you won't have your manhood anymore." Zhang Baizi's face was covered with tears and snot as he cried, hurriedly covering his groin with his hand. Tang Jianhong kicked him out with a foot. "You better be careful. As long as your auntie and the others are bothered, I'll hold you responsible. We're in this line of work, and if someone gets seriously hurt, it's no big deal." Zhang Baizi kept shaking his head, truly scared now. "Get out of here." With a sharp shout, he scrambled away, wiping tears and blinking as he disappeared from sight. Song Mingqing spat and didn't dare relax his guard. Tang Jianhong clapped his hands, feeling disgusted, and went back to wash his hands. "Really appreciate little Tang this time." Song Mingqing looked grateful. "From now on, little Ing will stay at the residential area. I'll try not to take her out alone." Even when going out, they had to disguise themselves. Every time they took her out before, they'd hide her face with makeup. Especially in places with few people, they'd dress her in dirty clothes. Recently, life had improved and they had money. Little Ing also knew she liked to look nice, so she didn't want to wear those torn clothes and even bought new ones. Her face was too eye-catching, and dressing her up beautifully made her even more noticeable. "Yes, Annie, try to take Little Ing out less often. Even when you do, she should have a male companion with her." Song Mingqing nodded in agreement. Zhou Qiaoyu had been silent all along but couldn't help but praise at this moment. "Comrade Tang is really impressive. I saw you beat that troublemaker so badly he was all over the ground. Anyone who's with you will definitely feel very safe." They were about the same age. Zhou Qiaoyu was just joking, but Tang Jianhong looked a bit uneasy. A serious smile appeared on his face, and he didn't seem so fierce anymore. He even scratched his head and muttered, "I wish I had someone too, but I haven't found the right person yet." Since he had already said this much, Zhou Qiaoyu didn't react much. Song Mingqing saw that Tang Jianhong might have feelings for Xiaoyu. She secretly chuckled but kept a respectful appearance, stepping forward to nudge Zhou Qiaoyu's arm.
What's so hard about this? Look at our little you.
Maybe I should introduce her to you? When Zhou Qiaoyu heard this, her face suddenly changed as if she had been burned, and she almost jumped up. "Auntie, please don't say nonsense." Seeing her deny so strongly, Tang Jianhong's smile slightly faded. Song Mingqing thought that women are usually shy, so she didn't take her reaction seriously and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Don't you also think our Xiao Tang is good? He used to be a soldier, tall and caring. Xiao Wan says he can cook, and his dishes are delicious. He also makes good money driving a small truck. You're in business too, right? I think you two would be a perfect match." Zhou Qiaoyu blushed deeply, not expecting the topic to turn to her, and dared not look at Tang Jianhong. "Oh, Auntie, I just arrived here not long ago and haven't settled in yet. I only want to earn money now and haven't thought about anything else." Hearing this, Tang Jianhong's worry eased immediately. So, she didn't dislike him. She just wasn't interested at the moment? Song Mingqing smiled. "You two are not young anymore. Getting married right away might not be realistic. There will be many opportunities to interact in the future. Just take your time to get to know each other. If you have questions, just ask. I think you two are suitable. Hearing this, Ji-won came out of the house, looked at the shy couple, and teased Song Ming-ching with a smile. Mom, I didn't expect you to have a hobby of matchmaking. Song Ming-ching chuckled. Isn't it because I think they are a good match? If we miss this chance, it won't come again.
I'm just worried about them.
Ji-won knew Tang Jianhong's feelings, but didn't know Zhou Qiaoyu's. She planned to ask about it on the way back later. Dinner was over, and it was getting late. Ji-won started to prepare to go home. After a few minutes by car, Tang Jianhong insisted on seeing them off. They didn't refuse and got into the car to head to the residential compound. Ji-won needed to ask if the courtyard there was available for rent to solve the accommodation for Song Ming-ching and her daughter. After asking around, she found no available rentals, but the neighboring residents had units for rent, which was only a 5-minute walk away. Ji-won quickly signed a lease, handed the contract to Song Ming-ching, and told her she could move in with some daily necessities tomorrow. As for Xiaoing Xia, she naturally went back with her. Xiaowan, has the police officer come to see you? Zhou Qiaoyu hurriedly arrived at the gate of the courtyard. It was the afternoon, and only a few hours had passed since they parted. What's wrong? Why are you looking for me? Isn't it about Yuruing? Didn't she come to ask you about the situation? Ji-won didn't have time to answer before she saw a few comrades approaching from afar. They said they were police officers wanting to ask her a few questions. Ji-won nodded and followed them to the courtyard gate. She had originally planned to go to the police station to ask, but Zhou Qiaoyu, who came along, disagreed. Xiaowan is pregnant. If she walks so far and her health is affected, who will be responsible? If you have questions, just ask directly. The group looked at each other and then noticed that Ji-won's belly was slightly prominent. Sorry, Comrade Ji. Yuruing said she wants your help to withdraw the lawsuit. Ji-won almost thought she heard wrong when she suddenly heard this. Comrade, are you sure you have the right person? Why is Yuruing looking for me? I heard there was some past conflict between you two. Yes, I did have issues with her, so why would she come to me? She knows I won't agree. Besides, she was arrested for damaging the military's public funds, not because of me. It's useless for her to come to me. The two comrades exchanged glances, knowing what she said. Right now, the military is responsible for her. It's not me. But your words did remind me. Yuruing came at midnight to set a fire as revenge. Luckily, it was discovered in time, or the people and goods inside would have been in danger. Could that be considered attempted murder?
Yvonne spoke firmly.
She hadn't planned to get involved, but since Yuruing liked to cause trouble, this time, she had to put an end to it. The two nodded. Comrade Ji, we already know your situation.
Thank you.
Ji-won finally managed a small smile. No trouble at all. I just hope the police officers will punish her severely. This concerns people's lives. Okay. They had wanted to ask if there were any details they missed, but Ji-won's questions left them speechless. After a few more words, they quickly said goodbye and left. Zhou Qiaoyu gave Ji-won a thumbs up. Xiaowan, you're really amazing. I saw those two comrades almost break out in sweat from being talked to. It's clearly Yuruing's problem. Just convict her and be done with it. Why ask you? You weren't even there. Now, the investigation process was becoming more complicated. They just wanted to make sure everything was done perfectly. Let's go back. She is now a bit worried that Yu Ying's husband might come to plead, pretending to be a comrade of Lin Zhengnan to make her agree. By the way, Xiaowan, I checked the original spawn today. It's starting to grow white. It should be okay, right? Ji-won finally heard some good news. Really? Yes, I went to see it this afternoon. Maybe you can go and take a distant look at the door? Okay. Ji-won happily went over and indeed saw several bottles with white mycelium growing inside. The cottonseed shells were black, and the white mycelium was very noticeable inside. In a few days, the bottles will be fully covered, and then we can just pour them out to grow. Speaking of this, Ji-won had a few more instructions. Zhou Jia, could you help find someone to buy some corn cobs? We only have 5 bottles, so buy about 100 jin. I don't know exactly how much we need, so buy more just in case. Corn cobs? Are you using that to grow mushrooms? Zhou Qiaoyu had never seen it before and was almost curious to death.
Okay.
Do you need anything else? We also need some lime. From the look of it, we can plant in about 20 days. Oysters mushrooms are cold tolerant but not heat tolerant. Summer is coming, so we should hurry. This time, the mushrooms grown shouldn't be wasted. When ready, we'll sell them all. Although oyster mushrooms are expensive, they take longer to grow, so small-scale cultivation isn't profitable. We need large quantities.
Got it.
Zhou Qiaoyu took notes carefully, then looked at Ji-wan with admiration. When she had some free time, Ji-wan pulled Zhou Qiaoyu aside and asked, "By the way, Zhou Jia, what do you think about the idea my mom mentioned today?" Zhou Qiaoyu frowned, almost not understanding what she meant. "What idea?" Ji-wan clicked her tongue. "Of course, I mean about you and Xiaotang." Zhou Qiaoyu's eyes nearly popped out. "Are you joking too? Auntie is an elder. It's understandable for her to say that. Why are you acting the same?"
Yivan smiled.
"I'm also concerned about your lifelong happiness. Didn't I say before, wait until you lose weight, then let Yang Lianzhang regret? Anyway, you're not interested in him now, so why not meet new guys?" Zhou Qiaoyu hesitated for a long time. "Oh, I already said we need to focus on making money first. I haven't thought about dating anyone." Ji-wan snorted and pointed at her seriously. "Usually not wanting to date means not wanting to be with that person. You've already met Xiaotang several times. What do you think of him?" Xiaoyu Zhou has never been asked such a direct question before. She feels shy, blushing and embarrassed. "I think he's a pretty good person, strong and protective, but I really only see him as a friend. He's considerate and knows how to behave, but I can't accept being in a relationship with him." Jiwangxin finished and realized she might have said too much. Sister Zhou isn't attracted to Tang Jianhong at all. It's still early to say that. You can get to know each other more. Maybe one day sparks of love will fly. Tang is also quite good-looking. Not a typical handsome guy, more sturdy and stylish. Sister Zhou is quite tall for a woman, but standing next to Tang Jianhong, she looks delicate and petite. Jiwangxin thinks they are a good match in many ways, but whether they should be a couple depends on how they feel, not what outsiders say. "I won't ask anymore. My mom also told her not to talk nonsense. If you ever get curious about Tang, just ask me, and I'll find out for you." Xiaoyu Zhou knows she's doing this for her own good and nods with a smile. Okay. They each go home. Jiwangxin enters the house, and Xiaoing Xia immediately comes over to hand her a pair of slippers. Linjin Nan is sitting at the table, peeling vegetables, looking very much like a typical husband. "Why did you take so long?" Jiwangxin smiles and walks over to him. She reaches out to hug him and explains, "We were almost home when the police came to ask me some questions." Linjin Nan pauses, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Police?" "Yes, it's about Yuruing. I think she told the police something. 2 officers came to ask me to withdraw the lawsuit." She pulls a chair and sits next to him. "She damaged the company's finances. What does that have to do with me?" Linjin Nan nods, puts down his vegetables, and gently squeezes her arm. "That's public property." Jiwangxin isn't sure what Yuruing is thinking. Maybe she's jealous. She's blinded by anger. Can't she think of any tricks? What do you think they will decide about her? Either pay money or go to jail. Jiwangxin thinks so too. No matter what they decide, Yuruing won't have a place in the family compound anymore. She dared to claim someone's house openly, who would still associate with her. She used to think she'd just like to take small advantages, but now her heart is so dark. She shrugs and doesn't ask further, pats her hands, and gets up to cook in the kitchen. Seeing Xiaoing and Yu running around in the backyard, I couldn't help but remind them, "Yu, take it slow, don't fall." I caught a glimpse of Lin Zhengnan walking over from behind. "Oh, I checked on the fresh mushroom spores we prepared a few days ago. They should be ready to plant in about 20 days. Harvesting might take 1 or 2 months. Do you think you could take a short leave to visit your hometown and see your parents?"